I was once hailed as the genius beast master, the greatest warrior of Hansha, yet when I faced the 9 most powerful demon lords in battle, I was betrayed by my wife, Lu Ruyan. Along with her white moonlight, the man she truly loved, she caused my death beyond the borders. All of this happened because she resented me for marrying her, for preventing her from being with her white moonlight. In the haze of death, when I opened my eyes again, I found myself back on the day I first contracted my beast in high school. However, after Lu Ruyan caused my tragic death in our previous life, she too was slain by the 9 demon gods due to the lack of my protection, and we both returned to the day of our beast contract. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's face was full of excitement as she laughed. I can't believe I've been reborn to 18, ha. Jiang Chen, this time, I will become Hansha's strongest beast master, and your black soul beast will lose. I will raise it to be even stronger than your 9-headed demon dragon. I looked around with a slight sense of confusion, only to see the woman in front of me coldly speak. Jiang Chen, stop pretending. Do you think that because your beast is from the Lord's bloodline, you can make me submit? Let me tell you, even if I starve to death, I will never bow to you. This time, you won't stop me. With that, she turned and walked away without any hesitation. I quietly watched her leave. In my previous life, I tried so hard to please Lu Ruyan, even giving her the Ice Snow Wolf King, a beast of the Lord's bloodline, and prioritizing every rare treasure for her. But in the end, I was met with betrayal. Since Lu Ruyan saw kindness as an insult, I decided to let her have it her way in this new life. After all, the Ice Snow Wolf King was bought by my family at an astronomical price. In this world, beast master bloodlines are ranked by strength, battle, elite, general, commander, lord, king, emperor, extraordinary, totem sacred beast, and mythical, in 10 levels. Each bloodline corresponds to the ultimate height it can achieve. The best the school offers is the elite bloodline. At that moment, a voice sounded by my ear, and I saw Zhang Yuntao, grinning, grabbing my neck. Jiang Chen, why did you make Ruyan angry again? She hates your arrogant attitude, don't you know? A flash of cold light flickered in my eyes. In my past life, Lu Ruyan hated me so much. Besides her inexplicable pride, it was also because Zhang Yuntao, the scum, was always slandering me from behind. Zhang Yuntao greedily eyed the Ice Snow Wolf King. This time, Ruyan might have a hard time forgiving you. How about this? You give me this beast, and I'll speak on your behalf. From now on, when I go to school with Ruyan, I'll take you along. How about it? A Lord Bloodline beast in exchange for a chance to go to school with Lu Ruyan? I slapped him hard across the face, and with a scream, half of Zhang Yuntao's face instantly swelled up. Zhang Yuntao, do you think I gave you face? In the past, to please Lu Ruyan, I had tolerated the son of a chauffeur from the Jiang family, leading him to become more and more arrogant, unaware of his position. Eventually, rumors spread that he was a young master of the Jiang family. Now this bastard wanted to use Lu Ruyan to manipulate me? The more I thought about it, the angrier I got, and I raised my hand, ready to slap him again. Zhang Yuntao, seeing this, quickly backed away, his mouth crying out in pain. Jiang Chen, you dare hit me? Just wait. Even if you kneel and beg me to accept the Ice Snow Wolf King, Ruyan will never forgive you. With that, he hurriedly scrambled back to Lu Ruyan. At that moment, everyone saw Lu Ruyan, as if she had found a great treasure, hug a dark, unremarkable beast cub. To get revenge on me, and with her stubborn nature, she was willing to bet her beast master career and sign a contract with the Black Soul Beast. But what I didn't expect was that shortly after contracting the Black Soul Beast, it underwent a mutation and completed its bloodline transformation. Within just 10 years, I rose to be among the top warriors of Hansha. Could it be that Lu Ruyan, like me, had been reborn? If not, who would contract the globally recognized weakest Black Soul Beast? Looking at the beast in Lu Ruyan's arms, I couldn't help but smile strangely. If Lu Ruyan really was like me, then I didn't need to waste any more effort on revenge. Lu Ruyan, I hope you won't regret your decision later. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan, having completed the contract ceremony, let out a sigh of relief. She knew everything about this Black Soul Beast. Even though her previous Lord Bloodline Ice Snow Wolf King couldn't compare to it, and Jiang Chen had told her everything about its mutation, she was now confident she could rise quickly in a short time. Jiang Chen, I've already secured your greatest support. This time, the strongest warrior in Hansha will be me, and you will quietly live as a rat in the smelly gutter. Lu Ruyan threw me a provocative look, and her actions left all the teachers dumbfounded. Like me, she was also a student with an S-level talent, and aside from me, she was the one most likely to enter Hansha's top 5 Beast Master Academy. But seeing this, they couldn't believe why Lu Ruyan would do this, contracting the lowest-ranked Black Soul Beast. She's done for. I doubt she'll even become a bronze-level Beast Master in the future. You all know that Beast Master levels are divided into 10 ranks: Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Diamond, Emerald, Platinum, Master, Title, and Divine Throne, each with stars from 1 to 9. Once someone contracts a beast, they become a Black Iron level Beast Master, and the first 5 years are crucial for their growth. The stronger the beast's bloodline, the faster the growth. Lu Ruyan's choice to contract the Black Soul Beast made everyone take notice. What is this girl thinking? She's joking with her life. Now that the contract is done, it's too late to stop it. Her future will likely be limited. Everyone shook their heads, and even the students were the same. Seeing this, I withdrew my gaze and turned to the Ice Snow Wolf King beside me. Without hesitation, I raised my hand and signed the contract with it. In my previous life, I had sacrificed so much for Lu Ruyan. This time, let's move forward together. The little wolf seemed to sense something, and it raised its head to let out a wolf's howl. Although the howl was immature, it contained a faint pressure of an upper being, which frightened the other young beasts into trembling and curling up on the ground, whimpering incessantly. Among them, the black soul beast in Lu Ruyan's arms was the most unbearable, its dark head buried in Lu Ruyan's chest, shaking violently, and wetting itself out of fear, soaking Lu Ruyan. Her shirt and arm were all stained with urine. Damn it! Lu Ruyan looked angrily at Jiang Chen, the foul stench making her roll her eyes, wishing she could throw the black soul beast in her arms out. After hurriedly wiping off some of the urine stains, Lu Ruyan finally turned to look at Jiang Yuntao, who had a face full of grievance, her eyes filled with reluctant affection. Yuntao brother, you just said, Jiang Chen that bastard hit you, right? Jiang Yuntao looked at Jiang Chen, who was forming a contract with the Ice Snow Wolf King, heartbroken and jealous, his eyes red. Suddenly, he heard Lu Ruyan's gentle voice in his ear, and he immediately perked up. Ruyan, you know, Jiang Chen has always looked down on us. Just now, I saw him make you angry, and I was planning to have him apologize to you. As he spoke, Jiang Yuntao covered his face, wanting to say something but holding back, feeling extremely wronged. After a long silence, he lowered his head and said, I'm fine, Ruyan, we're classmates, it's okay that he slapped me. Bastard! Looking at Jiang Yuntao's slightly swollen face, Lu Ruyan's heart ached terribly. Yuntao brother, from now on, no one will be able to bully you when I'm here. Her voice was resolute, and without saying another word, she grabbed Jiang Yuntao and directly walked towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen! Apologize to Yuntao brother immediately. Lu Ruyan was aggressive, looking like she was about to bring justice. Seeing this, the teachers panicked. Jiang Chen was currently forming a contract with the Ice Snow Wolf King. If this process were interrupted, Jiang Chen's life would be ruined, and he would never be able to become a beast master again. Lu Ruyan's self-destructive behavior had already cost them the hope of sending someone to a prestigious school. Now, they absolutely couldn't let anything happen to Jiang Chen. Lu Ruyan, stop! A tall female teacher with gold-rimmed glasses, wearing a work uniform, and looking very capable quickly stepped in front of Jiang Chen. Her wavy hair naturally hung down, half covering her furrowed brows. She blocked Lu Ruyan and was already showing signs of displeasure. This person was none other than the head teacher of Class 3, Year 3, and also the teacher of both Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan, Xiao Qingyue. Move aside. Today, I will make Jiang Chen kneel and apologize. Lu Ruyan was relentless, glaring at Jiang Chen, not noticing at all that Xiao Qingyue's expression had already completely turned cold. Xiao Qingyue was getting angry. Lu Ruyan's family was not well off, but she was very diligent, with a high talent for beast mastery, and Xiao Qingyue had always thought highly of her. But now, Lu Ruyan, in front of so many people, dragged Jiang Yuntao around and contracted an unremarkable beast, and even wanted to interrupt Jiang Chen's contract with the Ice Snow Wolf King. Xiao Qingyue's opinion of Lu Ruyan immediately plummeted. However, no matter what, she still couldn't allow Lu Ruyan to disturb Jiang Chen. A loud howl erupted from behind them, shaking the air with its power. Xiao Qingyue turned in astonishment, only to see the little wolf extremely excited, its howl echoing like a dragon. In its sky-blue wolf eyes, an incredibly bright light was radiating, as if a frost was dancing. And in front of the little wolf, Jiang Chen was completely enveloped by multicolored lights. Jiang Chen's eyes were tightly shut as he bathed in the light, and his body was even levitating off the ground. Then, the wind and clouds surged, blocking out the sun. With a thunderous sound, a door to chaotic void slowly opened behind Jiang Chen. At the same time, a strange golden symbol appeared on his forehead, like a divine mark. Talent mutation. It's the Beast Master Talent mutation. Chapter 3, S-Rank Beast Master Talent. Tyrant devours. Xiao Qingyue's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the mark on Jiang Chen's forehead, covering her cherry-red lips. It was as if she had been struck by a great shock, and she cried out in astonishment. On her usually expressionless and stunningly beautiful face, shock was written all over. What? The Beast Master Talent has mutated. Hearing Xiao Qingyue's cry, all the teachers couldn't help but lock their gaze firmly on Jiang Chen, their pupils shaking violently. Only the students, clueless, still couldn't understand what had just happened. Mutated Beast Master Talent? What does that mean? Amidst the confused gazes of the students, Xiao Qingyue's chest heaved violently, and she spoke in a deep voice. In the 1,000-year history of beast masters in Hanxia, there have always been those whose compatibility with their beasts was extremely high, allowing the beast's bloodline to evolve when they signed a contract. There is also a legend about compatibility. When the beast master and the beast achieve perfect compatibility, it can lead to unimaginable changes. The change Jiang Chen is experiencing right now is likely this. Perfect compatibility has caused his beastmaster talent to mutate, reaching a whole new height. Despite Xiao Qingyue trying to control her emotions, everyone could still hear a slight tremble in her voice. Clearly, her inner turmoil was far from the calm exterior, as a storm had already surged within her. Not only her, but the teachers also started to breathe rapidly, their bodies slightly trembling from excessive excitement. Beastmaster talent mutation could only be triggered when the compatibility between the Beastmaster and the Beast was perfect. Looking at the history of Hanxia's Beastmasters, those who reached perfect compatibility with their beasts were rare as phoenix feathers. Without exception, even the slightly less compatible ones became masters of beast mastery. Some even earned the title of peerless, creating legends. The eyes of everyone on Jiang Chen gradually became fiery. In their eyes, he was a brilliant star, destined to shine brightly and stand proudly in the sky. As they saw the teacher's excitement, the students slowly started to come to their senses. From the teacher's reactions, they could tell that Jiang Chen's change at this moment was surely something extraordinary. However, their focus was somewhat different. The talent has risen to a new level? Does that mean Jiang Chen's Beastmaster talent is S rank? S rank Beastmaster talent. How is that possible? A stone stirred up 1,000 layers of waves, and a massive roar erupted from the playground, like a tsunami, rising wave after wave, not calming down for a long time. The entire playground was in an uproar. S rank. Even with Hanxia's population of over 1 billion, there are fewer than 1 million people with S-rank talent. Such individuals are beyond the scope of genius. Calling them a genius is an insult. These are true prodigies. Children of heaven, blazing suns. At this moment, the light surrounding Jiang Chen seemed so dazzling, scorching their eyes, making it hard to look directly at him. When they realized that Jiang Chen's Beastmaster talent had mutated to S rank, all the students' gazes towards him changed. From disdain, contempt, and jealousy, they all turned into shameful inferiority. This, truly, got incredibly lucky. Even those who had always disliked Jiang Chen were now so envious their eyes turned red. After a noisy commotion, the area around the playground fell into a brief silence. Witnessing the birth of a prodigy, no one could describe their feelings at this moment. All that remained in their eyes was deep shock. Under the gaze of countless people, the mark on Jiang Chen's forehead slowly sank into his skin. He slowly opened his eyes. S-rank talent? Seems pretty good. At this moment, a series of information appeared in his mind. S-rank talent Tyrant devours. Can devour everything in the world, gain certain characteristics of the devoured object, and enhance specific attributes of the Beastmaster. The introduction to Tyrant devours was very simple, and Jiang Chen quickly read through it. Devour everything, enhance attributes? Jiang Chen lowered his gaze, deep in thought, then smiled silently, suddenly realizing, so it means, eat anything. What to supplement? This S-level talent is much more domineering than his previous A-level talent, energy extraction. I just don't know if there is a limit. Otherwise, if he directly let the little wolf devour a mountain, wouldn't its size become as large as the mountain itself? If that's the case, then it's like a little cow flying on a plane, really impressive. When it comes to size, men always have their own unique pursuits and obsessions. Jiang Chen felt overjoyed in his heart, and unconsciously, his gaze dropped and looked at himself. I wonder if this effect works on me. Looking at his own body, Jiang Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It's just an S-level talent, and you guys are so surprised. Just as Jiang Chen was immersed in the joy of his talent transformation, an untimely sarcastic voice sounded. Everyone turned to look, only to see Lu Ruoyan standing with her hands on her hips, a look of disdain on her face. Do you really think that by contracting a useless beast tamer's beast, you can be very strong? Jiang Chen, even if your talent is upgraded to S-level, so what? In this life, a golden-level beast tamer is your highest achievement. These words caused a stir at the scene. Lu Ruoyan spoke confidently, as if she was not lying. But now, Jiang Chen has an S-level beast tamer talent, and the beast he controls is the Lord-level bloodline Ice Snow Wolf King. Not to mention the golden level, even if he becomes a diamond level or even a master-level beast tamer in the future, no one would doubt him. So why is Lu Ruoyan so sure? Could it be? The problem lies with the little wolf. Xiao Qingyue's eyes suddenly shifted, quickly catching the key information in Lu Ruoyan's words. The Lord-level bloodline Ice Snow Wolf King was called trash by Lu Ruoyan. If it's not because Lu Ruoyan is crazy, it must be because the Ice Snow Wolf King has a problem. To be cautious, Xiao Qingyue did not dare to be careless. She quickly walked to Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chen, let me take a look at this little wolf. As she spoke, Xiao Qingyue crouched down and gently picked up the little wolf. Awu. At first, the little wolf showed its tender fangs and struggled a few times. But somehow, it soon quieted down. This surprised Jiang Chen a little. The little wolf carries the bloodline of the Wolf King, proud and solitary. Except for Jiang Chen, who had already contracted it, others found it hard to get close. But in Xiao Qingyue's hands, it appeared unusually obedient. I've heard that teacher Xiao comes from a mysterious background, from a certain beast tamer family. Now it seems, she does indeed have some skills.
Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit curious about Xiao Qingyue's background.
As the little wolf was turned over in Xiao Qingyue's hands, she checked it up and down, and her face grew more and more serious.
Something's wrong.
Her delicate eyebrows furrowed tightly, muttering to herself, and her expression became somewhat worried. After a careful inspection, Xiao Qingyue looked somewhat disoriented. This little wolf, its essence is leaking, its soul is incomplete, congenital, it actually has defects.
What? Chapter 4, has he gone crazy? He even hit the school beauty.
Hearing this, all the teachers were a bit hard to believe.
Did you finally realize it?
In contrast, Lu Ruoyan had a smug look on her face, with a mischievous smile on her beautiful face. Let me tell you the truth, this little wolf king, although its bloodline is powerful, the wolf soul has already been damaged.
In less than half a year, it will definitely become a fool.
Lu Ruoyan spoke indifferently, but to everyone's ears, it sounded like a thunderous explosion.
Indeed, that's true.
They had some doubts at first, but when Xiao Qingyue nodded sadly to confirm, the scene instantly fell silent.
Huh? So, Jiang Chen has chosen a fool of a beast? How is he going to fight?
Zhang Yuntao seemed concerned but was actually stabbing the knife deeper, the mockery in his eyes almost spilling out.
As he spoke, the crowd's gaze toward Jiang Chen turned sympathetic.
With such a beast tamer, not to mention fighting, it could only be a burden.
Ah, Jiang Chen is really unlucky. No wonder Lu, the big school beauty, didn't want this little wolf. Jiang Chen, this guy really doesn't do anything right.
Fortunately, the campus goddess Lu Ruoyan is smart, or else she would have fallen for Jiang Chen's bootlicking tricks. But it's really not easy for someone to match so well with an idiot beast master.
A bootlicker and an idiot really are a perfect match, ha ha ha.
Some jealous students of Jiang Chen began to jump up again, making sarcastic remarks and showing no concealment in their mocking laughter, full of pride. They only believed that Jiang Chen had bad intentions, trying to harm Lu Ruoyan, which made them despise him even more. Listening to the laughter around her, Lu Ruoyan's face bloomed with a smile.
Indeed, Jiang Chen's talent mutation had caught her by surprise.
After all, in her previous life, such a talent mutation never occurred to Jiang Chen. But she didn't care too much. Now, apart from her, no one could save Jiang Chen.
Jiang Chen, weren't you always high and mighty?
Today, I will trample all your pride and dignity into the dust. Lu Ruoyan's eyes were filled with hatred. The time she was forced to share a bed with Jiang Chen was an insult she could never forget. Living again in this life, with the memory of her past life, she was confident she could control her own fate. And she would step on Jiang Chen to wash away all her humiliations.
Lu Ruoyan sneered, how is it, Jiang Chen? Are you feeling hopeless?
She walked slowly towards Jiang Chen. Now, if you kneel and apologize to Brother Yuntao, maybe I'll show mercy and cure this little wolf for you.
Lu Ruoyan's voice was full of hidden threats. She was using this way to take revenge on Jiang Chen. Lu Ruoyan, shut up.
Xiao Qingyue couldn't stand it anymore and coldly scolded her.
She didn't even know what was happening.
Lu Ruoyan had always been a well-behaved and diligent student, so how had she suddenly turned into someone unrecognizable, even detestable? As the saying goes, a man's knee is like gold, and a 17 or 18-year-old boy is in the time of life when pride and self-esteem are at their peak.
Lu Ruoyan's request was no longer just asking Jiang Chen to apologize, it was an insult. A naked humiliation.
In her view, Lu Ruoyan and Jiang Chen were classmates and should help each other. Jiang Chen did wrong by hitting Zhang Yuntao, and they would punish him accordingly.
But that wasn't why Lu Ruoyan was blackmailing and humiliating Jiang Chen. Under Xiao Qingyue's watch, Lu Ruoyan not only showed no fear, but even acted with audacity.
Anyway, he must kneel and apologize to Brother Yuntao. Lu Ruoyan's face showed indifference, giving a light smile, then she pointed out meaningfully, of course, if he has the courage to sever his contract with this little wolf, risking the backlash from his soul, then he wouldn't have to listen to me. When Lu Ruoyan said this, her words paused, and she smiled brightly.
The smile on the young girl's face actually carried a bit of venom and cruelty. Lu Ruoyan said it lightly, but in Xiao Qingyue's ears, it sent a chill down her spine.
Beast masters and their beasts are connected in honor and in damage. Jiang Chen had completed the contract with the little wolf, but now he was just a black iron one-star beast master. With Jiang Chen's current soul strength, he would definitely not be able to withstand the soul backlash from severing the contract. Once the soul is damaged, Jiang Chen would never be able to form a contract with another beast, even if he didn't become an idiot. This choice was even more hopeless than the result of the Ice Snow Wolf King's cub becoming an idiot in half a year.
Lu Ruoyan seemed to have no forceful actions, but in reality, every word was sharp, forcing Jiang Chen to make a choice. You.
Xiao Qingyue was furious, her anger rising, every breath she took fueling her frustration. If it weren't for her status, she would have slapped Lu Ruoyan twice. Unfortunately, this innate soul defect was something even she couldn't fix.
Well, Jiang Chen, have you made your decision? Lu Ruoyan didn't want to give Jiang Chen too much time to think and directly asked.
She had very little patience left for Jiang Chen.
It was almost running out.
If Jiang Chen dared to hesitate any longer, even if he knelt down and apologized, she would never tell him how to save little Wolf. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan immediately straightened her back and felt a sense of triumph. Under Lu Ruyan's proud gaze, Jiang Chen finally spoke.
Lu Ruyan, you really love Jiang Yuntao, don't you?
Jiang Chen's voice was calm, neither fast nor slow, with no trace of emotion.
Lu Ruyan listened, confused, and didn't understand.
Before she could react, Jiang Chen laughed to himself, as if he hadn't understood the current situation at all. Lu Ruyan found Jiang Chen's laughter particularly harsh, and her face darkened.
What are you laughing at?
Jiang Chen stopped laughing, turned his head to look at Lu Ruyan, his eyes full of playful amusement. In the previous life, when they discovered that little Wolf had congenital defects, it was still he who had accompanied Lu Ruyan to treat it. Lu Ruyan trying to use this to threaten him was just a fool's dream.
What's more, now he possessed the S-level talent, Tyrant Devouring.
The defect in little Wolf's soul could easily be healed with some soul treatment medicine, it wouldn't be troublesome at all.
Jiang Chen's gaze was cold as he stared at Lu Ruyan. Then, everyone saw Jiang Chen step forward. Slap. He slapped Lu Ruyan's face with a backhand.
The crisp sound of the slap was loud, echoing in everyone's ears.
Jiang Chen then slowly spoke, I laugh, a bitch with a dog, truly it's forever. You want me to kneel and apologize? What the hell are you? What? Jiang Chen's cold voice echoed in the playground, leaving everyone stunned. It was utterly unbelievable. Jiang Chen, he actually hit Lu Xiaohua. Someone spoke uncertainly.
For a moment, many students' expressions looked like they had seen a ghost, shocked and horrified. At Yunjiang No. 1 High School, who didn't know that Jiang Chen loved Lu Ruyan deeply, ready to serve her like a dog, always following her?
What happened now? Was the shock so great that he was going to rebel? Was he crazy? Everyone was talking in disbelief. You!
Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth, her face turning pale with anger, her whole body trembling. She wanted to tear Jiang Chen apart. Jiang Chen, no matter what you do to me, it doesn't matter, but how could you hit Ruyan? Jiang Yuntao, who had been standing aside watching the drama, saw the situation wasn't right and quickly stepped forward. Jiang Yuntao pretended to be pitiful, fanning the flames, acting like he was standing up for Lu Ruyan.
Jiang Chen's response was also simple.
He raised an eyebrow and slapped Jiang Yuntao's face again.
What the hell are you? When did it become your place to point fingers in my business with her, you dog?
Another slap fell, and the whole playground went silent. At this moment, everyone had one thought in their minds.
He's gone mad. Jiang Chen has gone mad. Asterisk. Lu Ruyan's back teeth almost shattered.
Her face was full of anger, shaking with rage. But then, as if thinking of something, she suddenly began to laugh maniacally.
I get it now. Ha ha ha. I get it now, Jiang Chen.
I didn't expect that not getting me would make you so hysterical. She thought that Jiang Chen was too attached to her, unable to bear the blow of losing her, which made him act in such a strange way. Lu Ruyan laughed joyfully, happily, not forgetting to rub salt in Jiang Chen's wound.
Jiang Chen, from now on, my heart belongs only to Brother Yuntao. Feel the pain, struggle, despair. I'm not afraid to tell you, in my eyes, you are worth nothing, ha ha. Slowly, Lu Ruyan stopped laughing, and her gaze became unusually cold, filled with mocking laughter.
If you're not convinced, let's have a competition in the upcoming higher education selection in a month.
The loser not only has to kneel and apologize,
but also, willingly become the winner's slave, voluntarily cancel the Beast Master contract, and never touch anything related to Beast Master again.
Chapter 5, The Bet.
Hiss. After the words fell, everyone simultaneously sucked in a cold breath. The act of voluntarily canceling the Beast Master contract, no matter who lost.
This bet cannot be considered small. In the eyes of the surrounding crowd, Lu Ruyan looked particularly confident.
In her previous life, the little wolf was always suppressed by Jiang Chen's Black Soul Beast in her hands. Now, all she needs to do is use a little trick to activate the Black Soul Beast's potential. Then the little wolf would never be a match for anything other than the Black Soul Beast.
Jiang Chen would definitely lose.
Thinking this in her heart, Lu Ruyan proudly lifted her nose, not even bothering to look Jiang Chen in the eye.
Do you dare, Jiang Chen?
She pressed harder, intensifying her tone, coldly staring into Jiang Chen's eyes, and questioned again. She had made up her mind to destroy Jiang Chen at the most attention-grabbing moment during the university selection, and to bask in glory. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen did not appear as flustered or as cowardly as she imagined. Jiang Chen did not dodge or avoid, staring directly into Lu Ruyan's eyes, with a cold and inscrutable smile on his lips. On the surface, he was calm, but inside, he could hardly hold back a laugh. It's no exaggeration to say that, with his background, killing Lu Ruyan would be no harder than crushing an ant. But the suffering he endured in his previous life, the torment, if he didn't let Lu Ruyan taste it all slowly. How could he live up to the fact that he crawled out of hell and was reborn? To let Lu Ruyan die so easily would be far too cheap for her. Since Lu Ruyan had dug her own grave, choosing the most heroic way to die, how could he not do her a favor? A dangerously twisted smile curved on Jiang Chen's lips, his smile growing colder. All right. I, Jiang Chen, accept this bet. When his words fell, Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment. She thought Jiang Chen would choose to avoid it, so this caught her off guard. Then, she became even more pleased. Jiang Chen, this time, I will personally send you into the abyss again. Lu Ruyan's gaze grew colder. Although this time, Jiang Chen gave her a completely different feeling. Stubborn, indifferent, even resolute. But the more Jiang Chen acted like this, the more Lu Ruyan felt satisfied, the more she could sense the pleasure of stepping on him. The others were not so calm. Especially Zhang Yuntao, when he heard Jiang Chen accept the bet, his vision blackened, and his head buzzed. To be fair, whether in appearance or figure, Lu Ruyan was a rare beauty. If you add in her identity as a beast tamer, she would be even rarer. She was a woman who could stand out no matter where she went. But in this world, no matter how beautiful a woman was, once she lost the identity of a beast tamer, she would lose much of her luster, becoming no different from a vase. He had long considered Lu Ruyan as his own possession, and would absolutely not allow Jiang Chen to ruin her. Jiang Chen. How could you be so cruel, knowing that Ruyan wouldn't be your opponent, yet you accepted the bet? You're deliberately trying to ruin her. Zhang Yuntao appeared extremely agitated, and spit flew from his mouth. Not only Zhang Yuntao, but many others were whispering. Comparing the Ice Snow Wolf King with the Black Soul Beast, I'd win too. Yeah, with such a bloodline gap, even my grandmother could win. What is Lu Ruyan trying to do? Is she crazy like Jiang Chen? Everyone was confused. On one side, Jiang Chen had a contract with the Ice Snow Wolf King. On the other side, Lu Ruyan had a contract with the useless Black Soul Beast. It could be said that there was no need for a fight. Just by using his mind, Jiang Chen could already tell who would win. This was clearly a bet where the outcome was already determined. It's no exaggeration to say, just the Black Soul Beast being so useless, the Ice Snow Wolf King could scare someone just by standing there. Everyone thought the same thing. Except for Lu Ruyan. She stood still, listening to the surrounding murmurs. Looking at those familiar, pitying gazes, she unconsciously clenched her hands, her nails digging deeply into her skin. It's like this again, this damn pity. You, all of you, have never changed. You all have decided that I, Lu Ruyan, am destined to be beneath everyone. Lu Ruyan's expression was terrifyingly dark, her fair, flawless face alternating between green and pale. In the past, no matter where she went or who she faced, as long as Jiang Chen was around, everyone only saw her as Jiang Chen's subordinate, forever inferior to him. It was like this before. And it's still like this now. Lu Ruyan's anger surged, her palm was pierced by her nails, a small amount of bright red blood oozing out, yet it seemed as though she didn't feel any pain at all. Her heart was filled only with burning rage. In her past life, no matter how hard she tried, Jiang Chen was like an insurmountable mountain, the shadow of her entire life. It pressed down on her heart constantly, suffocating her. But now, it was different. Everything was different now. Lu Ruyan's eyes burned with determination as she looked at Jiang Chen, silently vowing to herself. Jiang Chen. I will prove to everyone that I, Lu Ruyan, will surpass you. Unfortunately, no one else, including Zhang Yuntao, knew what Lu Ruyan was thinking at this moment. Zhang Yuntao was standing at the moral high ground, strongly condemning Jiang Chen. You've liked Ruyan for so long, doesn't your conscience hurt for doing this? Under Zhang Yuntao's instigation, some inexperienced students gradually got stirred up, thinking that Jiang Chen was deliberately bullying Lu Ruyan, all of them standing up for her. Coupled with the filter of hatred for the rich and the aura of the beautiful woman, gradually, many just and fair voices rose to speak out. Their voices condemning Jiang Chen grew louder than Zhang Yuntao's. Jiang Chen, I'll speak honestly, we're all classmates, there's no need to make things so absolute. Yeah, it's just a bet, there's no need to risk your future over it. I think this matter can be settled. You, a grown man, should just apologize and let it go. Facing the condemnation of everyone, Jiang Chen remained especially calm. When the voices around him finally quieted down a little, he slowly spoke, sarcastically saying, everyone, this bet doesn't seem to have been proposed by me first, does it? This. At Jiang Chen's words, everyone suddenly came to their senses. The bet, it seemed, indeed, was proposed by Lu Ruyan herself. They had all been misled by Zhang Yuntao. Everyone instinctively looked at Lu Ruyan, their words stuck in their throats, unable to say another word. Zhang Yuntao's face turned red, also caught off guard. But he didn't want to give in like this, and, though his reasoning was weak, his voice grew louder, even so, you shouldn't bully her like this. His face was red, his neck thick with anger, wanting to defend Lu Ruyan a few more times.
Jiang Chen couldn't stand Jiang Yuntao's hypocritical face, mocking him. Since you care so much, want to stand up for her, how about you take over this bet for her? As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Yuntao panicked. He didn't want Lu Ruoyan to ruin her future, but there was no need for him to risk his own. However, before he could even refuse, Lu Ruoyan stepped forward. Okay, brother Yuntao, since it's what he wants, we'll take the bet. Chapter 6, This woman, is she possibly an idiot? Lu Ruoyan's voice was cold, with a kind of otherworldly beauty. But now, as soon as she spoke, everyone stared in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. They could understand Jiang Chen accepting the bet. After all, a crushing victory, anyone could do that. But Lu Ruoyan, knowing she would lose, still answered so decisively. For a moment, their small minds almost froze. Is this woman, perhaps, an idiot? I've secretly liked this thing for 3 years? For a moment, everyone's gaze toward Lu Ruoyan changed. Admiration, appreciation, and affection all disappeared, replaced with something strange. They scrutinized Lu Ruoyan carefully. She also re-examined herself. In the end, she came to only one conclusion. Jiang Chen wasn't crazy. Lu Ruoyan was crazy. And not just a little crazy. Otherwise, in just 1 month, wanting to bet a battle servant bloodline beast against a lord-level bloodline beast. Who would do something this insane without suffering 3 years of brain damage first? Even Jiang Yuntao looked utterly horrified. Ruoyan, don't be reckless. He truly didn't want Lu Ruoyan to play with fire. More importantly, gambling was one thing, but Lu Ruoyan even wanted to drag him into it. This was practically pushing him straight into the fire pit. Lu Ruoyan shook her head slightly and gave Jiang Yuntao a reassuring look. Once she made up her mind to do something, she would do it. And she would succeed. Jiang Chen, you're asking for trouble, so don't blame me for what happens. Lu Ruoyan let out a cold laugh. It's settled then. Yuntao and I will bet against you. As she spoke, Lu Ruoyan leaned in closer, lowering her voice so only Jiang Chen could hear. Oh, by the way, if you lose, don't even think about backing out. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a miserable death. She licked her red lips, like a cold-blooded viper locking onto its prey. Jiang Chen met Lu Ruoyan's chilling gaze and let out a sneer of his own. It's a deal. Pa. The two clapped hands, sealing the bet. It's over. It's completely over. Seeing this, Jiang Yuntao's face fell, and for once, he couldn't control his emotions. He actually felt a bit resentful toward Lu Ruoyan. Looks like he doesn't have much confidence in you. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, his tone playful. Lu Ruoyan's expression darkened slightly, a hint of displeasure flickering in her eyes. She turned to Jiang Yuntao, looking disappointed. Yuntao, don't you believe in me? But. Jiang Yuntao was both anxious and frustrated. He didn't want to upset Lu Ruoyan, but he also didn't want to throw himself into this mess for nothing. But things had spiraled completely out of his control. At this point, no matter how unwilling he was, he had no choice but to accept it. He had grown up with Lu Ruoyan and knew her temper better than anyone. Lu Ruoyan was extremely proud. She wouldn't tolerate distrust, doubt, or even pity from anyone. Before, whenever Jiang Chen tried to win Lu Ruoyan over, he had always used her pride against her, making sure she never distanced herself from him. He knew that if he so much as said a single word of refusal now, Lu Ruoyan would turn and leave, never looking back. This time, he had truly dug his own grave. He had only wanted to speak up for Lu Ruoyan, but now, he had dragged himself into this disaster instead. Damn it! We'll see who wins in the end. Jiang Yuntao glared at Jiang Chen, feeling utterly suffocated, but all he could do was grit his teeth and swallow his frustration. Yet when he turned to Lu Ruoyan, his face instantly changed. He forced out a smile that looked even worse than crying. Ruoyan, I believe in you. Hearing this, Lu Ruoyan's expression immediately brightened. She smiled at Jiang Yuntao, her eyes filled with deep affection. Yuntao, I knew it. Even if I stand against the entire world, you're the only one who will always stand behind me. Seeing the overwhelming love in Lu Ruoyan's gaze, Jiang Yuntao suddenly felt overwhelmed, coughing awkwardly. Of course. He forced out a laugh, nodding repeatedly. But in his heart, he had already cursed Lu Ruoyan's entire family. Idiot. Such a fool. If she weren't somewhat good-looking, I wouldn't even bother with her. But no matter how much he cursed, there was nothing he could do now. He could only pray that within this 1 month, Lu Ruoyan could somehow train the Black Soul Beast to defeat the Ice Snow Wolf King. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Yuntao suddenly felt like a deflated balloon, completely drained. This wasn't just a fantasy, it was a complete and utter delusion. No, even in dreams, this was impossible. As he kept thinking, Jiang Yuntao had already started planning how to retreat safely after Lu Ruoyan's inevitable defeat. When that time comes, Lu Ruoyan, you can go die on your own. I won't be going down with you. Looking at the bet between Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan coming to an end, most of the students couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Such a beautiful campus goddess, and yet her mind is completely messed up. Xiao Qingyue was also extremely angry. Nonsense. This is pure nonsense. It would be one thing if Lu Ruyan had acted foolishly, but Jiang Chen actually went along with it, something she never expected. Normally, Jiang Chen was a devoted puppy, but he came from a good background, with decent manners and personality, and was usually calm and composed. But his performance today? Completely unrecognizable as a puppy. He was incredibly tough. Qingyue, don't be so angry, it's just a little children's play between two kids. Yeah, do you really think Jiang Chen would ruin her? But, an A-level beast taming talent contract with a black soul beast, such a beautiful flower wasted on cow dung, what a waste. I don't know where this black soul beast came from. I need to visit the beast taming training base sometime and ask those old guys why they send us such junk. They must be getting senile. The other teachers took turns speaking, all trying to console Xiao Qingyue. Xiao Qingyue thought for a moment and also felt it made sense. Considering how Jiang Chen usually chased after Lu Ruyan like a dog, she really didn't believe Jiang Chen would do anything to her. Thinking this way, her anger subsided quite a bit. As for Lu Ruyan, she clenched her fists tightly. She saw the reactions of the teachers and students, and it only made her even more angry. He really doesn't dare touch me, and he will definitely lose to me, but I will absolutely destroy him. Lu Ruyan's face was cold as ice, and she couldn't wait to see Jiang Chen lose in front of her, begging pitifully. Lu Ruyan suddenly smiled, and she smiled happily. She picked up the black soul beast, already planning its training, and turned to leave. However, before she could leave, Jiang Chen stepped forward and blocked her way. Lu Ruyan was confused. In her puzzled gaze, Jiang Chenli said, "Eat my food, wear my clothes, use my things, and then want to leave without returning anything. Do you really think I'm a fool?" Seeing the cold smile at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth, Lu Ruyan instinctively covered her left cheek and stepped back half a step. Chapter 7, Lu Ruyan's Frantic Rage. Lu Ruyan was stunned, standing in place, completely confused. Until Jiang Chen's gaze fixed, landing on the bracelet on her wrist. No. Absolutely not. Upon noticing Jiang Chen's gaze, Jiang Yuntao suddenly screamed like a frightened duck, his voice high-pitched. He tightly held the bracelet on Lu Ruyan's wrist, guarding it like a thief, afraid it would be snatched away. This was a $1 million soul artifact beast taming bracelet, which not only had a beast taming space that could increase a beast's growth rate by 10%, making it convenient to carry, but also had an identification function that could show the basic information of the tamed beasts. Such soul artifacts were rare even in the entire Yunji city. More importantly, Lu Ruyan had promised to give it to him after some time. For a soul artifact of this level, he couldn't even imagine owning it, let alone seeing it. How could he let Jiang Chen easily take it back? Just like Lu Ruyan, this was his private possession. Lu Ruyan frowned, looking at Jiang Yuntao's anxious expression, feeling a bit displeased. She pulled her hand away from Jiang Yuntao's grip, looking at the sky blue beast taming bracelet on her wrist, some hazy memories gradually resurfacing. She had forgotten that this beast taming bracelet was something Jiang Chen had put a lot of effort into preparing for her. He had hoped it would make things easier for her after she contracted a beast. But she had always disliked Jiang Chen and hated how he occasionally used his family's wealth to pressure others. Therefore, she had never taken it seriously. Until Jiang Chen spoke. She only then noticed the bracelet. Your stuff, I couldn't care less. Lu Ruyan curled her lips, disdain clearly written on her face. She used both hands forcefully, awkwardly taking the bracelet off her delicate, smooth wrist, leaving a red mark. It was clear to see how much she deeply despised Jiang Chen, and everything related to him. Here, take it back. Lu Ruyan said cleanly and decisively, with a single force, she threw the beast tamer bracelet directly at Jiang Chen. Let's go. Then, she tried to leave with Jiang Yuntao, not even noticing the sorrow and regret on Jiang Yuntao's face. Jiang Yuntao was in tears. Lu Ruyan didn't even give him a chance to stop her. Wait. But before they could take a few steps, Jiang Chen's voice came from behind. Lu Ruyan stopped, her irritation visible to the naked eye. Her patience had already reached its limit, and Jiang Chen had completely exhausted her patience. Jiang Chen! I warn you to know when to stop. Lu Ruyan turned around, her beautiful eyes filled with killing intent, her gaze towards Jiang Chen full of disgust. I know, all of this is just your way of trying to get my attention. Pathetic and laughable. Lu Ruyan sneered coldly, you better give up now. I, Lu Ruyan, never have, never will, and never will in the future, like you. Remember, never. She said it all in one breath, her breathing slightly hurried, but her mood was incredibly pleasant, extremely satisfying. Everyone around was stunned.
They had no idea how it came to this, how the relationship between Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan had turned so bad.
Is this still the Jiang Chen we knew, the devoted fool? Everyone looked at Jiang Chen, thousands of questions rising in their minds. Jiang Chen should be fine, right? Xiao Qingyue looked worried.
You have to know, Jiang Chen was the key trainee they planned to focus on next. At his age, to be rejected so openly by the person he liked in front of everyone. She was worried Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to bear this blow, psychologically suffering, and possibly falling into despair and never recovering.
But clearly, Xiao Qingyue's worry was unnecessary.
Until Lu Ruyan finished speaking, Jiang Chen just calmly looked at her, his expression showing no change, and no sadness or despair like Xiao Qingyue had imagined. Under everyone's varying gazes, Jiang Chen stepped forward, coldly looking at Lu Ruyan, and spoke faintly.
Lu Ruyan, how much do you think your love is worth to me?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's heart shook.
The devoted fool had awakened.
You! Lu Ruyan was nearly furious. Without saying a word, she went to the side of the playground to get her designer bag and in front of Jiang Chen, dumped everything out.
Take it back. Take it back. It's all yours.
Soon, all sorts of small items clattered to the ground, from beast tamer gear to sanitary napkins, to small items beloved by girls, everything was there, truly making many people open their eyes.
Oh my, isn't that the toy stick for beasts worth over 10,000? And it's studded with diamonds, so shiny. Look at that bag of premium beast food, it's almost as much as my yearly tuition fees. That limited edition beast tamer figurine is worth hundreds of thousands. And that bag, also a limited edition, I heard it's been sold for over hundreds of thousands. Looking at the glittering items on the ground, the boys weren't too impressed, but many of the girls were starry-eyed, drooling with envy. Some girls, too excited, were pounding their chests in anger, wishing they could replace Lu Ruyan and throw themselves directly into Jiang Chen's arms. This isn't a devoted fool, he's clearly a guy who knows how to care. Good Gidge, good older brother. Jiang Chen, fine, you're something.
Lu Ruyan was so furious her face was nearly smoking, her face so dark it seemed like water could drip from it.
In front of so many people, Jiang Chen embarrassed her like this, she must destroy him, and now, she had one more reason to do so. Under Lu Ruyan's murderous gaze, Jiang Chen didn't care at all. He took a quick glance at the items, and... There are too many things, and I can't remember if everything is here. However, seeing Lu Ruoyan so flustered, the effect he wanted has already been achieved. Lu Ruoyan, this is just the beginning, it doesn't even count as interest.
Jiang Chen sneered inwardly, stepping over the pile of expensive gifts, discarding them like worthless things.
These things are dirty, who will throw them away for me? You! Lu Ruoyan was furious, her teeth almost grinding, Jiang Chen actually dared to call her dirty.
But the others didn't care about what was in her heart, cheering non-stop, young Master Jiang is so generous. Some young girls rushed over and quickly snatched up everything on the ground.
Lu Ruoyan's face turned ashen, shaking with rage, no longer wanting to look at Jiang Chen for a second.
She couldn't bear to see Jiang Chen so smug.
Let's go! Lu Ruoyan was furious.
In her anger, she no longer had the kind demeanor she had shown towards Jiang Yuntao earlier.
Watching the two of them leave, Jiang Chen couldn't stop smiling.
Lu Ruoyan, my things, even if they are thrown away, will never be given to you again. Jiang Chen laughed from the bottom of his heart, releasing a bit of his pent-up frustration. He quickly withdrew his gaze and finally had time to focus on the little wolf cub, who had been squatting at his feet, baring its teeth, always ready to attack.
Alright, it's fine, there will be plenty of opportunities to deal with them.
Jiang Chen gently patted the little wolf cub's head in a soothing manner, and the cub relaxed, retracting its battle-ready stance. Then, Jiang Chen skillfully put on the Beastmaster bracelet and activated its master recognition function.
Luckily, it hasn't bonded with a master yet, otherwise, this fine soul tool would have been ruined.
A soul tool is an auxiliary item crafted by high-level Beastmasters using secret methods.
It's generally divided into two categories, combat and support.
And this Beastmaster bracelet is a support-type soul tool, quite rare. If not for the Jiang family's vast wealth, even he might not have been able to get it.
Just right to test the effect.
After playing with the Beastmaster bracelet for a while, Jiang Chen skillfully summoned a small amount of soul power and injected it into the Beastmaster bracelet. Soon, the little wolf cub's information appeared in front of Jiang Chen's eyes.
Beast, Ice Snow Wolf King, Juvenile Stage. Bloodline, Lord Level. Attributes, Beast Type, Ice Type. Level, Warrior Servant 1 star. Talent Skills.
Wolf King Will, Beginner Wolf King Bloodline, naturally superior, with innate pressure of a higher being, providing a certain battle power increase.
Common Skills. Bite, a juvenile Beastmaster's instinctive attack skill, power is limited. Chapter 8, Dad. With the Beastmaster bracelet, the little wolf cub's information appeared in detail before Jiang Chen. Apart from the bloodline and power, the related skills were also introduced. This attribute information was quite similar to what Jiang Chen remembered.
As for the little wolf cub's inherent defect in its soul, it did not show up.
The defect was hidden deeply, even a beastmaster like Xiao Qingyue would have trouble detecting it.
If it weren't for his memories from the past life, Jiang Chen wouldn't have known about it. Beast-type, Ice-type Beastmaster, the evolution path is generally either physical strength combat or element control enhancement, but I remember there's another hidden evolution path for dual-type beasts. However, the little wolf's strength is too low, and my level is weak too. With my current feeble 1-star Black Iron soul power, I doubt it could support the little wolf's evolution. This isn't urgent, we'll focus on improving our strength first. Jiang Chen lowered his head in deep thought, already having a general direction in his mind for the little wolf cub's future growth. While Jiang Chen was pondering, the people on the training ground had mostly scattered. After forming the contract with the beast, it would also take a lot of time to cultivate mutual understanding. Only in this way would both sides grow faster and unleash greater combat power.
This is a necessary process, though slow.
For beginner beast masters like them, it was of course best to spend more time with the beast alone.
Cultivating feelings is the most important.
Therefore, as soon as Lu Ruoyan left, with no more excitement to see, everyone just left.
As it was almost time for school to end, Jiang Chen did not delay any longer.
Little guy, you rest for a while, wait, I will take you for a big meal.
Ow.
The little wolf cub growled softly, showing affection to Jiang Chen, rubbing its little head against Jiang Chen's feet.
Alright, let's go home.
With a slight thought, a light blue glow instantly wrapped the little wolf cub and placed it into the beast space of the bracelet. The sunlight was intense, the sky was blue, and the landscape was magnificent. This time, what belongs to me will be a brand new life.
Outside Yunzhong First High.
It was just the time for school to end, and on the streets and alleys outside the school gate, youthful, vibrant faces were everywhere. Many people gathered in groups of 3 or 5, watching as some students just signed contracts with their beasts, their expressions full of curiosity or envy, with hope shining in their innocent faces. Beep beep beep. Soon, a deep black Porsche Cayenne passed through the traffic and stopped at the school gate.
The luxury car was eye-catching, attracting many people's attention.
Even in this world where beasts were revered, material superiority was still enough to make people envious. After all, not everyone could become a powerful beast master and join the upper class. Many people contracted beasts, but either lacked the resources to cultivate them or had limited potential. For various reasons, they were almost no different from ordinary people and still had material desires. The car window rolled down, and sitting inside was a middle-aged man, wearing a suit, a tie, and very showy sunglasses. He had a habit of smiling with the corners of his mouth lifted, looking very much at ease as he basked in the admiration and envy of those around him. Everything about him radiated a sense of superiority, as if he was above others.
Xiao Chen, I heard you signed a beast contract today.
Where is your beast?
Why didn't you bring it out? Is it something you're embarrassed to show?
Heh, even a lousy wife should meet her in-laws. Even if you contracted a trashy beast, it's fine. Wait until Yun Tao becomes a powerful beast master, then you can just follow him.
The middle-aged driver casually rested his arm on the car window and spoke to Jiang Chen in a relaxed tone.
His voice even carried a trace of mockery and contempt, showing no awareness of the respect a driver should have. He had known all along that Jiang Chen would give the little wolf cub to Lu Ruoyan, so he thought Jiang Chen had contracted a trashy beast and was too embarrassed to bring it with him. Jiang Chen unconsciously frowned, not saying a word, and sat in the back seat. Drive. He closed the car door, speaking in a simple and direct tone.
Ha! The middle-aged driver was stunned.
Miss Ruoyan and young master Yun Tao haven't arrived yet, let's wait a little bit. He smiled and completely ignored Jiang Chen's words, making his own decision. However, he also noticed that something was off with Jiang Chen today. In the past, Jiang Chen would always wait for Lu Ruoyan and Jiang Yun Tao and personally take them home together. He pulled his sunglasses down a bit on his nose and glanced at Jiang Chen through the rearview mirror.
Xiao Chen, did you have a fight with Ruoyan?
You know, you really are something, at your age, still throwing tantrums like a kid. Miss Ruoyan and young master Yun Tao are sensible kids, you really should learn from them. How about this, when they come, you apologize a bit.
I believe they will forgive you. Jiang Chen's frown deepened even more.
I said, drive the car. But the middle-aged driver still ignored him, continuing to scold.
You really are something, why can't you be more sensible?
I'm telling you, you need to treat Yun Tao well. Otherwise, when Yun Tao becomes successful, you'll be the one crying. Listening to the incessant chatter, Jiang Chen opened his eyes, and his gaze was chillingly cold.
Jiang Detsai. Am I giving you face? Jiang Detsai turned his head, meeting Jiang Chen's icy gaze.
He subconsciously shrank his head, feeling guilty and breaking out in cold sweat. Before he could say anything more, Jiang Chen's cold words made him feel a chill all over, as though he had fallen into an ice cave. Is it that I spoiled you too much, or have you become so arrogant that you can't even recognize your own place?
Zhang Defei, you're just a driver in my Zhang family, do you think you're qualified to give orders in front of me? And when did my Zhang family suddenly have two young ladies in masters? That piece of trash Zhang Yuntao, who is nothing but fake and disgusting, only good at playing schemes, does he think he can become something great? It's laughable. You'd better pray that a month from now, he still has a chance to hear you talk about these daydreams. Jiang Chen didn't spare him at all, got out of the car, opened the driver's side door, and directly yanked Zhang Defei out. Woo! Then, he slammed the accelerator to the floor, speeding for 2 miles, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Zhang Defei was completely confused, not knowing where he had offended Jiang Chen, his neat suit covered in dust and exhaust fumes. Looking at the direction where the luxury car disappeared, he felt like a deflated balloon, completely lost, his body limp as he sat on the ground. In his ears, Jiang Chen's final words still echoed. From now on, you are fired. When he realized he had lost his job, Zhang Defei, a man over 40 years old, couldn't help but cry helplessly. It's over. It's all over. At this moment, Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yuntao walked out of the school gate, surrounded by a group of excited students. Hee, it's still our young Master Jiang, making a big show. Yeah, I heard that a single dish at Cloud Peak Sky Palace costs tens of thousands. Ordinary people can't afford it, but following young Master Jiang, we're lucky to have a taste. We're all classmates, so we should take care of each other. Don't worry, in a few days, I'll treat everyone. Let's gather at Cloud Peak Sky Palace for a nice meal. Zhang Yuntao smiled, his face full of joy. In his good mood, he was also arranging a get-together with classmates, planning a big meal to celebrate finally securing a Beastmaster contract, taking a key step towards becoming a Beastmaster. The flattery and praise around him never stopped, and Zhang Yuntao straightened his back, feeling very proud. He silently clenched the black card in his pocket, feeling incredibly lucky. It's good that this unlimited black card wasn't taken back by that fool Jiang Chen. With this card, I don't have to worry about anything, whether it's a big meal or buying materials to train beasts. While Zhang Yuntao was basking in his glory, his eyes suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure sitting on the ground, holding his head and crying. His smile instantly froze on his face. Dad! Dad! Zhang Yuntao's exclamation caused the group of students around him to be shocked. Isn't young Master Jiang the young master of the Jiang family? How could he call a driver dad? Everyone was puzzled, their gazes shifting between Zhang Yuntao and Zhang Defei, their expressions strange. Upon closer inspection, the two's facial features were quite similar. This made them doubt. Ahem. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Yuntao's forward movement suddenly stopped. He withdrew the foot he had already stepped out with, without a sound. He quickly adjusted his expression, pretending to be melancholic. It would have been nice if Dad could come. Zhang Yuntao concealed it quickly, with worry and panic flashing by in an instant. Everyone understood. They assumed Zhang Yuntao was feeling sentimental. After all, Zhang Yuntao had always publicly said that his father passed away at a young age. So it wasn't strange for him to feel this way. That's odd, why didn't this driver even bring the car today? Zhang Yuntao pretended to be calm and muttered with confusion. His words diverted everyone's attention, and they no longer pursued Zhang Yuntao's identity question. Yeah, isn't he your family's driver? How is he so incompetent? Though he's a driver, someone like him from the countryside can drive a Porsche Cayenne? He must be dreaming, can't even handle such a small thing and is crying like this, really embarrassing you. This guy looks so rustic, and yet always acts so arrogant. That day, I took a few more glances at the car, and he cursed me several times. Young Master Jiang, deduct the salary. You have to deduct the salary. Otherwise, I'll have my dad drive for you, I guarantee he's better than this idiot, heh. Seeing Zhang Defei's desperate crying, several students had already formed a negative opinion of him, and their words became sharp and sarcastic, degrading him to nothing. They didn't even notice that Zhang Yuntao's face was getting darker and darker. But the image of the rich young master that Zhang Yuntao had worked so hard to build, he didn't want it to be destroyed just like that. If these people found out he was just the son of a driver, not the so-called young master of the Zhang family, it would feel worse than being killed. Everyone, please go, I'll book the place, and we can all gather together later. Facing the humiliation from everyone, even though Zhang Yuntao felt extremely displeased, he could only force a smile. He was eager to care about Zhang Defei's situation and didn't want to continue the topic. After hastily greeting them, he quickly jogged to Zhang Defei's side. Dad, what's going on? Looking at Zhang Defei, who was crying and snotting, Zhang Yuntao's tone carried a hint of reproach. Zhang Defei's appearance had already attracted a lot of attention, and in the whispers and murmurs, he wanted nothing more than to find a hole to hide in, feeling completely embarrassed. Yuntao, you're finally here. Hearing Zhang Yuntao's voice, Zhang Defei immediately scrambled up from the ground. He didn't even bother to brush off the dirt on his suit and started crying out loudly, that little bastard Jiang Chen, he actually fired me. Zhang Defei was so agitated, he cursed Jiang Chen dozens of times, exaggerating the story.
Listening to the events, Zhang Yuntao's fist clenched tighter and tighter, his knuckles turning white.
Jiang Chen! How dare you do this? His face was pale with anger, looking as if he was about to explode. What happened? At this moment, Lu Ruoyan also walked over.
When Zhang Difei saw Lu Ruoyan, his eyes lit up, as if he had seen a savior.
Ruoyan, you're finally here. That little bastard treated me like this.
You must punish him properly this time, and stand up for uncle.
Lu Ruoyan's eyes were dark, her teeth clenched, and she was full of hatred. It's him again? To get her attention, Jiang Chen even went so far as to mistreat Zhang Difei. He was completely out of his mind.
Ruoyan, you have to help me. If I lose this job, our whole family is finished. Zhang Difei's face was full of pain. Being a driver for the Zhang family, not only did it give him face, but he also earned a salary of 100,000 a month, just by driving Jiang Chen to and from school. The real money was a lot, the work was minimal, and it was close to home.
This was all because Jiang Chen took Lu Ruoyan's face into consideration and allowed Zhang Difei to benefit.
Therefore, Zhang Difei naturally pinned his hopes on Lu Ruoyan.
Ruoyan, look.
Zhang Yuntao immediately felt a headache. With things between him and Jiang Chen having escalated this far, he knew it would be hard for Zhang Difei to keep his driver job. But he also knew that with Zhang Difei's lazy habits, without this job, he might turn his attention to him. More importantly, if Zhang Difei didn't work, how would he still have a Porsche to pick him up from school every day? Thus, even though he knew it was a slim chance, he still hoped that Lu Ruoyan could intervene and persuade Jiang Chen.
To his surprise, Lu Ruoyan flatly rejected him.
She glared at Zhang Yuntao, making him swallow the rest of his words.
Then, she turned her gaze towards Zhang Difei.
Uncle, don't worry, it won't be long before Jiang Chen pays for everything he's done. The roar of the engine cut through the brightly lit skyscrapers, like a black lightning bolt, drawing everyone's attention. With hands on the steering wheel, driving on the wide road, even the worries seemed to float away with the wind.
Jiang Chen's heart was racing with anticipation.
Following the familiar road, he soon drove out of the crowded city and arrived at a beautiful, peaceful villa area with isolated buildings lined up. At the deepest part of the row of villas, there was a magnificent mansion facing southeast, perched on a hill, overlooking the entire city.
This was the Jiang family's estate, and also Jiang Chen's home.
When he reached here, Jiang Chen finally slowed down his car a little. That old man, he must be at home now, probably hiding and waiting to catch me with 7 wolves. Thinking about that mischievous old man from his memories, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. Whoa, dear uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, I just lost 2,000 yuan, I really can't do anything about it.
Can you please be kind enough to lend me 100 yuan to go home? I'm really starving, whoa.
At that moment, not far ahead of Jiang Chen, under a tree, a crowd had gathered, which seemed quite odd. Among the crowd, a little girl was sitting on the ground with her arms wrapped around her legs, her eyes blurry with tears, biting her lip to prevent the tears from falling. The girl looked pitiful, but the onlookers were just watching, without offering any help. It was obvious that everyone had assumed the little girl was a scammer.
TSK, her acting isn't bad.
Jiang Chen was quite surprised, but he only glanced at her and was about to drive away. But just then, a chubby figure appeared, holding 100 yuan, and walked directly towards the little girl.
Fukue.
Seeing that familiar figure, Jiang Chen was both shocked and happy. He quickly parked the car by the roadside and ran over. At this moment, Wang Fukue had already handed 100 yuan to the little girl. Then, he chewed on the chicken leg in his hand, as if thinking of something, and handed her another 100 yuan, buy something to eat on the way.
Thank you, brother.
You are such a good person. The little girl was tearfully grateful, lowering her head, clutching the 200 yuan to her chest, and quickly ran towards the outside of the villa area.
Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled, walking over slowly. You really gave it?
Wang Fukue turned around, glanced at Jiang Chen, then frowned and looked away, clearly not wanting to respond, and turned to leave. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh helplessly and chased after him. Aren't you afraid of being scammed? Blocked by the road, Wang Fukue finally gave Jiang Chen a glance, then silently took out a wad of cash from his pocket.
But I really found 2,000. Chapter 10, Oh, the little puppy is back. 999, you're really amazing.
Looking at the wad of cash in Wang Fugue's hand, Jiang Chen's mouth twitched, and he suddenly felt all his energy drain away, not knowing what to say. As expected, Fugue was still the same Fugue, with a little bit of conscience, but not much. You say your family is big and your business is prosperous, why are you still worrying about that little girl's money? Jiang Chen said, a bit dissatisfied. TCH, how could I be sure it's hers? Wang Fugue glanced at Jiang Chen sideways, speaking in a casual tone. Besides, for a woman, you've abandoned your brother, so how dare you talk about me? After saying that, Wang Fugue turned around and was about to leave, not giving Jiang Chen any good face.
Jiang Chen smiled wryly and felt a headache coming on. This chubby guy really holds a grudge. He was quite helpless. But then, thinking about the past life, where Wang Fugui died in the monster riot 1 year later while protecting Yunjiang City, Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't stop watering. Stop. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes at Wang Fugui and smiled. Of course, brothers are more important. Huh? Wang Fugui briefly stopped in his tracks, looking at Jiang Chen seriously, his eyes filled with suspicion. This moment of doubt was very short. Then, without any hesitation or doubt, he immediately turned and walked away. I must be crazy. If a puppy could change its ways, I'd eat a ton. Wang Fugui walked away decisively, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Okay, you're back to scamming food and drinks, right? Jiang Chen was completely speechless. It's no wonder Wang Fugui was so cold. For Lu Ruyan, he had done too many ridiculous things and hurt his brother's feelings. But fortunately, he and Wang Fugui had grown up together since they drank milk as kids, and that bond, shared over the same bottle of AD calcium milk, still remained unbreakable. Why don't you believe me? Jiang Chen hurriedly caught up, not caring if Wang Fugui was listening, and explained the bet he made with Lu Ruyan. Half an hour later, the two of them sat by the roadside, Wang Fugui staring blankly at Jiang Chen, lost in long silence. Bro, are you crazy? After a long while, Wang Fugui finally snapped out of it and carefully examined if Jiang Chen had lost his mind. He knew all too well Jiang Chen's relentless obsession with Lu Ruyan. It could be said that it wasn't just infatuation, it was madness, an incomprehensible madness. It was hard for him to believe Jiang Chen would ever come to his senses. Wang Fugui's reaction was just as Jiang Chen had expected. If he hadn't been reborn, it would have been hard to believe that such deep love could ever fade away. Well, that's the story. In a month, Lu Ruyan will no longer exist in my life. Jiang Chen stood up, supporting his knee, with a calm expression. Seeing Wang Fugui again, he still felt very happy inside. And after confirming that Jiang Chen had come to his senses, Wang Fugui's attitude immediately did a 180-degree turn, his face turning full of enthusiasm. Good. Good. Hee hee, bro, I knew you wouldn't hang yourself on a crooked tree forever. Celebrate. We must celebrate. Let's go. Barbecue time, I'm gonna treat you big. Celebrate with my money? Have some shame. Jiang Chen gave him a look of disdain. TCH, what's mine is yours, and what's yours is still mine. Why are we separating our brotherhood? 6. Jiang Chen couldn't resist Wang Fugui and ended up having a few grilled chicken legs. After some playful banter, their relationship was completely restored. However, the chicken legs were paid for by Wang Fugui. It's really strange, I don't know where my card went. Until he parked the car in the manor, Jiang Chen still couldn't remember where his black card had gone. His memory was too far back, and many things weren't so clear in his mind. Forget it, I'll report it lost and get a replacement later. Jiang Chen didn't really care about it. He quickly walked toward the center of the manor, where the classical building stood. At this moment, the manor was brightly lit, and from time to time, he could see people busying around. Seeing Jiang Chen return, they all respectfully greeted him. He kept walking until he reached the fountain in front of the classical building, where there were fewer people. Young master, you've returned. As soon as Jiang Chen arrived, an old butler, thin and slightly hunched, approached him. Xiao Bo. Jiang Chen politely greeted him. This old butler had been taking care of the manor ever since Jiang Chen could remember, handling everything neatly, and he had always been very kind to him. Unfortunately, he also died during the demonic chaos. Young master, please go inside. There are guests at home, and the master is waiting for you in the reception room. Guests? Jiang Chen frowned slightly. In his previous life, at this time, he was still chasing after Lu Ruyan, trying to please her, not even returning home for the night. He only remembered that when he came back the next day, his father's face was completely dark, and he didn't speak to him for several days. It seemed that this so-called guest was someone his father took very seriously. Who is it? With this question in his mind, Jiang Chen quickly walked inside. As soon as he entered, the crystal chandelier in the spacious hall emitted soft light, illuminating Jiang Chen. The crystal light hung from the ceiling, with 2 spiral wooden staircases on either side, leading upstairs. Below the staircases, there were 2 long, deep corridors. Jiang Chen walked into the left corridor and continued until the end. There, 2 redwood doors nearly 3 meters high were slightly ajar. Inside, he could hear occasional coughing and a conversation between an old man and a young woman. Cough cough. Girl, it's rare for you to come back and still remember this old bone of mine. You're kind-hearted. Grandpa Jiang, don't say that, our 2 families are longtime friends. My grandfather still often mentions you, saying that if it weren't for you, he would have died in the hands of those demons long ago. Cough, that old man, it's not like he hasn't saved me before, why does he keep bringing up these old matters in front of you all?
But you, girl, if you're not happy with that little brat, feel free to tell me any time. Although that engagement was arranged by us two old men, that little brat is becoming more and more unreasonable recently. The Lord-level Beastmaster bloodline I painstakingly found, and he actually wants to give it away to someone else, like a dog licking someone's boots. It really pisses me off. If you don't like this engagement, it can be cancelled right here. My little brat is really useless, not worthy of you. Jiang Chen stood outside the door, silently lost in thought. After all, I'm his own grandson. Can't he give me some face? Saying I'm like a licking dog, it's so embarrassing to even mention it. And what is this engagement thing about? After thinking for a while, a delicate and refined face slowly appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Could it be her? However, before Jiang Chen could think further, that bright and beautiful face appeared directly in front of him. Their eyes met, and the air was filled with awkward tension. Oh, the little licking dog is back. Chapter 11, Ji Xia. Standing in front of Jiang Chen was a girl dressed in a light yellow long dress. Her eyebrows and eyes were delicate, with a standard oval face, skin as white as snow, and a pair of shimmering eyes as clear as the blue water, elegant and otherworldly. She was like a drop of morning dew on a lotus leaf in the early morning, crystal clear, bright, and dazzling. The long dress set her off beautifully, making her look tall and graceful, even a bit taller than Jiang Chen. Especially with the heroic spirit she carried, not inferior to that of a man. At first glance, she was stunning, and the more you looked, the more you were captivated. Facing such a face, as beautiful as a fairy, it was hard not to be moved. But Jiang Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Little licking dog. Not much aggression, but the insult was very strong. This face, though, was different from the ethereal and cold one he remembered from before, wearing a red outfit and exuding a cold, aloof aura. It seemed to have added some playful and mischievous charm, becoming more lively and spirited. The person in front of him was none other than Ji Xia, the only female war god among the revered battle gods of Hanxia, known as the Red Phoenix battle god in her past life. Jiang Chen had always known about the engagement between him and Ji Xia, but in his previous life, they had only met a handful of times, and the total words they had exchanged did not exceed 10 sentences. He still remembered the last time he saw Ji Xia, during his final battle with the 9 great demons. At that time, he was severely injured and on the verge of death, barely clinging to life. In his last moment of fading consciousness, he saw a red figure descending through the air, with red clouds filling the sky. Jiang Chen! You can't die. I won't let you die. Then came the heart-wrenching, soul-shattering cry. Grandfather! To see you again. How wonderful! He tightly hugged the old man, feeling the long-lost warmth. But soon, Jiang Chen realized something was wrong. The temperature around them seemed strangely cold. Then, the old man's furious roar nearly burst his eardrums. You little! You still know how to come back! Swish! Without a moment of hesitation, and without any doubt, the 7 wolves let out a sonic boom in the air. Bang! Ah! Half an hour later. His grandfather, there are others around, can't you give me some face? Jiang Chen was rubbing his sore butt, standing obediently. The slightest movement made him wince and gasp in pain. The old man was so skilled at wielding the 7 wolves that Jiang Chen seriously suspected half of his backside had blossomed. Face? You want a hammer's worth of face? You've embarrassed me all the way to your grandmother's house. Old man Jiang sat on a carved pearwood chair, leaning on his dragon head cane, panting heavily, obviously very angry. The thought that Jiang Chen might have already sent out the ice snow wolf king cubs he had so hard to find made his anger rise in waves. Seeing the 7 wolves being drawn out again. Grandfather Jiang, please calm down. Ji Xia smiled, watching the grandfather and grandson glare at each other, feeling a bit amused. Girl, did I scare you? You don't understand, this brat won't improve without being beaten. To Ji Xia, old man Jiang was quite gentle, but once his gaze landed on Jiang Chen, he couldn't help but puff his cheeks and glare fiercely. No, grandfather Jiang, you're not in good health, it's not good for you to get angry. Ji Xia's smile was bright as she comforted the old man a few times. Seeing the old man's mood calm down a lot, Jiang Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But before Jiang Chen could fully relax, Ji Xia looked at him with a smile. How about, tomorrow I go to the Purple Cloud Mountain Range and catch some demons to help you vent? Jiang Chen? Let a weak, black iron level 1 beast master face demons? Are you trying to serve the demons a meal? Be a person. I think you're the demon. How can you say such cold words with your 37-degree small mouth? Jiang Chen was almost too exhausted to complain. He finally understood, this so-called Red Luan god of war was not only not aloof, but also had a bit of a scheming side. Seeing Ji Xia and the old man getting along more and more, as if they were destined to meet and had a let's do it now vibe, Jiang Chen knew he had to do something. Grandfather, I was wrong, truly wrong. Jiang Chen sincerely apologized, then quickly changed the subject, pretending to ask, who is this guest? Old man Jiang curled his lips, glared at Jiang Chen. What guest? Call her sister. You two still have an engagement, he emphasized strongly. Mentioning this made the old man even angrier, mumbling non-stop. Look at your sister Jixia. Not only did she get into one of the 5 highest Beastmaster academies, the Vermilion Bird Academy, last year, but at such a young age, she's already a golden level Beastmaster. And look at you, every day, you only know how to give me headaches. Hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately became unhappy. Grandfather, you can't be biased. How do you know I can't get into one of the 5 highest Beastmaster academies? You? The old man raised an eyebrow, casting several disdainful glances at Jiang Chen. The 5 highest Beastmaster academies were highly esteemed, considered a sacred hall in the hearts of billions of Beastmasters in Hanxia. To enter one was the dream of every Beastmaster. Hanxia had a population of billions, but every year, during the academy selection, the chances of entering one of the 5 highest sacred institutes was less than 1 in 100,000, showing just how difficult it was. He had worked hard to find the Ice Snow Wolf King Cub for Jiang Chen, hoping that Jiang Chen could study there. But based on Jiang Chen's usual behavior, he was already sure that the Ice Snow Wolf King had been sent out long ago. Even with the contract of the Ice Snow Wolf King, to him, Jiang Chen wanting to enter the 5 Supreme Beast Academies was still an incredibly difficult task. Jiang Chen said nothing, yet in his heart, he was indifferent to the old man's disdain. After all, he was once the #1 warrior in Hanxia, and such a selection process was somewhat challenging for him, but not too much. It seems you are quite confident. Jixia keenly caught Jiang Chen's indifference. She smiled and said nothing more. Then, Jixia walked in front of Jiang Chen, smiled mysteriously, raised her right hand palm up toward the sky, and revealed a fiery red bracelet on her elegant wrist, shining with dazzling flames. Come out. Scarlet eyes. Caw. In an instant, the living room lit up with flames, and red fire rose fiercely. Amidst the blazing fire, a small bird with double red eyes and shiny feathers flew out, leaving behind a red tail of fire. It soared into the sky, flying behind Jixia, its wings blazing like flowing fire, slowly unfurling. That powerful aura created a sense of dread in others. Wanting to enter the 5 Supreme Academies is not something that can be achieved just with words. Jixia's beautiful eyes sparkled with a smile. She said clearly, my Fire Cloud Sparrow is a Lord-level bloodline, and it was selected by the mentor to enter the Vermilion Bird Sacred Academy after reaching elite level. What about your beast? Chapter 12, Not a Good Person. Jixia playfully blinked her eyes, the corners of her lips curling up in slight pride. There was even a hint of provocation in her expression. Waves of heat radiated, and Jiang Chen felt a bit dry in his mouth and throat. Looking at Jixia, who was so proud in front of the Fire Cloud Sparrow, Jiang Chen was so angry he gritted his teeth. On purpose, this woman is definitely doing this on purpose. The old man was still fuming, and Jixia summoning the Fire Cloud Sparrow was just to remind him how foolish he truly was. This woman doesn't seem like a good person. Jixia blinked her eyes innocently, yet deep down, she was already overjoyed. She had contacted the old man a week before she arrived, knowing she was coming, but Jiang Chen only just returned and didn't take her seriously at all. This made Jixia feel a bit unsatisfied. She had deliberately summoned the Fire Cloud Sparrow to tell Jiang Chen how foolish it was to give up a Lord-level bloodline beast. At the same time, she was reminding the old man, the 7 wolves cannot stop. Ordinary beasts and Lord-level bloodline beasts are not one bit the same. You're going to regret this. Jixia grinned mischievously, then deliberately asked, so, what about your beast? Alright, so this is how it's going to be. Jiang Chen had to admit defeat. In this situation, if he really contracted something weird, he would be beaten out by the old man. But to be fair, this Fire Cloud Sparrow truly deserved to be a future extraordinary beast. Its oppressive aura was not ordinary. Even now, it showed impressive might. Fortunately, I'm technically superior. Jiang Chen straightened his waist, full of confidence. The Fire Cloud Sparrow is indeed powerful. Of course. Jixia proudly lifted her head. Just when she thought Jiang Chen was going to admit defeat, she suddenly heard him raise his voice, but, my little wolf is not weak. Whoa. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, the little wolf cub jumped down, landing on all fours, firmly standing in front of Jiang Chen. Jixia was stunned, clearly not expecting that Jiang Chen would contract the Ice Snow Wolf King. She turned her head in confusion to look at the old man. What kind of serious expression is that from the old man? The old man was also confused. You aren't. He still remembered Jiang Chen's earlier determination of chasing love, looking as if 10 oxen couldn't pull him back. How did he change his mind in just one day? As for the issue of not sending the little wolf cub away, it was completely outside Jixia and the old man's consideration. This is a joke. This is a Lord-level bloodline beast. Even the golden level, even the platinum level beastmasters would have to rack their brains. To be used as a contract's initial beast, they wouldn't believe anyone would be foolish enough to refuse. However, what surprised the two of them was more than just this. Under their astonished gazes, they saw the golden pattern on Jiang Chen's forehead appear again.
S-level, talent.
Jixia stood there stunned, frozen in place. Even old Master Jiang, who had seen so much, was as still as a stone sculpture, standing there with vacant eyes.
He was stunned. He clearly remembered that Jiang Chen's Beastmaster talent had only been A-level when he awakened. How did it become S-level in less than a day?
After a long while, old Master Jiang finally snapped out of it, grinning from ear to ear.
A genius. I knew it, you're definitely a genius. Blessings from our ancestors. My Jiang family is finally going to produce a remarkable figure.
His mood was so high it felt more thrilling than riding a roller coaster.
Jixia wasn't much better off either. Her pupils shook violently, and for a long time, she couldn't say a single word.
Even she, hailed as the most outstanding genius of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Academy in a century, had a Beastmaster talent that was only infinitely close to S-level.
But Jiang Chen? He was the real deal, S-level.
One could imagine that once Jiang Chen grew up, he would likely be a presence even she couldn't compare to. At this moment, Jixia felt like there was a huge stone stuck in her throat, like something lodged in her windpipe.
Just then, Jiang Chen appeared before her with a mischievous grin. My Beastmaster talent, it's just a so-so. Don't you think so?
Looking at Jiang Chen's arrogant face, Jixia couldn't help but laugh in anger. Because of their engagement, she had paid some attention to Jiang Chen and naturally knew that his Beastmaster talent had started as A-level. As for how this change happened, being a top student of Vermilion Bird Academy, she quickly realized.
A perfect fit, so your talent mutated, right?
Jixia's beautiful eyes sparkled, and her voice carried an unprecedented awe.
Jiang Chen smiled proudly, nodded, and said, satisfied. Look at you, trying to cause trouble. Jiang Chen strutted. However, Jixia's little scheming didn't bother him at all. On the contrary, it was somewhat cute.
It felt like two rivals, admiring each other.
Your talent seems quite extraordinary.
Jixia no longer had the mood to keep digging traps for Jiang Chen.
Her attention was entirely focused on Jiang Chen's talent. Every S-level talent was uniquely powerful.
Especially Jiang Chen's current talent, which gave her a much stronger feeling.
However, after recalling the descriptions of hundreds of S-level talents in the Vermilion Bird Academy's library, she couldn't find any that resembled Jiang Chen's talent. This made Jixia even more curious about Jiang Chen. Can you show me what it can do? Jiang Chen shrugged and immediately nodded. Do you have any materials the little wolf can use? Anything will do.
He hadn't had the chance to test the effects of Tyrant Devour yet, so now was a good time to try. Perhaps because of Jixia's firm determination to face death back then, Jiang Chen had never rejected her. Even demonstrating it in front of Jixia didn't feel like a problem. As for old Master Jiang, that went without saying, he was the closest person to him. Just like old Master Jiang said, there were no outsiders here, and subconsciously, Jiang Chen had accepted this. Your little wolf has an affinity for the ice element, and is a beast type, so normally, materials with ice elements or materials that increase health would work. Jixia pondered for a moment, then shook her head. But I don't have those materials on me. The fire cloud sparrow is a fire-type beast, and its affinity is completely opposite to the little wolf's. The materials she had on her would be useless to the little wolf.
I have some.
Old Master Jiang chuckled and raised his hand. As he raised his hand, a crystal of ice, emitting cold air, appeared in front of Jiang Chen.
Good thing you learned from the past.
Otherwise, all these materials I prepared would have been wasted. Saying this, he handed a space ring to Jiang Chen. Back when he got the little wolf cub, he had already prepared all the necessary cultivation materials, fully stocked. Fortunately, the little wolf cub ultimately became Jiang Chen's beast, so his efforts were not in vain. Jiang Chen took the space ring, rubbed his nose awkwardly, and said seriously, "Grandfather, it won't happen again in the future." Then, Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the little wolf cub, and the pattern on his forehead reappeared.
Then let me see the power of this S-rank talent. Chapter 13, Advancement. Black Iron 3-star.
Jiang Chen's eyes were like lightning, bright and piercing, with a faint golden glow rising in his pupils. As he activated his talent, a weak soul force traveled through the soul bridge formed by the contract with the little wolf, acting upon its body.
Whoa.
In an instant, two beams of golden light shot out from the little wolf's eyes, and it couldn't help but let out a high-pitched howl. As if drawn by some mysterious power, the ice crystals on the ground melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into pure energy that flowed into the little wolf's body. After about half an hour, all the energy from the ice crystal had been completely absorbed by the little wolf, leaving only a puddle of water soaking into the luxurious carpet. Such a domineering, devouring power. Witnessing the whole process, Jixia covered her mouth in shock. These ice crystals were common ice-type beast cultivation materials, and the ice elemental power contained within them was not particularly abundant. However, for a battle servant 1-star beast, even one like the little wolf with a lord-level bloodline, absorbing all the energy from such an ice crystal would normally take at least 3 to 4 hours. But now, the time had been reduced by more than 10 times. In other words, with the Tyrant Devour talent, Jiang Chen's beast cultivation speed was 10 times that of others.
This talent was simply earth-shattering.
One must know that even for her, after entering the Vermilion Bird Academy and using special methods, her Fire Cloud Sparrow's growth speed was only about 5 to 6 times faster than normal beasts. It was nowhere near the speed the little wolf had just displayed.
What exactly is your talent?
Ji Xia was full of curiosity. This was the first time she had ever seen such a terrifying talent.
Tyrant Devour.
Jiang Chen's voice was deep, and he was just as shocked. The effect of Tyrant Devour had completely exceeded his expectations. In Jiang Chen's perception, it felt as if as long as his soul power was strong enough, he could devour everything in the world, overwhelmingly dominant. This talent is almost identical to that ancient legend about the great calamity beast. Jiang Chen's vision was far beyond Ji Xia's at this moment, and he quickly connected it to the fearsome creature recorded only in myths.
Devouring the heavens and swallowing the earth, consuming mountains and rivers.
And this was just the effect of his black iron 1-star soul power. If his soul power grew stronger in the future.
That effect. Jiang Chen didn't even dare to imagine. He couldn't help but get excited. Grandfather, I'm heading to the training hall first.
Without another word, Jiang Chen picked up the little wolf and ran toward the training hall built in the back of the estate. Just from that brief moment, he could clearly feel that his physique and soul power had improved significantly. At this rate, he was confident he could advance to the Bronze Beast Master level within the next month.
Hey, aren't you going to eat first? This kid is always so impatient.
Ji Xia and the old man both spoke up one after the other, watching as Jiang Chen disappeared in the blink of an eye. But in their hearts, they were sincerely happy for him. To become a powerful beastmaster, talent was important, but effort was also indispensable. After all, the world was never short of talent.
How is he still the same as I remember? Could he really be the type to grovel for someone's affection?
Ji Xia tilted her head, feeling troubled.
Jiang Chen's determined and energetic look.
She was no different from the little tail that always ran around with a runny nose, constantly calling her sister, non-stop.
The sunshine was bright and cheerful, full of positivity.
There is still a difference, he's grown taller and become more handsome. The only thing that hasn't changed is that there's no sign of him being a lickspittle, even though just now, he sneaked several glances at her neck. After a long silence, Ji Xia suddenly turned her head.
Grandpa Jiang, you're right, I should spend more time with you. Old man? Not leaving? Is it so sudden? Jiang Chen jogged through the backyard, and at the far end of the estate, there was a wide lawn.
In the center of the lawn, a grand training hall stood out. It was originally a golf course, but when Jiang Chen was in his senior year of high school, the old man had painfully and dramatically renovated it, building the training hall. It was also to make it convenient for Jiang Chen's training after becoming a beast master. The training hall was fully equipped and well lit. At first glance, it looked like a large indoor gymnasium. Usually, when there was no one around, some beast masters hired by the Jiang family would also come here to train. After several delays, by the time Jiang Chen stepped into the training hall, it was almost 11 o'clock. The entire training hall was empty, even the cleaning staff had finished their shift. This is perfect, no one will disturb me. Jiang Chen found a spot and sat down. Howl. The little wolf cub leaned against Jiang Chen's feet, absorbing the energy of an ice crystal. It looked a little excited. Its pair of black, shiny little eyes stared at Jiang Chen, full of desire for power. Hey, don't rush. Jiang Chen patted the little wolf's head and quickly counted the materials from the space ring. In addition to 500 or 600 ice crystals, there were also a lot of materials like purple gold ginseng, which could increase vitality. Even the snow mice, which the ice snow wolf loved to eat, had been made into dried mouse jerky to satisfy the little wolf's appetite while also serving as a teething toy. That was so considerate. Of course, besides these things, there were also 3 rare and precious materials. They were the rare ice-type materials Ice Spirit Grass, Snow Lotus, and the beast-type vitality material Barbarian Source Oregon. Without exception, even these 3 expensive rare materials were piled up in large amounts. After sorting everything, not counting the $1 million space ring, just the price of this pile of materials would probably exceed $1 million. It was clear that, in order for Jiang Chen to go further on the path of becoming a beast master, the old man had put in a lot of effort. Grandpa is really something, a beast master with battle servant strength doesn't need so many things. Jiang Chen complained, but his heart felt warm. He really cherished this care from his family. After everything was ready, Jiang Chen calmed down, focused, and activated his soul force to use Tyrant Devour, starting to cultivate the little wolf. Time passed slowly, and the little wolf's strength grew little by little. Battle Servant 1 star.
Battle Servant 2 stars. Battle Servant 3 stars?
After a whole night, after absorbing more than 10 ice crystals, the little wolf's strength was fully stabilized at the Battle Servant 3-star level. Even its size had grown considerably, becoming even more handsome. This was still because the little wolf had a higher bloodline, and each increase in strength required more energy than an average beast. Otherwise, with this growth speed, breaking into Battle Servant 4 stars wouldn't be a big problem. Phew, it's lucky it's young, otherwise, this high-intensity cultivation would really be too much for an ordinary person to handle. Having stayed up all night, Jiang Chen looked a bit weary. With his current soul force strength, using Tyrant Devour was quite demanding. It was lucky that Jiang Chen had incredible willpower. If it were an ordinary person, they would have collapsed by now. But Jiang Chen didn't come out empty-handed after that tiring night. With the little wolf's strength growing, his own strength had also advanced to Black Iron 3 stars. Progress is rapid. At this rate, it seems that the speed of advancing to the Bronze Beastmaster will be much faster than I expected. Jiang Chen stood up, stretched lazily to wake himself up, and said, "Now, we can start preparing for actual combat training." The most important factors in determining a beast's combat strength are, without a doubt, its power level and practical combat ability. With the S-level Beastmaster talent, Tyrant Devouring, Jiang Chen wasn't worried about the little wolf's power level rising. But he placed great importance on the practical combat ability. Normally, after signing a contract with a beast, the school would arrange for us to engage in daily battle training. However, such training wouldn't be very beneficial for the little wolf's development. I wonder, will Teacher Xiao take us to the wild to see? Fighting those bloodthirsty beasts is the fastest way for a beast to grow. Thinking this, Jiang Chen went back to his room for a shower. Seeing that the old man hadn't woken up yet, he quickly had some breakfast and drove his Porsche to school. Chapter 14, does this count as being 80-foot D? Yunjiang High School. In Class 1, Grade 3. After one night, the novelty of signing a beast contract had not worn off. As soon as Jiang Chen entered the classroom, he saw many students playing with their beasts, laughing and making noise, with various small animal sounds filling the room. As a key class, the students in Grade 3, Class 1 had excellent Beastmaster talents, and the atmosphere seemed much more relaxed. Jiang Chen's seat was in the first row, by the window, right next to Lu Ruyan's seat. Zhang Yuntao's seat was also there. At this moment, probably due to the betting agreement, neither of the two seemed very enthusiastic. Especially Zhang Yuntao, whose face was completely dark, as if he were squeezing something in his hands out of frustration, making a crack sound. As soon as Jiang Chen walked over, Zhang Yuntao immediately jumped up. "Jiang Chen, why did you do this?" Zhang Dekai was expelled, and he didn't want his rich second-generation persona to be exposed, so he had gone to the car rental shop early in the morning to rent a luxury car to save face. But when he swiped the card, his unlimited black card was directly disabled, and not a single penny could be swiped. This made Zhang Yuntao absolutely furious. Putting aside the luxury car situation, he had already boasted that he would take his classmates to Cloud Top Palace for a big meal. If he went back on his word, his rich second-generation persona would collapse, and what would others think of him? Thinking about this, Zhang Yuntao was nearly driven mad. Zhang Yuntao's eyes were bloodshot, full of veins, but luckily, he still had some sense and knew the situation couldn't escalate. He deliberately lowered his voice. "Why did you cancel the black card?" "Huh?" At first, Jiang Chen didn't understand. It wasn't until he saw the twisted black card in Zhang Yuntao's hand that he realized. So this is where it went. Jiang Chen glanced at it coldly, his face full of disdain. "None of your business." He shoved Zhang Yuntao out of the way and sat down in his seat. He had been wondering where the black card had gone. It seemed Zhang Yuntao must have gotten it from Lu Ruyan early on. No wonder Lu Ruyan hadn't seen it in that bag of things. But since it was his own possession, how he disposed of it was his business, and it was not up to Zhang Yuntao to dictate. "Jiang Chen. You." Zhang Yuntao was livid. Lu Ruyan, as usual, had a scowl on her face, adding fuel to the fire. "Jiang Chen. I was right all along, you're always so selfish and despicable." Jiang Chen's gaze grew colder, and he slightly tilted his head, sneering. "What? Lu Ruyan, do you really think you're any better? You." Start counting the number of people. 5 minutes later. All the students from Class 1 of Grade 3 gathered on the playground. "After a night of getting familiar, I believe you have developed a good bond with your beasts." Xiao Qingyue stood in front of everyone, speaking meticulously. There is only 1 month left before the selection for the higher education institutions begins. In addition to enhancing the strength of your beasts, the assessment of their combat ability is also an important part of the selection. In the coming time, everyone will choose their opponents for practical training. I will slowly teach you some battle techniques in the following time. Do you all understand? Understood. Seeing the students full of spirit, Xiao Qingyue nodded in satisfaction. Dismissed.
As soon as Xiao Qingyue's words fell, the students quickly dispersed, bringing their beasts to start simple combat training. Zhang Wei, let me team up with you. My iron armor beast is really powerful, I can definitely take down your little black dog. Get out of here, what little black dog? Mine is an elite bloodline black gold leopard. Just wait for it to make you roll on the ground. Ha ha ha, then I'll be the referee, and let my phoenix tail butterfly try too. Soon, the students gathered in groups of 2 or 3, directing their beasts to start fighting. Strangely, not a single person approached Jiang Chen. The reason was obvious, Jiang Chen knew that it was Zhang Yuntao, that scoundrel, causing trouble. With Zhang Yuntao around, and Lu Ruyan assisting him, some people who had wanted to get close to Jiang Chen were glared away by the two before they could even approach. They were determined to unite and isolate Jiang Chen. For a moment, everyone else was happily playing, while Jiang Chen alone stood apart, looking very conspicuous. Does this count as being isolated? Jiang Chen scoffed and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He didn't care at all, he found the tricks of the two to be very childish. Moreover, he had no interest in this playful competition at all. Their actions actually provided him with more peace and quiet. Jiang Chen was quite content as he walked to the edge of the playground, sitting down and calling out his little wolf from the beast hand ring. Awu. The little wolf shook its head and yawned, looking like it hadn't woken up yet. The beast hand ring was indeed convenient for the little wolf to rest, but once it entered, it was forced into a sleep state, and staying in there for too long wasn't good for the little wolf either. So, Jiang Chen thought to let the little wolf come out and move around. Ha! Under the sunlight, the little wolf's claws reflected icy light, as if shining on a piece of ice crystal, which was quite special. Jiang Chen immediately noticed this, having absorbed so many ice elemental powers, is the inheritance power in the bloodline about to be activated? Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel delighted. Beasts like the little wolf, with a high bloodline, possessed remarkable abilities inherited in their bloodline. These abilities were mostly combat techniques and survival skills, each one passed down through generations of these high-blood beasts, tailored to their own fighting. Of course, besides bloodline inheritance, beasts could also learn skills through practice. However, those skills often required observing beast imprints to learn, which had certain restrictions and were not easy to obtain. Jiang Chen looked at a training post nearby and issued a command, "Little wolf, attack with your claws." He guessed what skill the little wolf was about to awaken, this kind of training could quickly activate and master it. Awu. The little wolf let out a low growl, quickly getting into action, scratching at that training post with great effort. As for Jiang Chen, he found a comfortable position to lie down, leisurely basking in the sun. Before long, Jiang Chen felt himself getting sleepy. Xiao Qingyue walked over. It seems like you've been getting along well with this little wolf. She naturally sat down beside Jiang Chen, her tone gentle. Teacher Xiao. Hearing the voice, Jiang Chen sat up, not showing the usual timidness that students have when seeing their homeroom teacher, like a cat facing a mouse. He smiled and said, "It's fine, it's just a little kid, very well behaved." Xiao Qingyue covered her mouth and chuckled. Jiang Chen's tone, so mature, made her laugh. Aren't you also a little kid? Why are you sitting here by yourself? Why not go and spar with your classmates? She spoke earnestly, you will all become beast masters in the future. There will be times when you can help each other, and it's good to improve relationships with classmates. Jiang Chen smiled but did not speak. The soul inside the young body had already aged, and he didn't even know if he was considered an adult or a child now. Moreover, this kind of pretend play, he had no interest in at all. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't speak, Xiao Qingyue furrowed her brows, looking at the little wolf with concern. I checked it when I went back, its condition is very special. How about I ask my teacher to help you take a look? After learning about the little wolf's soul defect, she had spent the whole night researching but unfortunately found nothing useful. In her heart, she still wanted to help Jiang Chen. Whenever there was a chance, she wanted to let him try. Teacher Xiao, thank you for your concern. Jiang Chen sincerely thanked her. He could tell that Xiao Qingyue genuinely wanted to help him. Of course, he believed that no matter who encountered this situation, Xiao Qingyue wouldn't stand by and do nothing. Although Xiao Qingyue usually had a cold and stern face and had earned the title of the Iron Lady at a young age. But Jiang Chen knew that Xiao Qingyue was a classic example of a cold exterior with a warm heart, a truly kind person. As for the little wolf's problem, he had already figured out a solution, and materials to repair soul defects were already being procured. But Xiao Qingyue was still not at ease and wanted to say something. Bang! At that moment, a dull sound came from the playground. Then followed by a series of students' flattery. Wow, as expected of young Master Jiang, 10 wins in a row, amazing. Of course, don't you see who's standing in front of you? In young Master Zhang's hands, even an elite-level palm bear can fight 10 enemies alone. Amid the flattery, Zhang Yuntao was so proud that his tail was almost pointing to the sky. Lu Ruyan stood aside, her face slightly red, acting as the cheerleader, not hiding her admiration.
Maybe noticing Jiang Chen's gaze, the two of them, with perfect timing, looked over at the same time, extremely proud.
Zhang Yuntao, so what if my card was stopped? Everyone still revolves around me. Lu Ruyan, this is the man I like, can you do it? Useless.
Ha! Jiang Chen smiled and looked at the two of them, only two words came to mind.
Immature. Bingling.
At that moment, a crisp sound rang out. Jiang Chen turned his head and saw the wooden stake in front of the little wolf fall straight to the ground. At the base of the wooden stake, where there were some claw marks, there were also scattered ice shards, reflecting a rainbow-like glow under the sunlight, shimmering brightly. At the same time, the attribute panel of the little wolf showed some changes in the skill section.
Ice Claws, the power hidden in the bloodline of the Ice Wolf King, attacks carry ice attribute damage and can cause freezing effects to the enemy. The bloodline power activated so quickly?
Jiang Chen was very surprised. Looking at the still determined little wolf, he immediately had an idea.
Teacher Xiao, I really think that improving relationships with classmates is worth it. Xiao Qingyue? Jiang Chen suddenly said this, leaving her confused.
And the tone sounded strange, as if ominous. Especially the last two words worth it, Jiang Chen emphasized them heavily.
Is it really to improve relationships with classmates?
In the midst of Xiao Qingyue's confused expression, Jiang Chen, with the little wolf, walked step by step toward Jiang Yuntao.
I came to play with you guys too. Jiang Chen grinned, showing a row of neat white teeth, his smile bright. Jiang Chen? Many people were very surprised by Jiang Chen's sudden appearance, including Jiang Yuntao.
He had clearly made it known that he wanted to isolate Jiang Chen, and if it were anyone else, being treated like that, they would have probably run off to cry. But now, Jiang Chen acted like nothing was wrong, showing no signs of being wronged or angry.
How did you come here?
Jiang Yuntao looked at Jiang Chen warily.
Don't be fooled by Jiang Chen's bright smile. For some reason, Jiang Yuntao felt that Jiang Chen's smile was unsettling.
Yes. It was that kind of blatant, malicious smile.
Didn't I tell you? I came to play with you.
Jiang Chen shrugged and said carelessly, What?
The famous young Master Jiang, are you afraid of me?
Bullshit.
Afraid of you.
Jiang Yuntao's mouth moved faster than his brain, and before his brain even processed, the words had already come out. But as soon as he said it, he regretted it. He was so angered by Jiang Chen that, as soon as Jiang Chen taunted him, he fell right into it. You see, Jiang Chen's beast companion was the Ice Snow Wolf King's cub, with a lord-level bloodline. But his palm bear had just an elite-level bloodline. The difference between the two was like the difference between the sky and the earth. They weren't even in the same league. Although he had listened to Lu Ruoyan's advice and improved the palm bear's battle skills, it could now even beat low-level war servants. But facing Jiang Chen's little wolf, he couldn't lie to himself, he felt terrified.
TT talking about fear between classmates.
Jiang Yuntao hurriedly tried to make up for his words, we're all classmates, we should get along and not spoil the peace.
Peace? Jiang Chen laughed. He looked at Jiang Yuntao with amusement, clearly understanding. What peace?
Jiang Yuntao was just afraid of losing too badly and being humiliated, so he pretended to talk about peace and harmony between classmates. If he hadn't contracted the Ice Snow Wolf King, Jiang Chen was 100% sure that Jiang Yuntao would have mercilessly defeated him, stepping on him and boasting about it. This wasn't Jiang Chen's imagination, it was something he had actually experienced.
Enough nonsense. Jiang Chen was too lazy to listen to Jiang Yuntao's empty excuses.
He took a step back, creating space, and called the little wolf.
Little wolf.
The little wolf, feeling the call, crouched slightly, gathering strength, and assumed a battle stance.
Jiang Chen. What are you trying to do?
Jiang Yuntao was instantly scared, cold sweat pouring out. He never expected that Jiang Chen wouldn't even give him an excuse to back out, and without saying a word, he was about to attack.
He instinctively took several steps back, both shocked and fearful.
Looking at the panicked Jiang Yuntao, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a dangerous arc. What am I doing? Of course. I'm going to treat you to my favorite big slap. Attack! Then, with a sweep of his hand, the little wolf shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Block it! Quickly, block it! Jiang Yuntao was so scared his legs turned to jelly, his mind a mess, as he frantically commanded the palm bear to fight. Roar woo woo woo. Faced with the little wolf, the palm bear trembled in fear. The pressure from the superior bloodline made it lose all its strength when facing the little wolf, its fierce expression gone, shrinking back like a big brown rat. Reluctantly, under Jiang Yuntao's command, the palm bear charged forward. Then, at nearly double its speed, it was sent flying backwards, drawing a graceful parabola in the air on the playground. Whoosh bang. Chapter 16, Teacher Xiao. Look at him. Without any resistance, as if it had made up its mind, the palm bear whoosh flew out. 1 second? Or 2?
The crowd mentally counted the time. The battle happened too fast and ended too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the palm bear had crashed, rolling in the dirt. The difference was simply too vast. At the beginning, the atmosphere on the playground had been full of excitement. Suddenly, it fell into silence. The sound of gulping saliva merged into one. Everyone looked at the remarkable little wolf, and all that was left was silent stillness, and an awe that came from the heart. The gap was simply too large. So large that they could only look up at it. They couldn't even feel a hint of jealousy. Looking at the little wolf in front of Jiang Chen, all that was left was a deep sense of helplessness. Slap. However, this atmosphere didn't last long. The crisp sound of a slap broke the silence on the playground in the next second. Everyone came back to their senses and saw Jiang Yuntao's iron-blue face, which still hadn't swollen, now had another large slap mark. One on each side, quite symmetrical. What level are you? Do you even dare to make faces in front of me? From now on, when you see me, Jiang Chen, you better behave yourself. Jiang Chen, satisfied, didn't care about Jiang Yuntao's murderous glare and swaggered, leading the little wolf back. Jiang Yuntao covered his face, trembling all over, almost on the verge of tears. It seemed like, in the next moment, the tears would just fall uncontrollably. Teacher Xiao. Look at him. Then, a sharp scream, as if pinched by the backside, mixed with a sobbing tone, instantly spread across the playground. This time, Jiang Yuntao was honest, realizing shouting at Lu Ruyan was useless. He directly went to Xiao Qingyue to complain. Have you been weaned? Jiang Chen sneered, with a face full of disdain. In his memory, crying and complaining like this usually only happens in kindergarten. Even elementary school kids know it's embarrassing. He was completely stunned. Jiang Chen. Without any surprise, Jiang Chen looked up and saw Xiao Qingyue walking over with a dark face. This was the second time Jiang Chen had slapped Jiang Yuntao in front of her. And it hadn't even been a day since the last time. It was truly non-stop. Just yesterday, she hadn't even settled the score with Jiang Chen yet. Xiao Qingyue gritted her teeth in anger. This little, really knows how to cause trouble for me. She walked up to Jiang Chen, glanced at the obedient little wolf following him, and her surprise flashed for a moment. Then, she put on a serious face, looking frighteningly cold. Come here. Xiao Qingyue glared at Jiang Chen and led him to the edge of the playground, saying unhappily, Battle Servant, level 3? You're quite impressive. Question mark. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. He originally thought he would be scolded, but didn't expect Xiao Qingyue to suddenly say this. But the tone was clearly full of gnashing teeth. Heh, not bad, not bad. Jiang Chen chuckled, not knowing exactly what Xiao Qingyue wanted to say. What he didn't know was that Xiao Qingyue's surprise in her heart was far from as calm as it seemed on the surface. Yes, when the little wolf attacked, Xiao Qingyue had already seen the little wolf's strength. Not only did it reach a speed of 10 meters per second, but its power was also astonishing, with a single paw strike that exceeded 60 pounds. This was already a battle servant level 6 or higher beast taming standard. She couldn't help but say that the little wolf's noble bloodline gave it power far beyond other beasts of the same level. Even though its battle servant level was just level 3, it could unleash incredible combat power. Of course, what surprised Xiao Qingyue the most was that the little wolf's paw attack even carried an ice attribute damage. Although that attribute power was still very weak and fleeting, she still keenly sensed it. You see, even gifted beasts need to reach at least elite level to master attribute attacks. In such a short time, so many changes had occurred in the little wolf. It was hard for her not to be shocked. What's that attribute attack? Xiao Qingyue asked. It's the ice claws, the little wolf's bloodline power. The attack carries a freezing effect. Jiang Chen answered truthfully. Bloodline power? Truly impressive. Xiao Qingyue nodded. Beast tamers with lord-level bloodlines indeed contain extraordinary power within their bloodline, so this wasn't surprising. She just didn't expect the little wolf to master it so quickly. Wait, frostbite effect? Suddenly, Xiao Qingyue seemed to think of something, her face drastically changing. In the next moment, Jiang Yuntao's heart-wrenching cries came through. Xiongba! My Xiongba! You can't die! Xiongba was the name he gave to the palm bear, and as he held this, all that could be heard was a dad sound, like a mournful wail. Seeing this situation, Xiao Qingyue immediately knew things were bad. Look at the good deed you've done. She glared at Jiang Chen with annoyance and quickly rushed to Jiang Yuntao's side. At this moment, the palm bear was still lying on the ground, completely motionless, a bright red claw mark on its chest, but no blood was flowing out. In the sunlight, only a bit of cold air was rising, seeming to freeze its blood. This also led to its wound not healing, with the skin and flesh showing signs of necrosis. Jiang Yuntao slumped beside the palm bear, crying non-stop, with a circle of people surrounding them. It's a minor frostbite, everyone, step back.
After carefully observing the situation of the palm bear, Xiao Qingyue finally let out a breath of relief. Fortunately, the little wolf had just mastered Ice Claw and wasn't very skilled yet, so it wasn't a fatal injury. After making everyone disperse, she clasped her hands together, the palms crossed, and a complex seal appeared in her palms, reflecting a green energy glow. Under Xiao Qingyue's treatment, the coldness in the palm bear's chest gradually dissipated. In no time, the wound began to heal, leaving only a shallow white claw mark, truly miraculous. It's actually a healing soul technique, quite rare. Jiang Chen stood behind Xiao Qingyue, clicking his tongue in amazement. A soul technique, like a beast master's skill, is a skill that beast masters can perform using their soul power. However, using soul techniques has very high requirements for beast masters. Usually, only silver-level beast masters can perform them. As for healing soul techniques, the requirements are even higher. That strength has to be platinum level or above at the very least. Roar! After a moment, the palm bear let out a low growl and quickly woke up. It stood up, human-like, patting its chest, still a bit shaken. Awoo! Then, a wolf howl rang out. Bang! As if reacting to the stimulus, the palm bear simply and neatly collapsed straight onto the ground. Looking at it, it was very likely that it had stiffened up. This. Xiao Qingyue turned her head, looking at the little wolf standing proudly by Jiang Chen's foot, its head held high. Then she glanced at Jiang Chen, who was whistling innocently while looking at the sky at a 45-degree angle, swaying his feet rhythmically. Instantly, she felt a headache coming on. She had the urge to bite Jiang Chen to death. Sure enough, before she could catch her breath, Zhang Yuntao's pig-like wails yet again pierced through her eardrums. Teacher Xiao. Look at him. Chapter 17, Perfect Resolution. Zhang Yuntao felt like he could die. Looking around at the people either showing sympathy or snickering, the previous flattery felt like sharp slaps, hitting him one after another. Even more painful than Jiang Chen's 2 slaps, he was so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole to burrow into. He never expected that the palm bear would be so pathetic in front of the little wolf. It couldn't even be called a battle, it was a complete one-sided crushing. Zhang Yuntao's face turned blue then red, a mix of shame and anger. Teacher Xiao. He is way too much. Zhang Yuntao was so anxious that he didn't even care about the fainted palm bear, staring at Xiao Qingyue with bloodshot eyes, looking very pitiful. Xiao Qingyue was in extreme pain. This time, Jiang Chen had really given her a tough problem. Under normal circumstances, if Zhang Yuntao kept complaining, Jiang Chen would have to be punished somehow. But now, there was only Jiang Chen left as a good seedling in the class. If he were punished, it would inevitably affect the selection in a month. Moreover, generally speaking, this kind of thing could only be considered as a minor conflict between children, without the need to escalate it. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Qingyue's face darkened as she criticized Jiang Chen, saying, students should get along well with each other. How can you hit someone? Though it was called criticism, in reality, she only gave Jiang Chen a brief lesson and didn't say much. She was the head teacher of the senior class, so she was not a fool. She saw clearly the smug look that Zhang Yuntao had on his face in front of Jiang Chen earlier. To put it simply, Zhang Yuntao brought this slap upon himself. However, with so many eyes watching, there had to be an explanation for this matter. Xiao Qingyue, holding her patience, spoke to Zhang Yuntao. Here's the thing, if you have any demands, you can tell the teacher. Even if you want Jiang Chen to apologize, I believe he won't refuse. I refuse. Before Zhang Yuntao could speak, Jiang Chen's particularly annoying voice reached her ears. Xiao Qingyue's face immediately darkened. So, you're deliberately going against me, huh? Heh, Teacher Xiao, let me handle this. Jiang Chen gave Xiao Qingyue a reassuring look and casually glanced at Zhang Yuntao. I hit you. So what? Teacher Xiao. Zhang Yuntao was about to play the victim and complain, but before he could say anything, Jiang Chen interrupted him. Zhang Yuntao, if you really have some guts, you could hit me back in front of everyone. I'll take it. Jiang Chen said indifferently, but, if you want me to apologize, that's not going to happen. At this point, Jiang Chen paused for a moment, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Or, you could pray that Lu Ruoyan wins the bet. You. Zhang Yuntao was nearly furious enough to explode. He couldn't keep pretending anymore, and shouted, You, this is school. Do you really think you can do whatever you want? Let me tell you, this matter is far from over. Just wait, I'm going to. Going to what? Jiang Chen's face turned cold as he stepped forward a few steps. Zhang Yuntao's face turned pale in fear, and his words were caught in his throat. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with dangerous light as he coldly said, Zhang Yuntao, did you forget that I told you to keep your tail between your legs in front of me? Or, would you like to hear me tell you about the story of how I just fired a driver yesterday? Huh? As soon as these words were said, Zhang Yuntao's face turned deathly pale. Sweat poured down his face in large drops, as if he had stepped on a tail. He froze.
Just, forget this ever happened. Zhang Yuntao lowered his head and muttered softly, no longer showing any defiance. He immediately deflated, like a deflated balloon. He lowered his head, but no one saw the hatred in his eyes. Damn it! Zhang Yuntao's teeth were grinding so hard that they might shatter, but he knew very well that if this matter escalated, Jiang Chen would definitely expose that Zhang Dicai was his father. This was something he couldn't accept. To maintain his image of being a distinguished young master in public, he was forced to swallow his bitterness this time, with no one to complain to. He gritted his teeth but could only silently endure. Seeing that Zhang Yuntao had given up, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled with satisfaction. Look at that, problem solved perfectly. Perfectly solved. Ha! Xiao Qingyue's head was filled with black lines, her mouth twitching with frustration. She was too tired to even complain. In her opinion, Jiang Chen had indeed gone too far this time. However, she also knew that Zhang Yuntao was vain and loved to flaunt the Jiang family's name in public. This time, even if Zhang Yuntao suffered, he could only blame his own vanity for it. Fortunately, Zhang Yuntao stopped causing trouble, and that made things a little easier for her. Xiao Qingyue glared at Jiang Chen and said softly, "Alright, this matter is over. Let me reiterate, students should help each other, get along harmoniously, and be united and friendly." Xiao Qingyue continued her heartfelt teaching, and in the end. And he specifically warned Jiang Chen once more. And you, Jiang Chen, from now on, do not randomly beat up classmates, especially Zhang Yuntao. Jiang Chen shrugged indifferently. As long as Zhang Yuntao didn't provoke him, he couldn't be bothered to cause trouble. After all, Zhang Yuntao had a thick skin, and it was tiring to slap him. And upon hearing this, Zhang Yuntao's heart dropped completely. What do you mean, especially Zhang Yuntao? Am I really that worthless, getting slapped by him every day, woo-woo? I can't stay at this school anymore. The conflict between Jiang Chen and Zhang Yuntao was just a small incident. Before long, the students grouped up and resumed simple combat training. Jiang Chen returned to the edge of the field but couldn't help furrowing his brow. One hand absent-mindedly rubbed Little Wolf's head, tossing a few strips of rat meat, letting Little Wolf chew on them. Looking at the field, he noticed Lu Ruyan, who had been silently crouching next to the palm bear, and felt something was off. Normally, Lu Ruyan shouldn't be this quiet. This time, Lu Ruyan had been unusually silent from start to finish, not even speaking up for Zhang Yuntao. Clearly, it was very out of character. Jiang Chen had to stay alert. Was Lu Ruyan hiding something bad again? As for Lu Ruyan, after the palm bear's defeat, she had been observing the wounds on the palm bear's body. Damn it! This actually used just one night to raise that stupid wolf to a 3-star battle servant and even mastered ice claws. Lu Ruyan unconsciously clenched her fist. In her previous life, as Little Wolf's beast tamer, she knew everything about Little Wolf. Being able to use ice claws meant that Little Wolf's bloodline power had been activated by Jiang Chen. The speed of this cultivation was far beyond her expectations. To think, even now, her black soul beast was still only a 1-star battle servant. And she also knew, at this rate, there was no chance of defeating Jiang Chen in a month. After all, even Little Wolf's wolf soul injury wouldn't flare up until half a year later. She couldn't wait that long. That has the Jiang family's support, and the resources they can mobilize are beyond what I can compare to. Lu Ruyan's expression darkened, as if she had made a certain decision. No, this can't go on. With her mind set, Lu Ruyan immediately stood up and walked toward Xiao Qingyue, shouting, "Teacher Xiao, I think this kind of combat training is completely ineffective. How about you take us to train in the wild?" Chapter 18, Reluctant to be Ordinary, Lu Ruyan. In the wild? Lu Ruyan's voice was loud, she deliberately spoke so everyone could hear. I heard that wild areas are full of bloodthirsty monsters, it's very unsafe, and people often die. Monsters? Heh, if you run into a violent and cruel demon, just pray that in your next life, you can run faster. What's going on with class leader Lu? Why does she suddenly want to go into the wild? Isn't it fine here? Many people opposed Lu Ruyan's suggestion. In their impression, the wild was the very definition of danger, full of deadly risks. There, not only were there all sorts of dangerous monsters, but also bloodthirsty magical beasts and demons. If one wasn't careful, they could lose their life. After all, unlike the base city, there were no defensive barriers protecting them. At any time, a terrifying monster might jump out, and it could end their lives in an instant. So that's what she's planning. Unlike the surprise of others, Jiang Chen immediately understood Lu Ruyan's little scheme when she made this suggestion. She wants to go into the wild and take something like that, hoping to catch up with my progress? Jiang Chen sneered repeatedly. He remembered now that in the wild, in the Ziyun mountain range, there was indeed a special material called Dragon's Spittle Stone, which could rapidly increase a beast tamer's beast's rank. It was back then, when Zhang Yuntao, using Lu Ruyan's birthday as an excuse, had tricked him into personally retrieving the unique purple ore from the mountainside. To give Lu Ruyan a heart as a gift, one can see his sincerity. That trip to the Ziyun mine is still fresh in Jiang Chen's memory.
He didn't know why, but there was an elite-level monster guarding the area. If he hadn't run fast, he would have died at the hands of the demon that day. He knew that Lu Ruyan must have been anxious after seeing the little wolf grow so quickly. Eager to obtain the dragon's saliva stone, she wanted to speed up the black soul beast's growth. However, while Lu Ruyan's idea was good and a way to quickly shorten the gap between the black soul beast and the little wolf, it was still dangerous. The wilderness environment is complex, with many demon beasts, and there could even be monsters lurking. If they are not careful, it could result in casualties, which even Xiao Qingyue would find hard to bear. If they wait a bit longer until everyone's levels improve, Lu Ruyan's suggestion might be feasible.
But right now, Xiao Qingyue would definitely not agree.
Xiao Qingyue's reaction was indeed as Jiang Chen expected, her eyebrows furrowed tightly, clearly surprised by Lu Ruyan's dangerous suggestion.
Don't be ridiculous. Without much thought, Xiao Qingyue directly rejected Lu Ruyan's suggestion.
Let alone whether you have the courage to face those monsters, with your current strength, even a common battle servant level beast can pose a deadly threat to you. If, heaven forbid, someone gets hurt or disabled, how would the school explain it to your parents? As the head teacher, she must be responsible for the safety of each student. The idea of practical training in the wilderness is indeed in her plans, but not now. Ruyan, as the monitor, you should set a good example and train hard instead of aiming too high. Xiao Qingyue glanced at Lu Ruyan, patiently giving her a few words of advice. She didn't even know what was going on with Lu Ruyan, it felt strange to her.
Is this still the monitor she chose? Although Jiang Chen's behavior was also quite unusual, there are always setbacks after a breakup. But Lu Ruyan was truly incomprehensible to her.
Teacher Xiao, you don't need to rush to refuse, just listen to me.
Lu Ruyan seemed to have anticipated that Xiao Qingyue wouldn't easily agree and was already prepared with her speech.
The wilderness is indeed not as safe as the base city, but as beast tamers, slaying monsters and protecting our home is a responsibility we should all bear. Lu Ruyan spoke passionately, as if she was ready to give her all for the country and home. If Jiang Chen didn't know that Lu Ruyan was one of the first to escape during the turmoil in Yun City, he might have believed it.
But Lu Ruyan didn't notice the disdain in Jiang Chen's eyes and continued immersed in her speech.
Moreover, as far as I know, the wilderness is not as dangerous as we imagine. When the base city was built, a mineral vein was discovered in the Ziyun Mountains outside the city, and military personnel have always been stationed there. As long as we don't go too deep, the surrounding area has only 1 or 2-star battle servant level beasts, so there won't be any danger.
Most importantly,
Lu Ruyan stretched her words, deliberately creating suspense, her voice rising a little more. There are many materials for cultivating beast tamers nearby. If we gather some, we can save a significant amount on beast taming costs. She deliberately said the last sentence for everyone to hear.
Sure enough, just as she expected, when they heard this, many people became uncontrollably excited.
What? There's actually such a place. If we can collect beast tamer materials, that would be wonderful. You don't know, my dad just gave me 500 yesterday, and this amount barely covers anything.
You have 500, and I have only 200, what's the use of just one beast?
It's just a pet, as long as it doesn't starve, it's fine. What materials to cultivate, it really drives me crazy, I'm so hungry. For a while, many students were venting their frustrations, it could not have been more uncomfortable. Lu Ruyan's words really hit their sore spot. To become a powerful beast master, beast talent, high bloodline of beasts, none can be missing. However, there is one most important factor.
That is, money. That's right, it's money.
Just the cost of cultivating an elite-level beast requires hundreds of thousands, let alone war general level, commander level, lord level.
When you calculate those expenses, it's simply an astronomical figure, not an ordinary family can bear it.
Therefore, upon hearing Lu Ruyan say that materials to cultivate beasts can be found in the wild, and there's not much danger involved, everyone became restless, eager to rush into the wilderness and open their eyes. The youthful nature of young people is always simple, clear, often just a few words can make them swarm, overjoyed.
It's obvious that Lu Ruyan successfully convinced them.
Especially when they turned their heads and saw the little wolf at Jiang Chen's feet, nibbling on several thousand valued mousetails, their resolve was even more firm. Jiang Chen's little wolf is powerful, but they also have confidence that with enough resources, they would not be mediocre. Teacher Xiao, I think what the class leader said is right, this kind of boring training won't yield much.
Yeah. We all want to become your pride, how can we be like flowers in a greenhouse? If we want to do it, let's be roses in the storm.
Teacher Xiao, please take us to the wild, it will definitely be fine.
A group of students urged Xiao Qingyue.
Seeing that the timing was almost right, Lu Ruyan spoke up, adding fuel to the fire. Teacher Xiao, the classmates do not want to be ordinary. She paused for a moment, glanced at Jiang Chen. I, Lu Ruyan, am even less willing to be behind others. I believe that if others can do it, so can I. Teacher Xiao, being able to enter a good Beast Master Academy is our only opportunity to break the class barrier. And this opportunity, every minute, every second, I do not want to waste. This is my determination and my courage, please. Fulfill it. I must say, Lu Ruyan's performance was powerful, even Xiao Qingyue was, at that moment, moved by her words. As for the others, there is no need to say much, they were completely stunned by Lu Ruyan, nearly kneeling in admiration. This woman really deserves an Oscar, it's a pity she doesn't act. Jiang Chen felt like throwing up, the coldness in his eyes growing deeper. When Lu Ruyan mentioned the Ziyun mountain range, he became even more certain of his guesses, and of Lu Ruyan's plan. Now, since he already understood Lu Ruyan's intentions completely, how could he not help Lu Ruyan a little, so that she wouldn't return empty-handed? And be greatly disappointed. Ha! Just as Xiao Qingyue was about to refuse again, Jiang Chen stepped forward at the right moment. Teacher Xiao, let's go to the wild. Chapter 19, Depart. Into the wild. Jiang Chen stood up, a mischievous smile on his lips, striding toward Xiao Qingyue. Teacher Xiao, I also think this training is too dull, there are hardly any opponents. How about, you take us to the wilderness for a stroll? As he spoke, Jiang Chen intentionally glanced at Zhang Yuntao, fully aggressive. This made Zhang Yuntao so angry that he could almost spit blood. Xiao Qingyue was already annoyed, with Jiang Chen appearing again, her head was about to explode. I haven't settled accounts with you yet, don't add to the chaos. Xiao Qingyue glared at Jiang Chen, did he think the wild was just any place you could go? However, being angry aside, she had to seriously consider Jiang Chen's suggestion. Jiang Chen's talent is amazing, and the little Wolf King's level has increased so quickly. After just one night, it had already reached a warrior servant level of 3 stars. If she continued training according to her planned schedule, for both Jiang Chen and the little Wolf King, it was undoubtedly a waste of time. This level of training would only slow down Jiang Chen's progress in improving his strength, offering no real benefits. How about, we take Jiang Chen out to train in the wild first? Xiao Qingyue frowned, struck by a sudden thought. But as soon as the idea flashed through her mind, she immediately rejected it. As the homeroom teacher, she had always emphasized that Class 3 of Grade 12 was a team. Furthermore, she had always known that because of Lu Ruoyan's relationship with Zhang Yuntao, the students in the class didn't really get along with Jiang Chen. If she were to openly give Jiang Chen special treatment like this, not only would the others feel unbalanced, but it would also lead to even more distance between them and Jiang Chen. This was something she didn't want to see or allow to happen. So, there was only one way. After weighing it carefully, she still believed that Jiang Chen's improvement in strength was more important. Yunjiang No. 1 High School was lucky to have such a good seedling, and they needed to nurture him properly. Besides, she had been to the area near the Ziyun mountain range before, and indeed there were military personnel stationed there. Moreover, the beasts in that area were generally at the battle servant level, and with her strength, she could easily protect the safety of the students. Teacher Xiao, please take us there. At this moment, under the lead of Lu Ruoyan, many students could no longer contain their excitement and began to plead. Amidst their pleas, Xiao Qingyue gave a subtle glance at the eager Lu Ruoyan and nodded secretly. This child isn't completely hopeless. She still has the drive. Back then, she had also fought her way out from a group of genius beastmasters with her unyielding will. In her view, without undergoing trials, it was difficult to become a qualified beastmaster. What Lu Ruoyan said wasn't without reason. Only by having powerful strength could one be recognized by a better Beastmaster Academy and break through the class barriers. This required more Beastmaster materials. For an average family, this was indeed a considerable expense. If they could go into the wild and collect some Beastmaster materials, it would greatly reduce the burden on these students. However, this matter was not something she could decide alone. Xiao Qingyue gritted her teeth and made up her mind, I really can't do anything with you all. Wait here, I'll go request permission from the principal. Having made up her mind, Xiao Qingyue quickly left a sentence and rushed toward the administrative building. Hooray! Finally, we can go into the wild. I'm going to make good use of this opportunity to collect more materials and get into a better academy. Heh, me too. This time, I'll make my dad look at me in a new light. It's all thanks to Lu, our class monitor. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known about this great opportunity. The students were extremely excited, already fantasizing about entering the wild and dreaming of golden opportunities everywhere. They admired Lu Ruoyan immensely for bringing up this suggestion. On the other hand, Jiang Chen, the one who played a decisive role, was completely ignored. Jiang Chen had long been used to it and didn't mind. He looked at the others cheering with excitement and couldn't help but feel sympathy. Should I tell them about the military personnel pulling out recently? Jiang Chen hesitated. Don't be fooled by Lu Ruoyan's grand speeches and passionate words. In the end, it was still for her own sake. There were indeed military personnel stationed near the mine, making the area safer.
However, Lu Ruoyan deliberately hid a detail. The mine had been in operation for a long time and was nearing depletion. The military had been in the process of withdrawing over the past few days. If he calculated the time, they should be almost gone by now. By then, the beasts that had been driven away would reappear, and the danger would spread, no longer as safe as Lu Ruoyan had said. The military's operations had always been secretive, and if it weren't for Zhang Yuntao's lies in the past life, Zhang Chen wouldn't have encountered that elite-level monster. He didn't know either. Teacher Xiao probably doesn't know about this yet. Zhang Chen propped his chin with his hand and thought silently. In the end, Zhang Chen gave up on the idea. Teaching people, 100 times, teaching something, just once, and they understand. With the attitude others had toward him, even if he spoke out, he might get blamed by Zhang Yuntao and Lu Ruoyan. It wasn't worth getting into trouble for himself. Ruoyan, are we really going to the wilderness? Seeing Xiao Qingyue hurriedly running to the administration building, Zhang Yuntao's mood soured, and he tugged at Lu Ruoyan's sleeve. Zhang Dicai, although just a driver in the Zhang family, had at least come into contact with high society and heard many things. He knew that even powerful beast masters had to be careful when entering the wilderness. It was dangerous. Yes, Brother Yuntao. Lu Ruoyan nodded with a smile, giving Zhang Yuntao a reassuring look. Brother Yuntao, don't worry. After we come back, that won't dare to show off in front of us anymore. She was confident. As long as she could get the dragon's saliva stone, she was absolutely confident she could surpass Zhang Chen in a short time. Really? Zhang Yuntao, feeling suddenly elated, couldn't wait to step on Zhang Chen. He was full of excitement. On the other hand, Lu Ruoyan still smiled but wasn't as excited as Zhang Yuntao. She gave Zhang Chen a strange glance. Since the contract with the beast, Zhang Chen had been opposing her. This was a rare occasion when he actually agreed with her suggestion. Is it blind confidence, thinking he can be arrogant even in the wilderness? Or... A thought flashed through her mind, and Lu Ruoyan immediately shook her head. Such things as rebirth couldn't possibly happen to two people at the same time. She secretly thought she was overthinking. As for why Zhang Chen suddenly became so tough in front of her, Lu Ruoyan attributed it only to his pitiful pride, forcing himself. But it was all just a play of feigned indifference. Lu Ruoyan knew better than anyone how much Zhang Chen loved her. And precisely because of this, the closer she got to Zhang Yuntao, the more jealous Zhang Chen became. Anyway, it wouldn't be long before Zhang Chen's pitiful pride would shatter, and he'd cry and beg her. Just like all the times he had softened before. Now, she didn't care at all. Zhang Chen happily walked around with the little wolf, completely unaware of Lu Ruoyan's thoughts, feeling in a great mood. Next, he just had to wait for Xiao Qingyue's application to come through. Half an hour later, Xiao Qingyue returned, walking briskly with a smile on her face, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Teacher Xiao, how is it? The students eagerly asked. Xiao Qingyue smiled mysteriously. What are you all looking at? Get ready, we'll be leaving soon. Okay. Teacher Xiao is the best. In an instant, cheers erupted, deafening, and spread throughout the entire school. Some lower-grade students who were still in class curiously stuck their heads out of the windows, only to see two buses driving into the campus, carrying the senior class away. Chapter 20, Young Master Jiang? Where is your bodyguard? On the bus, the students were excited. They were eagerly anticipating this wilderness trip. Of course, even though Xiao Qingyue had guaranteed it and the school had approved it, taking the students into the wilderness was still not that simple. They had to ask for the parents' opinions as well. As for this process, it went much smoother than expected. Through Lu Ruoyan's eloquent persuasion, all the parents thought that the area near the mine was a treasure trove. When they heard they could get beast master materials for free and save a large amount of money, they happily agreed. Anyway, with the school's teachers accompanying them, they didn't think there would be any danger. The teachers from Yunjiang No. 1 High School. They are all skilled beast masters, and Xiao Qingyue is even more outstanding. In just 3 years, she had already obtained the Senior Beast Master Qualification Certificate. They were all very reassured. Alright, students, since we've decided to head out into the wild, there are some important matters I need to mention. This wild field training is a special program for our Class 1 of senior year, lasting 10 days. During this time, I expect everyone to remember the rules and not leave the group without permission. Otherwise, no matter who it is, I will impose strict punishment and expel them from the team. Xiao Qingyue stood by the bus door, her expression serious. She was confident in her own abilities, but she was also worried that some reckless students, unaware of the dangers of the wild, might cause trouble. The wilderness is complex, and anything could happen. She had to warn the students in advance and prepare them accordingly. The students were excited, almost idolizing Xiao Qingyue. At this moment, no matter what Xiao Qingyue said, it was like an imperial decree to them. One by one, they nodded eagerly like chicks pecking at rice, obedient and well-behaved. They really don't know fear because they don't know enough. Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled lightly. With these rookie beastmasters, if Xiao Qingyue wasn't around, they would probably be scared out of their wits by even the weakest monster. Grandpa didn't answer the phone, probably in a meeting. Jiang Chen put down the buzzing phone that had not been answered, thought for a moment, and then edited a message to send. This special training would last a long time, 10 days. It was necessary to report it, just in case his grandfather decided to give him another beating. Jiang Chen still felt sore from the last time and definitely didn't want to get another beating. In the midst of laughter and chatter, the students sang joyful songs as the bus drove out of the city and headed toward the lush, green mountains. An hour later, the bus stopped in front of a massive defense structure made of steel and concrete. The defense structure stretched for dozens of miles, like an indestructible dragon-shaped corridor, guarding the entire base city from the rear. Around the defense structure, many beastmasters wearing standard long hair were lined up, patrolling in orderly formations. Everyone, get off the bus in an orderly manner. We'll have to walk the next part of the way. Xiao Qingyue led the students off the bus. She walked at the front, heading towards the entrance about 20 meters away from the parking area. The area was bustling with people, and one could frequently see beastmasters coming and going for registration. The wilderness is indeed dangerous, but for some beastmasters, it is also a golden hunting ground. Going out to hunt monsters, magical beasts, or even terrifying demons, the military offers rewards of varying degrees. Some materials brought back during hunting can also be sold, which provides a good income to support their daily expenses of cultivating beastmasters. When Jiang Chen and the other students from Yunjian High School appeared, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. It was obvious that these students were still rookies who had never experienced real battles, looking quite green and inexperienced. Only the staff responsible for registration at the entrance seemed used to all of this. With the upcoming selection for higher education, schools with better student quality would organize field training. This had been a regular occurrence for years, and the staff had long since gotten used to it. With Xiao Qingyue leading the group, the staff didn't say much. The reason for the registration at the entrance was twofold: first, to prevent malicious evil beastmasters from entering the base city and harming the public, and second, to prevent reckless students from leaving the group and losing their lives. Xiao Qingyue had all the necessary paperwork in order, so she clearly wasn't part of either of these categories. After briefly registering everyone's information, the staff allowed them to pass. Finally, we're out. One by one, the students exited the defense structure, cheering with joy. Jiang Chen walked behind everyone, gazing at the pristine mountain forest ahead of him, a scene so different from the steel, concrete, and towering buildings of the city. There is a wall separating us, yet it feels like two completely different worlds. Opening his arms, the raw and wild air came rushing at him, mixed with the fragrance of earth and flowers, lifting his spirits. Young master! Young master! Wait! At this moment, a hurried voice came from inside the defensive fortifications. Everyone turned around to see a slightly plump man, riding a silver-gray warhorse, quickly chasing after them. The warhorse appeared right in front of Jiang Chen, and the man dismounted, laughing heartily. Young master, you're something else. You didn't even tell the old master about such an important matter, forcing me to run here again. While speaking, the man handed a space ring to Jiang Chen. Materials to repair souls are rare, and with the time being so tight, I could only get you 3. These 3 materials were found in the old master's collection, by the way. The man was breathing slightly heavier, clearly having been busy all morning. Uncle Gu, why are you in such a hurry? Jiang Chen smiled as he took the space ring, complaining, I told you not to tell Grandpa. How did you end up telling him? This man, named Gu Zhang, had been with the Jiang family for over 10 years, and he had watched Jiang Chen grow up. Jiang Chen had always had a good impression of him, as he was reliable in handling things. Therefore, early this morning, Jiang Chen had asked him to help collect materials to repair the soul. But regarding the little wolf's soul, Jiang Chen was afraid Grandpa would worry, so he wanted to keep it hidden for now. Hearing Gu Zhang's words, Jiang Chen realized that Grandpa most likely already knew. He felt a bit helpless. I couldn't help it. Gu Zhang scratched the back of his head, showing a silly smile. You know how the old master is. How could you hide anything from him? True, Jiang Chen laughed helplessly. The old master did have some methods, and Jiang Chen knew he couldn't keep this hidden for long. After transferring the materials from the space ring to the Beastmaster's bracelet, Jiang Chen smiled and said, Thanks for the trouble. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Then he waved his hand. Alright, you can go back now. We're going for special training and won't be back until 10 days later. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhang shook his head, smiling wryly. Young master, this might not be possible. Question mark. With Jiang Chen's confused gaze, Gu Zhang said seriously, the old master knows you're going for special training, and he's given me strict orders to follow and protect you. Is that so? Jiang Chen was a bit helpless. The old master really was stubborn. He was already so grown up, couldn't he take care of himself? However, Jiang Chen still felt warm inside, knowing it was just the old master's stubbornness. He didn't refuse. Otherwise, Gu Zhang would be in a tough spot, and the seven wolves couldn't hold him back either. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly, turning to Xiao Qingyue and asking, "Teacher Xiao, what do you think?" "It's fine, but all actions must follow my command."
She had noticed Gu Zhang early on, a gold-level beastmaster, and his warhorse was a wind-type beast, the swift wind steed, which had quite a bit of power.
Having one more person to protect them would mean less danger for the students.
Xiao Qingyue didn't say much more, continuing to lead the way forward. Gu Zhang naturally joined the group. As for Gu Zhang's addition, the others didn't mind, but some students who usually followed Jiang Yuntao were very confused, looking toward Jiang Yuntao. "Young Master Jiang, you're also a young master of the Jiang family, right? Where's your bodyguard?"
"Ah. This." Chapter 21, There Are Demon Beasts.
Jiang Yuntao suddenly became flustered, his eyes dodging.
In the past, he didn't need to speak. Jiang Chen would automatically mention that the bodyguards were specially arranged for him by Lu Ruyan in order to please her. But now.
Fortunately, Jiang Yuntao had already anticipated such a situation and quickly regained his composure, putting on a look of disdain.
This special training is a rare opportunity for toughening. If we still need someone to protect us, isn't that a sign of weakness?
He had found a good excuse for himself.
Soga sign.
A few students had expressions of realization.
Perhaps because they didn't have such special treatment, they understood Jiang Yuntao's explanation.
They completely agreed with Jiang Yuntao's words.
Young Master Jiang is right. We are going to be the beast masters of the future, how can we let others protect us?
Exactly, our courage is not something some people can compare to. I think some people rely on their powerful beasts and can only act tough in school. If they really encountered a demon beast, who knows how they'd pee their pants in fear. They habitually spoke sarcastically, mocking him openly and subtly. Although they didn't name names, everyone could tell they were referring to Jiang Chen.
Many people had already gotten used to it.
In the small circle led by Jiang Yuntao, these boys loved to mock Jiang Chen, always throwing a few words his way whether there was something to talk about or not.
If you didn't know better, you'd think they had a deep grudge against him.
"Young master, these classmates of yours." Gu Zhang, holding the swift horse, walked beside Jiang Chen with a slightly gloomy expression. Jiang Chen had grown up under his eyes, his character was beyond question, and he treated everyone with courtesy and respect. As for these students, their faces were deformed and covered in pimples, which was already enough, but their words were so vicious.
They didn't seem like classmates at all. "It's nothing, just clowns." Jiang Chen waved his hand, indifferent.
If Jiang Yuntao dared to push his luck again, his big slap was not just for show, he wouldn't mind slapping him again. Fortunately, after 2 lessons, Jiang Yuntao had finally become obedient.
"Alright, let's keep moving forward, the special training is important."
Jiang Yuntao didn't respond to the others, just kept walking ahead silently. This confused a few of the boys, but they wisely kept their mouths shut and followed quietly. With that, under Xiao Qingyue's lead, the group of students quietly marched on. They walked along the muddy stone path that had been trodden down over the years, heading forward. After walking more than 10 kilometers, they had completely entered the forest.
All around them were towering trees, thick vegetation, and occasionally, strange noises could be heard deep in the forest. It was unknown what kind of monsters were making those sounds, creepy and eerie. "Everyone, be careful.
We have entered the Ziyun mountain range. Occasionally, low-level demon beasts appear here." Xiao Qingyue was clearing the way in front and turned back to remind the students. Once they crossed the mountain ahead, they would be close to the military's mining base. 2 kilometers away from the base, there was a spacious grassland, close to the mountain and water, a perfect place to set up camp.
They wouldn't rashly enter the military's restricted zone.
"Everyone, let's push a little harder.
We'll be there soon."
Xiao Qingyue encouraged the students, and once she saw everyone following, she continued moving forward.
"So far, we still have to keep walking."
Seeing that Xiao Qingyue had no intention of stopping to rest, some students lost the excitement they had at the beginning. Under the scorching sun, they had already walked over 20 kilometers. Although many people's physical conditions had improved to some extent after contracting beast contracts, this kind of jungle cross-country was still quite torturous for those who had grown up in the city.
"We still have to cross another mountain. My feet are about to break." "Young Master Jiang, Squad Leader Lu, why don't we take a break? You all go ahead if you want, I'm not moving. I'll rest for a while first."
One of the boys, short and chubby, ignored Lu Ruyan, who was walking briskly ahead with Jiang Yuntao, and sat down in a shaded spot to rest. Seeing this, the others followed suit and sat down too.
They simply couldn't go on any longer. "If I had known it was this far, I wouldn't have come." The chubby boy couldn't stop complaining. "Fatty, you see, Jiang Yuntao is so rich. Why come here and suffer? He could casually swipe a few 100,000 on his card. What material doesn't he have? Who knows? The chubby boy was irritated, waving his hands to fan himself. Maybe this is just a rich person's twisted hobby. You see, Jiang Chen, that kid also came along, didn't he? True. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was walking past at the back of the team, several people couldn't help but feel uninterested. The happiness of the rich, they said they don't understand. Hiss hiss. While they were talking, no one noticed that a poisonous snake with black and white stripes was slowly approaching, its red tongue flicking from the bushes behind them. Ah! My foot! In the next second, a scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered echoed through the mountains and forests. The others were startled and only then realized that a poisonous snake had appeared out of nowhere. The snake, with its red and white body, coiled around the fat man's calf, its mouth slightly open, two sharp white fangs deeply pierced into his flesh, causing him to howl in pain. In less than 3 seconds, the fat man spat foam from his mouth, kicked his legs, and collapsed. Monster beast! There's a monster beast! The others were horrified, tumbling down the slope, crying and screaming for their parents as they rolled down. Several tall men, over 1.7 meters or 1.8 meters, were so scared by a snake as thick as a thumb that they cried on the spot. Their wails instantly shattered the calm of the group, and everyone jumped in surprise. Everyone turned around, only to freeze in place as if they had seen something extraordinary. Their expressions were like they had seen a ghost. It's just a small snake, and you're all scared like this? How pathetic. In their sight, Jiang Chen was standing with one hand on his waist, stepping on a rock, and in the other hand, he was holding a 1-meter-long poisonous snake. He was casually swinging it around, playing with it. Oh my god. Some girls couldn't handle such a strong visual shock, their faces turned pale, and they fainted on the spot. People around rushed to perform CPR. As for Jiang Chen, his demeanor was all about calmness. The snake in his hand was like a toy, completely harmless. If it weren't for the fat man still foaming at the mouth, it would be hard to believe that the snake Jiang Chen was holding was anything dangerous. After swinging it a few times, the snake passed out, and Jiang Chen casually threw it away. By coincidence, it landed right by the feet of the boys who were scared to tears, causing another round of crying. Who's the one pissing their pants in fear? Jiang Chen smirked, looking at them with disdain, and said with a mischievous grin. Come on, let's get these beast masters some new pants. Chapter 22, A Few Snake-Kissing Fetishes. Jiang Chen laughed. At first, he really thought it was a monster beast coming. But when he saw the snake clearly, he instantly laughed. This was no monster beast at all, it was just an ordinary poisonous snake. He didn't need Little Wolf to act, he could easily handle it himself. After all, he was a beastmaster, and to be scared by an ordinary snake like this was simply embarrassing for the others. What happened? What's going on? Xiao Qingyue reacted quickly and rushed over in a panic. It's nothing, Xiao teacher, just a small snake. I've already dealt with it. Jiang Chen replied calmly. Brother! You dealt with it again? Xiao Qingyue was suspicious, but then her gaze fell on the chubby little boy, who was still foaming at the mouth and twitching. This is what you call dealing with it? Xiao Qingyue's face turned black again. I've dealt with it. Jiang Chen said, looking completely innocent. Xiao Qingyue was about to explode. She didn't want to argue with Jiang Chen, so she quickly squatted beside the chubby boy. It's okay, it's just an ordinary poisonous snake, and he's not in any life-threatening danger. Noticing that the snake that bit the chubby boy wasn't a monster beast, Xiao Qingyue finally breathed a sigh of relief. She flipped her palm, casually taking out a bottle of antidote and gave it to the chubby boy to drink. In a short while, the chubby boy's complexion returned to normal, and the black blood clots in the wound on his leg began to slowly flow out and return to a healthy color. Xiao Qingyue wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling relieved that it wasn't as dangerous as it seemed. That being said, she was still very angry. What exactly happened? Xiao Qingyue looked at Jiang Chen. Seeing her gaze, Jiang Chen leaned back with both hands behind his head. It was quite relaxing, I don't know. When I turned around, I saw him playing with the snake. I thought to myself, does he have some strange habit of playing snake kisses with it, tying it to his leg? Ha! Damn snake kisses. I kiss you, you son of a... Xiao Qingyue's mouth twitched. You're invincible now, kid. She laughed. She laughed in anger. Sometimes, she really wanted to pry open Jiang Chen's head and see what exactly was inside. To say something like snake kiss, doesn't your conscience hurt? Ah. Xiao Qingyue was speechless because of Jiang Chen. At this moment, it was still Gu Zheng who meticulously explained the situation. These few students cheated, slipped away from the group, and got bitten by the snake. Is that so? Xiao Qingyue nodded, looking at Gu Zheng's serious face with a strange expression. If it was really like this, she didn't believe that Gu Zheng, as a golden-level beast master, couldn't have noticed. And if such a venomous snake could still bite a student, it could only mean one thing: Guzhang did it on purpose. He pretended not to see. Indeed, birds of a feather flocked together. Xiao Qingyue finally understood, whether it was Jiang Chen or Guzhang, neither of them was someone easy to deal with. She couldn't help but glare at Jiang Chen again, then turned her head and looked at the few boys who were terrified, their faces pale, sobbing, yet stubbornly trying not to let tears fall. "Stop crying." Xiao Qingyue was annoyed, coldly saying, You straight from the team, after this special training ends, each of you will write a 3,000-word self-criticism." "Ah. Teacher Xiao, no." The few boys turned as pale as paper, immediately bursting into tears. Just by following Zhang Yuntao every day, writing an 800-word composition was hard for them, let alone a 3,000-word self-criticism. It was practically killing them. "If you say another word, it'll be 10,000 words." Xiao Qingyue wasn't the slightest bit soft-hearted, showing no kindness toward them, her expression extremely stern. Before they set off, she had emphasized countless times that they must obey the management, and must not leave the team without permission. These students not only didn't listen to her, but nearly caused a life-threatening incident. If she didn't act more strictly and teach them a lesson, who knows what other nonsense they would cause. Before long, the chubby boy woke up. It hurt so much, ah! The intense pain made him shout uncontrollably. Then, he saw Xiao Qingyue's face, which was darker than coal. "Shut up. Today, even if you have to crawl, you will crawl to the camp. Otherwise, I'll send you back right now. Now, immediately, right now, start moving." After leaving those words, Xiao Qingyue stood up and was about to leave. The chubby boy was stunned, standing still. Then, a wave of urgency hit him. He blushed, weakly raised his hand, holding his pants, unable to speak. "Teacher Xiao, wait." "What now?" Xiao Qingyue was about to lose her temper. Before she could explode, the chubby boy, in a voice barely louder than a mosquito's, said, "I want to change my pants." Then, the crying boys also blushed, "We want to change too." "I'm tired, just destroy me." After getting ready, they set off again. From behind, Xiao Qingyue's straight back had bent down, looking listless. On the other hand, Jiang Chen's laughter never stopped along the way. The chubby boy and the others had red faces, and there were not enough cracks in the mountain to hide in. The few of them walked with their heads down, not daring to raise their heads even once. Their behavior showed they were completely honest now. As expected, the red face of a youth still surpasses everything, ha ha ha. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. "I knew it, these students are all fools." Guzhang seriously added a remark from the side. "Very good insight." Jiang Chen patted Guzhang's shoulder, showing his agreement. Then, he laughed even louder. The rest of the journey went smoothly, with no further accidents. In the afternoon, according to the scheduled plan, Xiao Qingyue arrived at the downstream of the mine vein with the students on time. The grass was growing, and the orioles were flying, with the creek babbling. The view here was very open, with endless forests ahead, and the mountains stretching behind. No matter what happens, you can always see it at the first moment. It's a good camping spot. Since halfway up the mountain, Xiao Qingyue had been in low spirits, her whole being seemed to have lost its radiance. Of course, there were also the men, the beastmasters, whose pants were wet. "Boys, set up the tents. Girls, come here to get the ingredients. The food must be ready before dark." She weakly directed the students' actions, not in a hurry to organize the search for beastmaster materials. She was really tired. Jiang Chen knew that Xiao Qingyue was in a bad mood at the moment, so he didn't dare to provoke her. He found a place alone, and with Guzhang, set up 2 tents. After setting up the tents, Jiang Chen comfortably sat by the stream, enjoying the breeze and humming a little tune. "I wonder what this woman is planning." Jiang Chen's gaze, subtle yet noticeable, swept over Lu Ruyan, who was currently cooking by the fire for Zhang Yuntao. Gradually, he had an idea. "To avoid more trouble, I'll take action tonight and get the dragon's saliva stone back." Chapter 23, Nighttime Special Training. As evening fell, the mountain wind blew over the ridge, the shadows of trees swayed, making rustling sounds. The mountains at night were much livelier than during the day. Pairs of blood-red eyes opened under the cover of darkness, accompanied by wild growls, starting the hunting feast. Even within the camp, there were some miserable screams, and even the cool breeze seemed to carry a hint of blood. "Uncle Good, your skills are great. This roast chicken is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, mouth-watering, fragrant." Jiang Chen sat by the bonfire, biting into a chicken leg, juices bursting in his mouth, feeling completely satisfied. Of course, us beastmasters are always in and out of the wind and rain, often fighting against monsters. Survival in the wild is a must-have skill. Guzhang laughed heartily. As a qualified beastmaster, if you don't have some survival skills, you'd probably starve yourself to death. While Jiang Chen was eating happily, the others weren't as lucky. They didn't know that when they came out, they'd have to solve their own food problem, and the food they made was either burned black or still raw. Some hadn't even been able to start a fire yet. Ruyan, how about, forget it, we can just eat some lettuce salad. Lu Ruyan was among these people.
She had been messing around near a pile of dry grass for a long time, with ash all over her face, but not a single spark of fire in sight.
No, Yuntao Gij, I must give you a hot meal. Lu Ruyan stubbornly blew air into the pile of dry grass. Boom! Perhaps due to too much force, a flame suddenly shot up half a meter from the pile of grass, almost burning off Lu Ruyan's eyebrows.
Used to having everything handed to me, who would know how to cook?
Jiang Chen casually glanced at Lu Ruyan, then immediately looked away. He asked Gu Zhang, Uncle Gu, it's been a while since Xiao teacher went out, right? Gu Zhang nodded, she should be coming back soon.
Once the students had mostly set up their tents, Xiao Qingyue entered the forest, temporarily leaving the task of protecting the students' safety to Gu Zhang. After all, she was a teacher, no matter how tired she was, she couldn't slack off when it came to the special training. After what happened during the day, she deeply realized that before starting the special training for real, she must help the students overcome their fears. As she saw that the students were almost done with their preparations, she immediately dove into the forest, intending to catch a few low-level monsters to boost the students' courage. Looking at the time, she'd been gone for over an hour.
Get ready, in 10 minutes, everyone gather here.
While Jiang Chen was talking with Gu Zhang, as if summoned by the words, he turned his head and saw Xiao Qingyue coming out from the forest. Behind her was a beastmaster creature with wings on its back, a single horn on its head, crescent-shaped patterns on each of its limbs, and feet that seemed to step on flowing light. It was exactly the beast contracted by Xiao Qingyue, the Holy Spirit Unicorn.
Its bloodline level was at least at the Lord level, possibly even higher.
Even though Gu Zhang's Wind Rider had reached the commander level, in front of this unicorn, it didn't dare to breathe, full of awe from the heart. The unicorn raised its head high, holy and pure, driving away 3 demon beasts with blood dripping from their mouths, slowly entering the camp. The battle servant level 1 thorn demon pig, red heart snake, and buck-toothed demon rat. Jiang Chen glanced over and immediately recognized the 3 demon beasts, unable to help but chuckle softly. These 3 types of demon beasts were very common near the mind veins, but their strength was generally around battle servant level 3. To find such weak beasts among a group of demon beasts was really a challenge for Xiao Qingyue. No wonder, with the unicorn's power, Xiao Qingyue still took so long. It was obvious that a lot of effort was spent. There was no choice, the students were encountering demon beasts for the first time, and Xiao Qingyue feared that without these almost powerless creatures, very few would have the courage to face them directly. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and many saw the 3 demon beasts showing their teeth, fierce and terrifying, and each of them hurriedly lined up tremblingly in front of Xiao Qingyue. Seeing that all the students' attention was on the 3 demon beasts, Xiao Qingyue did not keep them guessing. I believe everyone sees it, these 3 demon beasts behind me are your practical training subjects for tonight. Now, line up and take turns, directing your contracted beasts to fight them one by one. After speaking, Xiao Qingyue made a gesture, and the unicorn immediately kicked the buck-toothed demon rat with its hoof, sending it flying in front of a student. Zhou, you go first. Xiao Qingyue said faintly. Zhou, the little chubby boy who had played with the snake kiss during the day, when Xiao Qingyue thought of the word snake kiss, she could not bear to look at him, turning her head slightly away. Ah? Me? The chubby boy had an unwilling expression on his face. Squeak squeak. The buck-toothed demon rat's little eyes turned rapidly. Even though its strength was low, as a demon beast, it still had the beastly nature and viciousness. Extremely aggressive, it immediately revealed its ferocity after realizing that the unicorn ignored it, and it pounced at the little chubby boy. Ah! Mom! Help! Help! The little chubby boy seemed to still be shaken from the earlier fright, and as soon as the buck-toothed demon rat pounced, he panicked and ran away, clutching his head. At this moment, it was hard to tell who was the rat. Xiao Qingyue shook her head, and the unicorn immediately sprang into action, stepping on the buck-toothed demon rat's tail, making it scream in pain. Next. Xiao Qingyue spoke calmly. The little chubby boy's performance was as bad as it could get. She couldn't say she wasn't disappointed, but she also knew that this was inevitable. A rookie beast tamer needed a process to overcome psychological fear before they could truly fight against demon beasts. Then, Xiao Qingyue continued to call names, one student after another gathering their courage to step forward, only to leave in embarrassment. The 3 demon beasts were not strong, nor were they particularly intelligent, but their ferocity made the students uncomfortable. This was far more terrifying than the playful sparring in school. Several times, some students reacted too late, and they wondered if they would be eaten alive by the 3 demon beasts. Of course, some did perform well. For example, Lu Ruoyan, even though her black soul beast was weaker than these 3 demon beasts, she was able to handle them calmly. Though in the end, the black soul beast was still defeated by the red heart snake and almost swallowed whole, her performance still earned the students' recognition. The school beauty is really the school beauty, not only does she look good, but she's also so brave. I almost got scared to death.
Amid countless admiring gazes, Lu Ruoyan casually walked back to the line.
To be honest, if her black soul beast hadn't yet mutated and its strength hadn't increased much, she wouldn't even have considered these 3 demon beasts a threat. In her eyes, Xiao Qingyue was just wasting time. When I get the dragon saliva stone, I will make you all understand the power of the black soul beast. Chapter 24, A Pathetic Victory. Lu Ruyan's jet black ponytail arched high, standing out under everyone's gaze like a proud white swan. She walked straight ahead, without looking around, stopped in front of Zhang Yuntao, and gave him a soft smile with an encouraging look.
Brother Yuntao, you can do it. MHM. Zhang Yuntao nodded heavily, full of confidence in himself.
At the moment, his palm bear was the strongest among everyone, except for the little wolf. The chances of taking the first victory were high.
Teacher Xiao, let it come over.
Zhang Yuntao pointed at the red signal snake, standing ready. His palm bear prepared itself for battle.
Wait.
Just as he was about to command the palm bear to attack, Xiao Qingyue said calmly, "Your opponent is this one."
Hong hong hong.
Along with a series of pig-like squeals, the thorn demon boar charged out, barreling straight ahead.
Zhang Yuntao's face turned green in an instant. Teacher Xiao, this isn't fair.
In terms of size alone, the thorn demon boar was much bigger than the other 2 beasts, even bulkier than the young palm bear. Once it started running, the visual impact was terrifying. Zhang Yuntao's confidence wavered. He had just seen the thorn demon boar send a beast, along with its handler, flying. That person was still unconscious. Among the 3 beasts Xiao Qingyue had captured, the thorn demon boar was the strongest. Zhang Yuntao had no confidence in winning against it. But with so many eyes watching, he didn't want to embarrass himself, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and command the palm bear to fight.
Xiangba, knock it away.
With the order given, the palm bear planted its 4 limbs on the ground and imitated the thorn demon boar's charging stance.
Bang!
The palm bear and the thorn demon boar clashed head-on. After a brief stalemate, the palm bear lost its strength and was sent rolling backward, landing flat on the ground with bruises all over its face.
I can't bear to watch. Jiang Chen covered his eyes.
In terms of bloodline, the palm bear had an advantage and was indeed stronger than the thorn demon boar. Both beasts relied on brute strength, so in theory, the palm bear had a good chance of winning. But Zhang Yuntao's mistake was commanding the palm bear to fight recklessly, trying to use the thorn demon boar's own battle style against it. The thorn demon boar had lived in the wild for years, constantly facing threats from humans and other beasts.
Its combat instincts were far superior to the palm bear's. Using the same battle strategy, how could a young palm bear, barely weaned, compete with a seasoned thorn demon boar? After landing a successful hit, the thorn demon boar's bloodlust surged. It pounced onto the palm bear, using its fangs to tear into the palm bear's thick skin.
Luckily, the palm bear had tough flesh. Otherwise, it would have already become the thorn demon boar's dinner. Seeing the palm bear bleeding from multiple wounds, Zhang Yuntao panicked and threw out a desperate command, using the kind of dirty tricks that street thugs would use in a brawl.
Xiangba. Kick it. Kick its balls.
The palm bear, without hesitation, lifted its leg and aimed a direct kick at the thorn demon boar's lower half.
Awah!
The thorn demon boar howled in agony, stumbling backward, rolling on the ground, shrieking in pain, its eyes filled with tears. Hiss. Many of the men watching at the scene felt a deep, shared pain. They grimaced, their faces twisted, as if they had just experienced the blow themselves.
Phew, that was close.
Zhang Yuntao let out a long sigh of relief and patted his chest. Thankfully, he had come up with the idea in time. Thanks to that, the palm bear managed to end the fight quickly. More importantly, the thorn demon boar was in too much pain to stand up, while the palm bear had only suffered minor injuries that wouldn't affect its combat ability.
With just a couple of days of rest, it would be fine.
Clearly, this was his victory.
Teacher Xiao, I won.
Zhang Yuntao looked at Xiao Qingyue, excitement spilling across his face. But strangely, Xiao Qingyue said nothing. Even the chubby little sidekicks who always cheered for Zhang Yuntao remained silent. Indeed, looking at it this way, Zhang Yuntao has won, and he is the first student to defeat a monster. But the process, well, it was full of bumps and scrapes.
Not only was it dishonorable, it was even somewhat pathetic.
Xiao Qingyue, as a teacher, and someone who has seen many big scenes, lightly coughed and quickly adjusted her expression.
Not bad.
She first expressed recognition of Zhang Yuntao's performance. Our battles with monsters are brutal, a fight to the death, and in moments of crisis, even using some desperate measures is understandable.
Zhang Yuntao did well, quick reaction. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Qingyue finally squeezed out the compliment, quick reaction.
She really didn't know what else to praise Zhang Yuntao for. According to her estimation, with the strength of the palm bear, Zhang Yuntao should have easily won the fight. But instead, it looked so awkward.
Of course, as the first student to defeat a monster, encouragement was necessary to avoid dampening the students' enthusiasm. Let's continue.
After speaking, Xiao Qingyue began calling on the next student. Helpless, Zhang Yuntao could only gloomily bring the palm bear back to the group.
In his mind, after finally winning the battle, Xiao Qingyue should have been full of praise, and his classmates should have been admiring him. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Zhang Yuntao immediately felt downhearted. The night training soon reached its end, and among all the students present, only Jiang Chen had yet to battle the three monsters. Xiao Qingyue glanced at Jiang Chen, with no intention of letting him fight. Ridiculous, with the strength of the little wolf, these three monsters would be slapped dead with one hit.
She still planned to use these three monsters to temper the students' courage, so how could she let Jiang Chen step in? Seeing that the time was almost up, she directly announced the end of the special training.
Alright, that's it for tonight.
Everyone's been tired all day, so head back to your tents and rest. Xiao Qingyue calmly tied up the three monsters and looked at Gu Zhangdao.
Mr. Gu, let's take turns keeping watch tonight. After the students adjust to the environment here, we can switch and rest.
No problem, you rest, I'll stay up tonight, Gu Zhangdao smiled and said. He knew Xiao Qingyue had been quite upset all day, and to help Jiang Chen gain some favor by scoring higher during the selection, he was happy to help share some of her pressure.
That's fine, thanks. Xiao Qingyue nodded, not even glancing at Jiang Chen, and directly entered her tent. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile wryly, falling into thought. Am I being discriminated against?
Laughing to himself, he also understood that Xiao Qingyue probably thought that with the little wolf's combat power, there was no need for him to intervene.
Exactly, Jiang Chen was quite happy to relax.
The fire flickered, the moon rose above the treetops. After a long day's work, everyone was exhausted, and regardless of whether their stomachs were full, they just collapsed into sleep. The camp quickly quieted down, with only snoring and the crackling sound of burning firewood filling the air. No one knew how much time had passed, but outside Jiang Chen's tent, a figure slowly approached. Young master, just as you predicted, those two students left the team secretly and headed towards the mine vein. Chapter 25, The Dragon's Tearstone is in hand. Inside the tent, Jiang Chen opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as two beams of light shot out.
They are even more anxious than I am. But, do they really think the Dragon's Tearstone is that easy to get? Jiang Chen sneered and walked out of the tent.
After the special training, he had instructed Gu Zhangdao to keep an eye on Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yuntao. He had a hunch that the two might take action tonight.
Unexpectedly, he was right.
This was slightly beyond Jiang Chen's expectations. However, Lu Ruyan's urgency was not hard to understand.
Lu Ruyan had always been very strong-willed, and after several setbacks,
seeing the little wolf's growth speed so fast, it naturally made him impatient.
Uncle Gu, stay here and guard the camp. I'll go out for a while. Jiang Chen instructed Gu Zhang and called the little wolf, looking in a certain direction, ready to leave. Young master, do you really not need me to go with you?
Gu Zhang asked quietly, not quite reassured.
No need.
Jiang Chen shook his head confidently, don't worry, I'll be back soon.
He was more familiar with the environment around here than anyone.
At that time, in order to escape back, he had suffered a lot. Even though Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yuntao moved ahead, he was confident he could beat them to it and get the dragon's saliva stone. And, whether he went early or late, it might not necessarily be a good thing.
Well, alright. Gu Zhang hesitated for a moment, knowing Jiang Chen's personality, which was almost identical to the old master's. Once he made a decision, even 10 bulls couldn't pull him back. Seeing Jiang Chen walk far away, he still couldn't help but quietly remind him, young master, if you encounter any trouble, just fire the signal flare I gave you, and I'll come right away. Don't worry. Jiang Chen waved his hand and quickly disappeared into the darkness of the forest.
Moonlight fell on the mountains, like a silver-white veil draped over the green pines, offering a good view. Jiang Chen moved through the forest, following the route in his memory, heading upwards, toward the mineral vein.
After long periods of mining, the mountains were rugged with pits and abandoned mine shafts.
One wrong step, and one could fall into them. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had a good memory and found a shortcut. With the faint light from the moon, he quickly spotted two suspicious figures whispering near the mineral vein, behaving suspiciously.
Ruyan, is the special material you mentioned really here?
Zhang Yuntao nervously glanced around, afraid of being discovered since they were within the military's patrol zone. If they were discovered, not only would they be held accountable by the military, but Xiao Qingyue might also get furious for them leaving the team without permission and send them back to the school immediately.
That would be a huge loss.
They had just arrived and hadn't even collected any beast master materials yet.
He didn't want to go back empty-handed. Compared to Zhang Yuntao's nervousness, Lu Ruyan appeared confident.
She knew in her heart that the military personnel had already left, and the patrol zone was no longer a concern. Moreover, in order to catch up with Jiang Chen's progress, she had to get the dragon's saliva stone tonight. Brother Yuntao, don't worry, no one will notice us.
The dragon's saliva stone must be here.
Once we have it, my black soul beast will grow as fast as possible, and I won't have to watch that arrogant Jiangchen anymore.
But we've been looking for so long and haven't found anything. How about we go back?
Otherwise, Xiao teacher might get upset.
Seeing Jiang Yuntao backing off, Lu Ruyan immediately became unhappy, pouting, Brother Yuntao, do you want me to lose to that arrogant Jiangchen in the selection?
Jiang Yuntao immediately smiled apologetically, Ruyan, that's not what I mean. Though he said that, deep down, he was still full of doubt. They had already searched several abandoned mine tunnels here, and hadn't even seen a single thing.
Then let's keep looking.
Lu Ruyan glared at Jiang Yuntao, like she was sulking, and with the black soul beast, entered another abandoned mine tunnel. Seeing this, Jiang Yuntao could only helplessly shake his head. A sudden wolf howl came, startling him, and he hurriedly chased after her. Ruyan, wait for me, there's a wolf. Standing on a large stone, Jiangchen looked at Jiang Yuntao's mouse-like fear and couldn't help but laugh. With this kind of courage, they dared to search for treasures. After sneering, Jiangchen looked away, picked a direction, and without hesitation, said, Little wolf, let's go. He had indeed told Lu Ruyan before that he obtained the dragon's saliva stone from an abandoned mine tunnel in the mineral vein. But as for which mine it was, Lu Ruyan had no idea. Jiangchen moved upward, quickly reaching the middle of the vein, before an abandoned mine that faintly emitted a glow.
It should be here. Jiangchen looked around at the surroundings and quietly became cautious.
In his past life, he had accidentally stumbled upon this place, not realizing that a beast had made the mine its lair. At that time, if the beast hadn't gone out to hunt, he wouldn't have had the chance to escape. Even now, with the little wolf contracted, Jiangchen dared not be careless. You see, compared to demon beasts, magical beasts are fiercer and more bloodthirsty. It's no exaggeration to say that magical beasts of the same level can easily tear apart demon beasts of the same level. The powerful magical beasts are almost on par with the demon beasts that make people tremble with fear, those that feast on raw meat and blood. And the magical beast occupying this mine had reached the elite level, a bloodthirsty bat. Even the little wolf wouldn't be a match for this beast. Jiangchen was careful, taking each step cautiously. The mine was winding, but fortunately, the deeper parts had already collapsed, only about 30 meters deep. He walked to the end of the mine, where he saw dozens of small bats, the size of a palm, hanging upside down on the rock walls, all sleeping. There were at least 50 or 60 of them, all possessing the strength of a level 1 or 2 warrior servant. A glowing stone was placed right under these small bats, easily visible. As for the elite level bloodthirsty bat, it was nowhere to be seen.
It seemed to have gone out hunting again.
Luckily, I remember correctly, it won't be here at this time.
Jiangchen finally let out a breath of relief.
He walked with ease to the deepest part of the mine and slowly placed the faintly glowing dragon saliva stone into his Beastmaster ring. Then, tiptoeing, he made a fast getaway gesture with his fingers to the little wolf and left at the fastest speed. He ran quickly, and once he reached the forest far from the mine and hid his figure, Jiangchen finally let out a breath of relief. The dragon saliva stone has a special material, it's said to be a stone stained with dragon saliva, and the energy inside should help the little wolf advance to a level 7 warrior servant.
Jiangchen was smiling with joy.
Now that he had the dragon saliva stone, he didn't want to stay longer, fearing he might run into the bloodthirsty bat returning from its hunt.
Strange, there was light here just now, did I imagine it?
However, before Jiangchen could leave, Jiang Yuntao appeared at the entrance of the mine, looking irritated. It seemed he was tired from searching and casually sat on a stone, commanding the palm bear, Xiong Ba, go in and take a look.
Bang! 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 Bang!
The palm bear was as straightforward as ever, shaking its large head as it entered the mine, showing no signs of caution.
Damn it, this idiot!
Seeing this, Jiangchen cursed under his breath and ran away. With that kind of noise, it would be strange if the bloodthirsty bat pups didn't wake up. But before he could run a few steps, a terrified screech from the palm bear echoed from the mine. Then, Jiangchen saw the palm bear using all 4 limbs to hurriedly escape. Behind it, a swarm of bloodthirsty bat pups followed closely.
Chapter 26, Elite Level Magical Beast.
The Bloodthirsty Bat. Looking at the dense swarm of bloodthirsty bats, Jiangchen's hair stood on end.
I'm really going to be killed by this idiot. Jiangchen's heart raced, and his feet reacted even faster, running away. Indeed, these bloodthirsty bat pups weren't strong, and with the little wolf around, they weren't to be feared. What Jiangchen truly feared was the elite-level bloodthirsty bat. Because of Jiang Yuntao's reckless behavior, such a big commotion had been made. The elite-level bat had likely already noticed and was on its way back. Elite magical beasts were not something Jiangchen could deal with right now. If he wasn't afraid now, he would eventually be killed by Jiang Yuntao's foolishness. Jiangchen's feet were like the wind, weaving through the forest at a rapid pace, with the little wolf by his side. Who? At this moment, a shadow more than 3 meters long swept over his head. It's that elite-level bloodthirsty bat. The strong wind swept through, and the leaves in the forest were blown to the ground. The bloodthirsty bat emitted black demonic energy all over its body, flying rapidly towards the direction of the mine. Seeing this, Jiang Chen dared not hesitate and used all his strength to flee. Fortunately, the bloodthirsty bat was focused on returning to the mine, and its attention was not on him. Jiang Chen was able to escape successfully, running a long distance. This won't get me killed, will it? Jiang Chen leaned against a tree trunk, catching his breath for a moment, and looked back. At this time, the bloodthirsty bat had already flapped its wings and landed in front of the mine. Faced with this sudden change, Zhang Yuntao was clearly unprepared, trembling in fear and collapsing to the ground, stunned. SSSSSS. The bloodthirsty bat swiftly landed on the ground, sending stones and dirt flying, making a series of sharp explosive sounds. Its scarlet eyes looked extremely terrifying in the night. It coldly stared at the terrified Zhang Yuntao, and a group of bloodthirsty bat pups quickly flew to its back, anxiously hissing. SSS. The moment the bloodthirsty bat learned that its treasure had been stolen, it instantly became incredibly furious, its murderous intent soaring to the sky. It furiously lunged at Zhang Yuntao, exposing its white fangs, as if it wanted to bite Zhang Yuntao to death. No! Brother Yuntao! At this moment, Lu Ruyan heard the noise and hurriedly rushed toward the bloodthirsty bat. Then, she took out a handful of red powder from behind and threw it at the bloodthirsty bat. SSSSSS. The moment the red powder touched the bloodthirsty bat, its vision went black, and its eyes burned so much that it could barely open them, becoming red and swollen. Some of the bloodthirsty bat pups also fell one by one from mid-air, their wings rubbing their eyes, looking extremely painful. This woman is quite clever. Jiang Chen was slightly surprised. The powder Lu Ruyan scattered was none other than chili powder. Caught off guard, it had achieved an unexpected effect. Although the bloodthirsty bat was elite level, it was not completely immune to sensory pain. Lu Ruyan's appearance also bought Zhang Yuntao some time to escape. Brother Yuntao, let's go. Lu Ruyan grabbed Zhang Yuntao and turned to flee. At this moment, Zhang Yuntao finally reacted. Looking at the bloodthirsty bat that stood at least 3 meters tall, he was filled with dread. In the intense threat of death, he unleashed an incredible potential. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had run dozens of meters and dived into the dense forest. SSSSSS. A few minutes later, the pain in the bloodthirsty bat's eyes finally eased significantly. Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yuntao's actions had completely enraged it. It flapped its wings and sent many stones flying, leaping into the air, skimming the forest floor, and rapidly chasing after the two. What a pity! Jiang Chen felt a bit disappointed. If Lu Ruyan hadn't been prepared, the two might really have died here. But if they died like this, deep down, he felt it would be too easy for them. Little wolf, let's go. The direction they were fleeing was completely opposite to Jiang Chen's, and he completely relaxed. As for whether Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yuntao could escape the bloodthirsty bat's pursuit, that was not his concern anymore. Jiang Chen turned and was about to leave. Rustle. However, at the moment he turned, he suddenly caught sight of several dark figures appearing in front of the mine. The dark figures were completely shrouded in black robes, black mist swirling around, making it impossible to see their real faces. In the night, Jiang Chen could only see that the white bone claws were embroidered on the black robes. Jiang Chen's heart tightened instantly. How did the dark church people appear here? Jiang Chen took a cold breath, his eyes filled with unbelievable shock. The Dark Vatican originated from the West, a highly dangerous organization. Evil and madness are their synonyms, unwelcome in all countries. It is an organization formed by a group of madmen who spare no means to gain powerful strength. At one time, they ruthlessly slaughtered beastmasters from various countries, even implanting special beasts into the bodies of newborn infants, turning those infants into containers for breeding dark beasts. Their bloody methods and atrocious actions had reached a level that angered both gods and men. Thus, countries around the world, including Hanxia, loathed them deeply and issued the highest level kill order. For a long time, they had vanished from Blue Star. Jiang Chen never expected that these filthy rats from the sewers would appear here. He was certain that these black-robed figures were from the Dark Vatican. What are they doing here? Jiang Chen was puzzled, trying hard to hide his figure behind the trees, carefully observing. In his sight, several people from the Dark Vatican stood before the mine, looking around and giving shrill, strange laughs. They peered into the mine for a long time, then glanced at Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yuntao, who were running from the mountain. One person slightly shook his head, raised his arm, and a snake-like creature shrouded in black mist flew out swiftly, appearing under the furious bloodthirsty bat, secretly releasing a puff of black mist. Then, the bloodthirsty bat trembled, its form swayed unsteadily, its movements gradually became sluggish, and its speed decreased significantly. After doing this, that person took back the snake-like creature and returned to the mine with ease. With his help, the bloodthirsty bat would have a hard time catching up with Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yuntao in a short time.
Only then did several black-robed figures feel completely at ease, their forms flickering, disappearing back into the darkness, vanishing without a trace.
As if they never appeared at all.
They came quickly and left quickly, but Jiang Chen was thoroughly unsettled, his heart churning with waves. Could it be that they had their eyes on me at this time in my previous life? Thinking of this possibility, Jiang Chen's pupils constricted sharply, and a chill ran down his spine.
Chapter 27, Holy Spirit. Imprisonment.
So, the Black Soul Beast appeared on the day of the contract with the Beast, was indeed a deliberate act by the Dark Vatican. Jiang Chen's face was grim, slowly sorting out his thoughts. He had always wondered how he managed to escape when encountering this elite-level bloodthirsty bat in this mine in his previous life. Now it seemed that the people of the Dark Vatican had been secretly observing the Black Soul Beast.
Deliberately placing the dragon saliva stone here, was it to accelerate the mutation of the Black Soul Beast? Jiang Chen pondered.
In his previous life, not long after obtaining the dragon saliva stone, people from the Dark Vatican approached him. Not only that, they specifically informed him of the route to the powerful mutation of the Black Soul Beast. But without thinking, he refused. At that time, he was determined to give the dragon saliva stone to Lu Ruyan, not caring about any power or strength. Later, the Dark Vatican people did not look for him again.
Looking back now, it all seemed premeditated.
These pesky rats are trying to use ordinary beastmasters to carry out some insane experiments.
Jiang Chen's thoughts gradually became clearer, and his expression became increasingly intriguing. So, Lu Ruyan, will you choose to endure the pain of heart-eating, blood-sucking, to resist the corruption of the demon aura from the Black Soul Beast on your soul? Or enjoy the thrill of that powerful strength, throw yourself into darkness, and fall into the abyss of everlasting gloom?
Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile, feeling it was quite interesting.
Indeed, after the mutation, the Black Soul Beast will become extremely powerful, far surpassing ordinary beasts. But Lu Ruyan did not know. The mutation of the Black Soul Beast, even its evolutionary path, has only two types. One is the Dark Evolution path, which allows it to master the supreme dark power and grow rapidly. The other is the Demon Evolution path, where each mutation and evolution greatly enhances the Black Soul Beast's bloodline, power, and level. The former still has some rationality and can be controlled by the Beast Master. In his previous life, Jiang Chen relied on his strong will to repeatedly overcome the impacts of the demon aura, allowing the Black Soul Beast to eventually evolve into the nine-headed magic dragon, mastering powerful strength while remaining in a controllable state. The latter, however, is like an addictive poison. Every time power is gained, it ignites the deepest greed within the human heart until it is swallowed by darkness. Jiang Chen couldn't help but look forward to how Lu Ruyan would choose.
There is no doubt that, regardless of which choice, Lu Ruyan would endure unparalleled pain. This is also the reason Jiang Chen had not hurried to deal with Lu Ruyan.
Brother Yuntao, let's escape quickly. At that moment, a loud shout interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts.
He turned his head and saw Lu Ruyan stumbling along with Jiang Yuntao, both with wounds on their faces and hands from branches, suffering quite a bit. However, seeing the tragic state of the two, Jiang Chen felt no joy at all. Instead, his expression grew more serious. Until he saw Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yuntao charging toward the direction where the firelight was brightening.
Jiang Chen could no longer stay calm. This is bad. Something is going to happen.
The direction the two were fleeing was none other than the camp where the students were resting. It is important to note that, besides the elite-level bloodthirsty bat, there was also a large group of bloodthirsty bat cubs chasing behind. If so many bloodthirsty bats enter the camp, if even one sets its sights on the students inside, it would lead to irreparable consequences.
These two idiots are really going to kill someone. Jiang Chen was furious. With the Dark Church's group secretly laying traps, Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yuntao could have spent some time completely shaking off the bloodthirsty bat's pursuit.
Unfortunately, it seemed they had not noticed the bloodthirsty bat slowing down, and they were rushing straight toward the camp.
Jiang Chen was almost exploding with anger.
If nothing else, they could at least shout out.
With Xiao Qingyue and Gu Zhang there, even elite-level bloodthirsty bats would be easy to deal with.
Sadly, the two seemed to be scared silly or perhaps confused. Their only thought was to draw the disaster away, letting the other students share the anger of the bloodthirsty bats. Their idea was simple: they used the cover of night and the trees to escape the bloodthirsty bat's sight with great effort.
But by shouting, wouldn't their position be exposed? So, despite running with sweat pouring down, the two dared not even breathe heavily.
As the bloodthirsty bats drew closer to the camp, Jiang Chen did not have the luxury to think further and immediately sprinted toward the camp.
Teacher Xiao. Uncle Gu. They are attacking at night. While running, Jiang Chen shouted desperately as a warning. Unfortunately, he was still some distance from the camp, his voice limited.
His throat was almost hoarse, yet there was still no response from the camp.
I can only hope that Uncle Gu is still holding the line. Jiang Chen leaned on his knees, nearly out of strength to shout.
Fortunately, his shouts were not in vain. Gu Zhang rushed out of the camp at the first moment.
Where did these magical beasts come from? How dare they act fiercely in front of me? Gu Zhang shouted loudly, his wind chaser horse sprinting out quickly, leaping high, and landing with a loud neigh. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly arose, and a wind blade, the same size as the bloodthirsty bat, quickly condensed above the wind chaser. Jiang Chen only felt a flash before his eyes, and the wind blade broke through the air and shot out. Rip! In an instant, the fierce bloodthirsty bat was sliced in half, cut through its waist. However, before Gu Zhang could relax, in the pitch-black mountain forest, a swarm of bloodthirsty baby bats appeared, swooping toward the students' tents. Chasing wind! Hurry! Gu Zhang's heart was in a panic. If even one of these bloodthirsty baby bats got into the tents, those students would be bitten all over, torn to pieces. But after the elite-level bloodthirsty bat died, the baby bats went completely mad, attacking everything they could see in a frenzy. For a moment, even though chasing wind colt was fast, some of the bloodthirsty baby bats still managed to slip through, flying right up to the tents. They were about to get inside. What's happening now? Luckily, at that moment, Xiao Qingyue finally stepped out of her tent. She was wearing a light pink silk nightgown, her curves perfect, her sleepy eyes half open. Her black hair, slightly curled, naturally draped over her shoulders, revealing a faint blush on the pale skin of her neck, exuding a lazy kind of beauty. Teacher Xiao! Wake up! But in this situation, Jiang Chen had no time to admire the sight and shouted loudly. With that yell, Xiao Qingyue's half-asleep eyes finally opened completely. The moment she opened them, she saw Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yuntao scrambling in panic toward the back of the camp. Dozens of bloodthirsty baby bats were already trying to crawl into the students' tents, scaring her out of her wits. Without any hesitation, a flash of light burst forth, and the Holy Spirit unicorn appeared instantly before Xiao Qingyue. Holy Spirit! Restrain them! Chapter 28, Magic Beast Crystal Core. In an instant, the moonlight shone brilliantly, illuminating the entire camp. Bathed in the moon's glow, Xiao Qingyue seemed to transcend, appearing pure, noble, and untouched by the world. Two faint points stood out on the front of her nightgown, a striking crimson. On the unicorn's horn, streaks of moonlit radiance bloomed, carrying a mysterious power. The moment the moonlight touched them, all the bloodthirsty baby bats became frozen in place, unable to move. For some reason, Xiao Qingyue's cheeks turned slightly red. She frowned and shot Jiang Chen a glare, scolding him angrily, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and help!" Oh. Jiang Chen snapped back to reality, his face flushing with embarrassment. He let out an awkward chuckle and quickly commanded his little wolf to attack. Slash! Slash, slash! The little wolf moved swiftly. With each swipe of its claw, a bloodthirsty baby bat was covered in frost and dropped to the ground. With the Holy Spirit unicorn's control, the little wolf and chasing wind colt handled the bloodthirsty baby bats effortlessly. In no time, the area around the camp was littered with the corpses of the bloodthirsty baby bats. What happened? What's going on? With all the noise, some of the students who had been sound asleep were woken up. One by one, drowsy little heads poked out from the tents, their faces full of confusion, clearly not understanding what had just happened. Young master, are you all right? After handling the bloodthirsty bats, Gu Zhang immediately rushed to Jiang Chen's side. When he caught sight of the elite-level beast, he broke into a cold sweat from sheer terror. If anything had happened to Jiang Chen, he wouldn't be able to face the old master again. He circled around Jiang Chen, checking him from head to toe. Seeing that Jiang Chen was unharmed, he finally let out a sigh of relief. But, why did the young master seem so strange? Why wasn't he saying anything? What puzzled Gu Zhang even more was that Jiang Chen had been standing there for quite a while, staring blankly in one direction without saying a word. Did the young master get scared senseless? Gu Zhang's heart skipped a beat, and he waved his hands in front of Jiang Chen's face, his voice full of panic. Young master! Don't scare me, young master! His loud cries finally snapped Jiang Chen out of it. Jiang Chen pursed his lips, looking annoyed. You blocked my view. Gu Zhang froze, completely unable to process what just happened. Jiang Chen, however, let out a deep sigh, reluctantly shifting his gaze away from Xiao Qingyue's tent. Not bad at all. He grinned, feeling secretly pleased inside. Inside the tent, Xiao Qingyue had gone back in, the rustling sound suggesting she was putting on her clothes. Jiang Chen immediately felt a sense of disinterest. He hadn't even looked at it for long, yet Xiao Qingyue had already noticed. The momentary disappointment in his heart quickly faded, and Jiang Chen shook his head, not paying much attention. While everyone else was panicking over the bloodthirsty bat cub's corpse, Jiang Chen had already walked up to the elite bloodthirsty bat. Little wolf, go check it out. He casually pointed, and Little Wolf trotted over to the body. Under Jiang Chen's command, Little Wolf sniffed around for a while, its nose picking up quite a bit of blood. After a short while, it seemed to have discovered something, sniffed in front of the bloodthirsty bat's head, and bit down. Crack!
The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out, and Little Wolf shook its head, holding a crystal the size of a broad bean in its mouth, placing it in front of Jiang Chen.
Well done. Jiang Chen squatted down and tossed Little Wolf a treat as a reward.
He casually picked up the crystal and raised it slightly under the moonlight to take a look. The crystal showed a faint blood-red color, and under the moonlight, it glowed slightly, quite peculiar.
Gu Zhang was immediately surprised. Young master, we're in luck. An elite-level monster actually has a monster crystal core.
Normally, it's rare to find a monster crystal core on an elite-level monster, with a probability of less than 1 in 10,000. Jiang Chen was lucky, as he had encountered that 1 in 10,000 chance.
It's indeed lucky.
Jiang Chen smiled and said, Uncle Gu, this bloodthirsty bat was killed by you, so the crystal core should belong to you. But your wind-chasing steed is already at the commander level.
Even if I buy this crystal core from you, I'll transfer the money to you later. Monster crystal cores contain the most refined power of the monster's body.
They are relatively rare materials. This crystal core would help Little Wolf's strength level increase significantly, so it was a small but valuable gain.
Young master, you're being too polite.
A crystal core of this level is of no use to me.
Just keep it. Gu Zhang laughed.
With the current strength of the wind-chasing steed, he was no longer interested in such trivial things. But Little Wolf, now at the soldier level, could make good use of this level of monster crystal core. Brothers should always be clear about such things.
Uncle Gu, please stop refusing. Jiang Chen said half-jokingly.
All right. Gu Zhang helplessly agreed, not lingering on the matter. This monster crystal core should be ours. But at that moment, Lu Ruyan strode over, looking fierce. She stared directly at the monster crystal core in Jiang Chen's hand, like a hungry wolf. Having struggled most of the night without getting the dragon saliva stone and nearly dying to a monster, she was already filled with frustration. Now, seeing Jiang Chen retrieve a monster crystal core from the bloodthirsty bat, she was extremely jealous.
This monster crystal core is ours. Give it back to me. Lu Ruyan said with righteous indignation.
Yes, Jiang Chen, this isn't yours.
You can't take it.
Zhang Yuntao's face was still pale, his legs trembling, barely able to stand, but he still yelled in support. His thoughts were the same as Lu Ruyan's. Having suffered so much, if they walked away empty-handed, it would be a huge loss. After all, the bloodthirsty bat had been discovered by them first. If not for them, Jiang Chen wouldn't have been able to obtain the monster crystal core. Naturally, both of them subconsciously regarded the monster crystal core as their personal possession.
Taking someone else's things, you have no shame. Lu Ruyan said with disdain.
Zhang Yuntao was also unwilling to fall behind. Jiang Chen, you should know, this bloodthirsty bat followed us here.
Without us, how could you have gotten this monster crystal core?
So, no matter how you look at it, this should belong to us. The two of them spoke one after the other, insisting that the monster crystal core should belong to them.
Who is stealing from whom? Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh.
Usually, the distribution of monster crystal cores belongs to the one who kills the monster.
Gu Zhang killed the bloodthirsty bat, and this magical beast crystal core belongs to Gu Zhang. Jiang Chen bought it from Gu Zhang, so it is his own thing.
While Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yuntao were chased by the bloodthirsty bat all the way, they also wanted to claim this magical beast crystal core for themselves. This was no longer just thick-skinned, it was as if they had completely lost their face. The arguing voices soon attracted quite a number of onlookers to gather around. Jiang Chen originally wanted to deal with these two people properly, but before he could speak, he saw Xiao Qingyu walking over from the crowd. So, Jiang Chen had an idea and intentionally asked, who do you think this magical beast crystal core belongs to?
Naturally, it should belong to us.
Zhang Yuntao was extremely proud, it followed us to the camp. Seeing Xiao Qingyu gradually getting closer, Jiang Chen curled his lips in a mischievous smile. What did you say?
I didn't hear clearly.
Zhang Yuntao was a bit impatient, crossing his arms and loudly saying, I said. That magical beast came with us, so the magical beast crystal core should belong to us.
Oh.
Jiang Chen showed a knowing expression, but the mischievous smile on his lips was impossible to hide.
Seeing Jiang Chen's playful look, Zhang Yuntao felt uneasy.
The next moment, a voice filled with anger erupted from behind. You said, how did that magical beast come here?
Chapter 29, Lu Ruyan. You are truly disappointing me.
Xiao Qingyu had changed her clothes, looking spirited, but her face was darkened, shaking with rage, on the verge of exploding. Zhang Yuntao turned around and met Xiao Qingyu's icy cold gaze that felt like eternal frost, instantly losing all color, his face as pale as paper.
Xiao. Teacher Xiao, things are not as you think.
Zhang Yuntao wanted to explain, but he felt lacking in confidence, his voice shrinking until it barely made a sound, as if stuck in his throat. In the end, he couldn't say a word at all. He was overwhelmed with guilt.
Zhang Yuntao. You really have some nerve. Just because I'm not angry, you completely disregard what I said. Without warning, Xiao Qingyu exploded on the spot. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Qingyu shouted, her face showing anger they had never seen before. The students were all frightened into silence, not daring to make a sound. Zhang Yuntao, even more so, stumbled back a few steps, not paying attention. He fell to the ground in a heap. Zhang Chen stood to the side, looking at Xiao Qingyu in surprise. In his impression, Xiao Qingyu had never been this angry in the 3 years she served as the homeroom teacher for Class 1 of Senior 3. To be precise, although Xiao Qingyu usually appeared strict and severe with them, she had never once exploded with rage like she did now. It was clear to everyone that Xiao Qingyu was genuinely angry this time. It seems like it'll be a long time before things calm down. Zhang Chen understood that with Xiao Qingyu's anger, tonight was destined to be a volcanic eruption. Not just him, everyone else was also frightened out of their wits. The students on the scene all retreated far away, fearing they would get caught in the crossfire. Soon, a large space opened up around Zhang Yuntao. Only Xiao Qingyu was filled with rage, coldly staring at Zhang Yuntao. Xiao Qingyu took a few deep breaths, trying hard to suppress her temper that was on the edge of losing control. But at that moment, Lu Ruyan saw Zhang Yuntao had suffered and rushed forward. What right do you have to be so fierce to brother Yuntao? Jiang Chen? For a moment, Jiang Chen's brain went blank. Are you okay? Are you okay? Sister, are you really okay? Before they set off, Xiao Qingyu had repeatedly emphasized that no one could violate the rules and leave the team without permission. Now, Zhang Yuntao not only left the team but also admitted with his own mouth that he had provoked the bloodthirsty bat. With all this, the evidence was as strong as a mountain. Why is Xiao Qingyu so fierce? What? Do I have to set off a few firecrackers to encourage you all? Jiang Chen complained endlessly in his heart. He really couldn't understand what was in Lu Ruyan's head. In front of him, she was ruthless, calculating, and insidious. But when it came to dealing with Zhang Yuntao, it was as if her brain was filled with shit. So, it's really just a matter of double standards, huh? Hit her. Xiao, hurry up and hit her. Hit her hard. Let her know how cruel society is. Zhang Chen was speechless, mumbling softly, enjoying the drama like a bystander adding fuel to the fire. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that the moment Lu Ruyan stepped forward, Xiao Qingyu's expression darkened visibly. Her breathing became uncontrollably rapid, and her chest heaved violently. A volcano was on the verge of eruption. However, Lu Ruyan seemed completely unaware of Xiao Qingyu's expression. All her attention was on Zhang Yuntao. Seeing Zhang Yuntao in a panic, his eyes filled with tears from fear of Xiao Qingyu, her heart ached wave after wave. No matter what Zhang Yuntao had done or said, he was still the person she had chosen. No one was allowed to bully him. Even Xiao Qingyu was no exception. Lu Ruyan's gaze turned cold as she locked eyes with Xiao Qingyu's burning fury. Her presence surged, exuding the demeanor of the #1 war god's wife in Hanxia. She arrogantly declared, "What you did makes me very angry. Let me tell you, I will become the strongest beastmaster in Hanxia. My people are not to be humiliated by anyone. Before I completely lose my temper, you better." Pa! A sudden slap echoed through the night sky. No one reacted, no one even saw what happened. Their instincts made them flinch, and then they saw Xiao Qingyu gasping heavily, her palm slightly red, having just delivered a fierce slap to Lu Ruyan. The crisp sound carried uncontrollable fury. The volcano had erupted. Everyone shuddered, their minds going blank, unable to believe what had just happened. In Class 3 of the senior year, everyone knew how much Xiao Qingyu valued Lu Ruyan. Forget hitting her, she had never even raised her voice at her before. Her attitude toward Lu Ruyan was completely different from how she treated others. Even when she had to criticize her, it was always in private, always giving Lu Ruyan enough dignity and care. Who would have thought that the Xiao Qingyu who had always treated Lu Ruyan so well would slap her across the face in front of everyone? This was as shocking as Mars crashing into Earth. Crazy. Absolutely insane. Not just them, even Lu Ruyan was completely stunned. She stood there dumbfounded, her face filled with disbelief, utterly dazed by the slap from Xiao Qingyu. Jiang Chen saw everything clearly, grinning wide with joy, almost wanting to jump up and clap. Xiao Qingyu's slap landed right on his heart, it was his dream slap. However, this slap was merely the prelude to the volcano's eruption. It was far from over. Enough. Lu Ruyan. You have completely disappointed me. Xiao Qingyu gritted her teeth and roared, unleashing all the rage in her heart. Everyone trembled again in fear. She glared at Lu Ruyan furiously, the fire in her heart surging uncontrollably, her eyes filled with undeniable disappointment. Toward Lu Ruyan, she was utterly disappointed. Xiao Qingyu's eyes widened with rage, not giving Lu Ruyan a chance to speak as she yelled, "Lu Ruyan, do you even know what you're doing right now? Look at yourself. What have you become? Where is your determination? Where is your courage? Am I blind? Why can't I see a single trace of them? All I see is a reckless, rebellious, ignorant, shameless, self-destructive fool. Xiao Qingyue raged on, her face turning pale with anger. She really couldn't hold it in any longer. For as long as she could remember, Lu Ruyan had always appeared outstanding in her eyes, independent and strong. She also knew that Lu Ruyan had it tough and, as a fellow woman, she was always doing her best to help with anything. But now it seemed, she had completely misjudged her. Lu Ruyan had reached a point where she was beyond saving. The so-called deep love and deep hatred, this is what it means. Otherwise, with her character, she wouldn't have acted this harshly to teach a lesson. After quite a while, Xiao Qingyue finally managed to calm down somewhat, speaking in a cold voice, I told you, once we are in the wilderness, we must follow the rules. No matter who breaks my rules and puts others in danger, I will never go easy on them. So now, as the class advisor, I am stripping Jiang Yuntao. Just as Xiao Qingyue was speaking, Jiang Qin mischievously leaned over and reminded, Xiao teacher, there's also Lu Ruyan, she broke the rules too. Xiao Qingyue's head almost exploded, glaring at Jiang Chen, shut up. Of course she knew Lu Ruyan was involved, she had seen it with her own eyes. How could she cover up for Lu Ruyan? After that, Xiao Qingyue reorganized her words and continued, I am stripping Jiang Yuntao and Lu Ruyan of their special training qualifications, and they will be sent back to the base city first thing tomorrow morning. Chapter 30, Please, Heaven, distinguish loyalty from treason. As soon as the words fell, it was like a thunderclap on a sunny day. Jiang Yuntao turned pale, unable to hold it in anymore, and cried. The others looked at Xiao Qingyue with astonished eyes. No one expected Xiao Qingyue to be this severe, directly stripping Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yuntao of their special training qualifications. They had just arrived on the first day, and they hadn't even collected any materials yet. If they were sent back like this, it would be an absolute loss. At this moment, under Xiao Qingyue's relentless punishment, Lu Ruyan finally came to her senses. She was both angry and wronged, unable to believe that Xiao Qingyue would treat her like this. Thankfully, Xiao Qingyue's slap had finally woken her up. Right now, she was no longer the wife of the first battle god, but an ordinary senior student. A small person like Xiao Qingyue could make her submit completely. Damn it! When I become the strongest, I will definitely repay this grudge 1,000 times over. Lu Ruyan swore silently in her heart. On the surface, she no longer dared to show Xiao Qingyue any disrespect. Not to mention that the dragon saliva stone hadn't been found yet, she hadn't even collected any materials. If she had to go back like this, she was unwilling to accept it. Lu Ruyan covered her face, on the verge of tears, looking pitiful and saying, Xiao teacher, you can't treat us like this. I was only trying to help by looking at the surroundings in advance, to prepare for tomorrow's training. It was an accident that I attracted those bloodthirsty bats. She racked her brain and finally came up with a plausible excuse. However, Xiao Qingyue had already lost all faith in her, and she couldn't hear a word of what Lu Ruyan said. Xiao Qingyue interrupted Lu Ruyan without mercy, saying directly, if you were really doing this for the good of everyone, you wouldn't have left the team on your own, you wouldn't have brought danger to the camp, and you wouldn't have been so disrespectful to your elders. I will report this to the school. For the next few days, during the special training, you two will stay home and reflect. Xiao Qingyue had completely seen through Lu Ruyan. Everything she said about breaking classes, not wanting to be ordinary, was all nonsense. All the effort Lu Ruyan had put into thinking about the wilderness was only for herself. If it hadn't been for a bit of emotion she had at the time, looking back now, it felt like a waste of expression. Of course, if Lu Ruyan had only left the team on her own, Xiao Qingyue wouldn't have been so angry. Based on Lu Ruyan's previous performance, a lesson would have been enough. What really made Xiao Qingyue angry was that Lu Ruyan, for herself and Jiang Yuntao, completely disregarded the safety of the students and had become so unreasonable. She didn't even want to waste her breath on Lu Ruyan, and said sternly to the students, I will say it one last time. From now on, if anyone dares to break the rules again, this outdoor training will be immediately cancelled. As soon as her voice fell, many students couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. Teacher Xiao, please don't. They had been thinking that once they got to the outdoors, they would be completely free, no longer constrained by the strict rules of the school. However, after what happened with Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yuntao, one could imagine that Xiao Qingyue would only be stricter during the upcoming training. Their dream of letting loose had turned to dust, and one by one, they begged Xiao Qingyue. Unfortunately, Xiao Qingyue had already made up her mind. No matter how much the students pleaded, she remained unmoved. In an instant, all the students were unhappy, looking at Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yuntao with distant and even somewhat disdainful gazes. Staying up late at night, not even knowing what they are sneaking out for. I saw those two flirting with each other since early morning. I heard that rich people can be very extravagant. Are they sneaking out too? Wow. Is that really true? Did the pure and innocent Lu Daxiawa already? A hush of whispers filled the air, and everyone's gaze changed towards Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yuntao, filled with boldness.
Gossip in youth is always so full of imagination, and with Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yuntao's strange behavior, it was hard not to let their thoughts run wild. The disgusted looks from the surrounding students made Lu Ruyan furious. Especially when she saw Jiang Chen hiding and sneering, she was so enraged she wanted to kill someone. Since the matter was settled, she definitely couldn't let Jiang Chen have it easy. Thinking this, Lu Ruyan no longer pretended to be pitiful and angrily said, "You are targeting us." "Ha?" Xiao Qingyue was ready to rest when she heard Lu Ruyan shout like this. Her expression was frighteningly cold. "All right. If you won't let me rest, then no one is allowed to sleep tonight." She turned around and coldly looked at Lu Ruyan, curious to see what else Lu Ruyan would stir up. At this moment, all eyes were on Lu Ruyan. They were genuinely scared. Afraid that Lu Ruyan, this living ancestor, would anger Xiao Qingyue again, ruining the outdoor training they had finally managed to plead for. In the fearful gaze of everyone, Lu Ruyan raised her hand, pointing at Jiang Chen. He also left the team without permission. Why not punish him? Is it because Jiang Chen comes from a prominent family that you are deliberately shielding him? Lu Ruyan stepped forward, with a posture that seemed relentless. Her thinking was simple: since she gained nothing from this, Jiang Chen should also face the same fate. She had seen it with her own eyes. After they returned to the camp, Jiang Chen came back from the woods all in a sweat. As for where Jiang Chen went and whether he really left the team without permission, she didn't care. She only knew that she had seen Jiang Chen was not in the camp. "Teacher Xiao, are you deliberately shielding Jiang Chen?" Lu Ruyan repeated, standing her ground. "If you don't punish Jiang Chen, then I refuse to accept this punishment today." Lu Ruyan was firm and unyielding. What a crazy dog. Jiang Chen cursed inwardly. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Jiang Chen quickly put away his smile. "Teacher Xiao, with your beauty that could make fish sink and birds alight, you must see that she's just a cornered rat trying to bite." Jiang Chen looked innocent, blinking at Xiao Qingyue with a pitiful expression. His face seemed to say, "Please, heaven, distinguish between loyalty and betrayal. Teacher Xiao, you must be the one to make a decision for me." If it weren't for the inappropriateness of the occasion, Jiang Chen would have wanted to throw himself at Xiao Qingyue and hug her long legs to plead for justice. Flattering won't help. Xiao Qingyue rolled her eyes and said calmly, "Explain yourself. Why did you fire the signal gun outside the camp?" When she saw Jiang Chen, he was indeed sweating a lot. It was hard not to suspect that he had also left the team without permission. If that was the case, then there would be one more person she had to send back. Xiao Qingyue thought to herself. But who would have thought, Jiang Chen didn't play by the rules at all. Suddenly, he clamped his legs together, acting all shy and awkward. "Oh my, Teacher Xiao, you know, boys have those days every month too, to carry on some traditional craftsmanship." Xiao Qingyue was caught off guard by Jiang Chen, and most of her anger dissipated. She was completely confused. What do I even know? Ah, this kid Jiang Chen, he must be at Crescent Moon Rising. At this moment, some boys understood instantly and couldn't help but burst into laughter, giving him a knowing look. Xiao Qingyue was even more confused. Jiang Chen continued, "At that time, my stomach was hurting so bad. I was afraid the filthy elements would taint teacher's stunning beauty, so I ran into the woods, and let it all out in one go, swift and clean." The more Jiang Chen spoke, the more ridiculous it became. Xiao Qingyue's face turned cold as she interrupted, "Get to the point." "Got it." Jiang Chen nodded obediently. "Just as I was standing up, with my legs completely numb, I suddenly saw Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yuntao running out of the woods, panting like crazy, drenched in sweat, and their clothes all messy." Wow! Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. They already had a vivid picture in their heads. Say. The main point. Xiao Qingyue was about to explode. Seeing the atmosphere was just right, Jiang Chen stopped fooling around and said, "Then I saw them bring a swarm of bloodthirsty bats straight into the camp. You know, after squatting for so long, I had to stretch a bit. That's why I fired the signal to warn everyone." Xiao Qingyue had black lines all over her forehead. "Brother, I know again, huh?" ##### Chapter 31, Reputation Reversal. Fortunately, after Jiang Chen's explanation, Xiao Qingyue's suspicions lessened significantly. "Teacher Xiao, he clearly ran back from outside. He left the team without permission and even slandered us. You can't just let him off like that." However, Lu Ruyan was not having it. This. She gritted her teeth. An explanation is one thing, but Jiang Chen deliberately dragged her and Zhang Yuntao into this. Now her reputation was completely ruined. Lu Ruyan was so angry her face turned green. "Yes. Teacher Xiao, you can't just believe his one-sided story." Zhang Yuntao finally came to his senses and insisted that Jiang Chen had definitely left the team without permission. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was extremely calm. "You say I slandered you? But I saw with my own eyes that you two came back with your clothes all messy." Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow.
But do you have any evidence that I left the camp? He was full of confidence. From beginning to end, he had been hiding in the dark. Even the dark church people didn't notice him, let alone Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yuntao. The two of them were only focused on running for their lives. How could they have noticed his presence? The two of them were instantly speechless. No evidence, huh? Jiang Chen shrugged and turned to Xiao Qingyue. Teacher Xiao, I can prove that I didn't leave the camp without permission. Saying that, Jiang Chen gave Gu Zheng a look. Gu Zheng immediately understood. I can prove that young master only had a stomachache and went to the woods to take care of business. If young master hadn't fired the signal gun in time, I wouldn't have been able to react so quickly and kill the elite-level bloodthirsty bat, preventing an irreversible bloodshed. While speaking, Gu Zheng didn't forget to add, if young master hadn't spotted those bloodthirsty bats in time, a lot of people would have died tonight. After hearing Gu Zheng's words, before Xiao Qingyue could react, some students were already looking at Jiang Chen with gratitude. So that's how it was. If that's the case, we really should thank Jiang Chen. He saved us. I never realized this guy had such a good heart. We really misunderstood him before. For a moment, Jiang Chen's reputation completely reversed, earning him the favor of many classmates. In the face of their gratitude and praise, Jiang Chen remained calm, smiling and waving his hand dismissively. Ah. Love. It's just something I did without thinking. Pleased with himself, Jiang Chen threw a look of appreciation toward Gu Zheng. So clever. I really want to strangle this bastard. Seeing Jiang Chen so smug, while her reputation sank to new lows amidst baseless rumors, Lu Ruyan felt like vomiting blood. However, this time, before she could cause more trouble, Xiao Qingyue directly made a decision. Since that's the case, Jiang Chen did a good job this time. She praised Jiang Chen in a calm tone, then told the students to return to their tents to rest. When most people had dispersed, Xiao Qingyue walked slowly to Jiang Chen, giving him a fierce glare. You better behave, or I'll kick you back. She had suspected Jiang Chen from the start, and when Gu Zheng supported him, she was sure. Otherwise, how could Jiang Chen have conveniently discovered the bloodthirsty bat's attack? But she didn't dig deeper. Everything must be based on evidence, and unfortunately, she had no proof. So what was there to investigate? At your command, Teacher Xiao. Jiang Chen chuckled, knowing that Xiao Qingyue was letting him off. However, Xiao Qingyue didn't want anyone else to hear their conversation, so she deliberately moved closer to him. A faint fragrance brushed by, and Jiang Chen could even smell Xiao Qingyue's unique scent. It wasn't perfume, nor foundation, it was that natural scent of a woman, incredibly enchanting. Jiang Chen beamed brightly, leaning closer to Xiao Qingyue. Teacher Xiao, I think pajamas suit you even better. Without any warning, Xiao Qingyue's face instantly turned red. Under the soft moonlight, it was hard to miss how her ears, hidden beneath her hair, turned bright red. Jiang Chen. Xiao Qingyue gritted her teeth, raising her hand, wanting to give Jiang Chen a teacher's reward. But Jiang Chen was too sly. He had completely predicted Xiao Qingyue's embarrassment and anger, slipping away before she could act. Ah, sleep now, pink pajamas, sharp at both ends, sweet dreams, beautiful, oh so beautiful. Seeing Jiang Chen walk away with light steps, grinning happily, Xiao Qingyue turned bright red all over. TCH. Pervert. She spat lightly, her eyes almost rolling back to the sky. Xiao Qingyue was frustrated, now fully certain that Jiang Chen had definitely seen. Every time she slept, she had completely let go for comfort. She also found it strange, tilting her head, confused. I wasn't so mature at this age. Whenever she thought about standing in her pajamas under the moonlight, Jiang Chen's clear gaze. Xiao Qingyue's ears turned bright red. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Unable to deal with Jiang Chen, she shifted her focus to Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yuntao. You two, come here and sit down. I'm watching you. After all this, she was both angry and furious. Since there were just a few hours before dawn, she decided not to sleep, to prevent Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yuntao from causing trouble again. Under Xiao Qingyue's stern gaze, Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yuntao sat dejectedly. They had been planning to sneak around the mine near dawn, but now that was all ruined. Lu Ruyan weakly sat by the campfire, feeling murderous toward Jiang Chen, bastard. The night passed without incident, calm and peaceful. Perhaps because of a good mood, Jiang Chen slept soundly, only waking up when the sun had already risen. Many students had already woken up early, some were washing up, and others were exercising. But no one dared to run off again. After seeing what happened to Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yuntao, they were now all as obedient as little lambs. But Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yuntao had long since disappeared. Jiang Chen learned from Gu Zheng that Xiao Qingyue sent the two people back early in the morning. Calculating the time, they should still be on the road now. Finally, some peace and quiet. Out of sight, out of mind. Jiang Chen was happy to have them gone. He casually washed up, then sat down in front of the tent and called out the little wolf. Xiao Qingyue hadn't returned, so the students were free to move around. Without Lu Ruyan pestering him, he finally had time to continue planning the little wolf's training. A flash of light appeared in Jiang Chen's hand, and a dragon saliva stone and a magic beast crystal core materialized. Staring at the dragon saliva stone in his palm, Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed. I remember in my past life, after absorbing the dragon saliva stone's energy, the little wolf's level skyrocketed. And the trace of dragon power within it could fully fuse with the little wolf, awakening even stronger bloodline strength. I remember, that ability seemed to be called Wolf Dragon Blood Fury. As for this elite-level magic beast crystal core, although it contains a lot of energy, the bloodthirsty bat's attributes don't perfectly align with the little wolf's. However, it could be useful for evolving its bloodline, so I'll keep it for now. Chapter 32, Dragon Saliva Stone, Power of the Divine Dragon. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and put the magic beast crystal core away. Only the dragon saliva stone remained in front of him. He remembered that Wolf Dragon Blood Fury was one of the little wolf's killer moves. Once awakened, it could multiply its combat power in a short period. But precisely because of its power, awakening it was extremely difficult. Even in his past life, with his help, the little wolf had absorbed the dragon saliva stone's energy early on, yet Lu Ruyan had to wait until it reached the gold rank before the divine dragon's power fully merged with it, allowing it to comprehend Wolf Dragon Blood Fury. And back then, just absorbing the dragon saliva stone's energy took Lu Ruyan over 3 months. But now, with Jiang Chen's exceptional talent, that time would undoubtedly be much shorter. As for whether the little wolf could ultimately comprehend Wolf Dragon Blood Fury, he could only try and see. With that thought, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate any longer and turned to enter the tent. The effect of Tyrant Devour was simply too monstrous, increasing a beast's growth speed tenfold. Wherever it was placed, it would be considered terrifying. He knew that some secret techniques allowed people to cruelly steal a beast tamer's talent. Therefore, before having sufficient strength to protect himself, he didn't want to expose it to others. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he placed the dragon saliva stone beside his leg and instructed the little wolf to sit calmly. After making all the necessary preparations, a faint mark appeared on Jiang Chen's forehead. Tyrant Devour, activate. A domineering devouring force instantly enveloped the dragon saliva stone, making it glow with golden light as its pure energy seeped into the little wolf's body. Roar. As the energy from the dragon saliva stone flowed, Jiang Chen vaguely heard a high-pitched dragon's roar in his ears, shaking the heavens. Jiang Chen trembled slightly, his heart filled with shock. Just this tiny trace of divine dragon power can make my soul tremble. I can't imagine how terrifying a real divine dragon must be. He secretly sighed in amazement. Yet, even in Hanxia, where beast taming flourished, mythical beasts like the divine dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and white tiger had never been seen. Even Jiang Chen had only found a few traces when exploring some forbidden areas. As a beast tamer, nurturing a divine beast was the ultimate pursuit. But for now, Jiang Chen wasn't greedy. As long as the little wolf could successfully absorb the dragon saliva stone's energy and fuse with that trace of divine dragon power, that would already be the best outcome. Time passed bit by bit, and the energy from the dragon saliva stone gradually flowed into the little wolf's body. The little wolf's aura steadily grew stronger. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and halted the activation of Tyrant Devour. The little wolf's soul flaw seemed to worsen as its strength increased. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows tightly. He was completely focused, and as he helped the little wolf absorb the energy of the dragon's tear stone, he keenly sensed that the innate injury on the little wolf's wolf soul was showing signs of expanding. This was not a good omen. You must understand that there was no such change throughout the entire process of the little wolf advancing to warrior servant rank 3. This made Jiang Chen stop in his tracks. It seems that as its strength grows, the little wolf's condition will only become more severe. The soul injury must be dealt with early to avoid irreparable consequences. Jiang Chen had no choice but to put the dragon's tear stone away for now. The energy in the dragon's tear stone was abundant, and in the next 9 days, he was confident he could help the little wolf reach warrior servant rank 9. So, there was no rush for now. Then, Jiang Chen took out the 3 materials that Guzhang had managed to obtain, which could heal souls. In the blink of an eye, a cluster of flower petals and 2 pieces of withered branches appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. These 3 materials were the dual soul lotus, rootless floating wood, and 7 souls phoenix tree root, all of which had excellent effects in enhancing soul power and healing soul injuries. They were extremely precious. If placed on the market, they would be priceless, with no market to sell them. Even some jade-grade or even diamond-grade beast masters would scramble to get their hands on them if they discovered them. These are probably worth half of what Grandpa has in his collection. Jiang Chen chuckled. His grandfather truly spoiled him to an extreme. No, this wasn't just about spoiling his grandson, it was pure indulgence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed Jiang Chen to run wild before, letting him act as the only heir of the Jiang family while shamelessly chasing after Lu Ruoyan. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. It seems that after my parents' death, Grandpa was deeply affected, so he has always let me do as I please. When I return, I should find a chance to comfort Grandpa. The dead are gone, but the living must move forward. Jiang Chen sighed, then pulled the little wolf into his arms, placing the 3 soul healing materials around the little wolf. Little wolf, let's continue. Jiang Chen gently stroked the little wolf's head, his mind fully focused. These 3 materials were of very high grade. With the little wolf's current strength, it was impossible for it to absorb the energy of these 3 materials on its own. But with Jiang Chen's help and the support of Tyrant Devourer, it became much easier. The little wolf growled softly, lying quietly in front of Jiang Chen, rapidly absorbing the energy from the 3 materials. In just a moment, 3 faint soul glows bloomed, rising like light smoke, drifting into the little wolf's forehead. These 3 materials were incredibly rare, and absorbing them was much simpler than absorbing power-boosting materials like ice crystals. After about an hour, the 3 materials melted away as if snow had melted, completely merging into the little wolf's body. When the 3 materials were fully consumed, Jiang Chen also opened his eyes. There was no joy on his face, and his brows were tightly furrowed. The flaw in the little wolf's soul is far more serious than I imagined. Jiang Chen sighed. After the little wolf absorbed the soul healing energy from the 3 materials, there was indeed some relief. The damaged soul was slightly repaired. However, the effect was still negligible for the little wolf. Based on Jiang Chen's estimation, it would take at least 1,000 such materials to completely heal the little wolf's soul flaw. Such a massive consumption, not to mention the Jiang family, even the most powerful beast master families in Hanxia would find it difficult to bear. I was too naive. Jiang Chen sighed. But he wasn't too disappointed. He quickly cheered up. If this path doesn't work, I'll have to wait until we return and then go to the Beast Master Association to get the top-tier materials for soul repair. Only by completely curing the little wolf can it be truly healed. In the previous life, Jiang Chen relied on the support of the Jiang family and went through countless hardships, finally obtaining the material that allowed Lu Ruoyan to help the little wolf repair the defects in its soul. He understood that this time, in order to quickly resolve the concerns of the little wolf, he could only do it this way. Everyone gather, start the special training program immediately. At this moment, Xiao Qingyue's voice came from outside the tent. Jiang Chen had no choice but to set this matter aside for the moment and lead the little wolf out of the tent. Chapter 33, 10 Days of Special Training, Bronze Level Beast Master. Soon, everyone was lined up in the open space of the camp, waiting for Xiao Qingyue's orders. The so-called special training was also very simple. Xiao Qingyue first untied the 3 magical beasts that were bound on the side and continued to have the students train their courage. The entire process continued until lunchtime. After the training the night before, plus Xiao Qingyue being much stricter than usual, many students mustered up their courage and barely managed to face the 3 magical beasts. Although there was still a certain gap from being able to defeat the 3 magical beasts, compared to the previous night, the progress was indeed very encouraging. Then came the wilderness survival training. Starting a fire and cooking. Many students had been hungry all night, and this time, they were determined to eat something hot. Without saying a word, they first started the fire. Although the food they made still looked like dark cuisine, some burnt, some blackened. But at least they could eat something warm. After filling their stomachs, they took a short rest, and then Xiao Qingyue led the students to start exploring the mine. While collecting materials, they also made the students more familiar with the wilderness environment. Of course, during this process, Xiao Qingyue was very cautious and called on Gu Zhang. The 2 of them commanded the sacred spirit unicorn and the wind-chasing steed, constantly patrolling the area around the exploration site, not daring to be careless. Any magical beast that appeared, before even thinking of attacking, was killed by Xiao Qingyue and Gu Zhang with lightning-fast methods. This allowed the students to focus on collecting materials and also made their understanding of the wilderness environment clearer. Things that could only be seen in books were now right in front of their eyes, making it like a vivid public lesson. It's worth mentioning that Jiang Chen wasn't idle during this process. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but Xiao Qingyue never gave him the opportunity. According to Xiao Qingyue, do you really need this little beast master material? Don't think you can slack off, follow me and clean up the nearby magical beasts. Jiang Chen could only helplessly resist, silently thinking, revenge, this is definitely revenge. He was 100% sure that Xiao Qingyue was taking personal revenge and still remembered how he had glanced at her 1 or 2 more times. However, under the fiery gaze of Xiao Qingyue, Jiang Chen's resistance, filled with rejection, ultimately turned into helpless resistance, and he nodded in agreement. Okay, boss. There was no way out. Jiang Chen could only command the little wolf to follow the sacred spirit unicorn and clean up the nearby magical beasts. Fortunately, the little wolf was very strong in battle, and even when encountering some battle servants with 4 or 5 stars, it could easily slay them.
In just half a day, they killed more than a dozen magical beasts that came hunting after hearing the noise, which was a remarkable achievement, showcasing its powerful fighting ability. That said, Jiang Chen still felt that Xiao Qingyue was doing this on purpose. Otherwise, how could so many magical beasts cross the sacred spirit unicorn, which was only 30 meters away, and rush straight to the little wolf?
As the exploration range deepened, it was probably because the military personnel had completely withdrawn.
Later on, even 6-star battle servant magical beasts appeared.
Although the little wolf ultimately solved them without danger, it was enough to show that Xiao Qingyue was no longer pretending. Open and honest revenge.
Fortunately, with such intense battles, under Jiang Chen's deliberate guidance, the little wolf's progress was rapid. After a whole day, its combat experience and skills had matured significantly, improving at an astonishing pace. Beasts originally came from the wilderness, and only the most primal battles could awaken the most primitive power within them. It could be said that no matter the method, nothing made beasts grow faster than combat. So, even though Xiao Qingyue intentionally wanted him to suffer a little, Jiang Chen didn't expose her intentions and was happy to go along with it. With Xiao Qingyue, Guo Zhang, and Jiang Chen escorting them, the students had a smooth time collecting materials. In just one afternoon, many students had filled an entire backpack with materials. Common ones, uncommon ones, they stuffed everything into their bags without hesitation. After finally finishing dinner, just as the students were about to use the materials they gathered to nurture their beasts, Xiao Qingyue impatiently started another round of courage training. She even added an additional test on identifying wild creatures. By the end of the day, the students were utterly exhausted, so much so that the joy of collecting materials had completely faded, and they collapsed into sleep. Only Jiang Chen stayed awake after everyone else had fallen asleep, setting aside time to steadily enhance the little wolf's strength using ice crystals and other materials. In the following days, the special training remained largely the same. The students' courage, as well as their beast's strength, gradually improved without them even realizing it. Among them, the one who progressed the fastest was, of course, Jiang Chen. After all, he didn't need to participate in the adaptation training against demonic beasts or collect materials. Every day, besides allowing the little wolf to absorb the energy from the dragon saliva stone to grow stronger, he spent his time battling all kinds of demonic beasts. By the final day of training, the little wolf had already reached the 9th star of the battle servant level, just one step away from advancing to the elite rank. As for Jiang Chen himself, his progress was even more astonishing. Perhaps due to the effects of the 3 soul repairing materials, he had already advanced ahead of schedule, stepping into the ranks of bronze beast masters, a shocking improvement. I am now a bronze level beast master. Compared to my past life, I don't even know how much faster I've progressed. Feeling the surging soul power within him, even Jiang Chen found it hard to believe, as if he were in a dream. In his previous life, he had contracted a black soul beast, which not only had a low bloodline but was also pitifully weak in combat. Fighting against opponents of the same level was already a struggle, and battling stronger foes was nearly impossible. He lost more often than not and suffered endless ridicule. Everything only started to change after Jiang Chen endured the first wave of demonic aura and the black soul beast underwent its first evolution. Those painful days were filled with suffering and tears. How could it compare to now, with the Ice Snow Wolf King, whose growth was astonishing and whose combat power was terrifyingly strong? Jiang Chen was incredibly confident that if he were to face that elite-ranked bloodthirsty bat again, the little wolf could definitely defeat it with ease, perhaps even tear it apart. This was the advantage of a high-level bloodline beast. Its combat power was terrifying, and its growth speed was unbelievably fast. If there was anything to be dissatisfied with, it was that after fully absorbing the dragon saliva stone's energy, the little wolf had not comprehended the power of wolf-dragon blood fury. Once the dragon saliva stone's energy was depleted, that trace of dragon power seemed to have completely gone dormant within the little wolf's bloodline. As for when the little wolf would truly integrate with it, Jiang Chen had no certainty in his heart. Moreover, as the little wolf's level increased, Jiang Chen could feel more clearly that its wolf soul's injuries had become even more severe. I must hurry and find a way to heal the little wolf's soul defects. Chapter 34, Special Training ends. Jiang Chen silently made up his mind to return to the base city as soon as possible and go to the Beastmaster Association to help the little wolf recover from its soul injury. He didn't want to rush like this either, but little wolf's condition was truly not looking good. Perhaps it was because his strength had increased too quickly. Little wolf would sometimes fall into a daze, his eyes empty. Sometimes, he didn't even seem to hear Jiang Chen's commands, just lying there blankly. He was really starting to seem mentally handicapped, falling asleep the moment no one was watching. And now, while Jiang Chen wasn't paying attention, little wolf had curled up on the grass and was snoring away again. Good thing I have plan B, or you'd really turn into an idiot. Jiang Chen chuckled self-mockingly, feeling secretly relieved. Luckily, he knew little wolf inside and out and had always paid close attention to him. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to sit there helplessly, watching little wolf waste away. Beep beep. A whistle sounded, and the students quickly gathered. After 10 days of training, they had fully adapted to the sound. Under Xiao Qingyue's strict training, every single one of them had undergone a complete transformation. Not only that, but with daily training and gathering beast taming materials, everyone had improved rapidly during this period. Almost all the students had raised their contracted beasts to War Servant 3-star. Some even reached War Servant 5-star. With such progress, as long as they didn't slack off in the coming days, they were sure to perform well in the Advanced Academy selection and secure a place in a good school. Among them, the chubby Zhou, who had once been bitten by a snake, had also undergone a complete transformation. From being timid like a mouse at the start, now his beast, the brown named Yak, had already reached War Servant 5-star. He could even take on War Servant 5-star or lower monsters on his own, with impressive results. Of course, after this intensive training, all the students had tanned significantly and lost some weight. But their eyes were now filled with determination, slowly shedding their childishness and stepping towards becoming true beast tamers. As for Jiang Chen, he didn't suffer much at all. Not only did he eat well every day, his skin remained fair and tender, making him stand out among the group. Like a shining star in the night, towering above the rest. Suffering? He had never tasted it since he was a child, and he didn't care for it now. In just 10 days, he and Gujiang had already upgraded their tent into a simple lakeside lodge. Every day was either barbecue or seafood, never repeating the same dish. Their life was beyond comfortable. To put it bluntly, while others were here for special training, he seemed to be on vacation. Without Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yuntao around, his days were utterly carefree. Xiao Qingyue, followed by her unicorn, stepped to the front of the team. Looking at the energetic students, she couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Very good. Xiao Qingyue was not stingy with her praise. In just 10 days, aside from a few minor incidents at the start, everyone has exceeded my expectations. I believe this experience will become an unforgettable part of your beast taming journey, something you will never forget. From now on, I hope you will remain persistent, unwavering, and face the selection with a brand new mindset. Xiao Qingyue's voice was full of energy, her tone carrying an undeniable joy. Overall, she was extremely satisfied with this special training. Many students had performed beyond her expectations. This gave her great confidence in the upcoming Advanced Academy selection. If nothing unexpected happened, Class 3A would surely achieve remarkable results. These kids will definitely be my pride. Xiao Qingyue thought to herself with satisfaction. But the moment her gaze landed on Jiang Chen, her mood instantly plummeted. Except for this troublemaker. Xiao Qingyue gritted her teeth. Although Jiang Chen had been behaving himself these past 10 days, he still managed to get on her nerves. Every time she wanted to make him suffer a little wolf's rapid growth. It was beyond her imagination. Almost every day brought a change. The day before, the little wolf could only handle demon beasts with 6 or 7 star power, yet the next day, it had even killed an 8-star demon beast. Other than freak, she couldn't find any word to describe it. Naturally, she still hadn't been able to pay back Jiang Chen for those 2 annoying eyes. And what about that grudge involving 2 sharp points and a pink pajama? It really made her furious. Fortunately, the special training was over, and while giving the students a 3-day break, she also gave herself a break. At last, she wouldn't have to see that irritating guy anymore. Just thinking about it made Xiao Qingyue uncontrollably laugh out loud. Now, everyone pack up. We're heading home. At 4 p.m., Xiao Qingyue and the students left on time. Everyone was eager to return home. 10 days of rough living had made the students impatient. Everyone couldn't wait to get home, take a hot shower, and have a good sleep. So, their speed was several times faster than when they came. By the time the sky had just darkened, they had arrived outside the defense works. After a quick registration, the bus arrived as scheduled. In a mix of exhaustion, happiness, and satisfaction, everyone boarded the bus, heading toward the city. Maybe because they were too tired, more than half of the students were already asleep before they even reached the city. Jiang Chen also wanted to sleep, but Xiao Qingyue seemed to have something to say. She switched seats with Gujiang and sat next to him. Xiao Qingyue still carried a faint fragrance on her body. 10 days of hardship had clearly not concealed her beauty. Strands of her hair brushed Jiang Chen's nose, making him feel a tickling sensation. "Little brat, you've been promoted to the bronze rank, right?" Xiao Qingyue said casually. She looked indifferent, but her gaze couldn't help but glance at Jiang Chen. With her strength, it was easy for her to see through Jiang Chen's abilities, but she still wanted to hear him confirm it himself. Jiang Chen nodded and turned to look at Xiao Qingyue, his eyes full of confusion. He wasn't sure why Xiao Qingyue suddenly asked this. After getting Jiang Chen's confirmation, Xiao Qingyue shrugged and acted as if she didn't care. Well, it's okay, nothing special. She didn't want to praise Jiang Chen, or else his tail would surely be pointing to the sky. However, she didn't leave. It seemed like she still had something to say. After some hesitation, Xiao Qingyue finally couldn't hold back. Perform well in the selection.
If you get chosen by one of the 5 prestigious academies, I hope. Screech. Just as Xiao Qingyue was halfway through speaking, the bus suddenly braked hard, almost causing her to crash into the seat in front of her. What's going on? Xiao Qingyue was startled, not having time to continue her sentence. She immediately got up to check the situation ahead. Chapter 30. Hurriedly got out of the car. Just as he was about to step out of the car, he didn't forget to call back to Guzhang, Gushu, bring my small stool and sunflower seeds. All right, young master. After getting out of the car, Jiang Qin walked forward, smiling as he greeted people, squeezing through the crowd. Excuse me, everyone, please move. He pushed all the way to the very front, and sure enough, a group of ants wearing colorful short sleeves were fanning themselves with small fans, pointing at the 3 people in the center of the street. Jiang Qin focused his gaze, and sure enough, it was Lu Ruoyan and Jiang Yuntao. At this moment, the 2 of them were no longer as arrogant as before. Lu Ruoyan had several bright red slap marks on her face, swollen and puffy. Jiang Yuntao stood on the side, his head lowered, like a frightened groundhog, almost hiding his head between his legs, trembling uncontrollably. He allowed a fat woman with yellow hair, holding a curling iron, to spit everywhere and curse at Lu Ruoyan, and he didn't dare to breathe a single word. Auntie, what's going on here? Jiang Qin took the small stool from Guzhang, handed some sunflower seeds to a few ants nearby, and sat down naturally, blending into the onlookers. Oh, young man, you still don't know? Old Lu's daughter went crazy for some reason and stole money from the card, spent it all, almost killing old Lu's wife. Old Lu's wife, having such a daughter, must have run out of luck in 8 lifetimes. After spending half her life saving some money, it's all gone in the blink of an eye. Hey, did you see that little scoundrel over there? I heard this girl even stole money with that little scoundrel. TSK, tisk. At her age, already taking care of a pretty boy, who knows what she'll do when she gets older? Look at her, she's just a little fox spirit. She might as well be sold to a footbath city. Those women under Zhao Laoda are all ridden by thousands, worthless women. Let Zhao Laoda take care of her, and she won't have the mind to seduce anyone anymore. The ants took turns talking, excited, and their words became more and more vulgar, already starting to jokingly remind each other to watch over their own men. Ha, so that's what happened. Jiang Qin cracked sunflower seeds, unable to hold back a laugh. This woman must have been driven to desperation, but this whole family doesn't have anything good in them. He still remembered, in his repeated attempts to show kindness to Lu Ruoyan, the Lu family, her parents, her younger brother, even some relatives shamelessly latched onto the Jiang family, sucking their blood, greedy beyond measure. The greedy faces of those people, he still couldn't forget. The Lu family's parents are notoriously biased towards sons. This woman must be in for some bad luck. Looking at Lu Ruoyan, her eyes filled with tears, looking pitiful and aggrieved, Jiang Qin smirked. He sneered coldly, with no sympathy at all in his heart. In the past, with him around, the Lu family had piles of real gold and silver, but Lu Ruoyan's proud head never bowed this low. But now, without him, Lu Ruoyan was in the hands of her blood-sucking parents, and it was easy to imagine what would happen next. Sure enough, Jiang Qin hadn't even sat down for long when another round of cursing started. You little beast, speak up. Did you offend young Master Jiang for that poor little scoundrel? I was wondering why young Master Jiang hasn't come home lately. Turns out this little beast has been sneaking around. You stole so much money from me, and drove away my golden son-in-law. Watch me beat you to death. Lu's mother was furious. She rolled up her sleeves and grabbed Lu Ruoyan by the hair, slapping her face again and again with great force. Her expression twisted in anger, looking grotesque, truly the image of a fierce woman. Interesting. Jiang Qin watched with great interest, nodding while clicking his tongue. You little brat, what are you doing here? At this moment, Xiao Qingyue also squeezed to the front. Seeing Jiang Qin with his legs crossed, cracking sunflower seeds, and looking like he was enjoying the show, I don't even know what to say anymore. Teacher Xiao, do you want to eat sunflower seeds? Jiang Qin seemed not to see the annoyance on Xiao Qingyue's face and directly handed over a handful of seeds. Xiao Qingyue was even more irritated. You eat your big-headed ghost. She glared at Jiang Qin in anger, ready to step forward and pull the 2 women apart. Even though Lu Ruoyan was her student, she couldn't bear to just watch. Enough. However, before Xiao Qingyue could get closer, Lu Ruoyan, with her hair disheveled, dried her tears and forcibly broke free from Lu's mother's grip. She remained stubborn, biting her lip tightly. After all, they were mother and daughter. Despite having lived 2 lives, it was hard for her not to care about Lu's mother. You can hit me, you can scold me, but why do you have to slander me like everyone else? Lu Ruoyan's tears swirled in her eyes. Crack. From childhood to now, in terms of studies, looks, and personality, which one am I not better than my brother? Why are you always so biased? Crack. Yes, I used the family's money, but I didn't steal. I borrowed it. In the near future, I will be the strongest beastmaster in Huxia. This mere 1 million or so, do you think I can't? Crack. Pay it back? Crack. Lu Ruoyan was becoming increasingly agitated.
Every time her emotions flared up, there was always a sound of someone eating sunflower seeds interrupting her, and she was on the verge of going crazy.
Wait until I become. Crack. The harsh sound of cracking sunflower seeds rang out again. Lu Ruoyan's veins popped, and she couldn't hold back anymore. Who the hell is disturbing me over there? In a fit of rage, she could barely control her temper, and even a curse slipped out. Then, when she turned her head and saw Jiang Chen lean forward, legs spread apart, sitting on a little stool, cracking sunflower seeds with a serious expression, she exploded. Jiang Chen! It's you, you bastard! Chapter 36, Lu Mother's Plea, Jiang Chen's Indifference. What does this have to do with me? Lu Ruoyan, have I offended you in any way? Jiang Chen stood up instantly, sunflower seed shells scattered all over the ground.
He was just sitting here, not doing anything, and once again Lu Ruoyan vented her anger on him. Even a clay figurine has some anger, let alone Jiang Chen. After all, he was the pampered first grandson of the wealthiest family. How could Lu Ruoyan dare to push him around in front of so many people? That would be outrageous. Xiao Chen. It's really you, Xiao Chen. But before Jiang Chen could retaliate, the plump woman rushed towards him, her face filled with flattering smiles as if she had seen gold. Her eagerness to curry favor was more intense than when she saw her own father. Jiang Chen had ignored Lu Ruoyan for more than 10 days, she couldn't even begin to describe how miserable it had been. Her latest designer bags were gone, and so were her brand-name perfumes and cosmetics. Even the small family business was affected significantly. She used to think she had climbed up the Jiang family's social ladder and had grown accustomed to being arrogant and domineering. Others, no matter how they felt inside, had no courage to speak out against her. Moreover, they had to keep smiles on their faces, fearing she would fan the flames in front of Jiang Chen and offend the Jiang family. But ever since Jiang Chen stopped coming over to their house regularly, everyone's attitude changed. One day she woke up to find someone had even thrown dung at their doorstep, which made Lu's mother furious. Now, seeing Jiang Chen again, one could imagine her excitement. She beamed so broadly that her features squished together, her eyes devoid of any distractions, filled only with a pure desire for money. This foolish, rich second-generation kid must be tightly secured. Lu Mother made up her mind, this time, no matter what, she couldn't let Jiang Chen slip away again. She enthusiastically reached out to grab Jiang Chen's hand and explained cheerfully, Xiao Chen, Auntie knows you've been wrong lately, look, Auntie's just helping you teach this girl a lesson. Jiang Chen discreetly dodged Lu Mother's hand, taking a step back, raising an eyebrow, no. Please, don't. What could I possibly be wronged about? And besides, are we really that close? Jiang Chen's disgust was completely undisguised, written all over his face. Mother Lu was slightly stunned, her outstretched hand awkwardly suspended in midair. She wasn't exactly stupid, and quickly realized, thinking Jiang Chen was still angry with Lu Ruoyan. Okay, Auntie said something wrong, it was Auntie's mistake. She nodded and bowed, apologizing, trying to console Jiang Chen, look at you, still angry, aren't you? Auntie was once your age too, little couples having their moods is normal. As she spoke, she patted her chest and promised, Auntie guarantees you, Ruoyan still has you in her heart. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes turned playful, oh? Is that so? Seeing Jiang Chen finally react a little, Mother Lu was overjoyed, thinking she had convinced him. Xiao Chen, don't worry, after I teach this girl a lesson today, you two will definitely make up. Mother Lu's mouth stretched into a wide grin, getting more and more excited as she spoke. Make up? Jiang Chen almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He thought to himself how naive Mother Lu was, truly believing he was some money tree they could manipulate as they pleased. Her ignorance truly amused him. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to entertain Mother Lu, turning instead to Lu Ruoyan, his eyes full of mockery, deliberately saying, is that so? Bastard! You're absolutely despicable. Lu Ruoyan exploded in an instant. In front of Jiang Chen, she had always been proud, never one to yield or bow her head. It was like that in the past, and it was still like that now. Mother Lu's constant flattery and submission to Jiang Chen made her feel utterly humiliated. It was even worse than those slaps she had suffered. How could she, Lu Ruoyan, be so pathetic in front of Jiang Chen? Fury surged in her chest, her voice hoarse, almost screaming, bastard. Don't you dare dream of me bowing down to you. I, Lu Ruoyan, will never, in this life or the next, have a place in my heart for a bastard like you. Her shrill, furious roar echoed around, carrying a hysterical madness that sent chills into the hearts of those who heard it. At that moment, with a loud shout from Lu Ruoyan, the black soul beast suddenly appeared out of nowhere, its presence overwhelming. Compared to 10 days ago, the black soul beast had undergone significant changes, its mouth now lined with sharp fangs, its eyes gleaming with a murderous glow. The moment it appeared, it sent many of the bystanders fleeing in fear. Battle Servant 6-star. Jiang Chen was just as shocked.
The beast-taming wristband scanning function instantly transmitted the Black Soul Beast's information to his eyes. But aside from its rapid increase in strength, what surprised Jiang Chen even more was, with the Black Soul Beast's appearance, Lu Ruyan's fair and flawless neck faintly revealed some dark, vein-like streaks, flickering in and out of sight.
It was like a massive net from the depths of darkness, slowly enveloping her, devouring her.
Even though Lu Ruyan was trying her best to suppress the inhuman agony, she couldn't hide her increasingly pale face.
She could only clench her fists, refusing to cry out in pain. Seeing this, Jiang Chen didn't even need to think to know what had happened, and he let out a cold sneer in his heart.
Lu Ruyan, resisting the invasion of demonic energy every second, the agony of 10,000 ants gnawing at your heart, it's unbearable, isn't it?
Lu Ruyan had stolen all the family's money to recklessly boost the Black Soul Beast's strength, and now, she had to endure an even fiercer backlash of demonic energy. That feeling, Jiang Chen knew it all too well. Back then, when his Black Soul Beast was weak, Lu Ruyan had looked at him with disdain, distancing herself again and again, treating him like trash. It had once torn his heart apart, making him wish for death. At that time, Jiang Chen had also done what Lu Ruyan was doing now, recklessly increasing his Black Soul Beast's power, nearly losing himself to demonic energy, turning into a neither human nor demon monster. One could say, everything Lu Ruyan was going through now, he had already experienced. And suffered even worse.
Lu Ruyan, don't worry, every bit of pain I have endured, you won't escape a single one.
Thinking of the agony of his past life, Jiang Chen's gaze unconsciously turned icy cold. This stage, it is the most struggling, also the darkest stage.
Maybe I should give you a hand. Lu Ruyan.
Jiang Chen quietly looked at the Black Soul Beast that was starting to show its ferocity, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile, but it was exceptionally cold. He shook his head, pretending to sigh in regret. Auntie, you heard that, right? It seems, in the end, I overthought it.
Hearing this, Lu's mother immediately panicked. Xiao Cheng. No. It's not like that. Listen to me, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Lu's mother was anxious, like an ant on a hot pan, frantically explaining.
But Jiang Chen didn't want to listen at all. He never turned back, continuing to walk out of the crowd, leaving Lu's mother with a completely broken-hearted back. Then, the frantic scolding voice and Lu Ruyan's desperate screaming began to clash, quickly turning into a tangled mess, causing even more chaos.
Chapter 37, the acting is a little overdone.
Jiang Chen stood by the car door, turning back to look at Lu Ruyan, her image completely ruined, like a shrew, fighting with Lu's mother on the street, angrily cursing. He couldn't stop coldly laughing. Seeing that the chaos was about to end, Jiang Chen casually ordered Gu Zhang, Uncle Gu, our Yinjiang city is a civilized city. Letting these idle people keep blocking traffic and affecting the city's appearance isn't good, right?
Young master is right.
Gu Zhang grinned, instantly understanding Jiang Chen's meaning. He quickly made a phone call.
3 minutes later, a large group of uniformed staff arrived to disperse the scene. Soon, the bus started moving again.
However, under Gu Zhang's special instructions, as the bus passed the sidewalk, everyone saw Lu Ruyan, disheveled, pale, looking miserable. And Zhang Yuntao, with a face full of bruises. They didn't have the courage like Jiang Chen to get off the bus without Xiao Qingyue's permission, so no one dared to step off and watch the commotion. At first, they only vaguely heard Lu Ruyan's name, not particularly sure. Until they saw the former campus Belle, now fallen, sitting by the roadside crying, also being interrogated and held accountable by relevant personnel, they finally couldn't stay calm.
See, I told you. I heard Lu Ruyan was beaten.
Wow, Lu the big campus Belle, everywhere she went in school, wasn't she the one everyone adored, the person with unlimited glory? How did she become like this in just 10 days?
Who knows, did you see?
Zhang Yuntao was there too, bruised and battered, he must have been beaten.
Ah. Could it be that they sneaked into the little woods and got caught by their families? No way, even if that was the case, wasn't Zhang Yuntao always saying he was the young master of the Zhang family?
Who would dare hit him, could it be?
Everyone spoke one after another, guessing and surprised by Lu Ruyan's misery, while also having some doubts about Zhang Yuntao's identity. After all, in their entire lives, they had never seen any rich young master be beaten so badly by the side of the road. It's just a pity they didn't get off the bus, so what they could know was limited. As the bus drove into the city, sleepiness began to take over, and no one was interested in gossiping anymore. But no one noticed, a pair of vengeful, hateful eyes were following the bus, shifting as the bus moved, like the fiercest beast in the darkest depths, emitting a bloodthirsty vicious light. Bastard!
You wait, I will make you kneel and beg me.
The bus slowly merged into the busy traffic, and Xiao Qingyue safely sent each student back home. As for Jiang Chen, he didn't need to wait for Xiao Qingyue to send him. As soon as the bus arrived near the school, he drove his own to head home. Uncle Gu, you've worked hard these past few days, I'll go tell Grandpa to give you a few days off, so you can rest well. Jiang Chen dropped Gu Zhang off at home, waving him goodbye.
Based on Gu Zhang's performance these past few days, he could easily score a perfect score of 101. In the past, Jiang Chen only thought Guzhang was honest and practical in his work. After spending these days together, he realized that Guzhang had many hidden qualities. No wonder the old man confidently sent him alone to accompany me. Jiang Chen was very satisfied, and naturally, he had to do something to reward his excellent employee.
It's not tiring at all.
It's my honor to protect the young master, Guzhang said with a smile.
Honestly, this outdoor trip wasn't as exhausting as executing his mission. Moreover, it was easy to get along with Jiang Chen, there were no restrictions at all.
If it weren't for the special training being only 10 days, he would have liked to stay a little longer. Suddenly, Guzhang seemed to have thought of something and specially reminded Jiang Chen, "Young master, I think that Black Soul Beast seems a bit off. You made Lu Ruoyan so embarrassed this time, so be more careful at school." He couldn't quite explain why, but he felt something was wrong with Lu Ruoyan's beast. Jiang Chen smiled, "She's embarrassed herself in front of me more than once or twice, don't worry, I can handle it."
Then, Jiang Chen waved his hand and walked away.
He didn't explain anything further to Guzhang.
The demonic aura inside the Black Soul Beast would become stronger as its power increased.
In the early stages, even a powerful beast master wouldn't notice anything wrong, just instinctively resisting. It wasn't strange for Guzhang to have that feeling. However, once Lu Ruoyan took that step, it would be hard to say. Dark beast masters are not tolerated by the world. Lu Ruoyan, you have to hold on until a month from now, don't end up killing yourself. Jiang Chen's gaze grew deep and obscure as he sped off.
Right now, he didn't want to think about anything related to Lu Ruoyan.
He just wanted to take a nice bath and sleep well first. At 9 p.m., Jiang Chen returned to the manor as usual. However, as soon as he got out of the car, Jiang Chen immediately sensed something was wrong. Normally, at this time, people in the manor, whether they were bodyguards or cleaning staff, would come over and greet him warmly. But today was different. Every person who saw Jiang Chen looked at him as if they had seen a ghost, not daring to say a word, just walking ahead with their heads down.
What's going on? Jiang Chen was confused.
Hey!
You little brat, you dare to come back!
Slap! The familiar sound of the 7 wolves whipping through the air rang out, and Jiang Chen's face immediately turned pale.
No way! Grandpa!
Jiang Chen looked up and saw the old man fully armed, standing on the steps, cracking his little whip.
What did I do? Jiang Chen thought hard but couldn't recall doing anything out of line. What was the old man up to now?
But it seemed like the old man wasn't planning to let Jiang Chen speak. He grabbed the 7 wolves and walked up to him. As he walked, the old man kept glancing behind Jiang Chen, as if waiting for someone. Suddenly, the old man's eyes brightened, and he cracked the whip.
Strangely, he didn't actually strike Jiang Chen.
He only whipped beside him, making a noise. While whipping the 7 wolves, the old man kept making exaggerated facial expressions at Jiang Chen.
"Ha, you little brat, we agreed that you'd take Ji Xia out to visit places, yet you dared to not come home for 10 days in a row. Let me show you how I'll deal with you, ha, watch out for the whip."
Jiang Chen was completely stunned.
He didn't understand what the old man was doing. He kindly put his hand on the old man's forehead. "Grandpa, are you feeling unwell?
Go away. You're the one who's unwell, come on, cooperate with my performance."
Ha? Jiang Chen was even more confused.
But, driven by instinct, he numbly cooperated with the old man, acting like an emotionless actor.
"Whip you. Ah. Let's see if you dare to ignore Ji Xia anymore. Ah, it hurts, it hurts." The two were acting so enthusiastically that Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh.
At that moment, a figure slowly brushed past them.
A light sentence fell down. The acting is a bit exaggerated. Chapter 38, Grandson is more important than granddaughter-in-law.
Ji Xia walked up the steps with a blank expression, her demeanor calm. She cut right to the heart, exposing the old man's performance. Although she said this, her lips couldn't help but curve upwards, feeling amused inside. She thought to herself, the old man still had a childlike heart.
Grandpa Jiang really is something. Does he think I am the kind of person who doesn't understand?
Ji Xia let out a laugh silently. She understood in her heart that the old man was afraid that during these 10 days of Jiang Chen's special training, she would think he was purposely neglecting her. So, he made a scene in front of her, pretending to discipline Jiang Chen.
However, even if the old man deliberately chose a dimly lit place, didn't she know whether the whip fell on Jiang Chen or not? Besides, she wasn't that petty, okay?
After all, she had also gone through the same stage as Jiang Chen, and she knew how important outdoor training was for students about to participate in the academy selection. Even Jiang Chen, with so much information on cultivating beast taming, still needed practical experience, which was especially precious.
This was a rare opportunity for honing.
Deep down, she actually hoped Jiang Chen would go. With Jiang Chen's talent, plus the little wolf, he had a great chance of becoming an outstanding beast tamer.
It couldn't be wasted like this.
Moreover, and most importantly, during these days at the Jiang family, she didn't feel neglected at all. Everyone, including the old man, treated her very well. She could see that the old man really wanted her engagement with Jiang Chen to continue. For this, Ji Xia wasn't in a hurry to express herself. The reason she stayed was, to some extent, to observe Jiang Chen. In the depths of her memory, she was still concerned about that little kid who cried and said he wanted a hug. However, perhaps because they had grown up, after contacting him in sequence, Jiang Chen had not become distant in front of her, but there was also no innate intimacy as when they were children. Everything still needed time to blend. However, in her heart, she had never been resistant to this engagement. Of course, the reason why she decided to stay and observe Jiang Chen's character was one aspect. On the other hand, she also had a task this time returning. Every year during the selection for higher academies, the 5 major supreme academies also sent representatives to see if there were any good talents to recruit in advance. She was the representative sent by the Vermilion Bird Academy to Yunji City, along with dozens of companions who had also come from Yunji City to the Vermilion Bird Academy. When the selection for higher academies started, they would record the information of those who performed outstandingly and report it to the school. As for whether they would be ultimately admitted or not, it was no longer within their power to decide. The mentors of the academy would make the final assessment based on the final results and the information they reported. However, this time, Ji Xia felt there was no need to complicate things. Jiang Chen's talent had already reached the qualification level for a direct admission to the Vermilion Bird Academy. She was also hesitating whether to notify the mentors to come and see for themselves. Forget it, let's see how this guy performs first. Ji Xia turned back to glance at Jiang Chen and was about to turn around, when suddenly, she froze in place as if she had discovered something. You have advanced to the bronze level. Ji Xia's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. How long has it been? Just 10 days. In just 10 days, Jiang Chen jumped from a black iron 3-star beast tamer to a bronze level beast tamer. This speed. Only those few monsters in the academy could have such promotion speed. Ji Xia was momentarily lost in thought. It was important to know that even she, when she advanced from black iron to bronze beast tamer, took half a month. By comparison, Jiang Chen was simply a monster. Not bad insight. Jiang Chen shrugged, not denying it. He remained very calm. The more this happened, the more Ji Xia became unsettled. We must inform the mentors as soon as possible. She immediately made the decision in her heart. Hearing their conversation, the old man was momentarily stunned. Surprised, but more than that, he felt a sense of relief and pride. He had lived most of his life, but he didn't show it too much. Instead, he quickly ran to Ji Xia and softly said, "So what if you've advanced to the bronze level? Girl, this kid ignored you for so long, but I'll still deal with him." The old man chuckled, his gaze shifting back and forth between Jiang Chen and Ji Xia, and the more he looked, the more he felt they were a perfect match. A bronze level beast master? There's no way that's more important than a granddaughter-in-law who's beautiful, kind-hearted, and so lovely. He directly said, "Here's the deal. To show his apology, I'll have this kid accompany you for the next few days, taking you around Yunjiang City. Tomorrow night, I'll have him book a whole table of delicious food at the Yunding Tiangong and apologize to you." Ah! Almost simultaneously, both Jiang Chen and Ji Xia exclaimed, "Ah!" Jiang Chen was ready to rest first, then head to the Beast Master Guild to heal the little wolf's soul defects as soon as possible. Ji Xia didn't expect the old man to be so serious, even saying the words of apology. "Grandpa. Jiang Grandpa." The two spoke at the same time. But the old man had no intention of giving them a chance to refuse. His expression darkened, and he said sternly, "All right, that's settled. If you two refuse, it'll be as if you're not giving the old man any face." He then specifically reminded Jiang Chen, "Especially you, you little brat, if you dare neglect Xia girl, I'll make sure your butt blooms." At this point, refusing would simply be rude. Jiang Chen could only nod with tears in his eyes. "Little wolf, I'll have to trouble you for 2 days, to save my backside." Ji Xia hesitated for a moment but didn't say much, her heart filled with joy. The old man wasn't even pretending anymore. He just kept wanting to create chances for her and Jiang Chen to be alone together. And honestly, looking at it like this, the old man was indeed much more pleasing than Jiang Chen, this blockhead. She had been here for so long, but he never took the initiative to show her around. He really lacked any romantic sensitivity. However, the opportunities for alone time would certainly come in the future. What she was anxious about now was that she needed her fellow seniors to personally interact with Jiang Chen as well. If that happened, with more people recommending him, Jiang Chen's chance of being directly admitted into Zhuke Academy would be guaranteed. Once Jiang Chen entered Zhuke Academy, he would also enjoy higher treatment. Speaking of companions, Ji Xia couldn't help but think of that silly girl she was close to. She slightly frowned and couldn't help but ask, "By the way, Jiang Grandpa, are there any surveillance cameras around here?" "What's wrong, Xia girl?"
Do you have something to do? If so, I can have the surveillance cameras from the whole area within 10 miles retrieved for you. You can look at them freely. The old man immediately said. He looked at this granddaughter-in-law of his and loved her more and more, graceful, educated, talented, beautiful, and clever. She was absolutely the perfect match for Jiang Chen. He was very attentive to Ji Xia's matters. Seeing the old man so excited, Ji Xia smiled helplessly and said, "Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that a good friend of mine lost 2,000 yuan around here a while ago." Jiang Chen was slightly surprised, then gave her a strange look. "Are you sure it was exactly 2,000? Chapter 39, what are you trying to do? What? Do you have any clues? Ji Xia's eyes immediately lit up. Jiang Chen quickly shook his head. No. I didn't see anything. Alright then. Ji Xia was slightly disappointed but didn't think too much about it. For the sake of those 2,000 yuan, that silly girl had been crying on her shoulder for several days. She truly couldn't bear to see it. If it weren't for knowing that girl's stubborn personality, she would have paid her back long ago. I see. Xia girl, since this is about your friend, I'll make sure to take care of it for you. The old man answered seriously. It wasn't a big deal, he just moved his fingers to solve it. Receiving a positive answer, Ji Xia smiled sweetly. Thank you, Grandpa. He, soon we will all be one family, what is there to thank? The old man beamed with joy. The old and the young laughed and chatted happily as they walked away. Leaving Jiang Chen all alone outside, solitary. Grandpa. I am your real grandson. Jiang Chen felt drunk. He understood that the old man was lost in the joy of having a new granddaughter-in-law and naturally had no time to pay attention to him. But for Jiang Chen himself, this matter hadn't even begun. Once the two left, Jiang Chen felt relaxed, went straight back to his room, took a comfortable shower, and fell asleep. The night was hazy, and the long night stretched on. Some were sound asleep, while others were destined to be restless all night. In Hanyang community, by the roadside, Lu Ruoyan sat on the grass in the green belt, hugging her knees with her hands, resting her side of her face on them, tears of sadness still lingering in the corners of her eyes. She looked extremely haggard, with hollow eyes, messy hair, and her school uniform dirty and disheveled. Even the inner white shirt had been torn, exposing her smooth skin and some bloodstains. Occasionally, as spring light flickered, Jiang Yuntao couldn't help but lean forward, bending down subtly. How could she treat me like that? Why did she have to do that to me? Lu Ruoyan still couldn't believe that her dearest loved one would turn against her for just over 1 million. If it were before, she would have never believed it. After all, at that time, she didn't even care to look at a paltry million, even a few billion didn't catch her attention. Fortunately, she had experienced life again, some emotions, although hard to let go, could not affect her feelings for too long. Her gaze turned cold as she gritted her teeth in anger. Jiang Chen, this is all because of you. If it weren't for Jiang Chen, how could she have been sent back? If it weren't for Jiang Chen, how could she have secretly taken her family's savings to buy beast taming materials? If it weren't for Jiang Chen, Lu's mother would never have turned against her, she should still be that loving mother. All of this was because of Jiang Chen. Lu Ruoyan clenched her fists, her gaze terrifying like a vicious ghost. Bastard, wait until I get that thing from the Beast Master Association, I won't believe you won't kneel down and beg me. After a good vent, Lu Ruoyan's emotions gradually calmed down. She stood up and looked at Jiang Yuntao, who had been by her side, with a gentle gaze. Brother Yuntao, it's good to have you. Perhaps feeling the atmosphere, Lu Ruoyan naturally hugged him. In an instant, the unique fragrance of a girl filled Jiang Yuntao's senses, leaving his mind blank. His breath became uncontrollably rapid. 3 seconds later. With a slight tremble, Jiang Yuntao felt as if he had emptied his body, his bones softening. Brother Yuntao? I'm talking to you, can you hear me? Noticing Jiang Yuntao's odd behavior, Lu Ruoyan's face turned slightly red as she called him softly. Strangely, Jiang Yuntao just laid his head on her shoulder, remaining completely still. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan finally noticed that something was off with Jiang Yuntao. She stood up straight and nudged Jiang Yuntao. Bang! Without any warning, Jiang Yuntao fell face down, eyes closed, hitting the ground hard and not moving. Brother Yuntao. This sudden situation left Lu Ruoyan in disbelief. She hurried to check on Jiang Yuntao's condition. Roar! But at that moment, several figures in black robes slowly emerged from the dark corners. Even that black soul beast, which had vanished for a long time, stood on one person's shoulder, acting very affectionate. Who are you? Lu Ruoyan's face changed drastically. She instinctively felt a strong sense of danger from these black-robed figures. Unfortunately, at this moment, the black soul beast completely ignored her commands. No matter how she shouted, it remained unresponsive. Just when Lu Ruoyan was filled with despair, the man in the black robe, with the black soul beast draped over his shoulder, finally stopped and spoke slowly. Do you want to gain greater power? Embrace the darkness, for only through ultimate madness can one earn supreme respect. The Dark God Court, eternal and unchanging. The next day. It was not until the sun was high in the sky that Jiang Chen slowly woke from his groggy sleep. The familiar bed, the familiar surroundings, Jiang Chen had slept very comfortably the entire night. He couldn't even remember how long it had been since he had slept so soundly like this. Before, I was always guessing Lu Ruyan's thoughts, constantly on edge while fighting off the monster invasions. But from now on, while cultivating beast taming, I should also enjoy life. Jiang Chen stretched lazily, satisfied, washed up briefly, and went downstairs. He entered the living room where Ji Xia was sipping coffee, and it seemed like she had been waiting for a long time. Grandfather Jiang said we should take care of lunch ourselves. He went to the company early this morning. Ji Xia took a small sip of her coffee and spoke lightly. Jiang Chen nodded. But inwardly, he couldn't help but grumble, old man is being too obvious. Clearly, he was creating space for him and Ji Xia to be alone. Indeed, Jiang Chen had no interest in thinking about romantic matters at this moment. However, he didn't mind Ji Xia. To this day, Jiang Chen still remembered how, when his life was hanging by a thread, Ji Xia disregarded her own safety, rushing forward without hesitation to save him. Even for this bond alone, he had to treat her well. Jiang Chen smiled helplessly, sat across from Ji Xia, and casually sipped some tea. Maybe it was because they hadn't seen each other in a long time. After a simple greeting, the atmosphere fell into silence, a little awkward. The development of Yunjiang City has been pretty good in recent years. There are many new attractions, and many places have changed a lot. Do you want to go and see some? Jiang Chen broke the awkward silence first. You can arrange it. Ji Xia casually responded. But there was something she felt necessary to mention to Jiang Chen, about tonight's banquet. I might need a few more people. That's nothing. Jiang Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Having a few more or fewer people didn't make a difference to him. However, Ji Xia's casual mention of letting him arrange things made Jiang Chen pay attention. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up with excitement as he slowly walked closer to Ji Xia. If I arrange things, I won't hold back, he. Ji Xia instinctively crossed her arms over her chest, a wary expression on her face. What are you planning to do? Chapter 40, Yunjiang Beast Tamer Guild. Ji Xia frowned tightly. She had already mentally prepared to subdue Jiang Chen on the spot if his lustful thoughts arose. Under Ji Xia's uncertain gaze, Jiang Chen stopped about 1 meter away from her, his gaze clear. I do know a place. How about, you come with me to have a look? Ji Xia, ? Yunjiang Beast Tamer Guild. Above the guild's main door, a vividly crafted dragon head raised high, exuding an imposing presence. As the busiest place in Yunjiang City, the area in front of the guild's door was bustling, with beast tamers of all ages coming and going. Here, besides the beast tamer qualification exams, it was also a large, exclusive marketplace for beast tamers, one of the busiest and most iconic buildings in Yunjiang City. So the place you wanted to bring me is here? Standing before the iconic Dragon Gate, Ji Xia fell into deep thought. What did you think it was? Jiang Chen countered. His question made Ji Xia's face blush slightly, a hint of shyness appearing. I thought this little brat wanted to book a room or something? Ji Xia silently muttered to herself. The moment this thought crossed her mind, her face turned even redder. Pa. Ji Xia, you. What are you thinking? He's still a younger brother. Ji Xia felt annoyed, and strangely, also a hint of disappointment. Yes, indeed, she hadn't had any expectations for Jiang Chen at first. However, in her mind, this should have counted as their first date. Even if they weren't going to a coffee shop or a movie theater, at the very least, they could stroll by the lake and enjoy the breeze in a pavilion. Talking about their hearts and feelings. She really never expected that Jiang Chen would take her to the Beast Tamer Guild. It's no exaggeration to say that throughout the year, apart from school, she spent the most time at the Beast Tamer Guild. She even came here more often than she went home. Jiang Chen came here, and she truly had no defenses against it. So he's just a straightforward guy. Ji Xia looked at Jiang Chen oddly and sighed towards the sky. How is it? Not bad, right? Jiang Chen smiled widely, not overthinking it like Ji Xia did. His thoughts were simple. Since Ji Xia didn't want to go anywhere else and there wasn't much to see in Yunjiang City, he might as well come directly to the Beast Tamer Guild. Not only did it fulfill the old man's request to take Ji Xia around, but he could also fix the little wolf's soul defects. Talk about killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Perfect. Not bad. Ji Xia felt utterly powerless to complain. This was Jiang Chen for you. If it were anyone else, she would have turned around and left immediately, not staying even a second longer. There was nothing she could do. After all, he was Jiang Chen. Even though she was a bit unwilling in her heart, she could only follow Jiang Chen into the Beast Tamer Guild. The two walked side by side, soon appearing inside the Beast Tamer Guild.
The layout inside the guild was very simple. The first floor was a comprehensive hall where various bounty tasks were announced, and rewards could be posted. Most of these were related to beast taming materials or special beast searches. In addition, deep in the hall, there was a large trading market where all kinds of nurturing materials, strange objects, even pure-blooded beasts, were sold. There were plenty of speculators who spent their days squatting in the market, hoping to strike it rich among the many treasures. So, no matter when you came here, you would see a crowd of various people in the hall, bustling with activity. But Jiang Chen's target wasn't the hall on the first floor, he headed straight for the second floor. The assessment for the Beast Tamer qualification certificate was on the second floor. As long as he passed the assessment smoothly, he could get the certificate in half an hour. In this world where beasts were revered, the Beast Tamer qualification certificate was extremely useful. The most common use was that whenever one killed beasts, magical creatures, or even demons, they would have to bring proof of the kill to the Beast Tamer Guild. They would receive varying degrees of merit points, which would be recorded in detail. These merit points could not only be exchanged for beast nurturing materials in various Beast Tamer guilds across Hanxia. When the contribution points accumulated to a certain level, they could also receive special rewards issued by the official. These rewards included, but were not limited to, materials, beasts, soul tools, soul skills, and more. The rewards were quite generous. Of course, Jiang Chen's visit to the Beast Tamer Guild for the qualification certificate was one aspect. His main purpose was the special reward in the assessment. Only that top-quality material for restoring soul damage could completely fix the little wolf's soul defects. As for the qualification assessment, it wasn't complicated. You only needed to pass any of the 5 difficulty levels: simple, normal, difficult, hell, or nightmare. Even passing the simplest difficulty level could earn you a corresponding Beast Tamer qualification certificate. However, to obtain that special soul repair material, the difficulty was higher. Only by passing the hell level difficulty could one get the needed material. With the little wolf's superior bloodline advantage and Jiang Chen's experience, the hell level difficulty challenge wouldn't be too much of a hassle. As long as I can clear the hell level difficulty and get the special material, the colorful soul flower, then I can raise the little wolf without any worries. Jiang Chen walked in front, full of confidence. However, Jixia, following behind Jiang Chen, became a little curious. Which level of difficulty do you plan to challenge? Seeing Jiang Chen heading straight to the second floor, she naturally knew he was going for the Beastmaster qualification test. However, whether a Beastmaster's beast could display great combat power was closely related to the Beastmaster's strength. Both sides needed some time to get used to each other. In just 10 days, Jiang Chen had managed to raise the little wolf to battle servant rank 9 and himself reached the bronze level. This was already a remarkable achievement. As for how much combat power the little wolf could unleash, she was a little uncertain. You see, the qualification test for a Beastmaster required, for the simplest level, to deal with a demon beast of a similar level to the Beastmaster's own beast, and for the normal level, it was 2. The difficult level involved 3 beasts. Hell level meant 10. As for nightmare level difficulty, since the establishment of the Beastmaster Association, very few had passed the nightmare level difficulty. Anyway, she had never heard of it, nor had she ever seen it. In rumors, only the founder of the Beastmaster Association had managed to pass this nightmare level difficulty, and up to now, she was the only one in Hanxia. Hell level, I guess, Jiang Chen said. Jixia thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, we can give it a try. In her mind, the hell level difficulty seemed the most suited to Jiang Chen. Anyway, there was no limit on how many attempts you could make. If you fail, you just try again. What the? How are you here? Jiang Chen and Jixia were walking forward, preparing to register for the test. But at that moment, a surprised, angry, and even somewhat frustrated shout rang out. Jiang Chen turned around and smiled. At the end of the second floor corridor, Lu Ruoyan and Zhang Yuntao were standing there, looking furious. Chapter 41, Coincidence or Accident? As soon as they saw Jiang Chen, their expressions turned as if they had swallowed something unpleasant, looking as ugly as could be. Lu Ruoyan gave Jiang Chen a cold glance, and unusually, this time she didn't act angrily, but instead looked indifferent. Still playing these tricks of stalking, Jiang Chen, if you had some backbone, I might respect you a little. Her gaze swept past, filled with the disdain of someone looking down from above. Are you crazy? Jiang Chen felt confused for a while. He seriously suspected that Lu Ruoyan had a problem with her mind. How did she get this kind of confidence? She was actually saying something about stalking? Sometimes, even Jiang Chen had to admire the way Lu Ruoyan's mind worked. Since seeing Lu Ruoyan for what she truly was, he had fully understood. This woman is purely an idiot. Self-righteous, arrogant, and laughable. However, when Lu Ruoyan's gaze landed on Jixia beside Jiang Chen, it clearly paused for a moment. She seemed quite surprised. She didn't even bother to deal with Jiang Chen anymore. When it came to beauty, Lu Ruoyan always considered this her strong suit, confident that no one could surpass her in this regard. But when she saw Ji Xia for the first time, even Lu Ruoyan, who was so self-absorbed, couldn't help but feel a sense of self-reproach. Ji Xia was dressed casually today, wearing a white shirt, tight pants, and a pair of simple white shoes with patterns. It was a very simple outfit, yet it made Ji Xia look unattainable. Even if it was all high-end brands, when worn by Ji Xia, it felt like they were just accessories. Her innate brilliance and beauty couldn't be concealed. It felt as if, no matter how luxurious or expensive the items were, they couldn't even highlight a tenth of her beauty. Lu Ruoyan was now feeling just like that. Even she had to admit, standing before Ji Xia. From beauty to grace, she was utterly defeated. Especially that innate elegance of Ji Xia was not something that could be achieved by just a few expensive cosmetics or simple designer pieces. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan inexplicably felt like a pitiful ugly duckling. All her insecurities, all her inadequacies were starkly illuminated in the sunlight with Ji Xia's appearance, leaving her nowhere to hide. Lu Ruoyan felt extremely restless inside, tightening her school uniform, subconsciously wanting to seek comfort from Zhang Yuntao. However, when she turned her head, she saw Zhang Yuntao staring intently, his eyes welded to that detestable woman, unable to look away. Humph! Lu Ruoyan coldly faced him, letting out a cold snort. Then, in anger, she stepped on Zhang Yuntao's foot. Ah! Ruoyan, why did you step on me? Zhang Yuntao covered his foot in pain, hopping on one leg, looking extremely comical. Lu Ruoyan loved Zhang Yuntao dearly, but now, she couldn't even bear to look at him. She burned with anger, wishing she could kick Zhang Yuntao out directly. But in front of Ji Xia and Zhang Chen, she didn't want to embarrass herself like that. Zhang Chen, you really go to great lengths to get my attention, Lu Ruoyan sneered. She felt this was Zhang Chen's deliberate way to make her jealous, suppressing her anger and not falling for it. Lu Ruoyan quickly adjusted her expression and walked step by step to Zhang Chen. If you want to save that foolish wolf, I can give you one last chance. As long as you bring me the items from the mine, even if you can't win the bet, I can tell you how to save it right now. At that time, only Zhang Chen was no longer in the camp with her and Zhang Yuntao. After thinking it over, and remembering the hints from those men in black who approached her, she figured it out. The dragon's saliva stone could not disappear into thin air. Zhang Chen had been targeting her lately, so he wouldn't continue to follow and find the stone first. Otherwise, those men in black would not have sworn to her that the stone was in the cave of the blood-sucking bats. Making her go to great lengths to search again, still with no results. She had every reason to believe that the dragon's saliva stone was most likely in Zhang Chen's hands now. Zhang Chen originally didn't want to pay too much attention to Lu Ruoyan, but hearing her words, he realized she might know that he had gotten the stone first. So how did Lu Ruoyan know? Zhang Chen was confident that no one had discovered his whereabouts at that time. Could it be? Suddenly, Zhang Chen was shocked, thinking of the terrifying possibility. Could it be that the dark cult has already contacted this woman? Zhang Chen speculated silently in his heart. Thinking this way, Lu Ruoyan's suspicion made sense. If what he thought was right and the dragon's saliva stone was indeed a trap set by the dark cult, as long as they contacted Lu Ruoyan, she would recall what happened that night. Combined with the fact that he was also not in the camp at that time, it wouldn't be hard for Lu Ruoyan to suspect him. Regarding the dark cult, Zhang Chen couldn't be too careless. I don't understand what you're saying. Zhang Chen glanced coldly at Lu Ruoyan and spoke indifferently, a good dog doesn't block the way. You. Lu Ruoyan was furious. But soon, she calmed down, suspiciously sizing up Zhang Chen. She was of course sure that it was Zhang Chen who took the dragon's saliva stone. But now seeing Zhang Chen's reaction so indifferent, she felt somewhat unsure. Could it really not be him? Lu Ruoyan was suspicious. Her heart couldn't help but waver, beginning to doubt her own guess. But those men said the dragon's saliva stone is definitely in that cave, and that night, only this bastard was out. The more Lu Ruoyan thought about it, the stranger it became. Seeing Zhang Chen brush past her. Walking further down the corridor, heading to the place for registering exam information, Lu Ruoyan became increasingly agitated. What do you want to do? Lu Ruoyan couldn't hold back anymore and shouted loudly, quickly chasing after him. This sudden outburst startled not only Zhang Chen, but even Zhang Yuntao was taken aback. Looking at Lu Ruoyan, who seemed incredibly anxious, Zhang Chen sneered and said, What? Did you build this Beast Master Association? I can't go in? This. Lu Ruoyan was momentarily speechless, the panic in her eyes fleeting. There was nothing she could do. The main problem was Zhang Chen's appearance here. If it was a coincidence, then it was just too coincidental. She strongly suspected that Zhang Chen knew something. After all, in the previous life, Zhang Chen had used the Zhang family's power to find the 5-colored soul flower for her, which miraculously cured the little wolf's soul defect. It wasn't surprising that Zhang Chen found this place. However, the 5-colored soul flower was unique to the Beast Master Association, very secretive, and few people knew about it. Even in the previous life, Zhang Chen had spent 2 to 3 months searching for it. But now, it hadn't been long at all, and Jiang Chen had already found it.
Damn. He really has something hidden from me.
Lu Ruoyan gritted her teeth, feeling resentful that Jiang Chen hadn't put in full effort searching last time, secretly harboring grudges.
What exactly are you here for? Lu Ruoyan's expression darkened, and she relentlessly continued questioning. What for?
Jiang Chen gave a cold laugh. I came to the second floor of the Beast Master Association to take the Beast Master qualification exam, of course.
Do you want to go crazy anytime, anywhere like you? If you don't want to get beaten, get out of my way and stop bothering me.
Jiang Chen had no patience left for Lu Ruoyan and stepped directly to the window where the staff were registering exam information.
Watching Jiang Chen register, Lu Ruoyan's expression fluctuated.
He looks like he really doesn't know about the five-colored soul flower. Lu Ruoyan's gaze was cold as she stared at Jiang Chen's back, tightly gripping the completed exam registration form, and hurriedly left. But no matter what, I must get the five-colored soul flower first, so I can seize the advantage.
42. The Honorable Golden Level Beast Master. In just over 10 minutes, Jiang Chen finished filling out the exam information form.
Then, guided by the staff, Jiang Chen passed through a deep corridor and arrived at the entrance of a closed exam room. The door to the exam room was tightly shut, and surrounding the walls were rows of transparent glass, allowing a clear view of the interior setup. The light inside was bright, the space was spacious, and at the center of the room was a strange device emitting a faint glow. This was the equipment specifically used for the exam, connected to the entire Beast Master Association's database. After the exam, all the information of the candidates would be recorded and transmitted to the headquarters of the Beast Master Association for proper management. The exam room Jiang Chen was in was numbered 002, and the staff was adjusting the equipment. Nearby, there were several other exam rooms, with many rookie Beast Masters taking their exams. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan was in exam room number 001. As soon as she saw Jiang Chen approach, her mood was completely disrupted.
The Beast Master qualification exam isn't something that just anyone can pass. Lu Ruoyan coldly glanced at Jiang Chen, her words implied, I think some people should just go home and sleep, so they don't embarrass themselves. Oh, really? Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and he couldn't be bothered to say much.
Meanwhile, Jixia, who had been following Jiang Chen in silence, her eyes curiously shifted between Jiang Chen and Lu Ruoyan.
Oh, so that's how it is.
Her voice trailed off as she looked like she just discovered something important.
So, this is why you would willingly lick that woman's boots?
Jixia elbowed Jiang Chen and teased, I see, not that impressive, just average.
She clicked her tongue in critique. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, secretly wondering if all women were so narcissistic. But Jixia's words were not wrong.
Compared to ordinary people, Lu Ruoyan was outstanding in appearance, with red lips and white teeth, the kind of beauty you could spot from a crowd. But compared to Jixia, Lu Ruoyan was completely nothing to mention.
They weren't even on the same level.
One was in the sky, the other was underground. Looking at Jixia's flawless features, sometimes, even Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh.
Who says the creator is absolutely fair?
If it were fair, there wouldn't be a face like Jixia's, one so devastating it leaves no room for anyone else.
If you have to put it that way, then yes, it's really just average.
Jiang Chen and Jixia chatted openly in front of Lu Ruoyan and Zhang Yuntao, not hiding anything. The words they said reached Lu Ruoyan's ears without any change. In an instant, Lu Ruoyan's face turned from green to red, her anger exploding.
Bastard, do you think you can make me look at you longer by doing this? Dream on.
Lu Ruoyan shouted angrily. She had finally figured it out. Jiang Chen's appearance here was no coincidence, it was a long-planned revenge. Did he think that bringing a woman who was as beautiful and charming as her would make her jealous and change her mind? In her eyes, the more Jiang Chen did this, the more it proved how unwilling he was to accept things.
To make her jealous for Jiang Chen?
It was a joke.
Lu Ruoyan's mind was crystal clear now.
She realized it was all a little trick Jiang Chen used to try to win her back. She sneered coldly, deliberately glancing at Zhang Yuntao outside the assessment room, throwing a flirtatious look at him. Brother Yuntao, don't worry, the one I've always loved is only you.
Dizzy. I'm going to faint.
Zhang Yuntao's face was filled with intoxication as he stared at Lu Ruoyan's soft, red lips. His head was spinning, as if he was lost in a fog. He almost wanted to kiss her through the glass of the assessment room. But at that moment, Lu Ruoyan snorted coldly, glaring at Zhang Yuntao, annoyedly giving him a look.
Ha! Zhang Yuntao froze for a few seconds.
Under Lu Ruoyan's sharp gaze, he finally came back to his senses.
Oh, Ruoyan, you're right.
Zhang Yuntao instantly regained his composure and showed off to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, no matter what tricks you play, Ruoyan will never like you.
You might as well give up now. And what good is appearance?
I'll tell you, Ruoyan is now a Black Iron 9-star Beast Master. It won't be long before she advances to the bronze level.
No matter whether it's this woman by your side, Jiang Yuntao pointed at Jixia, then looked at Jiang Chen, or you, Jiang Chen, Ruyan is someone both of you will never be able to reach in this lifetime. Jiang Yuntao was proud. Lu Ruyan's rapid rise from Black Iron 6-star to Black Iron 9-star truly stunned him. He didn't even know what methods Lu Ruyan used, but her promotion speed was like riding a rocket. Because of her, Jiang Yuntao himself was now a Black Iron 5-star Beast Master, with a growth rate of power far beyond normal. Now, he could only think of one word: inflated. Even the frustration from being sent back from special training had disappeared completely. He now believed that following Lu Ruyan was the smartest decision he'd ever made in his life. If this speed of improvement continued, he was fully confident that even without special training, no one would be able to catch up to him and Lu Ruyan. Most importantly, in his eyes, Lu Ruyan was now untouchable, solely his. How could he not feel inflated? However, Jiang Chen and Jixia's indifference to Jiang Yuntao and Lu Ruyan's smugness didn't make them angry at all. Instead, their gazes were almost like they were looking at fools. These two were so loud. Jixia frowned slightly. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Mad dogs are like this, they bark at everyone and bite whoever they catch. Put. Seeing Jiang Chen say such words with a serious face, Jixia couldn't hold it in and burst into laughter. It was the first time she found Jiang Chen so interesting. Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yuntao, on the other hand, were utterly enraged, instantly bristling like furious cats. Jiang Chen blatantly comparing them to mad dogs truly made their blood boil with rage. Jiang Chen. What are you so arrogant about? Ruyan is now Black Iron 9-star. Jiang Yuntao's face turned red as he roared at the top of his lungs. Chi. But before he could even finish his sentence, the door of examination room 002 slowly opened, releasing waves of misty steam. Then, a staff member hurriedly ran to Jiang Chen's side. Respected bronze-level beast tamer, your examination equipment has been fully calibrated. Please proceed immediately to the examination room and select your difficulty level. As these words fell, Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yuntao stood frozen in place, completely dumbfounded. Bronze level. Lu Ruyan's eyes were lifeless as she numbly repeated the words bronze level, utterly shaken to her core. However, what shocked them was far from over. After courteously making way for Jiang Chen, the staff member respectfully bowed to Jixia. Honorable gold-level beast tamer, your friend is about to take the examination. Would you like to enjoy some tea and refreshments while you wait outside? Gold level. Chapter 43, Black Soul Beast, Hell level difficulty? These words struck like a thunderclap out of nowhere. Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yuntao felt as if they had been struck by lightning, petrified in place, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Gold level. Jiang Yuntao took a deep breath, feeling as though he was suffocating. One must know, even in the entirety of Yunjiang City, gold-level beast tamers were extremely rare and absolute powerhouses in every faction. What's more, looking at Jixia's age, she was around their age, at most only 2 years older or younger. A young and stunningly beautiful gold-level beast tamer like her was an unprecedented existence in all of Hanxia. To put it bluntly, Lu Ruyan, with her mere Black Iron 9-star strength, wasn't just a little weaker than Jiang Chen. Compared to Jixia, she was utterly insignificant, not even worth mentioning. Who exactly is she? Jiang Yuntao's heart filled with doubt, his eyes turning red with jealousy. A woman with such beauty, strength, and talent was the ideal choice for him. If he could make such a woman his. Jiang Yuntao's expression turned obsessive, and in that instant, even Lu Ruyan standing beside him seemed dull in comparison. His eyes couldn't stop roaming over Jixia's figure. Clearly, compared to Lu Ruyan, Jixia would bring him far more prestige. As for Lu Ruyan, her heart was equally shaken to the core. With the help of the Dark Church, she had managed to rapidly raise her strength to this level. Yet, even so, she was still far behind Jiang Chen. She was still stuck at Black Iron 9-star. And that wretched woman was actually a gold-level beast tamer. Lu Ruyan's face turned extremely ugly. Who is this woman? She had the same question in her heart. Forcing down the rejection and resentment in her heart, she carefully observed Jixia's appearance. The more she looked, the more familiar Jixia seemed. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan's heart clenched as realization struck her. Red Luan War Goddess, so it's her. Lu Ruyan's eyes lowered, and for some reason, an uncontrollable surge of anger flared within her. To be honest, she wouldn't have been too upset no matter who Jiang Chen was with. But Jixia was the only exception. No one understood Jixia's power better than she did. Hanxia's unprecedented female war goddess, honored and admired by all. Even back then, in front of Jixia, she had no radiance at all, utterly ignored. In her eyes, all that glory, praise, and reverence of Jixia had never existed. It should all belong to her. And no one understands better than her how much Jixia loves Jiang Chen. If it weren't for Jixia's final, determined sacrifice, unleashing her potential, she would never have been caught in the battlefield of the 9 great demons and died, consumed by regret.
Jiang Chen ruined her life, leaving her to live in regret and missed opportunities. In this life, she absolutely will not allow Jiang Chen to receive such deep, passionate love. Since you are here, then I will make you watch, as the man you love so deeply, again and again, bows down at my feet. Lu Ruyan clenched her fists tightly. Without hesitation, she pressed the button to start the assessment. Even though Jiang Chen had already advanced to the bronze-level beast tamer, and his strength was much higher than hers, Lu Ruyan still had confidence in crushing Jiang Chen and obtaining the 5-colored soul flower. After all, the assessment for the beast tamer qualification certificate tests more the combat power of the tamed beasts, not so much the realm level. In fact, the higher the realm and strength of the tamed beast, the more difficult it becomes to participate in such an assessment. Therefore, many people choose to take the assessment at the black iron level beast tamer stage, greatly reducing the difficulty of the exam. Soon, as the lights dimmed, everything in the assessment room where Lu Ruyan stood slowly faded away. In the next moment, the environment had completely changed, and Lu Ruyan found herself standing on a vast grassland. This was the stereoscopic imaging function of the assessment device, which could present everything the participant experienced during the test through a virtual projection. Lu Ruyan stood still, and a panel showing difficulty levels for the assessment quickly appeared in front of her. Without hesitation, she chose the Hell difficulty level from the 5 options: Easy, Normal, Hard, Hell, and Nightmare. She actually chose Hell level difficulty. Her choice surprised the staff outside the assessment room a little. Normally, to pass the normal difficulty, the tamed beast's bloodline power would need to reach the elite level, and the beast tamer would also need outstanding combat adaptability. As for the hard and hell levels, they would require the tamed beast's bloodline power to reach the war general level or higher to have any chance of passing. The difficulty was immense. However, the rewards for passing the assessment were quite generous. Not only could one freely choose a special material from the Beast Tamer Guild's warehouse, but one could also obtain higher privileges when exchanging materials with military merit, allowing access to better items. However, even though they had worked at the Cloud City Beast Tamer Guild for a long time, none of them had ever seen a rookie Beast Tamer dare to choose Hell level difficulty on their first assessment. Usually, people would gradually improve their strength by training their tamed beasts, leveling them up, and slowly increasing the difficulty of the assessment to challenge themselves. But Lu Ruyan, choosing Hell level difficulty directly, was either someone with immense confidence in her strength or a pure fool trying to grab attention. Black Soul Beast? But when they saw Lu Ruyan select the difficulty level and summon a completely ordinary Black Soul Beast, all the staff members couldn't hide their disappointment and shook their heads. So it's just the lowest tier Black Soul Beast. I really don't know how she dared to challenge Hell level difficulty. This girl looks fine, but her brain seems a bit off. I think she's just a high school student. Contracting a worthless beast like that, forget Hell level difficulty, she might not even pass the simplest level. Such a shame, she's probably going to waste her time on this one. Several staff members whispered to each other, completely pessimistic about Lu Ruyan. The main issue was that the Black Soul Beast was too special. It was famously a trash-tier tamed beast. Even a normally developed Black Soul Beast would have pitifully weak combat power. It's simply not enough to watch. Naturally, they silently classified Lu Ruyan into the clown category. Hell level, huh? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow slightly. To be honest, Lu Ruyan's strength had increased so quickly in just one night, it was quite a surprise to him. He was also very clear about Lu Ruyan's personality. Although this woman was arrogant, she wouldn't do something she wasn't sure about. Lu Ruyan must have her own trump card for doing this. Looking at this, the Black Soul Beast must have evolved. Jiang Chen thought to himself. This was the only possibility that could make Lu Ruyan so confident. Then, which evolution path did you ultimately choose, Lu Ruyan? Looking at the black mist gradually rising around the Black Soul Beast in the image, Jiang Chen smiled, his grin resembling the whispers of a devil. Chapter 44, The Eight-Armed Fierce Demon. Whoosh! A fierce wind swept across the prairie, and finally, there was some change in the endless wilderness. On the image in the assessment room, thick mist began to rise, and 10 fierce figures gradually revealed themselves from the mist. They had ferocious faces, sharp tusks, and each monster exuded a violent aura, carrying a bloodthirsty ferocity. Why are all of them beast-type monsters with battle general level bloodlines? Looking at the 10 monsters revealing themselves, the staff was all startled. As everyone knows, the Beastmaster qualification exam only matches opponents with attributes similar to one's own beast. And the Black Soul Beast had the lowest bloodline of all beasts. Even though Lu Ruyan had chosen the Hell level difficulty, the beasts appearing in the exam should have bloodlines of the Battle Servant level. So how could these Battle General level monsters appear? If that's the case. Jiang Chen quickly reacted and looked at the Black Soul Beast in front of Lu Ruyan. The Black Soul Beast's bloodline has evolved to the Battle General level. His gaze was sharp, staring intently at the Black Soul Beast. Lu Ruyan seemed to sense something. She locked eyes with Jiang Chen from afar, a smug smile curving her lips. Did you see that? This is my strength. In the future, it will evolve into a commander level, lord level, and even king level powerful beast.
Lu Ruyan stood proudly in the field, unafraid of the 10 battle servant 9-star monsters. Black Demon, battle stance. At Lu Ruyan's shout, intense black mist erupted around the Black Soul Beast. In that black mist, the Black Soul Beast immediately underwent an astonishing transformation, its size growing exponentially. Accompanied by agonizing low growls, several strange black shadows, like tentacles, waved back and forth in the mist. Roar! Then, a deafening beast roar was heard, and the black mist gradually dissipated. A fierce, 8-armed, and muscular monster appeared before everyone's eyes. What kind of beast is this? Looking at the Black Soul Beast, which had displayed a much stronger battle stance under Lu Ruyan's soul power, everyone was greatly shocked. Especially the faint, lingering black mist around the Black Soul Beast, which seemed to never dissipate, evoked a chilling and eerie feeling in their hearts. 8-armed fierce demon? Jiang Chen was also slightly surprised, a deeper smile spreading on his face. Then, there was an unspeakable sense of gloating. Lu Ruyan, you've truly chosen the path of self-destruction. Others didn't know, but Jiang Chen was very clear about the Black Soul Beast's transformation. Clearly, after coming into contact with the Dark Church, Lu Ruyan made a choice that was the complete opposite of his. Lu Ruyan, unable to withstand the corrosion of the demonic aura and the deepest desires in her heart, chose the demonic evolution path for the Black Soul Beast. This evolution path was more domineering and powerful than the Dark Evolution path. However, the side effects were also extremely significant. Once this evolution path was chosen, whether the Beast Master or the Beast, they would both be assimilated by the most evil demonic aura. In the end, they would all transform into demons. Transform into a monster that is neither human nor ghost. Lu Ruyan hit it very well, but the moment the Black Soul Beast revealed its true form, Jiang Chen still keenly saw the vicious demon imprint deep on Lu Ruyan's neck. The moment the demon imprint spread across her body, it was the beginning of Lu Ruyan's downfall. But from the looks of it now, it seemed that Lu Ruyan was still desperately suppressing the trend of demonization. Is it because you don't want your beautiful face to be damaged, so you're struggling to hold back? Jiang Chen sneered. He knew too well how much Lu Ruyan valued her appearance. If her face were ruined, it would be more painful than killing her. But the more it was like this, the more Jiang Chen eagerly wanted to see Lu Ruyan, in her pursuit of greater power, fall into the abyss forever. The thrill of constantly boosting power is like a drug that is addicting. So, when you witness yourself transforming into a demon, your appearance ruined, can you withstand this devastating blow? Jiang Chen's gaze was deep as he looked at Lu Ruyan in the image, his eyes filled with amusement. At this moment, perhaps because the Black Soul Beast's form was so terrifying and hideous, many staff members already wore serious expressions and started to speculate. Can the Black Soul Beast evolve like this? Could it be that kind of evil dark beast? It's somewhat similar, but not certain. It doesn't have that filthy, bloody stench like those sewer rats. Could it be that this student has discovered a new evolution direction for the Black Soul Beast, going down the dark power route? Everyone's gaze was fixed on the Black Soul Beast as they all began to think, their expressions cautious. If the Black Soul Beast really came from the Dark Church and was that kind of evil dark beast, they were already considering whether they should eliminate it on the spot. Seeing the expressions of those who had never seen the world before, Zhang Yuntao couldn't help but feel a bit smug. But before Lu Ruyan entered the examination room, she had already anticipated this situation. To avoid further speculation, she had told him some details about the Black Soul Beast beforehand. Zhang Yuntao stood proudly in front of everyone, chest out, and said with pride, "That's right, this is the hidden evolution path of the Black Soul Beast explored by Ruyan, the Dark Evolution Path." Dark Evolution Path? Upon hearing this, the staff members were once again taken aback. But the wariness in their eyes all disappeared. There are rumors that the dark power is very strange, even allowing a worthless beast like the Black Soul Beast to grow to this extent. This young girl is truly remarkable, it's really impressive. They were familiar with the concept of the Dark Evolution Path. Some beast masters would choose this evolution path based on their beast's attributes, mastering pure dark power for combat, with very unique battle tactics. This, like light, lightning, water, and fire elemental powers, is an accepted power within the Beastmaster Guild. However, the Dark Evolution path was rather blurry in terms of classification with certain dark beasts. Fortunately, they did not observe that unique bloody and violent feeling from the Black Soul Beast. Mainly because they looked at Zhang Yuntao, and he didn't seem like he was lying. Moreover, they didn't believe that a Dark Beast Master would boldly appear within the Beastmaster Guild. If that were the case, they would probably need 10 lives to pay for it. Naturally, they completely believed Zhang Yuntao's words. However, Jixia still furrowed her brow, her expression serious. Is that really the case? Jixia asked softly to Jiang Chen. She didn't believe Zhang Yuntao's words. Even though she could clearly see that Zhang Yuntao was not lying. But she had seen beasts with the so-called Dark Evolution path before, and none of them had such a hideous, 8-armed, demon-like appearance as the Black Soul Beast.
Most importantly, the moment the black soul beast revealed its combat form. She keenly caught a glimpse of a flash of blood in the black mist.
Chapter 45, The Price of Becoming Stronger.
The flash of blood passed by in an instant, seemingly suppressed by something, but she still managed to catch it with her sharp senses. She had a strong premonition deep in her heart, realizing that this black soul beast was far from as simple as Jiang Yuntao had described. Looking at Jixia's probing gaze, Jiang Chen shrugged and said nothing more.
Lu Ruoyan had put in so much effort to form a contract with the black soul beast, and if he didn't let Lu Ruoyan have her fun, wouldn't he be too clueless about romance? It would be too easy on this woman.
Seeing this, Jixia found it strange but didn't say anything further. She slowly turned her head and looked at the image in the assessment room, her brows furrowing even deeper.
In the assessment room. In the assessment image.
Lu Ruoyan was consuming her soul power to maintain the black soul beast's 8-armed fierce demon battle stance, yet she did not immediately give the attack command.
Although maintaining the black soul beast's battle stance required continuous consumption of soul power, she didn't hurry to deal with the 10 illusory demon beasts.
She was waiting, also quietly listening to the movements outside the assessment room. After a long while, confirming that no one was coming in to interrupt her assessment, Lu Ruoyan finally let out a sigh of relief.
I should have tricked them.
A glimmer of joy and pride flashed in Lu Ruoyan's eyes as she smugly thought to herself. In order to perfectly hide the fact that the black soul beast had undergone demonization evolution, she hadn't told the truth even to Jiang Yuntao, only casually mentioning that it followed a dark evolution path that controlled dark power.
This was to present a more realistic effect.
After all, if it were just about controlling dark power, it would still fall within the acceptance range of the Beast Masters Guild and various forces. But if the fact that the Black Soul Beast was on a demon evolution path, meaning it had already become a dark beast, were exposed, then what awaited her would be a miserable end. It would be no exaggeration to say that even gods and humans would unite to condemn her.
She wasn't that foolish. Fortunately, the Black Soul Beast was originally a dark attribute beast, and the dark power and demon power were closely related.
It was difficult for the staff at the Beast Masters Guild to distinguish.
Her explanation could still pass off as legitimate. And also,
Lu Ruoyan's gaze slightly dropped, landing on the black rose brooch on her chest, which she didn't know when had appeared there.
She felt even more at ease.
I heard people say this black rose soul artifact can hide the demonic aura.
It really is true.
As long as I don't expose it, with the help of this soul artifact, even powerful beast masters won't be able to discover that the black soul beast has been demonized. But, this damn evolution path actually causes damage to my appearance. I've paid such a big price for it. No. I must find a way to eliminate this side effect as soon as possible, or else how will brother Yuntao ever like me? Lu Ruoyan's mind was in turmoil, but after fully settling her thoughts, she finally turned her attention to the 10 demon beasts not far away.
Can this even be considered hell-level difficulty?
Lu Ruoyan curled her lips, especially disdainful. With the black soul beast in the 8-armed fierce demon battle stance, its combat power increased by leaps and bounds.
Even against demon beasts of the same level, Lu Ruoyan was confident that the black soul beast could completely deal with these 10 demon beasts. The dragon saliva stone is probably really with that bastard. It's better to pass the assessment early.
Lu Ruoyan's beautiful eyes flickered, a cold glint rising in her heart. Once I get my hands on the 5-colored soul flower, I don't believe that bastard won't obediently hand over the dragon saliva stone.
With this thought, Lu Ruoyan no longer hesitated and directly issued the command. Black demon, tear them apart. Roar. The black soul beast roared angrily, its momentum impressive.
8 arms, like demonic hands, swung wildly, leaving behind trails of afterimages, their force enormous. The black soul beast, maintaining its 8-armed fiend combat stance, stood nearly 2 meters tall, and the momentum of its charge was truly astonishing.
Bang! Bang!
The muffled sound of its footsteps carried an inexplicable sense of oppression.
Roar!
10 phantom beasts pounced almost simultaneously, some bearing their eerie white fangs, others slamming down their razor-sharp claws. Their assault was ferocious, as if they intended to tear the black soul beast apart on the spot.
Bang! 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 Roar! In an instant, beastly figures intertwined, and roars echoed without end.
Terrifying howls rang across the entire field, the battle raging fiercely. Amid the continuous clashes, all 10 phantom beasts suffered injuries to varying degrees, their combat effectiveness declining. But the black soul beast was not faring well either. Even in its 8-armed fiend combat stance, due to its bloodline being only at the war general level, handling 10 beasts of similar strength at once put immense pressure on it. So far, it had been fighting these 10 beasts for more than half an hour. Its body was covered in numerous wounds, big and small, its state greatly weakened, no longer as ferocious as it was at the start. At this rate, it would be able to kill at most 7 of the phantom beasts before reaching its limit. As for passing the trial, that was simply impossible.
Damn it! Lu Ruoyan was furious.
She had painstakingly raised the Black Soul Beast to this level before taking the trial, but the battle was far from the overwhelming victory she had envisioned. This left her feeling deeply disappointed. Even worse, that bastard Zhang Chen was probably watching from outside right now. I must end this fight quickly. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth. She never backed down before Zhang Chen, nor would she ever lower her head. Only by demonstrating absolute dominance could she prove that her choice had never been wrong. With this thought, Lu Ruyan unconsciously accelerated the flow of her soul power. Besides using her soul power to maintain the Black Soul Beast's powerful combat stance, she also forced herself to endure the growing weakness in her mind as she activated her ability. Innate Talent Soul Power Surge, activate. Buzz. Boom. In an instant, Lu Ruyan felt a thunderous explosion in her head, as if the earth itself had cracked apart. Her vision went black, her body swayed, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. At the same time, the Black Soul Beast's condition was the complete opposite of Lu Ruyan's. Roar. It let out an excited roar, its aura surging as if it had been injected with pure adrenaline. Everyone only saw a blur before their eyes as the Black Soul Beast left behind a mere afterimage, instantly appearing in front of a phantom beast. Its 8 arms lifted the beast high into the air, then ripped it apart. Ping. A crisp sound spread through the air as the phantom beast shattered into countless glowing fragments and vanished. Without pause, the Black Soul Beast charged forward again. Repeating the same method, it shredded another phantom beast. In an instant, the battle, which had been evenly matched, was completely overturned, turning into a one-sided massacre. Dominant. Arrogant. Savage. As one phantom beast after another disappeared, the only words that filled everyone's minds were these, their shock immeasurable. To them, it was already unbelievable that Lu Ruyan had discovered a hidden evolution path for the Black Soul Beast. But the fact that she could push the beast to such terrifying combat prowess was beyond imagination. It was simply astonishing. Chapter 46, So, have I passed the nightmare difficulty? In the blink of an eye, under the Black Soul Beast's overwhelming power, all 10 phantom beasts in the image vanished completely. Hell level trial passed. Awarding level 3 Beastmaster certification. Immediately after, golden text lit up as the trial room's projection slowly faded, revealing Lu Ruyan and the Black Soul Beast before the crowd. A level 3 Beastmaster certification. This girl is no ordinary talent. Only when the trial room was fully illuminated again did the examiners finally gasp in disbelief. Normally, the Beastmaster certification ranged from level 1 to level 9. At each level, there is a breakdown into 3 tiers, low, middle, and high. The higher the level, the greater the privileges enjoyed in the Beastmaster guilds across the entirety of Hanxia. During her first assessment, Lu Ruyan not only passed the Hell level difficulty, but also obtained the Tier 3 Beastmaster qualification certificate. This achievement is truly astonishing within the records of the Beastmaster Guild assessments throughout all of Hanxia. What's even rarer is that Lu Ruyan's contracted beast is universally recognized as a worthless Black Soul Beast. To cultivate the Black Soul Beast to such a powerful level demonstrates Lu Ruyan's incredible talent as a Beastmaster. This little girl is indeed exceptional. It won't be long before Jianjiang has a nationally renowned genius Beastmaster, someone remarked. Did you see her? The last talent skill she used seemed to significantly enhance her beast's combat abilities, its speed, strength, and fighting power surged by more than 3 times. And that battle stance was quite impressive as well. I must study this evolution path when I get the chance. The staff marveled, their eyes sparkling as they looked at Lu Ruyan. A few people, feeling excited, quickly left to report the situation here. It is rare for Jianjiang to have such a talented Beastmaster, they must keep a close watch on her. Soul power surging is indeed a great combat power enhancement talent, Jixia commented, giving Lu Ruyan an extra glance. In real combat situations, this type of talent is quite practical. However, that's all there was to it, she didn't say much more. The Black Soul Beast always gave her a strange feeling, an instinctive aversion. As for Zhang Chen, he remained calm throughout. Lu Ruyan's talent is not weak, she has an A-level Beastmaster talent called Soul Power Surge, which can boost her beast's combat power threefold for a short time after consuming soul power. He had already known this well in advance. Moreover, the bloodline of the Black Soul Beast also quickly rose to the battle general level, making it understandable that she could pass the Hell level difficulty assessment. So this is what the demonized evolution path looks like. When compared seriously, it does seem to be stronger than the dark evolution path I initially chose, Zhang Chen pondered silently. At that moment, Lu Ruyan walked out of the assessment room. Having lost her infusion of soul power, the Black Soul Beast reverted from its 8-arm fiend state to its normal appearance. Only with its strength level reaching Battle General could it effortlessly control the power brought about by bloodline evolution without relying on a Beastmaster's help. Otherwise, before this point, it would need Lu Ruyan's soul power support to showcase its strongest fighting stance. This is also an essential factor in the unbreakable relationship between Beastmasters and their beasts. They must cooperate to achieve a combined power greater than the sum of their parts, displaying combat abilities far beyond the ordinary. It's this very power that has allowed humanity to endure for a millennium of conflict against demons, fiercely resisting despite all odds. Lu Ruyan's face was slightly pale, with fine beads of sweat on her forehead. To maintain the 8-arm fiend battle stance of the Black Soul Beast while simultaneously using her talent to boost its power had exhausted her soul power, leaving her looking somewhat drained. However, successfully passing the Hell level difficulty assessment still brought a flush of joy to her face, despite her 2 lives.
Naturally, she took Jiang Yuntao's hand and walked out of the assessment room. Ruyan, you are amazing. You even passed the Hell level difficulty assessment. You are the greatest genius beastmaster in Jianzhong, no. The greatest in all of Hanxia. Jiang Yuntao exclaimed, thrilled, and praising her without reservation. Lu Ruyan smiled, her eyes sparkling with happiness as she thoroughly enjoyed the praise. When passing by Jiang Chen, Lu Ruyan could hardly conceal her pride, her brows raised slightly. Hell level difficulty, to me, is just a small test. As she spoke, she glanced at Jixia beside Jiang Chen, clearly trying to compare herself. Neither Jixia nor Jiang Chen paid any attention to it. Jixia, I'm so hungry. What should we eat later? Jiang Chen, don't worry, after my test is over, we'll go have a big feast. The two chatted casually, not showing the surprise Lu Ruyan had hoped for, and instead completely ignored her. They didn't even glance at her, as if they hadn't seen her stunning performance, or as if she didn't exist at all. This made Lu Ruyan unable to bear it. Anger rose in her heart, she pushed Jiang Yuntao away, and stubbornly stood in front of Jiang Chen. Bastard! I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Lu Ruyan shouted angrily. Jiang Chen finally reacted a little, casting a faint glance at Lu Ruyan, then looked at Jixia. Is someone talking? I thought it was a dog barking, just felt noisy. You! Jiang Chen's completely indifferent attitude made Lu Ruyan furious. Bastard! Don't get too proud. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth fiercely, but when she thought of the 5-color soul flower already in her grasp, she suppressed the anger in her heart and sneered, Do you believe that, in 10 minutes, you will kneel on the ground begging me? Jiang Chen also sneered, idiot. He knew exactly what Lu Ruyan was thinking, believing that after passing the Hell level test, she could easily threaten him with the 5-color soul flower. But Lu Ruyan was thinking too much. Indeed, Lu Ruyan arrived first, completed the test, and seized the opportunity. But he wasn't without a backup plan. When it came to the little wolf, he had to get the 5-color soul flower no matter what. Seeing that Jiang Chen remained indifferent, Lu Ruyan became even more furious. She thought Jiang Chen hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem and couldn't be bothered to go in circles anymore. Lu Ruyan laughed wildly, her eyes full of cold, cruel indifference. Now that we're here, I won't be afraid to tell you the truth. Later, I will choose the 5-color soul flower as the reward for passing the Hell level test. And the key to curing your stupid wolf is the 5-color soul flower. At this point, Lu Ruyan changed the tone of her voice, speaking coldly, of course, if you can bring me the dragon saliva stone, I might consider helping you. After saying this, Lu Ruyan felt a sense of satisfaction. She crossed her arms over her chest, standing with her head held high, her whole body exuding a signal, beg me, go on, beg me, even if you beg me, I still won't agree. She had said it clearly now, no matter whether Jiang Chen had the dragon saliva stone, he would definitely get it for her at any cost. At that time, the bloodline of the Black Soul Beast could be upgraded to another level. Anyway, with the 5-color soul flower in hand, Jiang Chen would have no choice but to submit to her, with no chance of resistance. As for revealing the 5-color soul flower to Jiang Chen, she didn't care anymore, since the thing would be in her hands anyway. As long as she controlled the 5-color soul flower, Jiang Chen would be completely at her mercy, with no possibility of resisting. No matter what, this time, she had already won. Oh? Looking at Lu Ruyan with her victorious posture, Jiang Chen smiled. But in order to cooperate with Lu Ruyan's performance, Jiang Chen still pretended to be extremely surprised. Oh my, so that's how it is. Lu Ruyan smiled even more proudly. She was eagerly awaiting Jiang Chen to kneel down, tearfully begging for her forgiveness. However, the next second. Under Lu Ruyan's astonished gaze, Jiang Chen walked steadily into the 002 test room, his smile full of meaning. Then, what if I pass the nightmare level test? But it was very plain. However, in this plain tone, there was an unparalleled confidence that made it hard to question. So, even when the words challenging the nightmare level difficulty came out of his mouth, which was shocking beyond belief, the staff didn't react immediately and just instinctively nodded. What? You want to challenge the nightmare level difficulty? It was actually Lu Ruyan, who looked like she had seen a ghost, her eyes wide in disbelief. After Lu Ruyan shouted like that, the staff finally reacted. Nightmare level difficulty. I didn't hear that wrong, did I? Are you sure you're not joking?
A stone stirred up 1,000 layers of waves, and in an instant, the entire hallway inside and out was in an uproar.
Everyone looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief, stunned.
Not even Zhang Yingtao and Lu Ruyan, who came to participate in the assessment, and not even the staff, could help but exclaim. No one knew better than they did what the nightmare-level difficulty really meant. It meant facing 100 illusions, each with similar strength, bloodline, and combat power as your own summoned beasts.
The scene, forget putting it into action, they wouldn't even dare to dream of being so arrogant.
At least, in all their years in the Beastmaster Guild, no one had the courage to challenge this level of difficulty. Even more ridiculously, the words nightmare level were something they wouldn't even mention in their boastful moments.
It was simply not something a normal human could do.
And now, Jiang Chen was confidently boasting that he would challenge something that was beyond human ability.
How could they not be surprised?
Little brother, I think, it's better to forget it. Although the assessment won't cause you actual harm, such a high difficulty test could easily result in an accident. In past assessments, there were some people who, due to insufficient strength, were strongly stimulated during the test and suffered soul damage. Although this situation was rare, it had not happened completely without precedent. They, knowing Jiang Chen was so young yet had already advanced to the bronze-level Beastmaster, didn't want him to bite off more than he could chew. From the beginning, they had seen the tense relationship between Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan. So after calming down, they only felt that Jiang Chen was acting out of spite and began to advise him. Little brother, there's no need to be impulsive. Yes, as long as you pass the assessment and obtain the Beastmaster qualification certificate, the guild will reward you. There's no need to act out of spite. It's better to be steady in life, not to aim too high. It could be said that if Jiang Chen had chosen the hell level difficulty, they would have still looked forward to it. But for nightmare level difficulty, there was no possibility at all. Look at her proud face. Naturally, Jiang Chen had to choose this. I understand all of your intentions, what I mean is, if I can pass the nightmare level difficulty assessment.
As he spoke, Jiang Chen glanced at Lu Ruyan and said, then can I have ownership of the material she selected? Seeing Jiang Chen's firm attitude, the staff were troubled.
Indeed, in the Beastmaster Guild, the allocation of all resources is divided according to rank. If Jiang Chen can pass the nightmare level difficulty assessment, his qualification as a Beastmaster would surely surpass Lu Ruyan's, and he would naturally have the priority to choose.
However, deep down, they did not believe Jiang Chen could pass the nightmare level assessment.
Moreover, Lu Ruyan's outstanding performance in the assessment had already shown her value that they wanted to win over. As for Jiang Chen's strength, they knew nothing about it, and naturally did not want to offend Lu Ruyan, this rare talent of a Beastmaster, because of Jiang Chen's empty words. Thus, the staff were unable to provide a definitive answer for a long time. Just when everyone was hesitating, a tall man strode over from the bright corridor's depths. His strong voice immediately attracted everyone's attention.
Vice President Zhou.
Upon seeing the man, all the staff respectfully bowed and stepped aside. This man was Zhou Dechuan, the vice president of the Beastmaster Guild's Yunjiang City branch, and also the main leader of the Yunjiang City Beastmaster Guild branch.
Zhou Dechuan approached everyone, his gaze sweeping over Lu Ruyan before landing on Jiang Chen.
He had a standard square-shaped face, and when he wasn't smiling, he gave a very serious impression and had a certain oppressive aura. After scrutinizing Jiang Chen for a moment, Zhou Dechuan said sternly, as long as you can pass the nightmare level difficulty assessment, I can decide to let you choose first. As his words fell, everyone fell silent. A few staff members looked puzzled, glancing at Zhou Dechuan in confusion.
They knew too well the vice president's temperament, he never did anything meaningless.
Logically, Lu Ruyan had truly passed the hell level difficulty assessment, and she should be the one they focused on winning over.
But now,
Zhou Dechuan seemed to have no regard for Lu Ruyan's feelings, making a decisive statement.
Could it be, the vice president really thinks this kid can pass the nightmare level difficulty? Everyone's heart trembled, an inexplicable panic rising.
However, Zhou Dechuan paid no attention to their thoughts, he turned and confidently confirmed to Jiang Chen, what I say is final.
Alright, then there's no problem.
Jiang Chen shrugged, all he wanted was a definite answer. Since the person in charge had spoken, there was no reason to hesitate any longer. He no longer hesitated, walked to the center of the assessment room, and sat steadily beneath the instrument. Then let me see if this nightmare level difficulty is truly a nightmare.
The instrument activated, a fierce wind suddenly arose, and the wasteland reappeared.
Then, bloodthirsty, brutal blood-red pupils slowly opened in the darkness.
Chapter 48, He really has skills.
Roar!
The roars of hundreds of beasts shook like dragons.
The shadows of hundreds of fierce beasts slowly appeared, and just the overwhelming roar seemed to shake the entire wasteland, intimidating all.
Hundreds of monsters and magical beasts gathered, a strong aura of menace surged skyward.
Even if it was just a virtual illusion, even just watching outside the assessment room, it made people feel a chill and a shock to their minds. During the assessment, Jiang Chen stood his ground, facing this overwhelming momentum, looking so insignificant. Like a lonely boat in a storm, ready to be swallowed by the raging waves at any moment.
Is this the nightmare-level difficulty test?
Looking at the visually striking scene, everyone seemed petrified, frozen in place, feeling an intense dryness in their mouths. Even many of the staff, this was their first time seeing such a shocking sight, their minds shaken. Outside the test room, only Zhou Dechuan, Lu Ruyan, and Ji Xia looked somewhat calm. 100 Lord-blooded battle servants with 9-star beast tamers, it's truly unbelievable. Perhaps only Lord Tianqi, when he established the Beast Tamer Guild and set these test requirements, could have expected such a scene. Zhou Dechuan's pupils trembled, and he unconsciously clenched his fists behind him, blood surging. Even though he had been in the Beast Tamer Guild for many years, this was his first time witnessing such a scene.
After a brief shock, Lu Ruyan became completely reassured.
The smug look on her face lingered, her smile carrying a hint of mocking sarcasm. The saddest thing for a person is not seeing their own strength clearly. Just a clown trying to get attention, daring to covet my 5-colored soul flower, how laughable. Saying this, she turned to Zhang Yuntao and smugly said, "Watch, I bet that in 3 seconds, Zhang Chen, that bastard, will be torn apart by those illusions." "That's for sure." Zhang Yuntao, still shaken, agreed deeply. At the same time, he didn't forget to mock, "I think someone is about to ask for trouble. I'm afraid the soul shock will be so strong that it'll turn him into an idiot."
That would be interesting. The two laughed as if no one else were around, their laughter extremely grating.
Ji Xia looked at their smug, self-satisfied expressions, her face changing over and over. This foolish boy must have been blinded by pig oil, how could he have fallen for something like this? Her face was full of disdain and disgust. Not to mention the outcome of Zhang Chen's test, at least he had the courage to challenge himself. To challenge a nightmare-level difficulty in the first test, even in all of Hanxia, few people would dare do such a thing. But now, the battle hadn't even begun, and Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yuntao couldn't wait to step out and mock, which made her look down on them from the bottom of her heart. Ji Xia gave the two of them a disdainful glance and said loudly, "Coincidentally, my opinion is completely different from yours. This time, he will definitely pass the test." She couldn't stand the way the two of them conspired, speaking in sarcastic tones. Even though deep down, she also felt that Zhang Chen probably wouldn't pass the test, she couldn't let their spirit falter.
Who cares about the result, the momentum can't lose.
As her words fell, everyone glanced at Ji Xia but no one agreed.
Many people sighed and shook their heads.
In their hearts, they couldn't believe that Zhang Chen would pass the test. They thought that the claim about definitely passing the test was just self-deception, a joke to laugh at. If it wasn't for Ji Xia being a golden-level beast tamer and her looks being quite pleasing to the eye, they probably would have laughed out loud. "Ha!" Ji Xia sneered, observing the expressions of everyone in her eyes. Especially the whispering and laughing of Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yuntao, which made her blood boil with anger. She gritted her teeth, staring at Zhang Chen and the illusions of the test, her heart full of frustration. "Zhang Chen, you have to fight for my honor." Outside the test room, there was a bustling noise, and inside, it wasn't peaceful either. Zhang Chen, rarely serious, stared intently at the 100 illusions ahead, not daring to be careless. Among these 100 illusions, most were monster beasts, and there were many magic beasts as well, at least 20 or so. What was more important was that among these monsters and magic beasts, Zhang Chen noticed a few powerful figures weaving through the beasts.
Hidden.
Before even getting close, Zhang Chen already felt a dangerous sense of his hairs standing on end. From the look of it, even the fiercest demons and illusions are probably involved in this trial. They really think highly of me, even arranged demon illusions.
Zhang Chen shook his head self-deprecatingly.
Though he said that, there was not the slightest trace of fear in his heart.
What of the demon beasts? What of the demons?
Illusions are, after all, just illusions. Even if real demons or beasts appeared before him, he would not be the slightest bit afraid.
The faith of a strong person is always unwavering.
"Little wolf, are you ready?" Zhang Chen turned his head and glanced at the little wolf, which had been squatting beside him.
Roar!
The little wolf remained silent, responding to Zhang Chen only with a burning fighting spirit and a determined gaze.
"Good."
Zhang Chen smiled and turned his head to look at the 100 illusions, his eyes now filled with an unprecedented resolve.
"Then, let's go."
Roar! With the little wolf's low growl, everyone saw a flash of snow-white light shoot out, charging into the illusions with a fearless attitude.
Bingling bingling.
Immediately after, the crisp sound of ice crystals shattering rang out, and several illusions' necks were shattered by ice crystals, instantly dissipating. As soon as it made its move, the little wolf's attack gave people a refreshing feeling. After advancing to battle servant 9 stars, the ice element power within it had become even more concentrated. With one swipe of its claw, bone-chilling ice spread, and its killing power was extremely strong.
This little ice snow wolf king cub seems not to be simple.
Several staff members exclaimed in surprise. These few people in the Beastmaster Guild were only responsible for ordinary reception tasks, with a rank of just bronze 2 stars, slightly higher than Jiang Chen's. The little wolf's attack was so sudden and fast that they didn't even see it clearly. Among those present, only Zhou Dechuan had a sharp eye. After a quick glance, he roughly inferred the little wolf's combat attributes. Its speed is close to 20 meters per second, and the strength that bursts out within an instant is over 200 kilograms. Truly a beast with lord-level bloodline, its combat power is astonishing. Zhou Dechuan's eyes flashed with sharp light as he secretly nodded. Jixia said in response, with such combat power, it already far exceeds the average elite-level beast. Once it advances to the elite level, with its innate bloodline advantage, it will only become stronger. Listening to their words, many people showed surprised expressions. They looked at Jiang Chen with envy. I didn't expect it really has 2 sharp claws. Chapter 49, Despair Brought by Quantity. The one-sided situation they had imagined did not occur, which surprised them a little. This is the power of high-grade bloodline beastmasters. With the support of bloodline strength, the combat power they can unleash far exceeds their own level. The little wolf carries the bloodline of the Ice Snow Wolf King, and even among the many lord-level bloodline beastmasters, it is one of the top existences. Even though the illusions created in the test also have lord-level bloodlines, their attributes are highly similar to the little wolf's. But when it comes to actual combat, there is still some difference. After all, illusions are still just illusions, relying on rigid instrument data attributes. Even though their attributes are nearly identical to the little wolf's, the combat power they can unleash still differs. No, it's not just like that. Watching the little wolf darting left and right, continuously knocking down several illusions, Zhou Dechuan seemed to have discovered something. He added, the timing and angles of this little wolf's attacks are excellent. Almost every strike is fatal, quick, and decisive. Its combat experience is comparable to some seasoned beastmasters. The more he watched, the more shocked he became. Among so many illusions, the little wolf always manages to single out a few, striking fiercely at the vital points. This kind of combat experience cannot be simulated by rigid instrument data. Only through constant battles, with the beastmaster consciously training, can such results be achieved. Without half a year of accumulation, it's simply impossible to achieve this level. Otherwise, even if the little wolf's bloodline is very advanced, it would be completely impossible to reach this extent. Zhou Dechuan looked at Jiang Chen, who stood in the back, with a calm expression, directing the battle, and his gaze immediately changed. As expected of someone with an S-class beastmaster talent, in such a short time, he has managed to train his beast to this level. Not simple, really not simple. It was worth my personal trip. Hearing Zhou Dechuan praise Jiang Chen like this, the staff members were all quite surprised. It's important to note that Zhou Dechuan is usually a very serious person, and his standards are unusually high. At least, up until now, they hadn't seen Zhou Dechuan praise anyone like this before. Is this person really that amazing? They instinctively looked at Jiang Chen, and their thoughts gradually began to waver. Could it be that he really can pass the nightmare-level difficulty assessment? But at this moment, Lu Ruyan spoke up, he's just using a little trick, seizing the initiative, and taking advantage of the enemy's loose formation to barely defeat a few illusions. Once those illusions regroup, they will surely tear him and that idiot wolf apart with a destructive force. After she finished speaking, those who had previously doubted their own thoughts became more certain. Indeed, just as Lu Ruyan said, at the beginning of the battle, the illusions of the monsters and beasts in the assessment couldn't organize an effective attack. Though it was 1 versus 100, in reality, only a few of the monsters could actually attack the little wolf. However, once these illusions formed a tight formation, it would be difficult for the little wolf to continue picking them off one by one. There was a high probability that he would be overwhelmed by the sheer number of these monster and beast illusions. That's absolutely right, Zhang Yuntao echoed. He can only be arrogant for a while before he gets torn apart. The two of them spoke in unison, with no belief that Jiang Chen could last long amidst the siege of so many monsters and beasts. Indeed, this can only be considered a warm-up before the actual assessment. The real battle probably hasn't even started yet. Many people shook their heads and sighed, agreeing with the two of them. The reality was indeed just as they had imagined. After eliminating a few illusions, all the monsters and beast illusions seemed to receive some kind of instruction at the same time, acting in perfect unison. They no longer waited. Howling, they charged forward. As for their target, it was crystal clear. In an instant, the entire wilderness turned into chaos. A black, oppressive mass of various beast and monster illusions all rushed toward the little wolf. Like a black torrent, it seemed to almost swallow the little wolf whole. In front of nearly 90 or 100 beast and monster illusions, the little wolf was isolated, alone. Anyone in such a situation would feel nothing but despair. However, Jiang Chen was not in such a state. After all, he was once a top figure in the beastmaster world of Hanxia, with no less than 10,000 battles under his belt. He had fought in much more complicated battles, with even greater differences in numbers. For him, this kind of scene was just a common occurrence.
If he wasn't confident, how could he dare to directly challenge the nightmare-level difficulty assessment? Jiang Chen's battle strategy was clear. What others could think of, he naturally could as well. He knew clearly in his heart that once the little wolf was entangled by these monster and beast illusions, even if the little wolf had rapidly improved in fighting skills and experience during the 10-day special training, it would still be a case of two fists being unable to defeat four hands, and defeat would be inevitable. Jiang Chen made a swift decision, quickly ordering the little wolf to avoid the enemy's attacks. The little wolf responded quickly, unexpectedly eliminating a few illusions before turning and running, showing no intent to fight. While the little wolf was running away, Jiang Chen did not idle. He stood at a distance, observing the situation from a global perspective. Whenever there was a chance, he would signal the little wolf to strike decisively. Little wolf, ice claw attack. At this moment, after running several hundred meters, a few slightly faster magical beasts broke away from the main group. Jiang Chen seized the opportunity and commanded the little wolf to turn back and strike with a claw. One magical beast failed to dodge in time and fell to the ground with a thud. Unfortunately, this time the little wolf did not strike the beast's vital points. After tumbling several times, it roared angrily, got back up, and continued the chase. Ah, it's a pity. This time, it only attacked the beast's forelimb. If the claw had hit its neck or abdomen, it could have been a one-hit kill. Seeing this, some people sighed with regret. Although they had no real hope for Jiang Chen to pass this challenging test, it was still good to see him hold on a bit longer. In the few seconds they spent sighing, the little wolf launched several attacks in succession, knocking down several magical beasts. But the result was the same as before, only scratches were inflicted, without any fatal blows. Soon, more and more magical beasts and phantom beasts were injured in the little wolf's attacks. Without exception, they all still had fighting strength, and no fatal wounds were inflicted. It's over, it's over. Facing such a difficult test, it's already impressive that he lasted this long. Some people shook their heads in disappointment. But deep down, they had a bit more admiration for Jiang Chen. Such a high difficulty battle, and Jiang Chen had lasted until now, which made them look at him with new respect. Although there had been many mistakes in the final phase of the battle, it was within reason. Their only regret was that if the little wolf's attacks hadn't missed, maybe it could have eliminated a few more phantoms. Thinking this, they were ready to leave. Strangely, at this moment, Zhou Dechuan, Ji Xia, and even Lu Ruoyan, who had been so certain that Jiang Chen would fail from the start, were all standing still and showing no signs of leaving. The three of them kept their eyes fixed on the images in the test room. Their expressions varied, yet they did not move a single step, their eyes growing brighter. Could there be a twist? Everyone was puzzled and looked back at the test room. Upon closer inspection, they were nearly frightened to death. In the image, they saw that the magical beasts and phantom beasts that had been chasing the little wolf had disappeared for the most part. And the trend was accelerating. It seemed Jiang Chen was about to pass the test. What exactly happened? Chapter 50, Phantom Beasts and Monsters. Everyone could hardly believe their eyes. They had originally thought that after such intense fighting, the little wolf would tire out, make frequent mistakes, and defeat would be only a matter of time. But now, it seemed completely different. They hurriedly looked at the image again. Wait, those phantoms are still there. They haven't really been fatally injured or disappeared. Soon, someone noticed something strange. Behind the main group of magical beasts and phantom beasts chasing the little wolf, some phantoms were still there, either crawling on the ground with great difficulty or moving at a much slower pace, struggling to steady themselves and continue the chase. Due to the freezing effect of the ice claws, the movement of those phantoms was severely impaired, greatly slowing down the pursuit of the main group. Some of them, unable to avoid in time, were even trampled by the phantoms chasing from behind, completely losing their fighting ability. As the number of phantoms affected by the little wolf's attacks increased, this situation became even more serious. Just now, they had mistakenly thought that most of the phantoms had been eliminated by Jiang Chen because these phantoms' movements were hindered and temporarily blocked by others, making them disappear from the image. At this point, someone finally realized Jiang Chen's intention, that little wolf did it on purpose. It hasn't even shown its real strength yet. It was not a mistake, it was intentional to scratch those magical beasts, to damage their movements, hinder the main army's pursuit, and at the same time, let them wear each other down, consuming some of the illusion's battle strength. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in astonishment. Who exactly is this person? How could they have such extraordinary decision-making and adaptability? I saw in his registration for the assessment that his name seems to be Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen? Could he be the one who had the mutated talent and obtained the S-level Beastmaster talent? Many staff members couldn't help but start to pay attention to Jiang Chen's identity. The moment someone mentioned his name, they became even more unsettled. The only person in Yunjiang City with an S-level Beastmaster talent, a rising star, the name Jiang Chen echoed in their ears like thunder. No wonder he dared to challenge the nightmare-level difficulty assessment, no wonder his combat command ability is so outstanding.
Truly a genius with an S-level Beastmaster talent.
Everyone was astonished.
There was no longer any doubt in their eyes, only admiration.
I knew it.
I wondered how Vice President Joe could risk offending a genius who passed the hell-level difficulty assessment, yet still insisted on having him take the test.
It must have been because he knew his identity all along. Some people suddenly realized Zhou Dechuan must have known Jiang Chen's identity, which is why he didn't take Lu Ruyan seriously.
Although Lu Ruyan passing the hell-level difficulty assessment was rare, compared to a genius with an S-level Beastmaster talent, it wasn't that impressive.
And the truth was exactly that.
Whether Jiang Chen could pass the nightmare-level difficulty assessment was still uncertain, but just from his current performance, he had already surpassed Lu Ruyan. After all, what the little wolf was doing now, although it seemed effortless, if anyone were to actually experience it, no one would have the confidence to create such an effect in such a difficult assessment. Everyone knew clearly, if it were them, they probably wouldn't even inflict casualties on those demon beasts, magical beast illusions before being torn into pieces themselves. The only reason it seemed so easy was because the little wolf's combat talent was truly too powerful.
Amazing. Truly amazing.
The Ice Snow Wolf King is already the top lineage among the Lord-level Beastmasters, and that little wolf's potential is even more terrifying.
Jiang Chen is no slouch either, his overall vision is outstanding, his command is on point.
The coordination between Beastmaster and Beast is perfect, truly a feast for the eyes.
For a moment, praises and admiration echoed one after another.
In such a short time, Jiang Chen had conquered everyone present with his nearly perfect performance.
Of course, Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yuntao were exceptions.
They would never submit to Jiang Chen and wished nothing more than to see him torn apart by those illusions, failing miserably.
Ruyan, what should we do? This guy really looks like he's going to pass the assessment.
Zhang Yuntao said anxiously.
Lu Ruyan's face darkened, her expression was not good either, and she snapped at Zhang Yuntao, "What are you shouting for? He hasn't succeeded yet."
She was extremely frustrated inside. From the very beginning, she had made all her plans. But now, everything was completely different from what she had imagined. She hadn't expected that after Jiang Chen contracted with the little wolf, he could train it to be so powerful in such a short time. Even though she resolutely made the Black Soul Beast demonize, its strength increased dramatically, she thought it would be able to overpower Jiang Chen. But now, it seemed that if the Black Soul Beast faced the little wolf, it would have no chance of winning.
Why? Why is this happening?
Lu Ruyan felt troubled and lost in thought for a moment, becoming somewhat withdrawn. At this time, the battle in the assessment room was gradually nearing its end. Jiang Chen's dog-walking strategy was very successful, and most of the illusions had already lost their fighting strength. Some of them, due to worsening injuries, were slowly disappearing. Fortunately, everything in this assessment was simulated real combat, otherwise, if these illusions couldn't get injured or have negative effects, it would have been a completely different situation. The little wolf's ice claws really weren't that easy to use effectively. Fortunately, after more than half an hour, only 10 magical beasts were still chasing. The number was still quite large, but compared to before, the difficulty had greatly decreased.
Good job, little wolf, just like that. Jiang Chen was highly focused, occasionally glancing toward a dark corner. There, a phantom remained still, yet to make a move.
From start to finish, it had stayed hidden in the darkness, like a statue.
As the test progresses to this stage, that demon phantom will likely make a move soon.
Jiang Chen warned himself quietly in his heart.
If there was anything he feared in this test, it would be that demon phantom.
In terms of the same level, demons were the top combatants. Jiang Chen knew that the real battle was just beginning, and he had to treat it carefully.
Roar! Bang!
At this moment, a cry of exhaustion echoed, and the last magical beast chasing the little wolf fell to the ground.
Though it was a phantom, its eyes revealed a frustrated, emotional look.
Since the battle began, they hadn't even touched the little wolf once. It was truly frustrating. Unfortunately, the frostbite effect of the ice claw continued to take effect, with ice shards forming on its limbs, clear and glittering, completely limiting its movement. Except for the demon phantom that hadn't moved, all the other phantoms still remaining in the test were in this state. You could say they were all lambs waiting to be slaughtered, no longer able to pose any threat to the little wolf. Next, whether or not we can pass the test depends on this final battle. Zhou Dechuan had his hands behind his back, his eyes shining with anticipation. You must give it your all. As the test reached this stage, even she couldn't help but become nervous. Unfortunately, she had only chosen the hell level difficulty, and once she obtained the Beastmaster qualification certificate, she could no longer participate in such tests. All she needed to do was keep killing demons to accumulate merit points, which would increase her certificate's authority and level. Otherwise, she would have wanted to try to see if she could pass the nightmare level difficulty with her current abilities. Hiss! Before Ji Xia could think more, a sharp, screeching cry echoed.
The demon phantom, hidden in the shadows, moved. Chapter 51, The Human-Faced Demon Spider. In an instant, streams of demonic energy surged from the ground, murderous and fierce. The brutal, bloody, and murderous air instantly enveloped the entire wasteland, with a strong sense of oppression. Amidst the dense demonic energy, a sinister, eerie, and terrifying human face slowly revealed itself, filled with strange, creepy laughter. Just one glance, and one's soul felt as though it would be devoured. Human-faced demon spider. Outside the test room, the people's expressions changed drastically, stepping back in fear, pressing themselves against the wall, their faces turning a few shades paler. This was a demon, the deepest nightmare in everyone's heart. Even though the human-faced demon spider was one of the lowest-ranked demons, it still caused them to feel a deep, instinctual fear and panic. Ah, demons, truly a demon phantom. But at that moment, an incongruous burst of laughter echoed down the corridor. Lu Ruyan laughed with delight. The terror of demons was well known. Otherwise, they wouldn't have plagued humans for millennia. Even the lowest-ranked demons were terrifying beyond imagination. She had already lost hope for the five-colored soul flower. But now, watching the human-faced demon spider appear, Lu Ruyan's hope was rekindled. Tear it apart. Tear it apart right now. Lu Ruyan leaned forward, laughing loudly, her attention completely absorbed by the image inside the test room. She bared her teeth and claws, looking quite insane, even a little perverse, drawing the attention of many people. They looked at Lu Ruyan with strange, disdainful expressions. Ruyan. Calm down. Calm down. Under the gaze of so many strange eyes, Jiang Yuntao felt his face turn red, feeling like a monkey in a zoo, quickly tugging at Lu Ruyan's sleeve. Obviously, Lu Ruyan, who only hoped for Jiang Chen's failure in the assessment, completely ignored him. Helpless, Jiang Yuntao could only silently step back, to avoid being misunderstood as a lunatic. The human-faced demon spider excels in mental attacks, striking at the soul. Although its mental attack damage is limited by its battle servant 9-star strength, the 8 spider legs are like steel bars, with extremely strong piercing power, and are hard to deal with. Jixia no longer had time to pay attention to the pair of mad old man and mad old woman. She couldn't help but feel a little nervous for Jiang Chen. The little wolf had great potential, but in such a short period of time, how much could Jiang Chen still manage to tap into? Moreover, the beast-controlling battle servants mainly relied on close combat, with very few other fighting methods. The bodies of demon beasts are famously tough. She couldn't help but feel anxious for Jiang Chen. This is true, indeed. Zhou Dechuan kept his gaze straight ahead and picked up where Jixia left off. However, the 9-star battle servant human-faced demon spider, like this little wolf, is still in its juvenile stage. Many of its techniques cannot be used. It still has the ability to fight. Though the words were spoken, Zhou Dechuan himself wasn't entirely sure. Although everything in the assessment was simulated through illusions, it was 100% a replica of real combat. The battle had been ongoing for so long, and the little wolf had consumed a lot of energy. If it continued, Zhou Dechuan couldn't help but feel uneasy. The reactions of the onlookers outside varied, but the battle in the image was about to reignite. Jiang Chen stood in place, his palms sweating uncontrollably. Ferocity. Violence. Bloodthirst. Facing this familiar feeling again, his body couldn't help but tremble. However, it wasn't fear, but excitement. He longed for this kind of enemy so much. With the little wolf's current combat power, whether it was a demon beast or a magical beast, it was hard for them to pose any threat to it. Only such demons and monsters were worthy of being opponents. Only they could perfectly trigger the little wolf's potential. Little wolf, defeat it, and make today's battle end on a perfect note. Roar. The little wolf bent its limbs, its body close to the ground, adopting a hunting posture. It panted heavily, the long gorilla fight having consumed 90% of its strength. Despite this, in its eyes, there was no trace of exhaustion, no hint of drowsiness. What it had was only the boiling hot blood deep within, its fighting spirit raging. It was a born fighter. Roar. Facing the menacing aura of the human-faced demon spider, the little wolf showed no fear and pounced forward. Hiss. The human-faced demon spider swung its 8 spider legs at the same time, charging fiercely. The little wolf was incredibly fast, its sharp claws slashing at the human-faced demon spider's body again and again, leaving behind white scratch marks. The human-faced demon spider was not to be outdone, its sharp teeth biting, its spiny legs piercing, forcing the little wolf to retreat again and again. In just a few minutes, both creatures had numerous wounds on their bodies, and the battle was fierce. Of course, the little wolf's injuries were more severe. It had expended too much energy. After eliminating nearly 100 illusions, it was almost at its limit. Its speed, reaction, and even attacks had dropped a level, no longer as sharp as before. As the wounds increased, the little wolf gradually began to fall into a decline. What was even worse was that the shrill sound of the human-faced demon spider almost carried a faint soul attack. After the little wolf's strength had improved, its wolf soul had become unstable.
Being repeatedly attacked by these soul-related attacks, it had no strength left, feeling drowsy, and its movements became slower.
You must hold on.
Jiang Chen watched with worry, his heart anxious. In this situation, even he had no good solutions. At this point, the only thing left to hope for was that the little wolf itself was strong enough. In a desperate situation, one can squeeze out the potential from their body and break through the limits. Fortunately, Jiang Chen continuously delivered soul power, able to share some of the soul impact for the little wolf. This barely allowed the little wolf to stay conscious, preventing it from losing all ability to fight back. However, as the battle continued, the little wolf's condition worsened, and it could hardly keep up with the humanoid spider's attacks.
Under the relentless strikes of the humanoid spider, the little wolf was blasted away again and again. And it stood up again and again.
It swayed unsteadily, dragging its exhausted body to withstand the humanoid spider's attacks time after time.
What a tenacious little guy.
Ji Xia lightly pursed her lips, feeling a bit heartbroken. She could see that the little wolf had reached its limit. Continuing such a battle was meaningless, it would only be one-sided torture. Even if it was just an illusion, that 100% sense of reality would still make the little wolf experience the most genuine pain in such torment. Even Jiang Chen would empathize and bear tremendous soul impact. She opened her mouth, wanting to tell Jiang Chen to stop. But as the words reached her lips, seeing Jiang Chen's tightly clenched teeth and unwavering gaze in the illusion, she swallowed them back down. Ha, it's over. He will ultimately fail. Unlike Ji Xia, Lu Ruyan laughed and clapped her hands, reveling in it. She had to let the black soul beast transform into a demon to pass the hell level difficulty assessment. If Jiang Chen passed the nightmare level difficulty and firmly surpassed her, she would really go crazy. Swoosh. The little wolf was hit by the humanoid spider again, unable to dodge, a spider leg pierced through half its body, blood pouring out.
Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but feel sorry for Jiang Chen. Alas, in this final step, he ultimately didn't make it.
He was the one closest and most hopeful of catching up to Lord Tianqi's footsteps as a beast master. Zhou Dechuan shook his head, feeling mixed emotions inside. However, at that moment, a sharp female high-pitched voice pierced through the eardrums, sounding crazed.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a war servant level ice snow wolf king cub possibly grasp that kind of power? Chapter 52, Wolf Dragon Blazing Blood.
Lu Ruyan's voice was sharp as she hugged her head, as if suffering a great mental shock, nearly breaking down. At first glance, she seemed mad. But this time, no one paid her any more attention. Everyone simultaneously noticed something, looking up toward the assessment room. Roar! Roar!
In the assessment illusion, the little wolf's entire body began to emit a faint glow at some unknown time.
Whether it was an illusion or something else, everyone could only hear the alternating sounds of dragon roars and wolf howls. That humanoid spider illusion seemed to sense something as well, emitting a sharp shriek, filled with fear. It retreated in panic. Strangely, the little wolf floated in midair, golden micro-light transforming into strands of golden threads, merging within its bloodline, shining brightly. Blood energy surged.
Even Jiang Chen, watching the little wolf's changes, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. It's happening, it's successful.
The trace of dragon power contained within the dragon saliva stone has completely merged into the little wolf's bloodline during this high-intensity battle, becoming a part of its power. Jiang Chen's eyes were bright, breathing slightly heavier. Even he hadn't expected that the little wolf could merge that trace of dragon power into its bloodline so quickly. As that micro-light gradually disappeared into the little wolf's body, in Jiang Chen's view, under the exclusive Ice Claw skill of the little wolf's panel, another skill appeared below it.
Ultimate move, Wolf Dragon Blazing Blood. Wolf Dragon Blazing Blood. Jiang Chen focused his gaze, soul power surged, and without hesitation let the little wolf unleash this ultimate move.
Roar! Amidst everyone's astonished looks, a layer of blood color enveloped the little wolf's eyes, letting out a long howl, sounding like a dragon's roar and a wolf's howl. The roar was deafening, the pressure astonishing.
Immediately, the little wolf no longer showed any sign of weakness. The battle intent soared. Even the momentum had risen several levels. In this instant, the little wolf's battle strength skyrocketed.
It was even close to reaching the elite level. The battle strength had at least tripled, and looking at it, the increase seemed even more terrifying than Lu Ruoyan's talent's soul power surge. Roar! Unmatched strength filled its entire body, the little wolf seemed to be burning with fire, its blood boiling. It leapt into the air, leaving a series of afterimages behind, almost impossible to see with the naked eye. At the same time, the wolf claws were completely covered in a layer of bone-chilling frost, emitting freezing air. Shoo! A cold ray flashed, and the ferocious human-faced demon spider was split in two, falling with a crash. Then, a series of golden characters, accompanied by a strong, metallic prompt sound, completely occupied everyone's senses. Nightmare level difficulty assessment, passed, reward, Black Gold Beast Master Qualification Certificate.
Silence. A dead silence. The entire place was silent, the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. At this moment, all that remained in the eyes of the crowd were those golden words. It passed? In the crowd, someone trembled and spoke first. Then, the second floor of the Beastmaster Guild exploded. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Nightmare level. Black Gold Beastmaster Qualification Certificate. Is he even human? No. Can someone tell me if all of this is an illusion? I can't tell, I really can't tell. Everyone couldn't suppress their excited emotions. Each person was so excited their faces were red, hands flailing, unable to control the shock in their hearts. At this moment, Jiang Chen had completely made history, creating the history of their entire Beastmaster Guild. Jiang Chen became the first person to pass the nightmare level difficulty test after becoming the founder of the Beastmaster Guild. The future is limitless. On Zhou Dichuan's serious face, a smile finally appeared, feeling greatly relieved. He could already see a star rising that would shine over the entire Hanja, its light blinding. Outside, cheers rang out, but inside the testing room, Jiang Chen was exhausted. He sat on the device, watching the little wolf, who was also exhausted and nearly collapsed, happily. Little wolf, you're amazing, this time, you even surprised me. Jiang Chen patted the little wolf's head, still a little excited. Wolf Dragon Blood Fury wasn't just an ordinary technique, it was the little wolf's ultimate move. When it was activated, its power was astonishing, the battle strength increased more than 3 times, directly putting the little wolf into a berserk state. In this state, even the fierce demon beast, the human-faced demon spider, was easily killed by the little wolf. It wasn't just tough. However, such an ultimate move couldn't be used by the little wolf alone, it required Jiang Chen's soul power as support. In such a short time, Jiang Chen already felt his soul power was nearly drained. It's amazing, but with my current soul power, I can only keep the little wolf in a berserk state for 10 seconds at most. This is a powerful killing move, the timing to use it must be perfect. Once my level increases, and my soul power grows, I can make the little wolf explode with even greater battle strength and for a longer time. Jiang Chen was satisfied, resting for more than half an hour, barely recovering some energy before putting the little wolf into the Beastmaster ring to rest and walked out of the testing room. Clap. 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 As soon as he stepped out, waves of applause greeted Jiang Chen, each wave louder than the last. Amazing. Even Ji Xia gave a thumbs up, praising him as awesome. Basic moves, don't go overboard. Jiang Chen showed a big, bright smile, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. He was also very satisfied with the little wolf's performance this time. If the little wolf continues growing at this speed, then even a year from now, when the beast tide comes, I should have the strength to fight and protect Grandpa and the others. Jiang Chen still remembers the tragic scene of Yunjiang City's destruction. The stronger the little wolf became, the more confident he was in facing that disaster. Everything he is doing now is all for this purpose. Of course, there is also Lu Ruyan. The grudge between him and Lu Ruyan will soon come to an end. I don't know if Lu Ruyan heard Jiang Chen's thoughts, but her face was full of anger, her eyes full of resentment, like a woman who had been abandoned. The dragon saliva stone really is in his hands. When she saw the little wolf comprehend the wolf dragon blood fury, she knew that the dragon saliva stone was definitely in Jiang Chen's hands first. Her mind was a mess. She didn't understand how Jiang Chen got the dragon saliva stone, and she couldn't understand why the little wolf could grow so fast in such a short time, not only passing the hell level difficulty test but also comprehending the ultimate skill, wolf dragon blood fury. She had personally seen the power of the black soul beast. A grown-up black soul beast would definitely not be a match for the little wolf. But now, the situation seemed completely different from what she expected. Even if she paid any price to make the black soul beast demonize and evolve, it still seemed far behind the little wolf. This was something she would never dare to think about in her past life. Did I make the wrong choice? Lu Ruyan couldn't help but fall into deep self-doubt. Chapter 53, The Shocking Secret? Ruyan. Ruyan. What should we do? Lu Ruyan was lost in thought, and it wasn't until Zhang Yuntao called her name several times that she gradually regained her senses. Her expression was gloomy as she glanced at Zhang Yuntao, then at Jiang Chen, who was being surrounded by everyone like a star in the sky. In her heart, there was even a trace of bitter taste. But soon, Lu Ruyan's gaze became firm again. No. I will never be wrong. This time, all her choices were the dreams she had longed for in her past life. It was her obsession that she could never obtain. Having finally gotten everything, how could she be wrong? Indeed, there were some unexpected events along the way, but the result would definitely not change. Yuntao Gij, it's okay. Lu Ruyan comforted Jiang Yuntao. But obviously, at this moment, this comfort was useless. Jiang Yuntao had a long face, almost on the verge of crying.
From the very beginning, he didn't believe that Lu Ruyan's contract with the Black Soul Beast could defeat Jiang Chen. And this distrust gradually disappeared during the 10 days when Lu Ruyan stole money from her family and quickly trained the Black Soul Beast to be a 6-star battle servant.
Lu Ruyan's ability to train Beastmasters impressed him greatly.
Then, in one night, the Black Soul Beast completed its bloodline evolution, its level increased, and Lu Ruyan even used special methods to level up her palm bear, all of which made him fully believe that Lu Ruyan could defeat Jiang Chen. But this trust completely collapsed the moment he saw Jiang Chen pass the nightmare-level difficulty test.
The little wolf had become so strong, how could the Black Soul Beast be its opponent?
They knew that once they lost the bet, they would have to personally break the contract with the beast.
If it came to that, how were they any different from useless people?
Most importantly, Lu Ruyan had even told Jiang Chen about the 5-colored soul flower, which was related to the little wolf's innate soul injury. Even if the Black Soul Beast couldn't defeat the little wolf, it could no longer threaten Jiang Chen.
They had lost their only bargaining chip, so how could he not be anxious?
However, Lu Ruyan completely ignored Jiang Yuntao, still proud, standing at the edge of the crowd, looking at Jiang Chen.
I admit that this time you won, but in the Academy's selection, the person who will lose miserably will definitely be you. Feeling a surge of anger in her heart, Lu Ruyan didn't want to stay any longer.
She felt that everyone here was too glaring, their laughter too harsh, and with a cold face, she quickly left without saying a word.
Lu Ruyan's departure did not attract anyone's attention, nor did anyone care. At this moment, everyone's focus was on Jiang Chen.
A group of staff members surrounded Jiang Chen.
Adored deeply. It's a crucial assessment area. What kind of behavior is this, making such a noise?
At that moment, Zhou Dichuan stepped forward with a stern face.
The staff members shrank their heads and returned to their posts.
Jiang Chen, congratulations. From now on, you are a member of our Beastmaster Guild, and you are part of the entire Hanxia Beastmaster family. Zhou Dichuan sincerely congratulated him, then took out a black and gold shining badge engraved with an Eastern Divine Dragon from his spatial ring and pinned it on Jiang Chen's chest. This was the Beastmaster qualification badge and also represented the highest authority with its black gold level. Even Zhou Dichuan's own 8th level badge was far inferior. Having it not only symbolized Jiang Chen's status in the Beastmaster Guild, but also allowed him to allocate some resources, which was of great significance.
Thank you, Vice President Zhou.
Jiang Chen touched the badge on his chest. It felt cool and had a unique material. Wearing it, he sensed that his soul power recovery speed had increased somewhat, which surprised him. This was his first experience with the black gold badge. Generally, only the president of the Beastmaster Guild could possess one.
Thus, he didn't know much about it. The black gold badge is different from ours.
Zhou Dichuan noticed Jiang Chen's confusion and explained, it is not only a symbol of status, but it is also a rare soul weapon that can help you recover soul power. Furthermore, if you inject your soul power into it, you can activate the Holy Light Guardian's defensive barrier.
The stronger your soul power, the stronger this defense will be. However, this defense requires energy from the badge to use, approximately once a day. Jiang Chen understood. Once a day, that's not bad.
Compared to the usage limit, Jiang Chen was more concerned about the Holy Light Guardian's function. A soul weapon whose effects enhance with soul power is rare. It was indeed a growing soul weapon and quite practical. Of course, the black gold badge was just an unexpected gain. Jiang Chen had not forgotten the most important matter.
Vice President Zhou, the 5-color soul flower now belongs to me, right?
The 5-color soul flower was crucial for the recovery of Little Wolf, so Jiang Chen was incredibly attentive to it.
Of course, it has been prepared for you.
Zhou Dichuan nodded, gesturing for a staff member to bring up a purple wooden brocade box. Inside the brocade box was a flower with 5 petals of different colors, exuding a strong soul aura. It was precisely the 5-color soul flower that Jiang Chen had been longing for. Jiang Chen did not stand on ceremony and directly stored the 5-color soul flower in his Beastmaster bracelet. Now, at last, there are no more worries. With the 5-color soul flower in hand, Jiang Chen hurried to heal Little Wolf, greeting Zhou Dichuan before preparing to leave.
Before leaving, he still asked Zhou Dichuan, by the way, what about those 2 people? He was asking about Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yuntao.
To prevent Lu Ruyan from causing any more trouble, he needed to keep a close watch on the 2 of them.
They left early,
Zhou Dichuan said. As he spoke, he seriously looked at Jiang Chen, intentionally reminding him, by the way, before she left, she took a special material from the guild's warehouse, obsidian.
Obsidian? Jiang Chen halted his steps.
Obsidian was extremely rare, a material from the Dark Faction, and had few uses, hence it wasn't very popular in the Beastmaster world, even though it was a rare special material.
With a 3rd-level authority, Lu Ruyan could indeed gain some benefits.
The only thing Jiang Chen knew was that some demons were extremely fond of obsidian.
Is she planning to replace dragon saliva to help the Black Soul Beast evolve again? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and then thanked Zhou Dichuan. After that, he left with Ji Xia. Walking out of the Beastmaster Guild, Ji Xia finally let go. Wow. Nightmarish difficulty, very impressive, young man. 100 beasts, magical beasts. You were able to defeat them all, soon I won't be your match at all. And you didn't see that girl's expression. I'm almost driven crazy by you, you must be really surprised, hee hee. Jixia chattered non-stop, without outsiders around, she freely expressed her thoughts, bouncing cheerfully and lively. Like a little angel, her smile was warm. Jiangchen looked at Jixia and inexplicably felt happy too, hee hee, what's this? The bigger surprise is still to come. The two walked side by side, the combination of handsome guy and beautiful girl was eye-catching on the street, becoming a beautiful scenery, gradually walking away. But no one noticed, after they left, a sneaky figure came out from the green belt at the roadside. A bigger surprise? Jiang Yuntao frowned and thought. Ding dong. Then, the screen of his phone lit up, and a message came in. Everyone pay attention, tonight at 8 o'clock, Master will hold a grand dinner at our hotel for the one he loves the most. The banquet must be perfectly arranged, and no mistakes are allowed. Dinner? The one he loves the most? Surprise? Looking at this message, Jiang Yuntao stopped his pace to chase and fell into deep thought. Then, his eyes shone brightly, and he hurriedly ran back. Ru Yen. Wait. I discovered a huge secret. Chapter 54, Repairing the Wolf Soul, Level Up. Elite Level. Jiang Family Manor. Having acquired the 5-color soul flower, Jiang Chen couldn't wait to return to the training hall at home. The matter of the little wolf repairing its soul injury was crucial, so he had someone clear out all the people in the training hall early. As for Jixia, she was quite understanding, knowing Jiang Chen had things to do, so she went shopping with her friends. I really didn't take care of her this time, I'll make it up to her when I have time. Jiang Chen was in high spirits, taking out the 5-color soul flower. The little wolf also appeared in front of him. Perhaps too tired, the little wolf was still sound asleep, and Jiang Chen called out several times before it weakly sat up. Be good, just hold on a little longer. After this phase, the sky will be high for the birds to fly, and the sea wide for the fish to leap, nothing will hinder your growth. Jiang Chen encouraged, stroking the little wolf's smooth fur. Roar! The little wolf affectionately rubbed against Jiang Chen's palm, seeming to know what was about to happen, quickly perked up. When the little wolf was ready, Jiang Chen took a deep breath, holding the 5-color soul flower in his palm, then, let's begin. The power of devouring spread, a faint soul light enveloped Jiang Chen and the little wolf, like stars in a white night, dreamy and illusory. Roar! Pure soul power surged into the little wolf's soul, a tearing pain made its fur stand on end, rolling uncontrollably on the ground. So painful. And so tormenting. Jiang Chen watched and couldn't help but sweat for the little wolf. But he also knew that the soul was inherently fragile, and the process of repairing the soul was extremely dangerous. A slight mistake would not only ruin the repairing process, but he would also suffer a severe backlash on his own soul. At this point, all he could do was to soften the effect of Tyrant Devour, trying to ease the pain the little wolf was experiencing. This process lasted for more than 3 hours. As the petals of the 5-color soul flower gradually wilted, the little wolf's soul injuries gradually healed. In the training hall, the little wolf's painful growl slowly faded away, and soft snores began to rise. The repair of the soul made it feel relaxed all over, comfortably falling asleep. You little guy are really carefree. Jiang Chen looked at the soundly sleeping little wolf and smiled helplessly. He was still struggling to persist, using Tyrant Devour to ensure the little wolf could completely absorb the energy in the 5-color soul flower. But the little wolf was just sleeping like this. That said, feeling the little wolf's soul gradually becoming complete and stronger, Jiang Chen was genuinely happy from the bottom of his heart. But now was not the time for him to relax. After the little wolf's soul completely healed, half a petal of energy from the 5-color soul flower remained. This soul power. Compared to the attributes in ordinary materials, the strength of vitality in blood is even rarer, and Jiang Chen will not waste it like this. The little wolf's soul is recovering, and I have no more worries. Now, I can try to help it break through to the elite level. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and continued to output soul power, maintaining the effect of Tyrant Devouring. Time passed little by little. The little wolf's size slowly grew, and the aura on its body became stronger and stronger. Until the energy in the 5-colored dim light was exhausted, this process still showed no signs of stopping. As expected of the Wolf King's bloodline, every breakthrough requires a large amount of energy. Fortunately, I was well prepared. Jiang Chen had anticipated this situation. The moment the 5-colored soul flower withered, he took out the materials from the Beast Master bracelet and piled them up like a small mountain. With sufficient energy, the little wolf's growth became smoother. It was unclear how much time had passed. Several times, Jiang Chen had already reached his limit, gradually becoming numb. If it weren't for the black gold badge speeding up his soul power recovery, he would have almost collapsed. Boom! Suddenly, a gust of air exploded. Jiang Chen wasn't paying attention for a moment and was almost blown away. It broke through. Jiang Chen was overjoyed and quickly checked the little wolf's attributes using the Beast Master bracelet. Beast Master, Ice and Snow Wolf King, Growth Stage. Level, Elite Level 1 Star. Talent Skill. Wolf King's Will. Skills, Bite, Ice Claw. Ultimate move, Wolf Dragon Blood Fury. At this moment, the little wolf had fully advanced to the elite level. With its strength increased, its size had also grown to over 1 meter. From a little wolf cub, it had almost grown into a large wolf dog. Its appearance was outstanding, especially majestic, and it truly had the bearing of a wolf king. Unfortunately, this guy was still fast asleep and hadn't woken up at all. Breaking through its level in its sleep, you're probably the first in the Beast Master world. Jiang Chen laughed bitterly and leaned against the little wolf, adding another wolf-shaped pillow. He just lay there, taking a rare moment to catch his breath. Tired as he was, the smile at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth never faded. He hadn't expected to solve the time triggered in the little wolf's body so quickly. Moreover, with the little wolf's advancement to the elite level, his own level had also risen. Now, Jiang Chen had become a bronze level 2-star Beast Master. Generally speaking, to enter the 5 greatest academies, a bronze level Beast Master would be 100% selected. From here, let's keep moving forward. Until, we once again stand at the peak, a place no one has ever set foot. Filled with hope, Jiang Chen relaxed for the first time, and sleepiness quickly overtook him, causing him to fall into a deep slumber. One person and one wolf, just like that, leaning against each other, fast asleep. While Jiang Chen enjoyed his peaceful time, things were chaotic in the Yunding Heavenly Palace. Jixia stood at the entrance of the banquet hall, behind her, a dozen or so distinguished peers, both men and women. In addition, beside her, stood a noble and elegant woman with outstanding temperament, as well as a lively girl with twin ponytails. If Jiang Chen were here, he would immediately recognize that this girl was the one who had picked up 2,000 yuan for Wang Fuguei. Without exception, they all stood at the entrance of the main banquet hall of Yunding Heavenly Palace, looking at the chaotic group of high school students inside who were drinking Lafite as if it were water, completely drunk, without a word. Especially Jixia, whose face turned blue. She knew Jiang Chen's Beast Master talent was one in a century, and she had planned to use the banquet opportunity to gather students from the Zhuke Academy, who were coming for the complicated selection process around Yunjiang, to give Jiang Chen an early chance at a guaranteed spot. To this end, even her mentor had caught the earliest flight to attend the banquet. But to her surprise, as soon as she had gathered everyone and arrived at the banquet entrance on time, she was greeted by this infuriating sight. She didn't know who had let these high school students in, ruining the banquet and turning it into a complete mess. What was even more frustrating was that Zhang Yuntao, who had always been at odds with Jiang Chen. Lu Ruyan was even among them. As soon as Zhang Yuntao saw her, he drunkenly said, "Is it you? What are you doing here? Are you looking for Jiang Chen? I knew it, Jiang Chen must have dumped you after using you, huh? Haha hiccup, you don't really think Jiang Chen likes you, do you? Don't dream. Did you see that? This banquet was specially arranged by him to please Ruyan. Everything he's done is for Ruyan, haha." Chapter 55, 4. The one I love the most. Just like that, Zhang Yuntao blatantly blocked her outside, and Jixia almost wanted to kill him. If it weren't for the ban on fighting in the city, she would have wanted to let the fire lark burn Zhang Yuntao into charcoal with a single breath. "Xia, is there some misunderstanding about this?" The beautiful woman hesitated for a moment and tentatively asked. The girl beside Jixia asked, "Xia, didn't you say this banquet was specially prepared for us by that Jiang Chen? How come there are other people?" The two were relatively calm, but others were not so easy to appease, their faces all turning ugly. After all, they were all geniuses from the Vermilion Bird Academy, and not only did Jiang Chen arrive late, but this banquet had also been messed up by a group of irrelevant people. They felt insulted, their hearts full of anger. Among them, there was one young man, impeccably dressed with a carefully styled hairstyle, who was the most displeased. "Miss Jixia, I don't think we need to go in. I don't see any sincerity from him." He was mindful of his own image and spoke in a restrained manner. "Isn't it unnecessary for us to gather here and have our mood ruined by these people? Today, let me host, and we can gather somewhere else, how about that?" After he finished speaking, many people's expressions changed from gloomy to sunny, and they all agreed. "If Senior Song is hosting, we are certainly honored." Some people looked at Song Mingyuan, whose gaze was fixed on Jixia, and began to tease. "Xia, look, Senior Song is handsome, strong, and his family background matches yours. Don't think about that Jiang Chen anymore, just be with Senior Song." In the Vermilion Bird Academy, everyone knew that among Jixia's many suitors, Song Mingyuan was the most crazy. Since Jixia entered the Vermilion Bird Academy, Song Mingyuan had publicly expressed his love for her, relentlessly pursuing her.
Unfortunately, Ji Xia had always kept her distance, and their relationship had not progressed any further.
Hearing the teasing from behind, Song Mingyuan said nothing, but his lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. He subconsciously adjusted his hairstyle and, being very gentlemanly, asked Ji Xia, "Miss Ji Xia, what do you think?" Seeing this, Ji Xia felt a bit of a headache. Although she had only spent less than half a day with Jiang Chen, she knew deep down that Jiang Chen wouldn't be this unreliable. Moreover, she knew that Jiang Chen must have been delayed because of the little wolf. As for why Zhang Yuntao and Lu Ruyan were here, Ji Xia wasn't sure. She looked around at the students and teachers and shook her head. "Everyone, I will explain today's situation to you, please wait a moment." She then turned to grab the twin-tailed girl. Can, come with me." 10 minutes later. Ji Xia almost crushed her phone in her grip. Is this on purpose? She gritted her teeth. Over 100 calls, and Jiang Chen didn't pick up a single one. Seeing Ji Xia so angry, Li Qingqin knew that Ji Xia was really about to lose her temper, and hesitantly said, Xia, maybe he's been delayed by something, why don't you try calling again?" "Okay." Ji Xia nodded heavily and started a new round of relentless calls. While dialing, Li Qingqin also reminded her, Xia, remember to ask him if he knows the fat guy in the surveillance footage. Inside the training hall. Beep 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 beep. Jiang Chen's phone in his pocket kept vibrating, from a few intermittent beeps to a full-blown chaotic ringing. Jiang Chen finally woke up. Who is it? So noisy. It was rare for him to have a good sleep, and naturally, he was a little irritable. He picked up his phone. I woke up, still half asleep, and glanced at the time. Then, it exploded. Oh no, this is bad. Looking at the more than 100 missed calls from Ji Xia on my phone, Jiang Chen instantly became fully awake. Little wolf, quick, quick, quick. Jiang Chen didn't even have time to clean up properly, immediately putting Little Wolf into the Beastmaster ring and without another word, driving a Porsche out of the garage at full speed. 10 minutes and 34 seconds later. Jiang Chen arrived exactly in front of Ji Xia. Sorry, I was delayed by something." Looking at Ji Xia's face, which was 8 shades darker, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry. He felt a tiny bit guilty. He was just so tired, he had actually forgotten about it. Luckily, it was only an hour late, the banquet could still continue. Jiang Chen, feeling guilty, acted very enthusiastically, greeting the people from Zhuke Academy under Ji Xia's murderous glare. "Ha, everyone, stop standing at the door, come in and sit." Jiang Chen awkwardly laughed a few times, then prepared to push the door open. Strangely, everyone stayed still, including Ji Xia. "Come in? You really want to invite us in?" A boy spoke, his tone sharp with hidden disdain. Jiang Chen was even more puzzled. He had just arrived and didn't think he had offended this person, so why was he speaking so aggressively? There was even a strange hostility. Finally, Ji Xia didn't let Jiang Chen be too embarrassed and explained, "Some people inside, it seems, are not too welcoming to us." Jiang Chen was even more confused. When the banquet was first arranged, the old man had specifically warned him not to neglect the granddaughter-in-law he favored. Therefore, all the invited guests were personally invited by Ji Xia, so how could there be other people? With this in mind, Jiang Chen pushed open the door to the banquet hall with doubt. Eat to your heart's content, everyone, my Jiang Shao has plenty of money." "Jojo, why are you eating rice?" "Who asked for staple food? Hurry up and change that bad habit. Lobster and bird's nest can also fill your stomach." "Hello, everyone, next let me show you a pig's head." When the door opened, the strong smell of alcohol hit Jiang Chen's face, making it hard for him to keep his eyes open. The scene in the banquet hall was a chaotic mess. Almost all the students from class 1 of the senior year were there, eating, drinking, and indulging in food as they pleased. In the crowd, Zhang Yuntao was like a social butterfly, weaving between people, enjoying himself. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoyan was sitting in the frontmost seat, holding a glass of red wine, gently swirling it. When her eyes landed on Jiang Chen, there was only endless pride and disdain in her gaze. What made Jiang Chen's head spin even more was that on the projection wall at the front of the banquet, there was a glaring banner reading, "For the most loved person." Jiang Chen's vision went black, almost spitting blood. "Grandpa, spare me." Jiang Chen knew that this must have been his grandfather's doing, and he was nearly in tears. But how could Lu Ruoyan and Zhang Yuntao be here? Jiang Chen was completely confused and quickly called over a staff member. "What's going on here?" Jiang Shao. The hotel staff had been trained beforehand and recognized Jiang Chen at a glance. Seeing Jiang Chen's angry demeanor, the staff was trembling all over and pointed at Zhang Yuntao, saying, He said he's your guest, so. Okay. Hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately understood. It was Zhang Yuntao's fault again. He apologetically looked at Ji Xia. "Please wait, I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation for this." Then, he strode into the banquet hall.
Chapter 56, the entire bill, paid by Zhang Yuntao, the young master. Hey, it's Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen's here. Jiang Chen, hurry, 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 young master Jiang is treating us to a big meal, why did you arrive so late?
Yeah, Jiang Chen, look at this decoration, this banquet, it's amazing. Come, come, let's drink together. As soon as Jiang Chen entered the banquet hall, many students greeted him enthusiastically.
During the 10 days of special training, Jiang Chen had been following Xiao Qingyue, helping them stay safe.
On the night when the bloodthirsty bats appeared, a timely warning was given. Although their contact with Jiang Chen was still quite limited.
But, invisibly, everyone felt much closer to Jiang Chen.
You all enjoy yourselves. Everyone was very enthusiastic, and Jiang Chen nodded in response.
He understood very well that today's matter should still be a mystery to these people and had little to do with them.
Jiang Chen had a clear goal and walked up confidently to Zhang Yuntao, who was bustling through the crowd. I heard tonight it's you treating us, huh?
Jiang Chen coldly stared at Zhang Yuntao and gave a sneer, startling Zhang Yuntao into a shiver. Seeing Jiang Chen's unfriendly expression, Zhang Yuntao felt a chill in his heart, and the alcohol had mostly worn off. Out of his inherent fear of Jiang Chen, he instinctively wanted to run away. But then he reacted and proudly laughed aloud. Jiang Chen, you've hidden your motives for so long, why pretend in front of me?
Ha!
Jiang Chen frowned slightly, not understanding Zhang Yuntao's meaning. On the contrary, Zhang Yuntao looked quite fearless. He swayed, barely steadying himself, and came to Jiang Chen's side, whispering with a sly grin, isn't this party just for Lu Ruyan? So, how does it feel to have your little scheme of seduction exposed by me in advance?
Aren't you dumbfounded?
Ha ha ha. Zhang Yuntao was truly pleased with himself. After coming out from the Beastmaster Guild, he originally wanted to plead with Jiang Chen, letting the wager thing pass. But unexpectedly, he accidentally found out about Jiang Chen planning a surprise for Lu Ruyan.
He immediately realized.
Jiang Chen's repeated clashes with Lu Ruyan during this time was all part of a strategy to win her over, and then, to prepare such a big surprise to restore her affection. He never expected Jiang Chen was playing such a large game.
However, as long as he was around, Jiang Chen's desire for Lu Ruyan was nothing but a foolish dream.
Right after being sent back, many people not only doubted his identity but also intentionally kept their distance. The most obvious was that those few in Zhou, after returning to the base city, didn't even answer his calls.
How could he tolerate this?
Just as he learned about Jiang Chen setting up the banquet, he couldn't wait to organize a dinner inviting everyone. By the way, he also informed Lu Ruyan in advance, determined not to let Jiang Chen's plan succeed. The more Zhang Yuntao thought about it, the smarter he felt. Spend Jiang Chen's money, win over everyone's hearts, and make Lu Ruyan see through Jiang Chen's intentions, leading her to detest him even more. It was simply perfect.
I'm really a genius.
Zhang Yuntao grinned widely, convinced that Jiang Chen couldn't let go of Lu Ruyan, growing bolder and more reckless.
Jiang Chen, wanting to make a world-shocking confession on Ruyan's birthday, I really underestimated you.
Zhang Yuntao bragged, since you're here, you should pay the bill and prepare us a few dishes, and stand aside to serve us tea.
If you can make me happy, I'll let Ruyan have a drink with you, ha, you won't have prepared for nothing.
Zhang Yuntao thought he had Jiang Chen under control, growing wild and unruly. Yet he didn't notice the chilling look in Jiang Chen's eyes, which was growing colder.
You want me to pay the bill, add a few dishes, and serve tea? Jiang Chen was truly angered to the point of laughter. He didn't even remember that today was Lu Ruyan's birthday.
Also, he couldn't understand where Zhang Yuntao got the courage to speak to him like this again. But he guessed that Zhang Yuntao probably misunderstood something.
Since that's the case.
Jiang Chen sneered coldly, looking at Zhang Yuntao, who seemed certain of himself, and suddenly came up with an idea.
Did you hear that? Bring out the best dishes in your hotel, one of each, one portion for everyone.
Jiang Chen ordered the waiter behind him, stressing the words one portion for everyone.
Hey, good for you.
Zhang Yuntao grinned from ear to ear, completely overjoyed. He really missed this feeling.
Spending money like dirt, high society. With Lu Ruyan here, Jiang Chen? Ha!
That so-called young master of the Jiang family was nothing but a dog wagging its tail and begging in front of him. Just as Zhang Yuntao was getting carried away, he never expected that Jiang Chen's next words would throw him into an icy abyss, almost killing him on the spot. Remember, tonight's entire bill will be covered by Zhang Yuntao, our great young master Jiang. The words landed like a thunderclap, striking Zhang Yuntao right in the forehead. His drunkenness vanished instantly. He almost doubted if his ears were playing tricks on him.
Jiang Chen actually wanted him to pay the bill?
In an instant, cold sweat drenched his whole body. The world spun around him, his vision went black, and he collapsed straight to the ground.
The sky had fallen.
The waiter looked at Zhang Yuntao, who was so terrified that his soul had practically left his body, then turned to Jiang Chen, who remained completely calm.
Young Master Jiang, this.
He was in a tough spot.
As the most prestigious hotel in Cloud City, Yunding Palace had prepared this banquet with the highest standards. The cost of just one night easily started in the millions. It wasn't that he was looking down on Zhang Yuntao, but with this level of spending, even selling Zhang Yuntao himself wouldn't be enough to cover the down payment. Jiang Chen's smile deepened. Since Zhang Yuntao wanted to play, how could he not play alone? If they were going to play, they might as well go big. He didn't care whether Zhang Yuntao's heart could handle it. With a grand wave of his hand, he exuded an air of extravagance. Why are you all standing there? Can't you see that young Master Jiang is so happy he passed out? Come on, hurry up, get moving. Tonight, we must make sure our great young Master Jiang has the time of his life. Under Jiang Chen's urging, despite their hesitation, the waiters hurried to inform the kitchen to keep the dishes coming. With Jiang Chen's status, he wasn't someone they could afford to offend. Since he gave the order, they didn't dare delay even a second. At this moment, Zhang Yuntao finally snapped back to reality. Terrified beyond belief, he tried to stop the waiters. But Jiang Chen blocked him in advance, laughing playfully as he shook his head in amusement. "Oh, young Master Jiang, enjoy yourself." Zhang Yuntao completely lost it. Jiang Chen. F******, your damn grandfather. Zhang Yuntao was furious, spitting saliva everywhere. He wanted to die on the spot. Such a huge bill, even if he sold his entire family, it wouldn't be enough to pay it off. After handling everything, Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with Zhang Yuntao any longer. As for how Zhang Yuntao was supposed to settle the bill, that wasn't Jiang Chen's concern. Bastard! Didn't I tell you not to bully brother Yuntao? Just then, Lu Ruyan stormed over in fury. Her eyes were filled with anger, but even more so, surprise. Before coming, Zhang Yuntao had sworn up and down that Jiang Chen had prepared a surprise for her and told her not to worry at all. When Jiang Chen first walked in, she had also believed it was just as Zhang Yuntao had said, that he came to make peace and beg for forgiveness. She had even been prepared to humiliate Jiang Chen mercilessly. But in just a blink of an eye, Zhang Yuntao had already fainted from rage multiple times, leaving her completely stunned. Lu Ruyan charged forward, but Jiang Chen had long expected it. He couldn't even be bothered to spare her another glance. "Lu Ruyan, you should be glad that in Base City, the law still exists." Leaving those words behind, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all. He turned around and walked away. Bastard! Lu Ruyan stomped her feet in rage, yet found herself frozen in place. Because in that one sentence, she had actually seen something in Jiang Chen's eyes. A coldness she had never seen before. There was no longer even a trace of love. Chapter 57, please, this senior song something, teach me. Jiang Chen didn't look back as he walked out of the banquet hall. That mess was now for Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yuntao to deal with on their own. Owing such a massive debt, with their measly net worth, even if they sold everything they had, it wouldn't be enough. Jiang Chen could already imagine the miserable days ahead for the two of them. Lu Ruyan, without me. What are you, anyway? Jiang Chen snorted coldly, feeling extremely pleased inside. I didn't see it coming, you're quite cunning. When Jiang Chen came out, Jixia smiled brightly and teased him. She couldn't help but glance at Jiang Chen a couple more times. As a child, Jiang Chen was silly and often made her cry out loud with laughter. She really didn't realize that Jiang Chen could have such a cunning side. Sorry about today, Jiang Chen said apologetically. Although it was Zhang Yuntao who caused the trouble, he indeed had part of the responsibility today. Hey, what are you talking about, young man? It's not your fault. Jixia pretended to be serious, patting Jiang Chen's shoulder, not taking it to heart. She could also see that Jiang Chen was unaware of the situation. Otherwise, if Jiang Chen were still silly and hanging onto a crooked tree, she'd definitely have the old man use the 7 wolves. Jiang Chen didn't expect Jixia to be so generous, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. I kept your friends waiting so long, it's truly my fault. How about this? Everyone come with me to the top floor, enjoy the scenery of Yunjiang, and I'll make arrangements for dinner as soon as possible. Jiang Chen walked ahead, leading the way, not wanting Jixia to feel awkward, and quickly instructed the waiter to prepare dinner again. Hey, wait a moment. But Jiang Chen had hardly taken a few steps when Jixia stopped him. In Jiang Chen's puzzled gaze, Jixia seriously introduced a beautiful woman in the crowd. This is my mentor, the head of the Fire Institute at Juke Academy. At the top level of the Cloud Top Heavenly Palace. Under Jiang Chen's orders, a lavish dinner was quickly served up to the top level. As night fell, the stars twinkled. A group of people took their seats one after another. Soon, Jiang Chen got to know everyone through Jixia's introduction. The beautiful woman was named Du Lan, the leader of the Fire Beast Master Academy at Juke Academy. In addition, there was the double ponytail girl Li Kankan, the boy Song Ming Yuan who had inexplicable hostility towards him, and other students from Juke Academy. Jiang Chen got a general understanding of them all.
I just arrived and heard that someone in Yunjiang City awakened an S-class Beastmaster talent. I didn't expect it to be Xia Xiao's childhood friend.
What a coincidence.
Jiang Chen, with such high talent, will definitely be able to enter our Zhuke Academy.
Yeah, everyone has to take good care of brother Jiang Chen then.
With Ji Xiao lightening the atmosphere, everyone quickly forgot the earlier unhappiness and praised Jiang Chen greatly. Among them, Li Qinqin was particularly enthusiastic, calling him brother Jiang Chen repeatedly.
Jiang Chen almost felt like he was being sold off by Wang Fugue. An S-class talent is indeed rare. To advance to a bronze beast master in such a short time is even more uncommon.
No wonder Ji Xia insisted that I come and see for myself. Du Lan gave Ji Xia a look, clearly fond of her. Ji Xia was cheerful and had high beast master talent, making her charming and likable. In the warmth of Ji Xiao's constant praise, Du Lan unexpectedly became more friendly towards Jiang Chen.
Of course. So, how about it, teacher? Wasn't this trip worth it for you? Hearing Du Lan's praise for Jiang Chen, Ji Xiao wore a proud expression.
She looked happier than if she were being complimented herself. Everyone observed this, recalling the most beloved person banner, and thinking of the engagement that Ji Xiao once mentioned. They all looked strangely at Song Mingyuan.
Since he sat down, Song Mingyuan had been silent, his face not looking good.
Especially when he saw Ji Xia smiling happily every time she looked at Jiang Chen, he felt even worse inside.
Oof.
He was jealous inside, and had no kind expression towards Jiang Chen. So what if it's an S-class talent?
I've dealt with it before.
Let's see if it's a donkey or a horse. It needs to be taken out and walked first. As soon as he finished speaking, the once cheerful atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked awkwardly at Song Mingyuan, then at Jiang Chen, all wary to speak.
Senior Song, what do you mean by that?
Ji Xia instantly became displeased.
Jiang Chen, after all, was the person she recommended. How could she tolerate others questioning him? It's nothing interesting. Facing Ji Xiao's question, Song Mingyuan appeared very calm.
He leaned back comfortably, shaking his wine glass, with an arrogant posture. I just want to see how much weight this genius in front of us really has. As soon as he said this, everyone's expressions changed over and over again.
Song Mingyuan no longer pretended and was full of provocation. Senior Song. Is it interesting?
Ji Xiao's face darkened. She was already getting a bit angry. No matter what, Jiang Chen was her younger brother.
With her around, she would definitely not let anyone bully Jiang Chen.
However, the more Ji Xia protected Jiang Chen, the more the fire in Song Mingyuan's heart surged. This made him even more determined to teach Jiang Chen a lesson. In doing so, he would make Ji Xia see who was truly the best and most suited for her.
Ignoring Ji Xia, Song Mingyuan focused his gaze on Jiang Chen, full of aggression. What? Great genius, are you afraid? Or are you all talk with no power?
He sneered, a playful smile on his face. Looks like Miss Ji Xia also has her discerning eye clouded. She misjudged someone. After this speech, Ji Xia's blood pressure rose drastically.
Song Mingyuan. You've gone too far. If you want to fight, I'll take you on.
Ji Xia's face reached the peak of rage, directly calling out Song Mingyuan's full name, ready to summon her fire cloud sparrow without a second thought.
He's talking to me, why are you so anxious?
But before Ji Xia could unleash her power, she was held back by Jiang Chen.
Jiang Chen helplessly grasped Ji Xia, his heart puzzled and urgent.
The famed Red Luan war god was known for being cool and detached, unshaken by changes.
No matter the circumstance, they could remain completely calm, a truly formidable force that could strike down an enemy with one blow.
But now, just a few words from Song Mingyuan had stirred Ji Xia so much. This was really unlike her character. Of course, just as when Ji Xia resolutely accompanied him to death back then.
It also didn't align with her character.
However, as the banquet continued, Jiang Chen knew that Ji Xia had specially organized this event to secure him a spot at the Vermilion Bird Academy. He didn't care much about that spot. But given Ji Xia's dedication, he certainly couldn't let her lose face.
Alright, then please, this. Senior Song, enlighten me. Chapter 58, A Real Man Never Says No. As soon as these words fell, everyone was stunned. Including Ji Xia.
Song Mingyuan was indeed somewhat aggressive, but Jiang Chen clearly showed even greater strength. From that title, it was evident that he completely disregarded Song Mingyuan, confronting him directly.
For a moment, a strong smell of gunpowder filled the air, ready to explode. Jiang Chen. Ji Xia looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief.
Throughout the day, Jiang Chen had given her a sense of maturity and stability, with a hint of cunning.
He generally wouldn't do anything uncertain.
But she completely did not expect that Jiang Chen would have such an impulsive side. Indeed, in Ji Xia's eyes, Jiang Chen had acted impulsively this time.
Song Mingyuan, as a top student in his third year at the Vermilion Bird Academy, was undoubtedly powerful.
Not only had he long become a golden tier beast master, but the beast he had contracted, the Fire King Snake, also reached the commander level. Even though the Fire King snake, with only commander-level bloodline, might be slightly lower than Little Wolf, the enormous gap in levels could not be compensated by Little Wolf's bloodline advantages.
Jixia's heart tightened, and she couldn't help but worry for Jiang Chen.
She wanted to pull Jiang Chen back, but Song Mingyuan didn't give her a chance to speak and stood up directly.
Alright, indeed arrogant, do you really think having S-class beast taming talent allows you to overlook everyone? Song Mingyuan coldly laughed, filled with anger. Jiang Chen's provocative words had completely enraged him.
A mere rookie who had only contracted a beast for more than 10 days, not running away with his tail between his legs was already good enough.
Still dare to provoke him like this. This is simply arrogance beyond the sky.
Then come on, I'll make you understand that no matter how strong a frog in a well is, in front of a deep-sea dragon, it's nothing but a weak chicken and a clay dog, shattering at the slightest touch. Song Mingyuan was burning with rage, completely disregarding any need for composure. He made it clear to everyone that he was going to teach Jiang Chen a harsh lesson.
Alright, then let's see who's the frog in the well and who's the deep-sea dragon. Jiang Chen was also getting fired up. Song Mingyuan was clearly trying to humiliate him, and he had no intention of backing down.
Just do it, no need for words. He really didn't believe that, with so many people watching, Song Mingyuan would completely throw away his dignity and do something outrageous. The two were at each other's throats, as if they wouldn't stop until one of them was bleeding and battered.
Even Jixia couldn't hold them back.
She was anxious and angry, helpless, and could only turn to Dulan for help.
Teacher, please stop them.
Dulan remained seated, looking at Jiang Chen with great curiosity.
Seeing Jixia's pleading gaze, she smiled unexpectedly and said, "A little sparring among young people isn't a bad thing.
Besides, I'd like to see what your little brother is capable of." Jixia's eyes widened in shock, completely unable to believe that these words had come from Dulan.
Teacher, how could you join in on this nonsense? Jixia's temper flared instantly.
It was obvious Jiang Chen was at a disadvantage, yet Dulan not only didn't stop it but even encouraged it.
She couldn't understand it all.
However, with Dulan's approval, Song Mingyuan had even fewer reservations. Without a word, he walked to the back of the dining table, standing before the 300-square-meter observation deck. Hiss! A streak of fire flashed, and a 10-meter-long king cobra with a body as thick as an adult's waist suddenly appeared behind him.
Its crimson forked tongue flickered, and its sinister triangular eyes stood upright, locking onto Jiang Chen with overwhelming pressure. My beast is only at Commander 3-star level. That shouldn't be enough to scare you away, right?
Song Mingyuan's eyebrows were filled with arrogance, and he couldn't stop the smug smile from creeping onto his lips. A beast at the commander level was already a rare opponent in Yunjiang City. As a student of Vermilion Bird Academy, he had every right to be proud. After summoning the fiery king cobra, he carefully observed Jiang Chen's every reaction, expecting to see fear and cowardice.
But Jiang Chen showed none of it, making Song Mingyuan feel disappointed.
Even so, he had no intention of fighting fair.
He was determined to humiliate Jiang Chen, and only complete dominance would achieve the effect he wanted. Jiang Chen had still overestimated him.
In order to crush Jiang Chen in front of Jixia, Song Mingyuan had completely abandoned his dignity.
Unfortunately, Dulan didn't let him have his way.
Since this is a test of strength, the power levels naturally can't be too far apart. With a casual wave of her hand, a circular soul artifact locked tightly around the fiery king cobra's neck.
With this thing on, the cobra instantly became restless and agitated.
But with its strength, it couldn't break free from Dulan's control. As the soul artifact flashed with light, the fiery king cobra's size shrank at an incredible speed.
Its level also dropped accordingly. This soul artifact is called the Forbidden Magic Ring.
It can suppress the power level of demons and beasts to a certain extent, and it works on contracted beasts as well. Dulan explained briefly, then glanced at Jixia.
Now, am I still being unreasonable? Jixia's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment.
As the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. She hadn't expected Dulan to be so thorough in her consideration. Even so, she couldn't help but feel worried for Jiang Chen. Even under the Forbidden Magic Ring's suppression, the fiery king cobra still retained an elite 6-star level of power.
With Song Mingyuan's command and coordination, this was nothing like the illusionary beasts in the Beastmaster qualification exam. Jixia was still uneasy and asked Jiang Chen, "Can you handle this?" Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel speechless. Could someone really ask such a question in front of so many people?
A real man never says impossible. Jiang Chen spoke with great confidence, leaving Jixia with a strong back as he walked over to stand in front of Song Mingyuan. "Little wolf, wake up. It's time to stretch those muscles." Roar! The biting cold wind howled as Little Wolf roared, appearing in front of everyone's eyes.
No wonder it's a beast with a lord-level bloodline. Even with only an elite level 1-star aura, it's so strong. The crowd looked at Little Wolf, shedding its childishness, now resembling an ice wolf king, and they all nodded in approval.
In terms of momentum, even though the Fire King snake's size was reduced to just over 3 meters, it was still powerful. But Little Wolf stood there, and it seemed to not fall behind in the slightest. In fact, when it came to appearance, it was completely superior. It was ridiculously handsome. Damn it! So what if it's a Lord-level bloodline beast? I'll have you begging on the ground soon enough. Hearing the crowd's praise for Little Wolf, Song Mingyuan's face turned ugly. He hadn't expected Duran to pull such a stunt, but he was still confident. Watch how I crush you. Song Mingyuan gritted his teeth, his hands behind his back, completely assuming the posture of a strong person accepting the challenge of a weaker one. Come on, give it your all. I hope that wolf of yours can last a few more minutes in front of my king snake. If you lose too badly, I'll be very disappointed. He emphasized the words very disappointed, not seeing Jiang Chen as a real opponent. In his eyes, even though the Fire King snake's strength was suppressed to this extent, beating Little Wolf was still a piece of cake. At most, it would just take a little extra effort. Seeing that Song Mingyuan didn't attack first, Jiang Chen grinned and was completely unreserved. Then, as you wish. Little Wolf, attack. Roar. Little Wolf, full of fighting spirit, no longer troubled by the wounds to its soul, underwent a complete transformation in both energy and spirit. It rushed forward, and wherever it passed, faint ice flowers bloomed on the ground. Sizzle. The Fire King snake watched Little Wolf's movements closely, and when Little Wolf reached the attack range, it slightly reared its head, preparing a spark in its mouth. Sizzle. Then, a fireball shot from its mouth, heading straight for Little Wolf. Boom. The fireball exploded. Although it didn't hit Little Wolf, it left a black mark on the smooth ground. Fortunately, the Fire King snake's strength was suppressed to the elite level, otherwise, just that one fireball could have blown a huge hole in the viewing platform. It actually dodged. After missing, Song Mingyuan's face showed signs of embarrassment. No matter what, he was a gold-level Beastmaster. If he couldn't defeat a bronze-level Beastmaster in minutes, even if he eventually won, it would be embarrassing to talk about. This wolf is too fast. I must first restrict its movements. Song Mingyuan, with rich battle experience, quickly reacted, Fire Chain Entangle. With the command given, the Fire King snake moved its body, avoiding Little Wolf's pounce, its eyes flashing with a cold light. Sizzle. The next moment, the Fire King snake, taking advantage of Little Wolf being airborne and unable to gain leverage, suddenly turned around, spitting 2 fire lines that instantly entangled Little Wolf in midair. At that moment, the Fire King snake launched itself at Little Wolf, using its most skilled method, strangulation. Its body coiled like a rope, tightly wrapping around Little Wolf. Ah, it's over. Senior Song is still amazing. Seeing this, Li Cancan and the others all sighed. This Little Wolf probably just recently advanced to the elite level. Its internal attribute power hasn't been fully unlocked, and with the level difference, it's too disadvantaged. They all felt a bit sorry for Jiang Chen. Generally speaking, when a Beastmaster's pet advances from the servant level to the elite level, it gradually masters its own attribute powers, but the attack methods are more diverse. Like the Fire King snake, belonging to the fire element beast, it can control the power of flames and spit fire to attack. Even if its strength is suppressed, and the power it can use is very limited, it is still not something the Little Wolf can handle just by pouncing blindly. Seeing that the Fire King snake has completely suppressed the Little Wolf, Song Mingyuan felt proud and deliberately glanced at Jixia with immense pride. You see? Even if my strength is suppressed, I can easily defeat you. This is the gap between you and me. Now, he just needs to give a command, and the Fire King snake can easily swallow the Little Wolf whole. It can be said that this battle has lost all suspense. Oh really? In response, Jiang Chen remained very calm. The Little Wolf's previous attacks were just playful. He hadn't taken it seriously yet. Similarly, the Little Wolf hadn't. Alright, Little Wolf, stop playing, let's end this. Jiang Chen said carelessly. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Mingyuan laughed, seriously doubting whether Jiang Chen had realized the current situation. Not just him, Li Cancan and others also found it laughable, thinking Jiang Chen was just trying to save face. Among everyone present, only Dulan and Jixia nodded silently, expressing their approval. Ants, the victory is already. As Song Mingyuan was about to announce his victory loudly, a wolf howl pierced the night sky. Within the howl, it seemed to carry a kind of magic, revealing the pressure of the dominant one. Unseen, it seemed to also ripple with the power of a dragon's might. Wolf King Will. Talent revealed. Wolf Dragon Blood Fury. Combat power doubled. In an instant, the aura on the Little Wolf surged with an incredibly violent speed. Caught off guard, the Fire King snake seemed stunned, standing still for a moment. It was at this moment that the Little Wolf broke free from its restraints and struck down with frozen claws. Bang! Pingling-ling. The Fire King snake cried out in pain, its fiery light gone, and its body uncontrollably flew backward, rolling dozens of meters across the ground and crashing through the protective glass.
No! Song Mingyuan's eyes widened, his brain a blank, buzzing with confusion. He utterly could not accept the reality before him. Attack! Attack! He didn't even care about what would happen to the Fire King snake falling from 100 meters up, screaming in a frenzy. Bang! Suddenly, a fleeting shadow appeared in the air. The little wolf bit onto the Fire King snake's tail and slammed it heavily in front of him. Song Mingyuan instantly fell silent. His body trembled, losing all strength in an instant, thud he collapsed onto the ground. Looking at the Fire King snake, now covered with a layer of frost and temporarily unable to move, Song Mingyuan's gaze went blank, completely shattered. Jiang Chen glanced at the lifeless Song Mingyuan, his face devoid of any extra expression. Unhurried, he stepped over the Fire King snake with the little wolf. You don't have much strength either. Clap. Clap clap. A series of applause echoed, intermittent. Jixia looked at Jiang Chen, who was walking victoriously, with a proud face, her eyes full of unforgettable brilliance. Clap clap clap. Following that, everyone stood up, sincerely applauding Jiang Chen. Wonderful, truly a beautiful counterattack. From the little wolf being suppressed by the Fire King snake to the counterattack, the series of actions flowed seamlessly, leaving them unable to point out a single flaw. The little wolf's performance even earned the admiration of these high-achieving students from the Vermilion Bird Academy, who had high standards. Still so troublesome. Jixia glared at Jiang Chen but couldn't help but smile from the heart, leaning close to Jiang Chen's ear. But this time you really made me proud. Hee, of course. Jiang Chen scratched his nose and smiled back. Back then, Jixia wasn't afraid of death for him, so he had to save face for her. Jiang Chen, little brother, quickly tell us, how did you do it? Li Cancan's eyes sparkled with stars, eagerly asking. She was really too curious. Up until now, she still hadn't figured out how the little wolf could turn the situation around in an instant. Not to mention her, a whole group of students were eagerly watching Jiang Chen, all wanting to know how the little wolf did it. Under the gaze of everyone, Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head, teasing them. Well, that's a secret. The little wolf's sudden burst of power surprised even him. He didn't expect that using Wolf King Will, together with Wolf Dragon Blood Fury, would create such an unexpectedly powerful effect. Moreover, after the little wolf activated Wolf King Will, not only did it increase the battle power of Wolf Dragon Blood Fury to nearly 4 times, but the howling also contained the dragon race's unique terrifying presence. In close proximity, it actually caused the Fire King Serpent to be stunned for a moment, turning the tide of the battle. This is the little wolf's strongest form. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel. When the little wolf fully unleashed, his fighting power was terrifying. Originally, because Wolf King Will required the little wolf's soul energy to support it, and the little wolf's soul injury hadn't healed yet, he hadn't dared let the little wolf use this innate ability. But from now on, there would be no worries. Ah Xia, hurry and stop your brother, why is he still playing riddles? When Jiang Chen refused to speak, everyone became anxious and turned to Jixia for help. Jixia chuckled, her beautiful eyes shining. She glanced at Jiang Chen. Well, that's a secret. Ah. As soon as the words were spoken, a wail arose from the group. Du Lan looked at the students teasing each other and couldn't help but smile. Then, she solemnly walked up to Jiang Chen and said seriously, Now, Jiang Chen, in the name of the fire department head, I grant you a direct admission spot to the Vermilion Bird Academy. The voice of Du Lan was steady, each word clearly reaching everyone's ears. Teacher, is what you said true? Jixia was the first to jump up, her face full of uncontrollable excitement. She grabbed Du Lan's sleeve. She was extremely surprised. You should know, every spot at Vermilion Bird Academy is precious. According to the normal process, it requires more than 10 recommendations, then reporting to the higher-ups of the school, going through layers of approval before it is confirmed. And although every department head has the right to grant a direct admission spot, each year, each head only has 1 spot. Now, Du Lan announced on the spot that she would grant her own direct admission spot to Jiang Chen, which made Jixia overjoyed. You little girl, normally when I take care of you, I don't see you so excited. Du Lan gave Jixia a light glance, then looked at Jiang Chen with a meaningful smile. In front of her, Jixia was always well-behaved, but she could always control her emotions well. It was rare to see Jixia so openly happy. She had also been at Jixia's age, so she couldn't help but shake her head and chuckle softly. However, she didn't bring it up. Seeing that Jiang Chen hadn't responded for a long time, she purposely put on a serious face and said, What's wrong? Do you look down on our Vermilion Bird Academy? Hearing this, Jiang Chen thought for a moment, then smiled faintly and said, Teacher Du, you're joking. Of course, I would love to join. But then, Jiang Chen added, however, I still have to participate in the selection for higher education. Question mark. Du Lan was momentarily confused.
Jiang Chen directly explained, it's just that there are some personal grudges that need to be settled during the selection process.
Please understand, Teacher Du. I see.
Hearing this, Dulan nodded and secretly let out a sigh of relief, but she didn't think too much about it. Instead, Jixia glanced at Jiang Chen thoughtfully and knew that it was most likely because of Lu Ruoyan. She didn't say much, but instead hooked Dulan's arm and smiled, Teacher Du, since Jiang Chen is a direct admit, don't you have a welcome gift or something? As she spoke, she playfully blinked her eyes, looking mischievous. Seeing Jixia like this,
Duran was also slightly helpless. She spoiledly rolled her eyes at Jixia and couldn't help but tease, what? Did you already start blackmailing your teacher for your little fiancé so soon?
Upon hearing this, Jixia blushed with a pft, looking incredibly cute. Jixia was greatly embarrassed. She had always been calm and composed, but after all, she was still a young girl who had never experienced such things.
Her face was so thin that she couldn't withstand Duran's teasing.
She immediately lowered her head in embarrassment, and her ears visibly turned red, not daring to look Duran in the eye. Seeing Jixia rarely show such girlish shyness, Duran found it amusing but did not continue to tease her. From the bottom of her heart, the selection process for higher education institutions was both the universities selecting students and the excellent students selecting prestigious schools. It was a mutual selection process. When the little wolf suppressed its strength to defeat the elite 6-star flaming king snake, she had completely recognized Jiang Chen.
Moreover, Jiang Chen also possessed S-class talent.
Such talent, not to mention the Zhuke Academy, other top-tier universities would also fight to recruit him. Now that Jiang Chen accepted her recommendation, if one had to say it, she was the one who gained the bigger advantage.
Thinking of this, Duran thought for a moment and said, since that's the case, you're now considered a student of our Zhuke Academy, so let this forbidden magic ring be my gift to you.
Wow! When Duran handed the forbidden magic ring to Jiang Chen without hesitation, the scene immediately erupted with an exclamation of wow. It's important to note that the creation of soul instruments is not easy, and every soul instrument is very rare, as their power varies depending on the strength of the Beast Master's soul power. Especially for the forbidden magic ring, which is a soul instrument that can be of actual help in battle, making it even more precious.
Typically, soul instruments are classified into 5 qualities based on their functionality: white, green, blue, purple, and gold.
For example, Jiang Chen's Beast Master ring is a blue quality soul instrument.
And the black gold badge could barely be considered purple quality.
But this forbidden magic ring, which can greatly suppress any demons or beasts, is undoubtedly a golden quality soul instrument.
Simply put, this is an equalizer. As long as Jiang Chen's soul power is strong enough, he can easily suppress the strength of a commander-level beast to elite level, just like Duran. This was quite a heavy meeting gift.
Even though Jiang Chen had seen and even owned many powerful soul instruments, he was still slightly surprised. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, then without feigning politeness, nodded and accepted the Beast Master ring, saying, "Then I won't refuse, thank you, Teacher Duran."
That's good.
Hearing Jiang Chen even change the way he addressed her, Duran nodded in satisfaction. She knew in her heart that Jiang Chen was expressing his acceptance of the Zhuke Academy student identity. A soul instrument could make a genius with immense potential and strength willingly join Zhuke Academy, and no matter how you look at it, this deal was not a loss for her. Thinking this, Duran found herself liking Jiang Chen more and more. What she didn't know was that, for Jiang Chen, no matter which academy he entered, it would make no difference. The different academies might offer different resources. But in the end, the result of him standing at the peak of the Beast Masters in Hanyan would remain unchanged.
Moreover, he had long been interested in Zhuke Academy.
Even if Duran didn't give him the forbidden magic ring, he would not change his decision. The two of them had different thoughts, but their understanding of Jiang Chen becoming a Zhuke Academy student was in complete agreement.
So from now on, you are one of us at Zhuke Academy.
After Duran made it clear that Jiang Chen was a part of Zhuke Academy, the atmosphere at the banquet became even more harmonious. Everyone now regarded Jiang Chen as a junior, enthusiastically sharing their Beast Master experiences.
Chattering around Jiang Chen, they turned the restraining magic ring over and over, unwilling to let it go.
In response, Jiang Chen also felt quite helpless. Watching the magic ring was just a small thing, but with his experience as the first battle god of Huanxia, the beast-taming experiences shared by these students were undoubtedly shallow. However, Jiang Chen didn't want to dampen everyone's enthusiasm, so he maintained his poise and pretended to listen earnestly. As a result, Li Kankan and others became even more excited, creating a lively atmosphere.
Of course, Song Mingyuan was no longer one of them.
He sat steadily in a corner of the viewing platform, blowing cold wind without anyone noticing.
Human joys and sorrows are different, while I only find them noisy. This night, Tu Long, crying.
After a long while, seeing that no one was paying attention to him, including Jixia, who was surrounded by Jiang Chen, Song Mingyuan completely gave up struggling.
Jiang Chen! You just wait for me.
His back teeth clicked together. He couldn't stay here any longer. With a gloomy face, and without saying goodbye to anyone, he left in a huff.
Chapter 61, The Potential of the Little Wolf. The banquet continued, drinks clinking, sounds of laughter and joy. Although there were some unpleasant episodes, they ended in a pleasant atmosphere.
Since everyone is here, just stay here, I've arranged everything.
You can stay a few more days and experience the local customs of Yunjiang. After the banquet, Jiang Chen had arranged accommodations in advance.
Wow, Jiang Chen is such a warm-hearted guy, so thoughtful. No wonder Xia Xia can't find her way.
Li Kankan smiled brightly, extremely happy.
Perhaps due to drinking some red wine, her small face was flushed, making her quite adorable. However, her words made Ji Xia feel a bit embarrassed.
What nonsense are you talking about, Kankan?
Ji Xia admonished, her face turning as red as a ripened apple. Du Lan's teasing had already made her uneasy, and now with Li Kankan's remarks, she felt even more awkward. Not knowing if it was intentional or accidental, she secretly glanced at Jiang Chen, finding that he happened to be looking at her too.
Confirming their eye contact.
A sweet feeling quietly spread in Ji Xia's heart. Seeing Ji Xia's flustered expression, the others looked on with strange expressions. Ji Xia was ranked first on the beauty list at Zhuke Academy, truly the #1 beauty of Zhuke Academy. They could see that Ji Xia did not excessively like Jiang Chen, but she definitely did not reject him.
Moreover, due to their engagement, it was highly likely that their relationship would advance further.
Thinking about how many suitors had failed to earn even a glance from Ji Xia, while Jiang Chen might actually capture her heart, everyone felt indescribably complex emotions inside. Envy, jealousy, both were present, very deep.
As this thought arose, someone finally reacted, "Hey, where's Senior Song?" Finally, someone noticed that Song Mingyuan was missing.
They looked around but found no trace of Song Mingyuan, and they did not continue searching. In front of so many people, losing so badly, even they wouldn't have the face to stay. It's understandable why Song Mingyuan left without saying a word. He couldn't afford to lose face. Li Kankan and the others continued to laugh heartily. Du Lan, Ji Xia, and Jiang Chen walked at the back. Du Lan stood in the middle, her attention always on the little wolf following Jiang Chen. To be precise, ever since the little wolf defeated the Fire King Snake, her focus had hardly wavered.
Jiang Chen, your beast should be able to unlock the first round of bloodline evolution now, right? Du Lan said.
Upon hearing this, Ji Xia laughed first. Teacher, are you drunk? The little wolf's strength is only elite level, it's still far from reaching the lord level.
How could the bloodline evolve so quickly?
In Ji Xia's understanding, a beast's bloodline could only evolve once its strength reached a corresponding level, and once strength could no longer improve, after a long period of accumulation, only then could the bloodline evolve. She hadn't spent much time with Jiang Chen, but she knew that the little wolf's level had just advanced to elite today. If it were to evolve its bloodline now, it would definitely be too early. What surprised Ji Xia was that Jiang Chen actually nodded, "Yes, I have made such preparations." Ji Xia was instantly confused. It was then that Du Lan explained, the evolution of the bloodline is a crucial step for a beast tamer. The strength and bloodline levels that we recognize are indeed the most stable, but there is another way. When a beast's strength far exceeds its current level, as long as the necessary materials for evolution are gathered, the beast's bloodline can evolve. And this kind of beast, each one has immense potential. Ji Xia was slightly stunned. She hadn't expected Du Lan to have such high hopes for the little wolf. Even though her Fire Cloud Finch had already reached the commander level, Du Lan had never mentioned the bloodline evolution to her. Ji Xia quietly thought about the little wolf's evolution. Suddenly, a flash of extreme shock appeared in her eyes, her pupils trembling.
The little wolf's current bloodline is at the lord level.
If it evolves again, wouldn't it become a king-level bloodline beast? In an instant, the words king-level beast rang out in Ji Xia's mind, like a massive earthquake of magnitude 10.
A king-level bloodline beast, even in the Vermilion Bird Academy, is rare.
Only a few monsters have cultivated their beasts to this level. Teacher, has Jiang Chen really been placed on the same level as those few monsters? Ji Xia was immediately stunned.
After a brief moment of shock, she pouted in dissatisfaction. This guy, could he really be so monstrous?
She looked at Jiang Chen with curiosity, and deep inside, there was even a hint of jealousy. Du Lan, however, was too busy to care about Ji Xia's small emotions.
She continued speaking to Jiang Chen. I remember that there are two evolution paths for the Ice Snow Wolf King bloodline. One is physical combat, endlessly enhancing the wolf nature inside the little wolf, refining its body through countless battles. With the most primitive method, it can evolve into a king-level bloodline, the Ice Peak Giant Wolf. The other is absolute control over the ice element, the Chosen of Frost, evolving into a king-level bloodline, the Ice Spirit Demon Wolf.
In general, there is no clear advantage between these two paths.
It mainly depends on your choice. So, have you decided which evolution path you wanted to take?
Du Lan's words were full of concern. Jiang Chen was already a student at the Vermilion Bird Academy, and as a mentor, it was natural for her to care more, which led her to mention the topic more than a few times. In her heart, she hoped that Jiang Chen would lean towards the second path. From the battle with the Fire King Snake, she could tell that the little wolf had a high affinity for ice element powers.
Jiang Chen smiled, without saying anything.
Indeed, the two evolution paths Du Lan mentioned were both optimal choices for the little wolf. But he had already made plans, the third path, one that he had discovered in a hidden ancient ruin before his past life ended, an evolution route for the Ice Snow Wolf King.
It was a path that even Lu Ruyan didn't know about. It was also the absolutely perfect evolution path, the Howl of the Winter.
Frost winds twist in 9 curves, ice freezes the land for 1,000 miles, with a single thought, flowers bloom, and one rules the world. The same king-level bloodline, but if the little wolf evolves into the Howl of the Winter, only then can it truly be called an absolute king. The Howl of the Winter was also the evolution path Jiang Chen most wanted the little wolf to take. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't speak, Du Lan also knew that Jiang Chen already had plans in mind.
It seems you already have a plan.
She smiled, not dwelling on the issue any longer.
As a teacher, she knew.
Preaching, teaching, and solving problems, since Jiang Chen has made his choice, she simply waits for the result.
Jiang Chen did not continue this topic.
Regarding how the little wolf evolves into the Howl of Winter, he still lacks one crucial material, called the Advanced Evolution Source Crystal, and it's not time to boast yet. This material is the perfect one for Beast Master bloodline evolution, worth its weight in gold, and can only be found in a perilous place outside the ancient capital of Hanxia Death Spirit Graveyard. Coincidentally, Jiang Chen knows that an expert Beast Master happens to have the Advanced Evolution Source Crystal. In his past life, Lu Ruyan also used this material to evolve the little wolf into the Ice Peak Giant Wolf. However, the Beast Master is eccentric, elusive, and few people have been able to contact him.
Jiang Chen's gaze deepened, and he licked his lips, considering the time, that old guy should be arriving in Yunjiang City soon.
Chapter 62, Jiang Yuntao's Revenge. Jiang Chen silently calculated in his mind. As for the little wolf's bloodline evolution, even if Du Lan didn't bring it up, he had always kept it in mind. Now, it is certain that Lu Ruyan has already led the Black Soul Beast onto the demonized evolution path. Jiang Chen had fought against the 9 great demons, so he knew how terrifying this demonization could be. One could say that if Lu Ruyan spares no cost, the Black Soul Beast's strength would grow frighteningly fast, reaching a height that ordinary beast masters couldn't touch in a short time. He must be cautious. Fortunately, along the way, his preparations have been more than enough. Jiang Chen sneered as he looked at the night sky. Lu Ruyan, the moment you chose the Black Soul Beast, you must have thought you were sure to win. Wait and see, it won't be long before I'll show you the true power of the little wolf. Outside Yunding Tian Palace. After settling Du Lan and the people from the Zhuke Academy, it was already close to 11 at night. At night, Yunjiang City became even more prosperous, with neon lights intertwining and traffic bustling. Jiang Chen walked down the street, looking helplessly at Jixia and Li Kankan following him. Didn't I arrange suites for you in the hotel? Why are you still following me out? Didn't you eat enough? Jiang Chen looked at the two of them in confusion and suggested, how about we go have some barbecue? He knew that some girls had big appetites, and Jixia hadn't eaten much at the banquet, so he assumed they wanted some late-night snacks. Jixia curled her lips, and her smile instantly disappeared. Li Kankan also rolled her eyes, whispering in Jixia's ear, Xia, how do you like this kind of straight-up man? What are you talking about? Who likes him? Jixia furrowed her brows tightly, her whole body tensing as she pinched Li Kankan's small love handle on her waist hard, making Li Kankan cry out in pain. Under Jiang Chen's puzzled gaze, Jixia said confidently, who wants to stay in the hotel you arranged? Grandpa Jiang specially saved a room for me. Afterward, Jixia added, my exclusive room. I'm staying with Kankan. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded, looking strangely at Li Kankan. Huh? She's going too? What do you mean by that? Jixia's eyes turned cold, thinking that Jiang Chen didn't want Li Kankan to go to the manor. Li Kankan was her best friend, and if Jiang Chen had this attitude, she would be really angry. Seeing this, Jiang Chen quickly explained with a bitter smile, don't overthink, that's not what I meant. He could tell that Jixia and Li Kankan were very close, and of course, he wouldn't mind her friend coming. What he feared was, if they stayed so close, wouldn't the chance of exposing Wang Fugue be even greater? He knew that Li Kankan had been fixated on something for days. Just earlier, she had been going on and on about 2,000 yuan in his ear. He couldn't imagine if Wang Fugue ran into Li. 10 wouldn't be enough for Li Kankan to handle. Before Jiang Chen could think too much, Jixia questioned again, then what do you mean? Ahem, I'm just worried that you two squeezing together might not sleep well. Jiang Chen laughed awkwardly, coming up with a lame excuse. Clearly, this couldn't convince Jixia. The manor is so big. Can't you arrange another room for Kankan? Jixia asked suspiciously. Jiang Chen suddenly realized, oh, right.
Why didn't I think of that? I must be drunk, definitely drunk. Jiang Chen patted his forehead, staggered a few steps in place, pretending to be drunk. Brother, I really tried my best. Then wait a moment, I'll go get the car. Under Jixia's doubtful gaze, Jiang Chen wobbled towards the row of luxury cars parked on the right side of the hotel. Drinking and still driving? Jixia gave Jiang Chen, who never seemed to stop causing trouble, a glance and was about to chase after him. But at this moment, her pupils shrank sharply as if she had suffered a great shock, and her face changed drastically. Jiang Chen! Her panicked scream was filled with tension, drowning out all the surrounding sounds and reaching Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen was still pretending to be slightly drunk when Jixia suddenly shouted like that, making him feel guilty for no reason, and he shuddered instantly. Could it be that Fugue got exposed? Jiang Chen was startled, just about to turn his head. Whoosh! But at that moment, his vision suddenly went black, and a violent gust of wind came straight at him. Bang! With a dull thud, Jiang Chen's entire body was enveloped by a massive bear-like shadow. Jixia instantly panicked to the extreme. Jiang Chen! The attack came too suddenly, catching even her off guard. In Jixia's chaotic gaze, from the shadows by the roadside, Jiang Yuntao walked out with a face full of venomous hatred. Ha ha ha! Jiang Chen! You despicable bastard! Watch how I deal with you! Jiang Yuntao cursed fiercely, laughing cruelly. His laughter was filled with hysterical madness. He was already losing his mind. After Jiang Chen left, when the waiter handed him the astronomical bill of over 3 million, he had already gone insane. A single meal costing over 3 million, something he wouldn't even dare to dream of. And the one who caused all of this was Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen hadn't said those misleading words. If Jiang Chen hadn't shown up at the banquet. If Jiang Chen had just stayed the same as before, obediently being a simp for Lu Ruyan, loyally acting as his personal wallet. Then he could have smoothly used Jiang Chen's name to gloriously wrap up this gathering. Then none of this would have happened. What frustrated him the most was that the hotel staff showed him no mercy at all. In front of all his classmates, they demanded that he wash dishes in Yunding Palace for 30 years to pay off the debt. Under all those staring eyes, they really brought out all the dishes for him. God knows how humiliated he felt at that moment. His hands turned white from washing, his skin peeled, blisters formed, and his waist was about to break. And those gazes, astonished, contemptuous, disgusted, were forever engraved in his memory, burned into his bones. Every time he thought about it, his hatred for Jiang Chen only deepened. So here he was, taking advantage of the hotel staff's moment of inattention, throwing away the dish in his hand, sneaking out, and ambushing this spot. Just to take revenge on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen! You never expected me to be here, did you? And you definitely never thought that the great young master of the Jiang family would spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Jiang Yuntao's eyes were completely bloodshot, looking utterly deranged. Watching the palm bear land a full-force strike on Jiang Chen, his heart was filled with satisfaction. Even if Jiang Chen was a bronze-tier beast master, under the surprise attack from the palm bear's all-out strike, even if he didn't die, he'd be half-crippled. Finally, he could release a little of the anger festering in his heart. As for Jixia and Li Cancan, the two women were completely panicked, but unfortunately, the massive body of the palm bear completely blocked their view. They couldn't see Jiang Chen's situation right now. The two women were startled and ran forward as fast as they could. Indeed, this surprises me a little. However, before the two women could get closer, a calm voice came from behind the palm bear. Then, they saw Jiang Chen, surrounded by a circle of holy light shields, walking out from behind the palm bear, completely unharmed. Jiang Chen! Chapter 63, Who exactly hurt who? 3 exclamations almost simultaneously rang out. Jixia, Li Cancan, and Jiang Yuntao all cried out in shock. The two women showed joy, patted their chests, and, seeing that Jiang Chen was not hurt at all, let out a long sigh of relief. Jiang Yuntao, however, had an expression of disbelief, his jaw almost dropping. He had planned it all in advance and struck suddenly. With the palm bear's 6-star battle servant level, it should have been able to catch Jiang Chen off guard. But now, looking at Jiang Chen, who hadn't been harmed at all, he was completely stunned. I really didn't expect you to be so weak. Jiang Chen stepped forward, Little Wolf appearing alongside him, its claws firmly pinning the palm bear to the ground. I also didn't expect you to be so stupid, so blatantly choosing to make a move in the base city. Jiang Chen sneered continuously. To be honest, Jiang Yuntao suddenly having the palm bear attack was completely beyond his expectations. After all, it was explicitly stated in the base city regulations that no beast master or their beasts could attack others. If caught, the punishment would be extremely harsh. At best, it would be labor reform, at worst, the beast would be killed, and the beast master would lose their identity. It was only Jiang Yuntao, who didn't think things through at all, that would make such a foolish move.
Luckily, Jiang Chen reacted quickly, activating the holy light protection from his black gold badge at the first moment, blocking the palm bear's attack. He also summoned the little wolf to subdue the palm bear. Otherwise, even with his elite beast master's physical strength, being suddenly struck by a 6-star battle servant palm bear, especially a power-type beast, would not have been pleasant. Looks like I really pushed him too far, cornered dog jumping the wall. Coldness filled Jiang Chen's eyes. Zhang Yuntao's sneak attack really did surprise him. However, with this, dealing with Zhang Yuntao would be easy. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen ordered the little wolf to keep an eye on the palm bear and Zhang Yuntao. Then, he quickly dialed a number. Hello, Uncle Hat? Someone is illegally using a beast to attack another person. The address is 45, Changle Street, Cloud Peak Sky Palace. Seeing Jiang Chen making the call, Zhang Yuntao's face immediately changed, and he hurriedly said, Jiang Chen, what are you going to do? Jiang Chen glanced at him coldly but didn't pay much attention. He leisurely whistled and calmly waited. Before long, the sound of rapid vehicles arrived. Who called the police? A group of uniformed individuals quickly got out of the car, followed by various beasts, all of them battle general level, their expressions alert as they surveyed everything around them. They were members of the base city's patrol team, also strong beast masters, responsible for maintaining public order within the city. Jiang Chen immediately raised his hand, Uncle Hat, this. He pointed at Zhang Yuntao and said, this person made a beast attack me, severely endangering illegal citizens' safety. Him? One of the patrol team members looked at Zhang Yuntao, trembling and cornered by the little wolf, as well as the palm bear, then at Jiang Chen, who was humming a tune, completely unharmed. They were suddenly lost in thought. Who exactly was hurting whose safety? Fortunately, Jixia promptly clarified that she was a student of Zhuke Academy and testified for Jiang Chen. Only then did the patrol team finally believe everything Jiang Chen said. In that case, we'll take him to the detention center for investigation. The leader signaled for someone to put Zhang Yuntao into the car, and also sent someone to retrieve the hotel's surveillance footage. According to the rules, Jiang Chen, along with Jixia and Li Cancan, should also be taken back to make a statement. Due to the identity of the student from the Jixia Zhuke Academy, he did not dare to trouble Jixia. This is the extraordinary status of the 5 supreme academies within Hanhua, revered by all. Even the students within them received the greatest tolerance from all sectors of society. The patrol team quickly took Zhang Yuntao away. This caused quite a stir and attracted a lot of attention. People gathered around, each one curiously peering in. Let's go home. As the crowd grew larger, Jiang Chen swiftly took Jixia and Li Chanchan and disappeared from everyone's sight. With no excitement left to see, many people felt quite regretful as the crowd slowly dispersed. In the distance, however, there was a unique figure staring longingly at the direction Zhang Yuntao was taken, unwilling to leave. Lu Ruyan clenched her fists, her forehead veins bulging. Jiang Chen, you have completely angered me. As Lu Ruyan's emotions surged, the black soul beast silently appeared from the shadows behind, revealing its fierce fangs. They sped along the road. In no time, Jiang Chen, along with Jixia and Li Chanchan, arrived at the villa area. In the rearview mirror, Jixia leaned forward several times, wanting to say something but hesitating, again and again holding back. Jiang Chen found it quite amusing. If you want to ask something, just ask. Finally unable to hold back, Jixia directly said, are you just going to let him go? She was genuinely frustrated. Zhang Yuntao had clearly intended to harm Jiang Chen, and even if the patrol team clarified matters, they would likely let him off lightly since he was still a high school student. At most, it would just be a few days in a detention center. In her opinion, this punishment was completely inadequate compared to how Jiang Chen was almost harmed. What do you mean by just letting him go? Jiang Chen was dumbfounded and laughed. He turned back, seriously looking at Jixia, and slowly said, have you ever heard the saying, to destroy someone, first drive them to madness? Jixia frowned, not quite understanding Jiang Chen's meaning, but still worryingly reminded him, that person is not a good man, you still can't let your guard down. Thanks. Jiang Chen felt warm inside. Being with Jixia was different from the constant scheming with Lu Ruyan, he could unconsciously relax. He had to admit, sometimes, he really enjoyed this feeling. As for Zhang Yuntao, he certainly would not just let him go. Whether it was the sky-high bills or a few days eating royal rations in the detention center, those were just appetizers. Regardless of Zhang Yuntao or Lu Ruyan, he would not spare a single one of them. However, to Zhang Yuntao, whether in the past or present, he was merely a slightly hopping ant in Jiang Chen's eyes. Would an elephant care about an ant? Of course not. Furthermore, he needed Zhang Yuntao to help Lu Ruyan prove her unwavering love. How could he let him disappear so easily? Since you see him as your dearest, I also want to know, when you become unrecognizable and turn into a monster before him, will there still be you in his eyes? Lu Ruyan. Jiang Chen sat in the passenger seat, chuckling lightly, his eyes filled with intrigue. At this moment, Go Zhang, who was focused on driving, seemed to notice something. Young master, ahead, it seems young master Wang is waiting for you.
Ha! Jiang Chen was instantly shocked.
He hurriedly straightened up and looked forward. Unfortunately, Wang Fuguei was waving his flashy bag at the gate of the manor.
Jiang Chen turned his head, wearing an unapproachable expression. Gushu, what young master Wang? I don't know him, let's leave quickly.
Just then, Li Chanchan leaned out from the back, one hand on Jiang Chen's seat and the other pointing excitedly at Wang Fuguei, her finger twitching.
Stop. Hurry, stop. That's him. He's the swindler that made me lose money.
Chapter 64, The Man with His Own BGM.
5 minutes later. Ah no. Don't slap me. Ah. Jiang Chen. Save me. Damn it.
The heartbreaking screams echoed inside and outside the estate, making anyone who heard them feel sorrow and causing tears to well up in their eyes.
Hiss tisk wow.
Jiang Chen covered his eyes with his hands, leaving a gap between his fingers, watching as Li Kankan chased Wang Fuguei around, beating him across the world, his heart racing. Li Kankan's little pink fist slammed onto Wang Fuguei, each punch sending him flying 4 to 5 meters away.
A violent little loli, online killing people. Jiang Chen couldn't bear to watch.
He could only try his best to widen his eyes, silently turning on his phone's video function.
Jixia stood beside Jiang Chen and said angrily, "You knew this all along, right?"
If she couldn't tell by now that Jiang Chen and Wang Fuguei's relationship was special, she really was stupid.
Hee, I didn't know you were talking about him. Jiang Chen answered carelessly, not directly admitting to covering up for Wang Fuguei.
With Li Kankan acting like this, if he admitted it, things would be terrible.
Jiang Chen. You son of a bitch. Hurry up and save me. Of all the bad luck, Wang Fuguei shouted again, his face black and blue, hiding behind Jiang Chen. Don't run. You even tricked me into thanking you for days, using my money to help me, huh? Today, Grandma is going to vent her anger. Li Kankan was furious.
Seeing this, Jiang Chen's face showed pain, and he turned his head, nodding firmly, giving Wang Fuguei a reassuring look, brothers, in his heart. Then, he quietly retreated to Jixia's side, making space.
The phone couldn't be reached.
Senior, go for it, I support you. Without thinking, Jiang Chen bought Wang Fuguei off and dragged Jixia into the estate. The scene is too bloody, let's go, I'm afraid it will scare you.
Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen turned and left.
The delightful scene of 100-plus-pound little fists punching his chest, he wasn't lucky enough to enjoy it was better for Wang Fuguei to savor it slowly.
Jixia half pushed, half followed into the estate, eyeing Jiang Chen suspiciously, too bloody? I think you're afraid of getting beaten. Half an hour later. In the living room. Jiang Chen, Jixia, Li Kankan, and Wang Fuguei were all gathered together. Looking at Wang Fuguei's face, swollen and bruised, Jiang Chen's mouth couldn't stop twitching. You son of a bitch. If you want to laugh, just laugh. Wang Fuguei said with resentment, feeling annoyed.
He glanced at Li Kankan, who was counting a stack of red bills, still not expecting the little loli's fists to be so fierce. If it weren't for Li Kankan's cute double ponytails, he would have thought she was a heavy artillery tank. After this beating, he finally became honest. Jiang Chen couldn't contain his laughter, teasing, "Ha, you asked for this. If you don't know how to talk, then shut your ass." Ah hiss. Wang Fuguei was filled with grievance, about to snap, but accidentally tugged at his mouth, wincing in pain. Seeing this, Jiang Chen didn't continue teasing Wang Fuguei, and instead asked, "What are you doing here?" He was also confused. Wang Fuguei could have come at any time, but he chose to show up now. Was he asking to be sent to the chopping board? Upon hearing this, Wang Fuguei's energy returned, and forgetting the pain, his eyes shone brightly. I heard that tonight someone had a banquet worth several million at Cloud Peak Temple, hosted by some Jiang Yuntao and Lu Runyan. I thought this had something to do with you, so I came to ask. Ah hiss. Jiang Chen helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Well, with things like this, you still have time to gossip? He nodded. It's indeed something I arranged. I knew it. After getting Jiang Chen's confirmation, Wang Fuguei jumped up excitedly. Those two poor bastards have been completely screwed by you. I heard they'll be washing plates for 30 years. Ha ha ha, hiss. Looking at Wang Fuguei's pained expression, Jiang Chen was speechless. He asked Gu Zhang to find some medicinal liquor for Wang Fuguei's bruises, saying, "There's less than 20 days until this election, and you still have time to dig into this gossip?" $1 million banquet. The whole of Yunjiang City barely has such extravagant events even once a year. Those two unlucky guys are going to be famous. Hiss. Wang Fuguei wiped the medicinal wine and raised his eyebrows to look at Jiang Chen. As for the selection matter, I am quite confident. Oh. Jiang Chen, slightly curious, asked, "What do you mean?" Wang Fuguei patted his chest, full of confidence. Let me tell you, I am now a Black Iron 6-star Beast Master, and I have prepared a secret weapon.
I will definitely become a man who comes with his own BGM, selected by the 5 Supreme Academies. He was quite proud of himself. Jiang Chen suddenly became a bit interested. What is your secret weapon? Under the slightly probing gazes of Jiang Chen, Jixia, and Li Can, Wang Fugui waved his hand grandly and pulled out a slightly shiny soul device from behind him. The soul device looked quite special. At first glance, it resembled an old-fashioned speaker. Then, Wang Fugui looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, with his back to the others, hands behind his back, and an expression that seemed somewhat melancholic, similar to a peerless expert. BGM started playing. Being invincible is so lonely. Being invincible is so empty. I stand in the cold wind. For a moment, Jiang Chen and the others were all stone-faced. This really was a speaker. Really? Comes with its own BGM. The few chatted for a while and then dispersed. In the following days, Jiang Chen took a 2-day break and then returned to school for the end of the holiday. He returned to the routine of going from school to home. Occasionally, he would accompany Ji Xia for some shopping or let Xiao Lang and Huiyun spar with each other. It is worth mentioning that on the first day after the special training ended, the school made a clear announcement regarding the punishment for Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yuntao for violating the rules during special training. They both received a warning to stay at school. At such a critical time for selection, suddenly receiving such a punishment undoubtedly had a huge impact on the two of them. Additionally, after Jiang Yuntao was taken away by the inspection team, he received a 10-day administrative detention. Therefore, both of them simply reflected at home and did not go to school. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, enjoyed more than 10 days of rare peace. Only occasionally did he hear from Gu Zhang that Jiang Yuntao and Lu Ruyan had been living quite miserably during this time. Due to exorbitant debt, they had completely severed ties with their families and were busy working part-time in various places day and night to earn money. Reflecting on how Lu Ruyan once lived in luxury like a rich young lady with endless care from Jiang Chen, her current situation was two extremes. It could only be described as tragic. On this day, Jiang Chen, as usual, trained Xiao Lang in the training hall after school. Young master, here is an anonymous invitation. The old man said to let you take a look. Gu Zhang quickly walked into the training hall and handed an invitation letter to Jiang Chen. It has arrived. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened as he opened the invitation, which clearly wrote a paragraph. Back to the old place, infinite sentiment. Seeing the child of an old friend is like seeing the old friend's traits. Sincerely inviting young friend Jiang Chen to gather at Suiyuan Cottage to taste tea and discuss beasts. Signed, Grandmaster Beast Master Xiao Tiansu. Chapter 65. Old man, why don't you come out and see me? Jiang Chen looked at the invitation with a smile of joy. Xiao Tiansu was indeed the Grand Master with the advanced evolution source crystal. Speaking of the connection between Xiao Tiansu and the Zheng family, it was quite a long story. To put it simply, Xiao Tiansu initially loved his mother dearly and even insisted on eloping with her on the night before their wedding. Then, he was chased 8 blocks by the old man holding 7 wolves. Since then, Xiao Tiansu angrily left Yun Zheng and declared he would never step into the Zheng family again. Thinking of how a Grand Master was once chased away like a dog by the old man, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. At this moment, Gu Zheng said again, Young Master, the 2 people you asked me to pay attention to have been kneeling where the Grand Master is staying for 3 days and 3 nights. Should I? He hesitated, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. A Grand Master level Beast Master, wherever he goes, is universally admired. It is rare for a Grand Master to have a close relationship with the Zheng family. If those two annoy him, that wouldn't be good. He had long planned to drive Lu Ruoyan and Jiang Yuntao away to avoid angering Xiao Tiansu and ensuring the Zheng family wouldn't miss the chance to repair their relationship with him. Oh. Jiang Chen reacted as if he had already anticipated this, his response very calm. If they like to kneel, then let them kneel. In the previous life, Jiang Chen had made sure everything was arranged so that Lu Ruoyan could smoothly meet Xiao Tiansu and obtain the advanced evolution source crystal. However, this time, without his backing, Lu Ruoyan wouldn't even be able to get in, let alone arrogantly take the advanced evolution source crystal. Without a doubt, he knew Lu Ruoyan would face many obstacles this time. He had already anticipated this outcome. He knew Lu Ruoyan would never miss the advanced evolution source crystal. And he also knew that Lu Ruoyan would never meet Xiao Tiansu. This time, Lu Ruoyan was destined to return empty-handed. Jiang Chen had planned everything carefully, the time was right, and now he should go take back what already belonged to him. Uncle Go, help me get ready, I need to go out for a bit. Jiang Chen ordered. Yes, young master. Uncle Go quickly stepped out. But just as Jiang Chen was about to leave, Jixia suddenly stood in front of him. Are you still going to see that woman? She pouted, her words carrying deep meaning. There are only 3 days left until the selection, I think you should try harder. Try harder? Jiang Chen looked at Jixia in suspicion. So far, Xiao Lang's level had already risen to Elite 4 stars and had mastered a unique attack using ice elements, Ice Spike Assault, which could summon 3 ice spikes from the ground to attack the enemy.
Moreover, Xiao Lang had also begun to understand the unique attack of the Wolf King body, Wolf Strike, and it wouldn't be long before he could use it skillfully. Counting it all up, Xiao Lang had already mastered 4 attacks: Ice Claws, Wolf Dragon Bloodstorm, Ice Spike Assault, and Wolf Strike, in addition to the innate skill, Wolf King Will. It wasn't that Jiang Chen was arrogant, but with Xiao Lang's current strength, it was really hard to find any opponent at the elite level. Even if he faced the suppressed Flaming King Snake, without using Wolf Dragon Bloodstorm, he could easily defeat it. How could he try harder? It could be said that even without a guaranteed spot, this selection would definitely see him enter the Vermilion Bird Academy. And Ji Xiao's focus was too peculiar, worrying whether he would meet Lu Ruoyan. This made Jiang Chen start to suspect Ji Xiao's intentions. He stared at Ji Xiao without blinking, slowly moving closer. Suddenly, Jiang Chen moved closer, and Ji Xiao could even feel the warm breath of Jiang Chen. Her face quickly flushed, as if it was on fire. "What are you looking at?" Ji Xiao took a step back, her heart racing, thumping wildly in her chest, as she clumsily tried to hide her panic. "I'm looking." Jiang Chen said with a half-smile, "Are you jealous?" "No." Ji Xiao immediately denied it. She turned her head, her heart racing faster, not daring to meet Jiang Chen's eyes. The panic in her eyes gave her away completely. Indeed, just thinking about Jiang Chen meeting Lu Ruoyan made her feel a little uncomfortable inside. Although she clearly knew that Jiang Chen wouldn't have any extra feelings for Lu Ruoyan anymore. But deep down, it still felt twisted and uncomfortable. She didn't even know why she suddenly cared so much about Jiang Chen meeting Lu Ruoyan. "Ha ha ha, then why are you blushing?" Jiang Chen saw through her but said nothing, teasing her lightly. "Let's go, if you have nothing to do, we can go together. Beast masters aren't seen every day." "No." Ji Xia glared at Jiang Chen and directly refused. She wasn't going to watch Jiang Chen and Lu Ruoyan being all sweet together. Also, why did Jiang Chen talk about the Beast Master like they were monkeys in a zoo, something you could just go and see whenever you wanted? She also knew that Jiang Chen was going to take care of business. She didn't want to act rashly and go together. After all, every Beast Master is the pillar of the Hengxia, and their personalities and tempers often come with peculiar quirks. What if the person doesn't like her? That would put Jiang Chen in a difficult position. If you want to go, then go." Ji Xia snorted coldly, turning her proud body away. "I need to go play chess with the old man. This girl really has that disagreeable yet righteous trait." Watching Ji Xia leave, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. Over these past days, he had increasingly realized that this future Red Luan battle god was indeed quite interesting. Business came first, so Jiang Chen didn't waste much time. After putting the little wolf back into the Beast Master hand ring, Jiang Chen didn't think much and drove the old man's newly bought Cullinan out. In Jiang Chen's memory, Xiao Tian's had always been an eccentric person, solitary, always wearing a grumpy face as if everyone owed him billions. In his past life, he had begged Xiao Tian's for over half a month before finally agreeing to meet Lu Ruoyan. That time, he was scolded by Xiao Tian's for more than 10 days. He understood that Ji Xia didn't come with him this time because she was worried about offending the Great Master and wanted to avoid stepping on any of his sensitive spots. She's quite a sensible girl. Considering that the high-level evolution source crystal was in Xiao Tian's hands, Jiang Chen subconsciously increased his speed. He drove around the streets for over an hour and finally reached the outskirts of the city, arriving at a small courtyard surrounded by bamboo and wood with a somewhat ancient architectural style, resembling a hermit expert's retreat. The Zuiyuan Elegant Residence was one of the few properties that Xiao Tian still retained in Yunji City. Chi! The Cullinan made a stylish drift and stopped, raising a cloud of dust. By coincidence, it was just the right moment to kick up dust right in front of Lu Ruoyan and Jiang Yuntao, who were kneeling at the entrance of the small courtyard, barely keeping their eyes open. Both of them looked a bit weak, and now, with the dust splashing, they became even more disheveled. Especially Jiang Yuntao, who had been in the detention center for 10 days, hadn't had much rest, and was dragged here by Lu Ruoyan to meet the so-called Beast Master Grandmaster, leaving him mentally exhausted. Upon seeing someone arrive, both of them couldn't help but curiously glance over. Then, they saw Jiang Chen open the car door in a handsome manner, walking straight toward the closed courtyard door without glancing around. "What the, you?" Jiang Yuntao stood up, about to stop Jiang Chen and lecture him from the moral high ground. But just then, they heard Jiang Chen shout loudly. "Old man, aren't you going to come out and see me? Do you believe I'll tear down your courtyard?" Chapter 66, Seeking Death? Jiang Chen's shout was completely without any politeness, which scared Jiang Yuntao so much that his vision blacked out, nearly causing him to faint. He was screaming in his mind. The Beast Master Grandmaster lives in the Zuiyuan Elegant Residence. Do you know the worth of a Grandmaster? If he stomped his foot, the entire Yunji city would feel an earthquake. Who do you think you are? How dare you shout at a Grandmaster? Are you seeking death? It's like turning the sky upside down. Jiang Yuntao's face turned pale. They had been kneeling for 3 days and nights to meet Xiao Tian's, showing great reverence. But Jiang Chen, he was acting like a bandit leader.
His arrogance knew no bounds. It was like he was courting death.
Without thinking, Zhang Yuntao grabbed Lu Ruoyan and retreated. He didn't want to be caught up in the trouble caused by Jiang Chen angering the Grandmaster. Jiang Chen, however, paid no attention to them and continued his way. This scared Zhang Yuntao so much that he retreated another several dozen meters.
Seeing Jiang Chen's complete lack of manners and the door still not opening, Lu Ruoyan finally relaxed a bit.
This time, she really didn't want Jiang Chen to get his hands on the high-level evolution source crystal.
A figure like the Grandmaster is not someone that just anyone can meet.
Her words were full of sarcastic meaning. Zhang Yuntao also agreed, saying, "That's right, if you want to die, don't drag us into it."
He was truly afraid that Jiang Chen's arrogance would cause them to suffer the consequences.
In the next moment, Xiao Tian slapped him and killed him instantly. It wasn't so bad that Jiang Chen died, but if this angered Xiao Tian and ruined their 3 days of hard work, that would be the worst. However, Jiang Chen seemed to not hear their words at all, still knocking on the door. What was even worse, when the big door remained tightly closed, Jiang Chen summoned the little wolf, completely in the posture of tearing the door down.
Zhang Yuntao's face turned pale in an instant. "Ruoyan, let's go quickly, otherwise." Creak.
Just as Zhang Yuntao was about to pull Lu Ruoyan away to hide, unexpectedly, the big door actually opened. Then, a furious, cursing voice came from inside. "Who is making all this noise outside, disturbing me while I'm drinking and sleeping?" In the astonished gaze of Lu Ruoyan and Zhang Yuntao, a somewhat shabby, bearded drunkard with a strong smell of alcohol walked out. "He's dead for sure."
"He is definitely dead."
Hearing the furious voice, Zhang Yuntao felt overjoyed inside.
"Master Xiao."
Lu Ruoyan was startled, but she didn't have time to think too much. She hurriedly ran to Master Xiao. "I am Lu Ruoyan, a student, here to seek an audience with the Grandmaster." She slightly bowed, neither humble nor arrogant, with a light makeup of subtle scheming, her slightly charming face full of confidence. In the previous life, Master Xiao gave her the high-level evolution source crystal without a second thought as soon as he saw her. That's why she had been waiting here for 3 days. She was fully confident that as long as Master Xiao met her, he would surely hand over the high-level evolution source crystal. This was her confidence in her beauty. It was also her confidence in her talent. Because, in her past life, with no help from Jiang Chen, Master Xiao had still favored her. She believed that this time would be no different. Master Xiao would surely be moved by her sincerity, just like in the previous life, and would take the initiative to appear.
"Master Xiao, I came here specifically for..." Lu Ruoyan was eager to ask for the high-level evolution source crystal.
What stunned her was that Master Xiao didn't even look at her, his attention entirely on Jiang Chen from beginning to end.
"It really looks like him. Damn, really looks like him." Master Xiao looked Jiang Chen up and down, nodding repeatedly. "I thought someone was disturbing my sleep."
Even his temper is exactly the same, ha ha ha. Master Xiao shifted from anger to joy, his expression changing as easily as flipping a page of a book, leaving Lu Ruoyan completely confused. In her memory, Master Xiao was never an easy person to get along with. He always had a stern face that could scare anyone. And Jiang Chen was so arrogant, if it were anyone else, even if Master Xiao didn't kill him, he would definitely teach him a harsh lesson.
But, what was going on now? Did they already know each other?
Lu Ruoyan's heart sank, and she thought to herself that things were not looking good.
Her heart tightened again. "Master Xiao!"
She deliberately raised her voice to get Master Xiao's attention.
This time, Master Xiao finally noticed her presence, but he only glanced at her before turning back to Jiang Chen. "Your friend? Are you blind? Do they even qualify?" Jiang Chen retorted coldly. "Then why are you still standing outside? Come on in." Bang!
The door slammed shut with a loud bang, and Lu Ruoyan instinctively stepped forward, almost knocking her nose out of shape. All she could hear in her ears was Jiang Chen's cold and indifferent voice. "You're right, the Grandmaster doesn't meet just any cat or dog." Lu Ruoyan was struck like a bolt of lightning. Staring at the tightly closed door, she took several steps back in disbelief.
Impossible. How could this happen? It was never like this before. She couldn't accept what she was seeing at all.
It could be said that if she didn't want to pay too high a price and still wanted to defeat Jiang Chen in the school selection, the evolution source crystal was her last hope. But now, her last hope had been shattered.
All of this was supposed to be mine. Why? Why?
She was on the brink of collapsing, unable to bear such a blow. It was only at this moment that she suddenly woke up. Everything she had in her past life was somehow tied to Jiang Chen. The little wolf was like this, the dragon's lament stone was like this, the 5-color soul flower was like this, a high-level evolution source crystal was like this. Even everything she had in the past was like this. At every moment, Jiang Chen's shadow loomed over her.
No! It shouldn't be like this.
Lu Ruoyan screamed in a hoarse voice, her cries full of madness.
She had thought everything was going according to plan. But today, her confidence had finally been worn down to nothing with each successive blow. She was finally panicked. And she was afraid. Afraid that even in this new life, she would still live in Jiang Chen's shadow, afraid that her persistence all this time was pitiful and laughable. Jiang Chen! Jiang Chen! Jiang Chen! She kept shouting Jiang Chen's name, filled with rage and panic. Zhang Yuntao stood at the side, timidly watching Lu Ruoyan, not daring to approach. He seriously suspected that Lu Ruoyan might be going crazy. The reality was not far from what he imagined. Lu Ruoyan was already on the edge of collapse. After Lu Ruoyan vented for a while, Zhang Yuntao finally dared to slowly approach with a stiff expression. Ruoyan, what should we do next? According to Lu Ruoyan, after using the obsidian to elevate the Black Soul Beast's bloodline to the rank of Battle General, only the high-level evolution source crystal could allow the Black Soul Beast's bloodline to catch up with the little wolf in a short time, or even surpass it. But now, with the high-level evolution source crystal seemingly hopeless and only 3 days left until the prestigious academy's selection, he couldn't help but feel anxious. If he couldn't step on Jiang Chen fiercely in front of so many people, who would repay him for the humiliation he had suffered these past few days? Ruoyan! Zhang Yuntao called again in a hurry. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan finally moved. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes filled with terrifying madness. 3 days, the last 3 days. No matter the cost, I will prove that my choice has never been wrong. The one who was wrong was always Jiang Chen. Chapter 67, High-Level Evolution Source Crystal. Lu Ruoyan walked away with Zhang Yuntao, not looking back, carrying the belief of being willing to burn everything to the ground. In a daze, it seemed as though Lu Ruoyan was surrounded by a heavy magical barrier, her aura completely changed. From inside to outside, she exuded a sinister, evil aura that made Zhang Yuntao too afraid to even breathe. In the small courtyard. Ha! Xiao Tian seemed to sense something, glancing outside, feeling puzzled. Why is there a demonic aura in the base city? That evil aura flashed by quickly, and even he wasn't completely sure. Jiang Chen sat across from Xiao Tian's, bringing the teacup to his lips, taking a light sip, and observing the strangely expression Xiao Tian's with a clear mind. By pushing that woman to this point, has she finally lost control and is about to fall into that bottomless abyss? Jiang Chen's lips curled slightly, carrying endless coldness. From the moment Lu Ruoyan contracted the Black Soul Beast, it could be said that every step he took was pushing Lu Ruoyan in this direction. The wager was like this, and the constant race for materials ahead of others was like this. All along, he had been nurturing a demon flower with care. And now, that demon flower was finally about to bloom. Lu Ruoyan, if I don't make you suffer the same pain I went through, how can I face the tombs I painstakingly dug out for you, after crawling out from the treacherous hell? The coldness in Jiang Chen's eyes was terrifying, like ice that had not melted for 10,000 years. Having come this far, he had to be fully prepared. Old man, stop stalling. I came for the high-level evolution source crystal on your body. Once I have it, I'll leave. Jiang Chen said straightforwardly. You brat, calling me old man every time, do you know what it means to respect your elders? Xiao Tian's glared at him. No matter how you look at it, you should call me godfather. Go to hell with your godfather. Don't think you can take advantage of me. Jiang Chen said with utter disdain. As soon as this was said, the image of Xiao Tian scolding him while hanging him up flooded his mind, and a belly full of anger welled up inside him. This time, he would not do such a foolish thing for Lu Ruoyan again. He didn't need to be polite to Xiao Tian's. This old man, if he had really successfully eloped back then, Jiang Chen wouldn't even exist now. To dare to steal his father's wife, it was simply despicable. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't give Xiao Tian's any good expression. Are you giving it or not? Jiang Chen stretched out his hand, almost to the point of directly taking it. Xiao Tian's, however, was quite helpless. I'm really scared of you, just like your mother. I owe you. He let out a bitter laugh and casually flipped his hand. A radiant crystal stone appeared in his palm. This crystal was different from all other materials. Its aura swirled, like a dragon soaring across the seas, or a phoenix singing in the skies. Every bit of it represented the supreme evolutionary power that every beast master longed for and pursued their entire life. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, grabbing the high-level evolution source crystal and stuffing it into his pocket. With this material, the next 3 days would be enough for the little wolf's bloodline to evolve to the monarch level. Having obtained the material, Jiang Chen was too lazy to waste words with Xiao Tian's. I'm leaving. You're leaving just like this? Not even a thank you? Do you know how hard I worked to get this high-level evolution source crystal? Xiao Tian's never expected Jiang Chen to be so heartless, taking the things and abandoning the lonely old man. Why should I stay? Do you want me to let my old man come and settle the scores between our families? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Xiao Tian's was his father's rival in love. Jiang Chen was afraid that if he said another word to Xiao Tian's, his deceased father would never rest in peace.
Hearing Jiang Chen mention his father, Xiao Taiyan's face turned full of anger, and he said furiously, "That old man. If it weren't for him stopping me from eloping with Wan Ning, you, boy, would have to call me father." Even after all these years, he still held a grudge over Zhang's father stopping his elopement. "I'll call you grandma's leg." Jiang Chen almost couldn't hold back and kicked Xiao Taiyan in the face. "You're addicted to taking advantage, huh?" But at that moment, Xiao Taiyan's expression suddenly became much more desolate. He drank a mouthful of strong liquor, and emotions of sadness, regret, guilt, and nostalgia intertwined in his eyes. Soon, those emotions turned into an endless fury. "Wan Ning, it's almost time. I will make everyone who hurt you pay for it with their lives." Jiang Chen stopped in his tracks. His father had never told him much about his parents' death. All he knew was that they likely died in a battle against demons. But now, hearing Xiao Taiyan say this, it seemed there was something more to the story. Even after becoming the #1 war god, he had never been able to find a single clue, which was quite strange. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen sat back down. What was frustrating was that after Xiao Taiyan mentioned it, he immediately stopped talking. It was as if he had seen through Jiang Chen's thoughts, and he waved his hand impatiently. "Adult matters, children shouldn't pry. XXXX. Jiang Chen couldn't hold back and cursed Xiao Taiyan's ancestors. He knew Xiao Taiyan's temperament. If Xiao Taiyan didn't want to talk, even if he asked, it was useless. Xiao Taiyan let him vent his anger and laughed uncontrollably, his eyes filled with memories of the past, as if he saw the shadow of an old friend in Jiang Chen, full of longing. Jiang Chen drank some tea to calm his temper, and after a moment, he finally regained his composure. His gaze shifted, and he suddenly remembered something. "You've been here this whole time, right?" Jiang Chen asked meaningfully. Xiao Taiyan glanced at Jiang Chen and shook his head. Seeing this, Jiang Chen became much more serious and said in a deep voice, "What if I told you that in a year, Yunjiang will cease to exist?" Xiao Taiyan's drinking motion paused, looking a bit surprised. He stared at Jiang Chen with great interest, but then shook his head. "The person I love is no longer here, and even if the sky were to collapse, what would it have to do with me?" At this point, he specifically added, "I have more important things to do." Hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a little disappointed. As a Grand Master, if he were here, the disaster that would strike Yunjiang City a year later could be completely avoided. But he could also tell that Xiao Taiyan didn't want to get involved. And, he somewhat didn't believe his words. Jiang Chen had already considered this situation, which is why he hadn't been widely promoting it. After all, Yunjiang City had been peaceful for so many years, and who would believe such an absurd thing happening a year from now? Besides, in his past life, Xiao Taiyan had indeed disappeared quickly after meeting him. Jiang Chen didn't know what he went off to do, and even until his death, he never saw Xiao Taiyan again. Anyway, Xiao Taiyan claimed to be a Grand Master, but in his memory, he wasn't very reliable. "Looks like I can only rely on myself." Jiang Chen sighed. Xiao Taiyan smiled faintly, not knowing what Jiang Chen was thinking, and casually said, "Beast bloodline ascension is particularly difficult, not a single step can be wrong. Your little wolf bloodline is innately high, so you must be even more careful. Before the academy selection, you should evolve your bloodline here with me." Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, then slightly nodded, "All right." From the fact that he requested high-level evolution source crystals, Xiao Taiyan could easily analyze that he intended to evolve the Beast Master bloodline. Moreover, the time for evolving the little wolf bloodline wouldn't be too short, and with a Grand Master like him watching over, Jiang Chen would be much more at ease. Making up his mind, Jiang Chen sent a message to the old man in Jixia. Then, he summoned the little wolf. Jiang Chen placed the evolution source crystal in front of the little wolf, taking a deep breath, his face full of expectation. "Well then, little wolf, are you ready to show your unparalleled strength to the world?" Bloodline Evolution. Start. Chapter 68, The Grand Occasion. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Across Yunjiang City, traffic was blocked, and a sea of people gathered outside the entrances of major universities to send off exam candidates. This was a day full of hope, a day to witness one young eagle after another spreading its wings and soaring. The university selection had begun. At Yunjiang #1 High School, Xiao Qingyue and the other teachers had long been waiting inside the school's designated training hall, which could accommodate over 1,000 people, to oversee the selection site. Esteemed families, influential powers, and business representatives from within Yunjiang were also invited to the stands around the training hall to watch the event. In addition, there were also examiners from various schools, walking around the testing equipment, carefully checking the parameters. Without exception, their gazes were always vaguely focused on the stage, particularly on the beautiful woman wearing a light green gown, embroidered with a fiery phoenix pattern. "I remember that seems to be a mentor from the Vermilion Bird Academy. Could it be that there's a genius at Yunjiang #1 High worth the mentor coming personally? It's probably for that S-rank talent kid. I think his name is Jiang Chen. It must be."
Didn't you see the vice president of the Beastmaster Association sitting next to her?
People were discussing in hushed tones. Generally speaking, in the annual selection, it's enough for the school's teachers to record each student's grades, and the students would then fill out their choices, which would be input into the system. The universities would then filter from there. It's rare for academy mentors to personally attend, let alone a mentor from one of the 5 supreme academies, the Vermilion Bird Academy. Even Zhou Dechuan was present. The teachers of Yunjiang No. 1 High were all glowing with pride.
Zhou Dechuan sat next to Duran, chatting and laughing.
He casually glanced at Jixia, sitting next to Duran, feeling a bit troubled.
This is going to be a bit tricky. Jiang Chen had already sealed the nightmare-level difficulty message early on.
He only privately notified his old classmate, who was the head of the Xuanwu Academy, one of the 5 supreme academies.
I hope to recruit an incredible genius for my alma mater.
Unexpectedly, from 1,000 miles away, the Zhuke Academy has arrived.
This inevitably means competition.
Zhou Dechuan chatted casually with Dulan, occasionally glancing at the entrance of the training hall, both waiting for someone.
Moments later, a proud group walked in through the entrance, dressed in uniform dark turtle brocade robes. Huli Dean from the Xuanwu Academy has come to observe.
Zhou Dechuan's eyes brightened, and he immediately stood up to welcome her. However, before he could exchange a few pleasantries, another group walked in from outside, and Xiao Qingyue arrived with a joyful expression. Chen Junfeng, Dean of the Baihu Academy, has come to observe.
Wow!
The training hall instantly erupted into a buzz.
Many people stood up in shock, feeling a bit unreal.
Zhuke, Xuanwu, and Baihu, the 3 supreme academies have gathered, which was absolutely unimaginable in previous years.
An unprecedented grand event.
In the front row of the crowd, Elder Jiang, wearing a Zhongshan suit, was glowing with health, and his smile had never faded. As soon as he arrived, many familiar faces rushed over, offering compliments and stealing the spotlight. At this moment, an untimely cold laugh broke the wave of chatter.
Heh, what S-class genius? It's nothing at all.
A man with a jade ring, a gold chain around his neck, and a protruding belly looked contemptuous. I've heard that there's a genius with A-class talent in the first high school, who has carved his own path. If Miley family invests well, it won't take long for him to soar into the sky. The smiles of those around instantly froze.
In the entire Yunjiang, if any family can compete with the Zhang family, it is undoubtedly the Li family led by Li Biao.
In recent years, the Li family has developed rapidly and is showing a momentum of overtaking. Therefore, whenever the Jiang and Li families appear together, there is a strong smell of gunpowder.
Facing Li Biao's provocation, Elder Jiang remained calm, pretending to question, which is bigger, A or S?
Then he slapped his forehead in surprise. Oh, this is at least kindergarten knowledge.
I forgot, this question is beyond your level, Li old brother, no wonder you are easily fooled.
As soon as the old man finished speaking, everyone turned red in the face, holding back their laughter to the point of stomach pain. On the other hand, Jiang Chen's side, the evolution of the Little Wolf's bloodline had reached a crucial stage.
Hold on. Little Wolf.
Jiang Chen was sweating profusely, rare materials and magical beast crystal cores piled up around the Little Wolf as if they were free. 3 days later, as the Little Wolf's bloodline continued to rise, the courtyard of Tsuyuan Yash had already been covered with a layer of white frost. A cold mist enveloped everything, blocking away the light of the sky.
Bang! Bang!
Amidst the lingering cold, the strong and powerful heartbeat resounded rhythmically, like a drum hitting deep within the soul, the sound growing louder.
Louder! It worked!
Xiao Tianzi sat in a distant pavilion, his hand holding the wine cup froze in midair, his previously murky eyes revealed bright clarity. He stretched his neck, looking through the cold mist at the pairs of sharp azure eyes that appeared faintly, his pupils shocked and his heart trembled. At this moment, he felt an extremely cold aura enveloping his entire body, as if even his soul was showing signs of freezing.
Clink!
The wine cup uncontrollably fell to the ground. Xiao Tianzi stood in a daze, listening to the deep breathing sounds in the thick mist, his lips quivering. What kind of evolution route is this? It's so frightening.
Chapter 69, The Selection Begins. Yunjiang First High School was crowded with people. As time ticked by, the selection was about to begin. Attention, all students, please pay attention. The selection will begin in 15 minutes.
All class teachers, please count the number of participants and prepare for the selection. The school broadcast rang out, and the selection for the prestigious academy officially entered the 15-minute countdown. In front of class 1 of Senior 3.
Xiao Qingyue was in a desperate situation. The annoying ringtone of her phone that kept failing to connect made her even more troubled.
Jixia, Dulan, and even Zhou Dechuan, Huli, Chen Junfeng, were all gathered around Xiao Qingyue.
Still not connected?
Huli and Chen Junfeng looked at Xiao Qingyue. They had heard many things about Jiang Chen recently and all wanted to see him in person. If Jiang Chen was truly as talented as they had heard, then they were determined to take him back.
No. Xiao Qingyue was extremely annoyed.
With only 15 minutes left until the selection began, Jiang Chen was unreachable at this moment. If it weren't for the first-class students in senior year who needed her care, she would have gone straight to the Jiang family to fetch him. The rules for the selection were quite strict. If he was late, Jiang Chen would have to wait for the next opportunity. If you can't get through, just let it be, maybe that guy is fast asleep.
Ji Xia giggled behind Du Lan.
She had been stood up by Jiang Chen before and was acting very calmly. Besides, Jiang Chen already had a place guaranteed at the Vermilion Bird Academy. Whether he participated in this selection or not didn't really matter. Du Lan smiled faintly, and she thought the same. Watching Hu Li and Chen Juanfeng's anxious expressions, she felt steady and confident. The students in Class 1 of the senior year noticed Xiao Qingyue making call after call to Jiang Chen, and many couldn't help but worry. What if Jiang Chen really overslept? The selection for higher education only happens once a year. If he misses it, next year he would have to participate as a repeating student, and the requirements would be even harsher.
Does anyone have other contact info for Jiang Chen?
Hurry and call him. The students looked at each other, and only then did they suddenly realize nobody had Jiang Chen's contact information. Instinctively, everyone looked towards Lu Ruyan and Zhang Yuntao, who stood at the front of the line.
What are you looking at me for? Are you going to make me call that guy?
Zhang Yuntao scoffed. I see, he's not oversleeping, he's just scared that he'll be crushed by Ruyan in the selection, turning into a turtle. For some reason, he looked especially confident today, glowing with energy. Compared to a few days ago, he seemed like a completely different person. Lu Ruyan also spoke up. No matter whether he comes or not, he's already lost the bet. I will definitely watch him personally break the beast bond under everyone's gaze. Unlike before, Lu Ruyan's voice was hoarse, and her whole demeanor was very cold, giving off an unapproachable vibe. A black veil covered her face, revealing only a pair of deep eyes, with a fierce glint like that of a beast, making her look quite eerie.
If that's the case, then it'll be amusing.
Zhang Yuntao laughed mockingly, sharing a knowing smile with Lu Ruyan, both eagerly anticipating Jiang Chen begging for mercy. The two of them, singing in harmony, radiated a strange confidence that left many in shock.
Are they crazy?
Many students, including Zhou and a few of Zhang Yuntao's friends, looked at them like they were fools.
In contrast, Lu Ruyan remained unusually calm, quietly waiting for the selection to begin. 15 minutes quickly passed.
Still, there was no sign of Jiang Chen.
Zhang Yuntao raised his hand impatiently, and under Xiao Qingyue's increasingly furious gaze, he said to an examiner, "Teacher, if someone doesn't arrive on time, will they be disqualified?"
"Yes." The examiner nodded, not understanding the situation. Jiang Chen, that guy really is scared, but if he doesn't come, then the bet will be ours."
Zhang Yuntao was overjoyed, counting the seconds eagerly. 3, 2, 1. We. Just as Zhang Yuntao was about to declare their victory in the bet, Jiang Chen appeared just in time, walking into the line.
"It's a pity, I have disappointed you, but I have arrived."
Ding ling ling.
At the same time, the bell signaling the start of the selection process rang immediately.
Jiang Chen, you guy, finally arrived.
Many students, including Xiao Qingyue, were overjoyed to see Jiang Chen arrive just in time.
Jiang Chen walked straight to the front and looked directly into Lu Ruoyan's eyes. "What's wrong? Now you don't even have the courage to face me in battle? Do you just want to rely on this kind of luck to become the winner of the bet?"
Lu Ruoyan's eyes were cold, and the red lips under the black veil curled into a dangerous arc. "Today, in front of everyone, I will stomp your pride, your self-respect, and everything you have under my feet. Jiang Chen, I am destined to be someone far beyond your reach, someone you will have to look up to for the rest of your life."
The one who is relying on luck should be you. Is that so?
Jiang Chen did not respond, but his eyes burst with an incredibly brilliant light, like an invisible sword, stabbing into Lu Ruoyan's heart. "I truly feel sorry for you, still immersed in the world of your own imagination," Jiang Chen said coldly, "but it's alright, soon, I will help you see reality." The two were at odds, their gazes clashing, as if countless sparks exploded between them.
Everyone around them fell silent, even their breaths becoming tense.
"Now, I announce, the 135th selection of Yunjing First High School has officially begun."
Bang!
At that moment, a grand salute exploded in the air, signaling the official start of the selection.
Jiang Chen and Lu Ruoyan then withdrew their gazes. Guliolu. Around them, someone swallowed nervously, and everyone suddenly relaxed. The momentum that had erupted between Jiang Chen and Lu Ruoyan had given them an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if the earth itself were about to collapse. It was suffocating. Even Du Lan, Hu Li, and Chen Junfeng were greatly surprised. The kind of pressure from the two of them, they had only seen in gamblers fighting for their lives. Frenzied, suffocating, yet filled with deadly danger. Interesting.
Hu Li looked at Jiang Chen and Lu Ruoyan with great interest. Just one glance, and she had a feeling that neither Jiang Chen nor Lu Ruoyan were easy opponents. Neither of them were simple characters. Alright, the selection has started, please everyone return to the stage to observe. Xiao Qingyue didn't want the students to be distracted by outside factors, so she asked Dulan and the others to return to the stage. Then, she led the students of Class 3 of Year 12 to the side. This time, a total of 20 senior classes from Yunjing First High School were participating in the selection, and Class 1, as the most outstanding class, was specially arranged to appear last. With this opportunity, she could give the students more time to prepare. Regarding the subjects of this selection, I've already explained them clearly. To avoid anyone forgetting, I will emphasize them once more. While waiting, Xiao Qingyue continued to explain, this selection is divided into 4 subjects: Beast Mastery Level, Strength, Speed, and Combat Ability. Chapter 70, Another Bronze 8-Star. Xiao Qingyue explained in detail, patiently. While speaking, her gaze kept returning to Jiang Chen and Lu Ruoyan, as if she couldn't stop worrying about them. Fortunately, although the two were on bad terms, they still understood the gravity of the selection, which was crucial for everyone's future development. They stood on opposite sides, ignoring each other. Xiao Qingyue finally let out a sigh of relief. She continued, the levels of beast mastery, strength, and speed will be determined by the final results of the instruments, so everyone need not be nervous. Just perform with your normal strength. As for combat ability, as long as you relax and perform at your normal level, I believe you all will achieve satisfactory results. When it came to combat ability, even she couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. The combat assessment would be done using the same kind of equipment used in the Beast Master Association's exams, and after wearing the special helmet. The student will enter a virtual world and fight against monster beasts. As for the evaluation standards of the test, they are quite simple. If a student applies to a regular school, they only need to defeat a monster beast of a similar level to their own beast. The results will be comprehensively calculated based on the time it takes to pass, the reaction in battle, and other factors. The examiners will give different scores. In recent years, this subject's evaluation has become crucial, accounting for 50% of the overall score. For most students, this test is also the hardest. Although senior year students have undergone special training, at this moment, Xiao Qingyue still felt a bit nervous. To go further is to open the vast skies, but to step back is to blend in with the crowd. To exaggerate, this is about the future of every student, so she cannot afford to be careless. At this point, as Xiao Qingyue explained and continuously encouraged, the senior class students nodded frequently. Deep inside, they could not help but be infected by the serious atmosphere around them, becoming nervous. While Xiao Qingyue worked on the students' mindset, the selection process officially began. The senior class students took turns to step up, undergoing tests in 3 subjects: beast level, strength, and speed. During this process, a few students performed exceptionally well, raising their beasts to the rank of Battle Servant 5-star, which was impressive. They gained the attention of some small factions. However, overall, the results were not ideal. Many students only raised their beasts to Battle Servant 3-star. Just enough to pass. As for the practical combat test, a separate space was specially arranged. There were about 60 to 70 devices placed around, and students put on special helmets to enter a simulated battlefield. At the same time, the students' performance would be recorded on a special display monitor, transmitting various data that the examiners would track. The selection process was in full swing, and after more than 3 hours, all classes, except for the senior class, had completed their tests. The senior students from Yunjiang No. 1 High School stood by the sidelines, many of them with smiles on their faces, clearly satisfied with the performance of their students. At this stage of the selection, many people were beginning to feel tired. However, no one left. Their eyes were blazing, and they became even more focused. They all looked at the spot where the senior class was located. Everyone understood that the main event was about to begin. Including Dulan, Huli, Chen Junfeng, and other mentors from the 5 top academies, all of them were the same. Their eyes were all focused on Jiang Chen, full of expectation. Next, please have all students from Senior Class 1 enter. The loudspeaker announced. Xiao Qingyue clenched her fist and swung her arm down heavily. Go for it. The students from Senior Class 1 lined up and walked in an orderly fashion to the testing instruments. Faced with such a grand selection, many students were a bit lost. Jiang Chen, however, remained calm and led the way. Roar! The little wolf let out a long howl and appeared in everyone's sight. What a handsome snow wolf! Looking at it, it must at least be an elite-level beast. In just a month, he's raised his beast to the elite level. Truly, a person with S-level beast mastery talent. As soon as it appeared, the little wolf earned loud cheers from the crowd. The atmosphere around them was instantly ignited. Even Jiang Chen received countless flowers and applause. Compared to a few days ago, the little wolf had grown quite a bit, now almost as tall as Jiang Chen when standing. The sky-blue fur on its mane fluttered in the wind, making it appear even more majestic. Examinee Jiang Chen, please test the beast's level.
Standing in front of a complex machine, with soul power flowing in circuits like electricity, one of the examiners had a serious expression. He looked at Jiang Chen.
In his eyes, a strong sense of anticipation also rose. By this point in the selection, the best performing student had only managed to cultivate a beast to a battle servant level of 6 stars, and he was very eager to see Jiang Chen's performance.
Little wolf, go ahead. Jiang Chen nodded. The little wolf walked confidently, stepping into the instrument.
Then, under the incredulous gaze of the examiner, a line of information appeared above the instrument.
Candidate, Jiang Chen. Rank, Bronze 8-star Beast Tamer. Beast, Ice Snow Wolf King. Beast rank, Elite Level 8-star. Final score, S. In an instant, the entire room erupted. Bronze 8-star Beast Tamer. Elite Level 8-star Beast. My goodness, I can't be dreaming, can I? With this level of skill, even first and second year freshmen in major academies wouldn't be any different.
Most people stood up in disbelief, staring at the words displayed on the instrument, unable to calm down for a long time.
This kid is ridiculously talented. Even on the stage, Ji Xia's eyes were filled with an unspeakable look of shock.
Du Lan, Hu Li, and Chen Juanfeng's eyes also sparkled with surprise. To reach this level in such a short time showed just how talented Jiang Chen was. Especially Du Lan, who clearly remembered that during the banquet, Little Wolf was only an elite level 1-star. In such a short time, it had already advanced to elite level 8-star.
In terms of beast cultivation speed, Jiang Chen was no less impressive than any student in Juke Academy. In fact, he might even be stronger.
Among the crowd, only Jiang Chen himself remained calm.
The improvement in the bloodline power made Little Wolf's rank soar, advancing by 3 levels.
Jiang Chen was confident that, barring any accidents, his achievements would definitely make him the undisputed top student in Yunjiang and even Hanya, the national champion. However, soon, another round of astonished exclamations erupted from around him. Jiang Chen turned his head and saw, to his left, the instrument showing the test results for Lu Ruoyan, who stood there with an indifferent expression.
The results on the instrument were clearly displayed. Candidate, Lu Ruoyan. Rank, Bronze 8-star Beast Tamer. Beast, Black Soul Beast. Beast rank, Elite Level 8-star. Final score, S. Bronze 8-star. Another Bronze 8-star Beast Tamer. Chapter 71, Strong? My wolf strike shattered the testing device.
In an instant, everyone in the room stood up excitedly, creating a cacophony. No one had expected that, after Jiang Chen, another Bronze 8-star Beast Tamer would emerge from Yunjiang No. 1 High School, cultivating an elite level 8-star beast. This was undoubtedly astonishing.
Everyone was in a frenzy.
In previous years, it was already rare to see an elite level beast tamer, let alone 2 appearing one after the other. The shock was as great as if Mars had crashed into the Earth.
Yunjiang No. 1 High School is going to shine this time. 2 geniuses in one class.
No wonder the class teacher, Xiao Qingyue, was allowed special permission for field training. She must have known about the talents of these 2 prodigies. Truly worthy of being Yunjiang No. 1's most outstanding teacher, to have educated such rare and unparalleled geniuses.
Everyone marveled, and the atmosphere around them instantly reached its peak.
Even some who had been half asleep and bored with the repetitive selection process stood up straight, their sleepiness gone. Amidst the waves of praise, even Xiao Qingyue felt a bit dizzy, with a sense of unreality. It was one thing for Jiang Chen to cultivate his beast to such a level. But as for Lu Ruoyan, Xiao Qingyue knew her inside out. She had even had her special training qualification revoked, and yet she had contracted the most useless black soul beast. How did she improve so quickly? Xiao Qingyue frowned, and instead of feeling any joy, there was a deep sense of worry in her eyes.
Like Xiao Qingyue, Jiang Chen too stared at Lu Ruoyan in disbelief.
Down to earth, putting in the effort day after day, the materials consumed are beyond what most people can imagine. Dragon's Saliva Stone, 5-colored soul flowers, high-level evolution source crystals, magical beast crystal cores, and countless other materials of all sizes. Up until today, the materials Mr. Jiang prepared for him have almost run out. Even so, the little wolf is still just an elite level 8-star. Yet, Lu Ruoyan, who has nothing, has managed, in such a short time, to cultivate the black soul beast to this extent. He would be lying if he said he wasn't surprised.
This woman, is she willing to risk everything, to fight to the death?
Jiang Chen looked at Lu Ruoyan, her eyes at times sharp, at times fierce like a wild beast, thinking deeply. He quickly realized, no wonder Lu Ruoyan seemed like a completely different person, even wearing a veil. It must be because she spared no cost to raise the black soul beast's level, and the backlash from the demonic aura was so overwhelming that it even affected her own self. At times, she seemed human, at other times, like a demon. In order to beat me, she really is willing to go all out.
Jiang Chen smiled. It was unclear whether it was sarcasm or sympathy. But Lu Ruoyan paid no attention to that.
Her eyes, a mix of clarity and muddiness, fixed intently on Jiang Chen.
Why? I've given everything. And still, I can only share an equal outcome with this dam.
She screamed wildly inside her heart. Although she and Jiang Chen both received an S rating in the final evaluation,
Lu Ruyan was deeply dissatisfied with this result.
Over these past 3 days, she had spared no expense, doing everything she could to enhance the Black Soul Beast's strength.
Even suffering severe backlash from the demonic aura, greatly affecting, and even eroding her body and soul, she didn't care.
But in the end, she could only achieve a result that was on par with Jiang Chen.
She could not accept it.
Her eyes were cold, her heart filled with endless resentment.
Bastard, this is only the tip of the iceberg of my strength. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth, unwilling to accept, and retreated. Do you think this is all my strength? Jiang Chen sneered and also stepped back.
The test subjects were still continuing. But with Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan's astonishing performances, the students who followed them seemed dull in comparison, and the crowd lost interest. Even Jiang Yuntao, who became a bronze-level beast tamer and raised the palm bear to elite level 1 star, received little attention.
Soon, the first subject's test ended. The strength test began. Once again, it was a strange-looking device.
The strength test device was much larger, with an additional force measuring plate. As long as the beast tamer's creature attacked the plate with full force, the strength would be displayed, and a score would be calculated.
I'll go first.
This time, Lu Ruyan stepped forward without hesitation, taking the lead. The Black Soul Beast walked up to the strength test device.
Roar! Without hesitation, Lu Ruyan activated her soul power, displaying the Black Soul Beast's 8-armed demon battle stance.
The Black Soul Beast swaggered up, slightly sideways, gathering strength, with 4 arms in front on the left, and 4 arms behind on the right.
Boom! With immense force, the 4 fists slammed onto the force plate, and the entire device visibly shook violently.
The numbers on the device skyrocketed, from 1, rising rapidly to 300, 500, 1000, 2000.
Until finally, it directly turned into a series of?
The examiner in charge beside the device had a look of horror in his eyes. The force measuring device used in the selection was the lowest grade, designed to withstand up to 2,000 pounds of force, the maximum limit for normal elite-level beast tamers. Once the force exceeded this threshold, the device would show a series of question marks, indicating it had surpassed its maximum capacity. He thought for a moment, then announced loudly, Candidate Lu Ruyan, Beast Taming Strength Evaluation S.
So strong. Everyone present looked at the Black Soul Beast's powerful punch. No one could help but gasp quietly. It is no exaggeration to say that the Black Soul Beast's punch could instantly kill 99.9% of the candidates from Yunjiang No. 1 High School.
Lu Ruyan's lead is no trivial matter. In fact, some even compared her to Jiang Chen, seemingly creating a sense of balance between them.
Strong?
Hearing the admiration from those around, Jiang Chen grinned, "Little wolf, it's time to show your true power." While everyone was still immersed in Lu Ruyan's perfect performance, Jiang Chen and Little Wolf stood before the power measuring instrument.
Roar!
Little Wolf let out a low growl, slightly crouching down to gather strength.
Then, it suddenly sprang up. Bang! Boom! Boom! Without any warning, a deafening explosion echoed throughout the training ground.
Everyone turned their heads, only to see that at some point, a power measuring instrument uncontrollably flew out and hit the ground heavily, shattering into pieces. That instrument, capable of withstanding a full blow from an average warrior-level beast master, actually cracked under Little Wolf's one claw.
The impact was far more terrifying than the series of question marks created by the Black Soul Beast.
With just this one strike, the victor and the vanquished were clearly defined.
Gulp!
Looking at the tragic fate of the power measuring instrument, many found it hard to swallow, losing their ability to speak in an instant.
Silence.
A silence as dead as a grave. The whole place was quiet, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard.
Chapter 72, These Two. Our academy must have them.
The Black Soul Beast's performance could already be called stunning, with power exceeding the maximum threshold measurable by the device.
But Little Wolf's performance was even more astonishing. The power measuring instrument was completely blown apart.
This was a historic first in the selection history of the entire Hanwha Advanced Academy, extremely shocking.
S-Class is indeed S-Class.
I heard that the bloodline of that Little Wolf King is at the Lord level. Does this really reflect the power a Lord level beast should have? With such performance, at this age, I'm afraid no one in Hanwha can match it. The dragon emerges from the sea, the rivers and lakes are peaceful. Is it possible for Yunjiang to truly see a real dragon?
The crowd's exclamations nearly drowned out the entire training ground.
If the power display of the Black Soul Beast was terrifying and few could match it,
then Little Wolf's performance was a singular brilliance, unmatched and utterly dominating.
There was simply no other like it in the entire Hanwha, truly exceptional. It could be said to have no predecessors and it would be hard to have successors.
Of course, because Little Wolf's performance was so overwhelming, it made things difficult for the examiners.
The selection was temporarily paused as all the examiners gathered together to discuss what kind of score to give Jiang Chen.
After some discussion, they each dispersed, finally coming to a conclusion. A chief examiner stepped forward and announced loudly, "Candidate Jiang Chen, final score, yes."
As soon as the words fell, a chorus of questioning boos arose from those around.
What? The power measuring instrument was blown apart, and the score is only S? This is unreasonable. Exactly. From what I see, giving an SSSS would not be an exaggeration.
You don't understand, the examiners are all distinguished teachers from major universities, and they surely have their own considerations. Many were indignant, feeling that Jiang Chen's score in the power subject should be higher than this.
There were also many who felt that the score given by the examiners made sense in its own way. The two viewpoints caused endless debates.
Jiang Chen stood in the middle, listening to the discussions around him, feeling no excess thoughts in his heart. Indeed, if it were a usual day, with Little Wolf's powerful performance, the evaluation would certainly not stop here. But this was during the academy selection, and the highest score was S.
Even if the examiners were astonished by Little Wolf's performance, the highest score could only be this. Otherwise, would they give him extra points just for him? That is unrealistic. Damn it! Lu Ruyan looked at the shattered measuring instrument, her face dark throughout. Receiving the same S score.
She knew clearly in her heart that compared to Jiang Chen, her perfect score seemed meaningless.
This was completely contrary to her initial intention of being the first to test. Not only did she fail to draw attention with the Black Soul Beast and overshadow Jiang Chen, but it also made the Little Wolf's strength stand out even more. Again!
She was unwilling to accept it, so she took the Black Soul Beast to the speed tester in advance.
Before the examiner could announce the start, the Black Soul Beast turned into a black line and instantly appeared over 100 meters away. As expected, without any surprise, the numbers on the testing machine showed a series of.
The Black Soul Beast's speed once again surpassed the threshold of the speed tester. Lu Ruyan raised her eyebrows, turned to look at Jiang Chen, her eyes full of provocation. Seeing this, all the examiners looked at each other.
According to the rules, since the start was not announced, Lu Ruyan's result this time did not comply and should not be counted. But the series of question marks made them hesitate.
In the end, the chief examiner made a decision: I will personally handle the remaining subjects for these two students.
You continue the selection process for the other students in an orderly manner.
He was flexible and wanted to see what kind of level Lu Ruyan and Jiang Chen could ultimately reach. After giving instructions to the others, seeing Jiang Chen also walking towards the speed tester with the Little Wolf, ready to compete with Lu Ruyan, he said in a deep voice, "Candidate Jiang Chen, please begin the speed test."
Jiang Chen nodded. Then, the Little Wolf stood at the starting line of the 100-meter track. With a whoosh, like an arrow leaving the bow, a shadow flashed by. The crowd saw a flash, unable to catch the Little Wolf's movement, and even a phantom shadow remained where the Little Wolf had been, as its figure appeared over 100 meters away. Immediately, the testing device displayed another series of question marks. It broke the speed tester's limit again. The crowd exclaimed. Although they had anticipated this, seeing the rivalry between Lu Ruyan and Jiang Chen still made them stare in shock. So, whose speed is faster? Unanimously, this question appeared in everyone's mind. Speed tests, compared to strength tests, don't have such an obvious feeling. From the naked eye, most people had difficulty distinguishing which of the Black Soul Beast and the Little Wolf was faster. Teacher. Jixia furrowed her brows and looked at Dulan with a curious gaze, finding it hard to judge. Before Dulan could speak, Huli, with a voice full of uncontrollable excitement, said, "That Little Wolf's speed is as high as 120 meters per second. That girl's Black Soul Beast is also impressive, with a speed of 100 meters per second." With this, the contest between the Little Wolf and the Black Soul Beast was decided. So, it's Jiang Chen who won. Jixia smiled brightly, feeling extremely happy inside. Even though the speed difference between the Little Wolf and the Black Soul Beast was only 20 meters per second. It's widely known that in terms of speed, even a 1 or 2 meter per second difference can be a huge gap. It could be said that Jiang Chen and the Little Wolf had achieved another crushing victory. As for Huli, Shen Junfeng, and even the students from the two top universities who had come with them, their focus was different from Jixia's. Such terrifying talent. A powerful beast master. 100 meters per second is exactly the highest speed an ordinary elite-level beast master can achieve. Whether it's the Little Wolf or the Black Soul Beast, neither has reached the elite 9-star level, yet they can show strength far beyond elite level. They could see huge potential in both Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan. These two, I want them both for the Xuanwu Academy. Seeing this, Huli understood Jiang Chen's talent clearly, and even Lu Ruyan impressed her. She boldly declared on the spot that she would recruit both Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan into Xuanwu Academy. Both? Shen Junfeng glanced slightly sideways, somewhat displeased. Mentor whose appetite is simply too big. Unfortunately, these two, our White Tiger Academy is also determined to win. He did not back down at all, speaking with the same domineering tone. The moment their eyes met, sparks flickered in their depths. And, the tension only grew stronger. Neither of them would give in. Both had the stance of burning their boats. Regardless of anything else, just Zhang Chen and Lu Ruyan's performance in the first three subjects alone was enough to earn their respect. In all of Hanxia, it was almost impossible to find two such talents. But at this moment, Duran smiled slightly and spoke, "There's no need for you two to argue. In any case, that boy Zhang Chen, our Vermilion Bird Academy has already decided to take him." Chapter 73, the final subject. Instant kill. Still instant kill. Duran staying silent was fine, but once she spoke, Hu Li and Chen Junfeng instantly shifted their gazes, forming a united front. Anyone could see that if there was truly a comparison to be made, compared to Lu Ruyan, Zhang Chen was definitely the more outstanding one. And the moment Duran spoke, she intended to snatch away the best student. How could Hu Li and Chen Junfeng tolerate that? "Duran, I never expected you to have the biggest appetite of all." Hu Li looked at Duran with disdain, constantly curling her lips. Her gaze toward Duran also carried an obvious hostility. She was just short of saying, "Does your Vermilion Bird Academy even deserve this?" Chen Junfeng was a bit more polite. "Dean Du, only in our White Tiger Academy can this excellent seedling be nurtured to its full potential and talent." However, between the lines, there was still an obvious disdain for Duran and the Vermilion Bird Academy. It wasn't that he looked down on Vermilion Bird Academy, but he genuinely believed that if Zhang Chen really went there, it would ruin his future. Indeed, the 5 Supreme Academies had always held an exalted status, standing above many prestigious institutions. But outsiders didn't know that even among the supreme ones, there were gaps. Take White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird Academies, for example. In the annual academic exchanges, Vermilion Bird Academy was always the one at the bottom. While White Tiger Academy and Black Tortoise Academy might not match the top 2 in rankings, they were always in fierce competition for 3rd and 4th place. Even without talking about rankings, in terms of resources, campus facilities, and environment, Vermilion Bird Academy was far inferior to them. If not for the deep-rooted prestige of the 5 Supreme Academies, passed down for 1,000 years, given Vermilion Bird Academy's recent performance, it would have been removed long ago. They never said it out loud, but in their hearts, they always felt that there were only 4 true Supreme Academies left. As for Vermilion Bird Academy, could it even be considered supreme? That was why, from beginning to end, Hu Li and Chen Junfeng never took Vermilion Bird Academy seriously, nor did they see Duran as a competitor. Duran could see their contempt, but she was used to the other 4 Supreme Academies looking down on them with prejudice. She didn't react too emotionally. She silently pressed down Jixia, who was red-faced and eager to argue, smiled faintly, shook her head, and said nothing more, hiding her achievements and fame. Zhang Chen had already accepted her direct admission offer. He was destined to be a student of Vermilion Bird Academy. As for Hu Li and Chen Junfeng, let them fight if they wanted. She was happy to watch the show. Seeing that Duran sensibly chose to remain silent, Hu Li and Chen Junfeng finally let it go. But the next moment, they turned their heads and started quarreling again, arguing fiercely over the future of Zhang Chen and Lu Ruyan. At this moment, Zhang Chen and Lu Ruyan achieved an S-rank perfect score once again in the speed test subject. Now, the final subject arrived, combat ability test. As they stood before the testing machine, neither of them wasted a single extra word. They put on their helmets and connected to the machine. Above the machine, their figures in the virtual battlefield were immediately projected. It has begun. The most important subject. Level, Strength. Speed, this is the basic ability of Beast Masters. To determine the strength of a Beast Master, practical combat ability is the most important. The excellence of a Beast Master is also closely related to the practical combat ability of the Beast. Everyone's spirits were lifted. They all sat up straight, fully focused, afraid of missing any exciting moments. For a moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Zhang Chen and Lu Ruyan, all eyes were on them. In the 2 projections, the figures of Zhang Chen and Lu Ruyan appeared one after another. This test subject was quite different from the examination in the Beast Master Guild. As the scene in front of Zhang Chen cleared, an elite level 8-star blood-sucking mantis, over a meter tall, appeared 100 meters away. Little Wolf. Zhang Chen was familiar with the process. With a thought, Little Wolf appeared in front of him, leaping forward violently. SSSS. In the next second, a deep claw mark appeared on the blood-sucking mantis's head, cold air condensed. It instantly disappeared. Is this over? Everyone was stunned. They had all geared up, expecting an exciting battle. But they never imagined that before it even began, it was already over. Instant kill. Against a beast of the same level, Little Wolf was overwhelmingly strong. Bang!
At the same time, in another image, the Black Soul Beast displayed the combat stance of the 8-armed fierce demon, with 8 arms hanging over its head, violently tearing the same elite level 8-star blood-sucking mantis in half. One could imagine, if this were a real battle, there would surely be a bloodbath, the scene would be gory. It was unclear if they had discussed it beforehand or if they just had perfect tacit understanding. After instantly killing the blood-sucking mantis, Zhang Chen and Lu Ruoyan had already completed the ability demonstration section with full marks. But neither of them showed any signs of stopping, still standing in the virtual battlefield. Then, an elite level 9-star beast, the Flame Demon Lion, appeared. SSSS. Bang! The Black Soul Beast, Little Wolf, moved at the same time. Instant kill. Then, a stronger elite level 9-star magical beast, the Blood Pupil's Poisonous Snake, appeared. SSSS. Bang! Instant kill. Still instant kill. In the virtual battlefield, Little Wolf and the Black Soul Beast moved swiftly and decisively, instantly killing one elite level 9-star beast after another. All were one-hit kills. Watching as the magical beasts respawned and seeing Little Wolf and the Black Soul Beast crush and kill them with ease. Everyone's excitement was uncontrollable, cheers like a roaring sea echoed throughout the training hall. Such a thrilling battle, many older women felt like their years of menstrual irregularities had finally become smooth. The chief examiner watched the battles on both virtual battlefields, feeling the rising emotions of the crowd around him reaching a peak. He also felt it himself. After taking a deep breath, he pressed a special button on the testing devices of Zhang Chen and Lu Ruoyan. Then, small text appeared above both battlefields. Candidate Zhang Chen. Kills, 7. Candidate Lu Ruoyan. Kills, 6. As soon as the kill count appeared, it began to jump wildly, 7, 8, 9, 10. 6, 7, 8, 9. It was like everyone's hearts were pounding, rising higher and higher. Zhang Chen and Lu Ruoyan also saw the kill count record in the virtual battlefield at the same time. Looks like everyone is having fun. Zhang Chen smiled helplessly. He knew very well that this was done intentionally by the examiner. He wanted to see who would come out on top between Little Wolf and the Black Soul Beast. Otherwise, this section would have ended when Little Wolf killed the blood-sucking mantis. Since it's like this, let the cheers get even louder. Zhang Chen shouted, and Little Wolf became even more excited. Although he couldn't see the situation outside the virtual battlefield, he could still hear the continuous, excited, and enthusiastic shouts from outside. It made him feel a surge of blood and excitement. As the kill count appeared, Lu Ruoyan also understood the examiner's intention. However, unlike Zhang Chen's calm, she had a frosty expression, not daring to relax for even a moment. For her, it was also a contest with Zhang Chen. I absolutely cannot lose. Chapter 74, Want to play tricks? Then fight. To be precise, whether it was Zhang Chen or Lu Ruoyan, this contest had already begun from the selection start. The kill points surged upwards at an astonishing speed, even breaking into 3 digits. Everyone watched with blood boiling. The repeated quick kills by Little Wolf and Black Soul Beast were a wonderful experience many had never felt in their lives. It was a clean sweep, simply exhilarating. Even just watching from afar, they involuntarily immersed themselves in it, feeling particularly wonderful. It is worth mentioning that although the monsters and beasts appearing in the virtual battlefield could reach no higher than elite level 9 stars, they were all limited to 1 at a time. Every time, they couldn't escape being quickly killed by Little Wolf and Black Soul Beast. However, since entering the virtual battlefield, Little Wolf had consistently maintained a leading edge in kill count. No matter how Lu Ruoyan urged Black Soul Beast, it was hard to catch up with Little Wolf's overwhelming lead. As time passed, the gap in kill count between Little Wolf and Black Soul Beast continued to widen, about to exceed 2 digits. The crowd outside instinctively read the numbers behind the kill count, their emotions surging. 182. 173. Finally. As Little Wolf's kill count led by more than 2 digits, a deafening cheer erupted around. At that moment, for some reason, the constantly changing kill count completely froze. Why did it stop? The crowd felt puzzled, not understanding what was happening. Wow, when did those students from Class 1 finish the last subject? A loud voice rang out in the crowd. Only at that moment did people realize that the remaining members of Class 1 had retreated outside the assessment area without anyone noticing. Some were dejected, while others awaited joyfully, having completed all subjects of the selection. Standing in front of a pile of instruments were only Zhang Chen and Lu Ruoyan, both seemingly at a loss. The assessment is over. The chief examiner looked at Zhang Chen and Lu Ruoyan with helplessness. He could see that if he allowed the two to stay like this, even when it got dark, they wouldn't stop. Out of desperation, he had to close the instrument, forcing Zhang Chen and Lu Ruoyan to exit the virtual battlefield. No. I can definitely surpass him. Lu Ruoyan's eyes were cold and frightening, standing still without moving. she was already blinded by rage. She had to determine a win or loss with Jiang Chen in this final subject.
Surpass him? The chief examiner was somewhat displeased. Isn't the win or loss already very clear?
It was obvious to anyone with eyes that if they continued, Little Wolf's kill count would only increase, and the gap with Black Soul Beast would only grow larger. Moreover, in the first 3 subjects, aside from the beast taming level, Black Soul Beast had not performed anywhere near as well as Little Wolf. He had already seen the results he wanted, believing that whether it was the exam room or the spectators, many had seen it clearly. There was no need to continue.
Losing is losing, what? Do you still want to play tricks?
Jiang Chen looked at Lu Ruyan lightly, a coldness deep in his eyes that could freeze June's scorching sun. Fulfill the bet.
I haven't lost. Lu Ruyan shouted hoarsely.
She denied this fact without a second thought.
She lost? Or lost in the contest with Jiang Chen? How could that be?
Since her rebirth, she had exerted great effort to overpower Jiang Chen, not just concerning the bet, but also tied to a deep-seated obsession within her heart. It was a complete conclusion to all past matters. As she recognized that everything in the past could only exist because of Jiang Chen, this obsession grew deeper. It tortured her day by day, ravaging her body and mind, tormenting her soul.
For her, it has already become a kind of obsession. She must prove it. And tell everyone. Even without Jiang Chen, Lu Ruyan can still march forward boldly. She is not anyone's subordinate. She abandoned Jiang Chen, and the choice to exchange beasts is certainly not wrong. She, Lu Ruyan, will never again be the person who was suppressed by Jiang Chen and unable to lift her head. How could I lose? How could I lose? How could I once again be robbed of my own brilliance by you? Lu Ruyan roared 3 times in succession, unwilling, angry, wronged, all negative emotions were vented. She gathered all her strength, raised her hand and pointed at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. I am the most outstanding beast master in Hanxia. Right here. Today. I will use my absolute strength to prove all of this. Lu Ruyan seemed almost insane. The Black Soul Beast's fierce light appeared, and the 8-armed fierce demon battle state was instantly activated, claws out, eager to strike. Seeing Lu Ruyan and the Black Soul Beast in their life and death stance, the chief examiner was startled. The selection had already ended, and there was no real combat section in the rules of the selection. It wasn't just him, many people were very curious when they saw Lu Ruyan and Jiang Chen still standing there without leaving the stage. Didn't the selection end? Why are they still standing there? Something's wrong. I think that girl is about to fight? Fight? What kind of fight? Everyone's curious gaze bounced back and forth between Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan. Seeing the Black Soul Beast's battle stance activated, they became more spirited. Is this the personal grudge the child mentioned before? Only Du Lan's eyes gleamed brightly, seemingly deep in thought. Ji Xia pouted, looking displeased. This still dares to keep staring at that woman. She was filled with jealousy. But at that moment, Du Lan slowly stood up. Teacher. In Ji Xiao's confused gaze, Du Lan slowly walked into the arena, seemingly negotiating with the chief examiner. The chief examiner laughed bitterly, looking quite troubled. In the end, he still compromised, walking with Du Lan to the edge of the stage and quickly having the instruments used for the selection removed, clearing a large space for Jiang Chen. What are they going to do? Seeing the examiners busily moving around, the people in the stands were somewhat confused. Feel free to showcase your talent, don't worry. Until Du Lan's voice spread throughout the training hall and he gave Jiang Chen a reassuring glance. At that moment, the entire training hall exploded. They're actually going to fight. They immediately understood why Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan hadn't moved yet. They were about to settle it once and for all. This was far more interesting than the selection subjects. Everyone became excited, eagerly watching Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan. In a daze, the entire training hall seemed to turn into an arena. The fighting spirit was loud, the drums of war thundered. The hardest part of you is indeed your mouth. Jiang Chen looked coldly at Lu Ruyan, full of disdain. The little wolf understood, baring its teeth, crouching down, ready to strike. Then let's fight. Chapter 75, One-Sided Crushing. Jiang Chen roared loudly, his voice shaking the world. The raging fighting spirit was like the hottest flame in the world, burning everything. He knew that Lu Ruyan wouldn't give up until she reached her limit, and he understood that she wouldn't easily fulfill the bet. This battle, he had been waiting for a long time. All along, he had been looking forward to this moment. Wasn't Lu Ruyan trying to crush him? Wasn't she trying to prove herself under the gaze of everyone? Wasn't she trying to make those calculated choices? He wanted to defeat her when she was at her most proud, most confident, and most crazy. He would sink her into the abyss. Experience the pain of decaying and withering alone in an abandoned corner. Jiang Chen was more serious than ever. All the past things appeared in his mind, and they all turned into the high-pitched roar of the little wolf. Roar!
The little wolf's eyes were cold as if it felt the boundless anger in Jiang Chen's heart.
The wolf's claws deeply embedded into the ground.
Screech! A horrifying scratch was drawn.
Jiang Chen, fighting me will be the last glory of your life.
Lu Ruyan spoke each word coldly. I will step on you, and walk towards the Supreme Beastmaster Hall.
Roar! Bang bang bang!
The black soul beast, like a raging gorilla, slammed its 8 arms fiercely against its chest, exposing its sharp fangs.
Without hesitation, both the little wolf and the black soul beast moved at the same time.
The little wolf sprinted forward, its claws exuding an oppressive coldness. The black soul beast's steps were heavy, and each footstep left a deep, muffled thud. In the blink of an eye, the two beast masters clashed together. The little wolf struck with a fierce claw, while the black soul beast raised its heavy fist to strike back.
Bang!
A muffled sound spread as they collided violently, their eyes filled with ferocity, just a few centimeters apart, staring each other down. After a brief standoff, the black soul beast was eventually overwhelmed by the little wolf and staggered back, its steps heavy as it retreated over 10 meters.
It roared in rage. Black magic. Furious heavy punch. Lu Ruyan issued the command. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in the black soul beast's eyes, making it look even more ferocious. Hoo hoo hoo.
It clenched its fists, swinging its 8 arms wildly back and forth, creating afterimages.
Ice claw. Jiang Chen didn't retreat, urging the little wolf to charge forward with force. Roar.
Seeing the black soul beast's fists coming in quickly, the little wolf's eyes were full of disdain.
Its body flickered, leaping above the black soul beast, and with immense force, it struck down with a claw.
The chilling temperature froze the air into tiny shards of ice, which fell to the ground.
Boom!
At the moment the wolf's claws met the heavy fist, the black soul beast froze in place. Then, a visible frost began to form on one of its arms.
However, that frost power was extremely aggressive.
Like a spark, it spread rapidly, freezing its entire arm in an instant.
Next came the second arm, then the third, and the fourth.
The little wolf continued attacking, and even though the black soul beast was fighting back with all its might, its speed was no match for the little wolf's. Its heavy fists all missed, and even 4 of its arms had been frozen. Lu Ruyan's face darkened, her lips nearly bleeding from clenching them. Fall back.
Seeing the situation was dire, she immediately ordered a retreat.
The black soul beast reacted fairly quickly. Enduring the intense pain in its arms, it howled and slammed its fist down to force the little wolf back before rapidly pulling away.
Bingling.
Just as everyone thought the black soul beast had escaped disaster, the little wolf's figure flashed and appeared like a ghost beside it. In the blink of an eye, the 4 arms of the black soul beast, frozen solid, exploded into chunks of ice, scattering across the ground.
Hiss. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp in awe.
An elite 8-star beast master's control over the power of ice could reach such a level, even freezing the enemy's body. It was truly eye-opening. No one doubted that with a few more claws, the black soul beast would surely turn into an ice sculpture. Lu Ruyan also knew the little wolf's power, and after the black soul beast had withdrawn from battle, she dared not let it approach the little wolf again. Her brows furrowed into a shape, her mind troubled.
Deep down, she was quite shocked that Jiang Chen had trained the little wolf to this extent in such a short time.
After the little wolf had disabled the black soul beast's 4 arms, it didn't rush to attack further. It walked calmly, leisurely retreating to Jiang Chen's side, as if seeking praise, and rubbed against his leg. Its sharp eyes remained on the black soul beast's movements, full of mockery. Such an opponent had already lost most of its appeal to it.
Too weak. For a moment, the battle suddenly quieted down.
The onlookers were still adjusting to the change. Sigh, the gap is just too big. 4 arms were crippled in just one exchange.
How can this fight even continue? That little wolf is a headache even for a silver-tier beastmaster. I don't think there's any need to keep fighting.
The crowd shook their heads and sighed. From the bottom of their hearts, they knew the black soul beast was not weak. But the little wolf was even stronger. The battle power the little wolf displayed was simply too overwhelming. Even if it wasn't Lu Ruyan, even if it were any other bronze tier, or even silver tier beastmaster, they wouldn't be confident in competing against Jiang Chen. Or rather, they wouldn't see even a sliver of hope. The little wolf could heavily injure the black soul beast with ease. To say it bluntly, this couldn't even be called a battle anymore. It was a complete crush. A one-sided domination. The crowd lost interest. What they had expected to be an extraordinary battle turned out to be a one-sided slaughter right from the first exchange. Many people had already gotten up, preparing to leave. Even Duran, old Master Jiang, and the others had lost interest in this fight. Among everyone present, only Jiang Chen remained standing there, coldly watching Lu Ruyan and the black soul beast.
Show me your true strength.
Jiang Chen said coldly, Lu Ruyan, if this is all you've got, I will truly look down on you. He patted the little wolf, whose tail was raised high and who seemed slightly impatient, gently calming it down. But in his heart, he was well aware that after all her meticulous planning, Lu Ruyan must have more tricks up her sleeve. This woman was like a venomous snake that could endure until her prey was trapped in a dead end before revealing her fangs. At any unexpected moment, she could deliver a fatal bite. Even today, Jiang Chen no longer had any lingering emotions for Lu Ruyan, but he remained constantly on guard against her. There was no denying that Lu Ruyan was deeply scheming, so much so that even he couldn't see through her sometimes. A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the ocean, impossible to predict. Behind a calm sea often lurked a storm of utter destruction. Look down on me? Lu Ruyan suddenly laughed. Even now, what right do you have to look down on me? She let out a furious roar. Jiang Chen's words seemed to have touched a nerve, making her entire presence feel twisted and deranged. Black demon, blood healing light. Her voice was hoarse, her low growl resembling a wounded beast. In the next moment, the black soul beast let out a sky-shaking roar. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A strange, unsettling sound echoed like flesh being crushed, fused, then crushed and fused again. A bloody glow appeared, and the four frozen and shattered arms of the black soul beast rapidly regenerated and healed. Not only that, but in this instant, the aura of the black soul beast surged explosively. Behind it, a pair of bone wings, formed entirely from white bones, tore through its flesh, blood dripping as they slowly spread open. Chapter 76, Lord Tier Bloodline. Black Soul Beast. L Lord Tier. This is a Lord Tier bloodline beast. Suddenly, Duran, Huli, and Shen Junfeng all sprang to their feet, eyes wide with shock. A sharp, nearly ear-piercing shriek from Huli echoed throughout the training ground. The crowd trembled, all staring in disbelief at the black soul beast, whose severed limbs had regrown and whose skeletal wings had emerged. Their faces were filled with shock. Lord Tier? But wasn't the black soul beast the lowest-ranked war servant bloodline beast? How could its bloodline advance to Lord Tier? And that limb regeneration ability, is that its innate skill? Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Could it be that this female student has found the perfect evolution path for the black soul beast? If that's truly the case, then this is an unprecedented achievement. If we can uncover the secret behind this, the entire Beastmaster world of Hanxia will be shaken to its core. The crowd was in utter disbelief. Even the representatives from the 3 Supreme Academies were so stunned they could barely speak. Everyone knew that the Black Soul Beast was universally recognized as the weakest beast. If Lu Ruyan's training path for the Black Soul Beast could be replicated, it can be imagined that in a short period of time, during this summer, a wave of absolute geniuses will erupt like a geyser. Many people were restless. If it weren't for Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan still battling, they would have already rushed over to question Lu Ruyan. TCH, a bunch of country bumpkins, making a big fuss over nothing. In the crowd, Jiang Yuntao looked smug. Seeing the shock in everyone's eyes, he spoke with disdain, but in his heart, he was overjoyed. It was as if all the amazement and praise belonged to him alone. Ha! Didn't that scare you to death? Ha ha ha! He burst into laughter, grinning so hard his mouth twisted as he looked toward Jiang Chen's direction. This was a surprise he and Lu Ruyan had specially prepared for Jiang Chen. He was absolutely certain that Jiang Chen must be terrified inside. On the side of the spectator stands, Li Biao was so excited it was as if he was on drugs, shouting wildly, S rank? A rank? So what if you have high talent? Old Zhang, can your boy raise a battle servant level beast's bloodline to lord level in such a short time, jumping 4 ranks? Come on. Keep arguing with me. Lu Ruyan's unexpected move had instantly helped him turn the tables. His eyes gleamed as he stared at Lu Ruyan's exquisite figure, greedily licking his lips. Such a rare beauty. The first lesson of becoming a woman in adulthood. She's mine. Li Biao's mind was filled with filthy thoughts, his eyes brimming with lust. Before he could act, he had already twitched a few times. Old Master Zhang's forehead wrinkled deeper. He had no time to care about Li Biao's shouts. Xiao Chen, he should be fine, right? He couldn't help but worry about Jiang Chen. Even though he didn't want to admit it, the woman he had always looked down upon, the one who had once bewitched Jiang Chen to the point of losing himself, Lu Ruyan, had indeed done something that would shock all of Hanxia. It was terrifying. The battle continued. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling a bit surprised. Lord level? To surpass me, you really have gone mad. His gaze was like a deep, bottomless cold lake, unreadable and mysterious. Now, he finally understood. Lu Ruyan had been wearing a black veil all along, definitely because she had endured severe demonic backlash while forcefully enhancing the Black Soul Beast's bloodline to this level. Interesting. He grinned, looking at Lu Ruyan, completely unfazed, his eyes filled with amusement. So this is your true strength? Lu Ruyan straightened her proud curves, her face full of arrogance. That's right. Jiang Chen. Are you ready to bow before me and embrace your defeat?
Seeing Lu Ruyan's confident expression, Jiang Chen shook his head and said lightly, "Defeat? Defeat has never been a part of my life.
My starting point has always been a place you all can only dream of reaching."
Jiang Chen paused for a moment, then his eyes shone brightly.
Staring straight into Lu Ruyan's eyes, his voice suddenly rose. "So tell me, using all your means just to barely make your black soul beast worthy of fighting my wolf, where do you get the confidence to think you can defeat me? Fight!" Without any more words, two thunderous war cries erupted at the same time.
Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan simultaneously issued battle commands to their beasts.
Roar! Roar! At the center of the arena, two streaks of blue and black shadows clashed in an instant.
The battle resumed. Boom! Boom! Boom!
In an instant, a series of deep, drum-like collision sounds exploded one after another. With every clash between the wolf and the black soul beast, the ground trembled violently, shaking again and again, creating an overwhelming momentum. Unlike the previous fights, with no more holding back, the black soul beast could now fight on equal footing with the wolf in direct combat. With each collision, both beasts were sent flying dozens of meters by the immense force of impact.
Then, they collided once again.
Lu Ruyan's eyes shone brightly with soul power. Without holding back, soul power surge. Her soul power was rapidly depleting, maintaining the black soul beast's strongest combat form, while unleashing her own unique A-level talent. Jiang Chen remained calm, unperturbed by the changes, and without hesitation, at the moment Lu Ruyan made her move, he shouted, "Wolf Dragon Blood Fury." At the same time, the little wolf and the black soul beast let out a wild and savage roar, their momentum surging rapidly. Their combat strength skyrocketed to an exaggerated level. Their speed was so fast that the human eye could no longer keep up with their movements. Only the sound of a collision, like an explosion, could be heard. Boom! Bang! Two blue and black shadows flashed by, like thunder strikes. Each time they passed, they left a deep pit on the ground.
In no time, the training arena's floor had become pockmarked and scattered, a complete mess.
The destructive power was so astounding that the spectators were left dumbfounded. Is this really a battle between elite beastmasters? It feels like even a battle between battle general level beastmasters would be hard to produce such a spectacle. Unconsciously, the same question appeared in everyone's mind. Whether it was the little wolf or the black soul beast, the combat power they unleashed was simply too terrifying. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they couldn't have imagined this was still just a battle between elite beastmasters. Look! That black soul beast is about to unleash its killing move. But at that moment, the continuous collisions suddenly stopped. Everyone turned their gaze toward the source of the sound, only to see that the black soul beast, after pulling back with a counterforce to create some distance, suddenly had a surge of dense dark light rise from its bone wings. Lu Ruyan's black hair fluttered without wind, and her cold, emotionless voice echoed, each word spoken clearly. Dark light, black wing slash. Roar! Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the black soul beast swung its bone wings. Its robust body slowly lifted into the air. As the dark power surged rapidly, a chilling glow began to cover its bone wings. At first glance, it seemed to have the sharpness of blades or swords. Tear it apart. When the dark power fully merged with the bone wings, Lu Ruyan waved her hand, and the black soul beast charged forward violently. Roar! It glided close to the ground, moving like a violent storm. The bone wings, when they slightly touched the ground, tore through the earth, leaving behind a smooth, gaping hole, shocking to the eyes. Is it finally time for the real battle? Jiang Chen's expression turned serious. Once the black soul beast fully revealed its fangs, he knew he had to take it seriously. Even the little wolf had stopped its earlier careless attitude and playful teasing. It bent its four limbs, concentrating its mental energy, watching every move of the black soul beast. Finally, when the black soul beast charged within a meter of it, the little wolf moved. Roar! The little wolf's limbs suddenly exerted force. The bone wing sliced through the air as it ran forward, adjusting its form slightly, barely dodging the deadly bone wings of the black soul beast. Then, the little wolf appeared behind the black soul beast, and in its wolfish eyes, an unprecedented cold light shone. Wolf strike! It was unleashed. The little wolf's figure flashed, like teleportation, and instantly appeared above the black soul beast. From above, it made a pouncing motion, and its claws suddenly slammed down. Boom! In an instant, dust and smoke filled the air. The ground cracked open, leaving a gap about 5 to 6 meters wide, stretching more than 10 meters. Little wolf! Ice spike assault! This time, Jiang Chen did not intend to give Lu Ruyan any chance. He quickly gave his command. Roar! The little wolf raised its head and howled. It lifted one wolf claw and slammed it forcefully into the ground. Boom! A strong wind blew. Upon closer inspection, one could see countless water molecules in the air condensing into ice flowers, floating gently in the air, like a dream. As the icy power within the little wolf surged like crazy, even the temperature in the entire training venue dropped rapidly, the cold piercing to the bone. Boom! 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 The sounds of 3 hard objects piercing the ground echoed successively. In the densest part of the dust and smoke, 3 ice spikes, each 3 meters long, intertwined at a triangular angle, slanted and penetrated the ground. Tick-tock! Tick-tock! As the ice spikes broke through the dust, it could be clearly seen that they were stained with bright blood. Drops of blood fell from the sharp tip of the ice spikes, dripping down to the ground. It dodged. Looking at the unharmed little wolf, many people's minds were blank. Dazed, shocked, confused, various emotions intertwined on their faces, extremely complex. The Black Soul Beast's killing move was indeed powerful. It can be said that 90% of the people present had no confidence in being able to cope. Not to mention, after the little wolf dodged the attack of the Black Soul Beast, it could still conduct a fierce counterattack. Although there was a lot of smoke obscuring their view, they still couldn't see the specific situation of the Black Soul Beast. But just by looking at the 3-meter-long ice spikes, with parts as wide as a bowl showing, they could imagine that this time, the Black Soul Beast, under the attack of the little wolf, was definitely severely wounded. Whether it could continue to fight was a big question. Still can't do it? Some people shook their heads and sighed, their eyes filled with undisguised disappointment. Indeed, from the very beginning, they knew Jiang Chen had to be stronger. But when Lu Ruyan completely showcased the strength of the Black Soul Beast, it surprised them to see that the Black Soul Beast had such great potential, able to astonishingly evolve its bloodline to the Lord level. Inevitably, a spark of hope ignited in their hearts once again. Hope that Lu Ruyan could create a miracle once more. Hope that the Black Soul Beast could rise against the odds and defeat the little wolf. The persistence of the weak. Hope in despair. A miracle that turns the tide. These matters always made people feel excited and passionate. But, unfortunately, even if it seemed like Lu Ruyan had exhausted all her strength, she was still helpless against Jiang Chen and the little wolf. And the more outstanding Lu Ruyan performed, the more it highlighted Jiang Chen's dazzling brilliance. Involuntarily, everyone's attention focused on the arena, on that slightly thin but radiating a resilience that could withstand wind and rain, the young man. Deeply attracted by him, it seemed even the strands of hair were shining. Standing tall like a mountain. At that moment, Jiang Chen seemed to truly become an insurmountable mountain, only to be looked up to, no one could surpass. A deep sense of helplessness, a profound sense of despair, like a calm deep sea, almost swallowed them whole. They could only sigh helplessly. Yet no one noticed that Lu Ruyan had been very quiet, standing still, quietly watching everyone. "Look, they always are like this," she said softly. "They always think I am not as good as you, always think I am a vassal, that as long as you are there, no one will ever see my efforts, even if I have bet everything." She gazed at Jiang Chen, speaking to herself. Her tone filled with loneliness, unwillingness, and even the deepest, least known jealousy hidden deep in her heart. Jiang Chen just watched Lu Ruyan perform, with no emotional fluctuations in his heart. He even felt a bit like laughing. All along, the so-called pity, the so-called disdain, the so-called vassal, all stemmed from Lu Ruyan's tragic self-esteem. And under Jiang Yuntao's instigation, it was just willingly indulging in her own sadness. Lu Ruyan always felt that he was the one who ruined all her beauty, plundered all her glory, overshadowed all her brilliance. But what about him? His once deeply rooted love, longing like pain, had Lu Ruyan ever seen even half of it? When he was humbly trying to please. When he was full of sincerity. When he was trapped in desperation, and Lu Ruyan just stood by and watched. The pain, the unwillingness, the anger, the despair in his heart, who could understand it? At the beginning, it was Lu Ruyan who willingly promised to marry him. The 10-mile red makeup, the white dress and veil, all of it was arranged and worn by Lu Ruyan herself. In the end, it was her who had different dreams, her who regretted it, and her who watched coldly from the side. In the end, all the blame was placed on him. What kind of logic is this? To put it bluntly, from start to finish, Lu Ruyan's focus, her care, her love, was all for herself. For Lu Ruyan, Jiang Chen had long since given up any hope, and would not have the slightest sympathy. Between them, from the moment Lu Ruyan coldly watched, from the day she made her choice, there was only one thing left to do, to end it. Self-pity, self-blame. Lu Ruyan, proud as you are, today you finally taste the pain? Jiang Chen said coldly, put away your disgusting self-deception, I feel like throwing up just listening to it. All along, it was your foolish and laughable self-respect that degraded yourself. His words were sharp, with no mercy at all. Hearing these words, Lu Ruyan smiled. She laughed recklessly, wildly, her eyes turning red, her body bending with laughter. Suddenly, she stopped laughing, her laughter abruptly cut off, and she stared coldly at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, do you think you've won? Chapter 78, Immortal Body? Lu Ruyan suddenly raised her eyes, a strange smile appearing on her face. She immediately stopped her mad muttering and seemed to have made a decision.
Although she said this, seeing the indifference in Jiang Chen's eyes, she still couldn't help but clench her fists.
Jiang Chen's disdainful, indifferent gaze, for some reason, caused a sharp pain in her heart, filling her with an inexplicable rage. That was originally the look she had when facing Jiang Chen.
Of course, I will win, Jiang Chen said confidently. The Black Soul Beast was evolving along the path of demonization, and although he didn't know what other tricks Lu Ruyan might have up her sleeve, regardless, his belief in victory would not waver. At this point, what he needed to do was simply to crush Lu Ruyan into dust. Such unfounded confidence. Lu Ruyan sneered. Then, she shouted loudly, "Black Demon! Roar!"
The beast's blood surged, and the roar shook the sky. Amid the thick smoke and dust, the Black Soul Beast let out a roar full of strength.
Then, the violent airwaves dispersed the smoke and dust, and the Black Soul Beast reappeared in everyone's view.
At this moment, the Black Soul Beast's appearance was particularly terrifying. 3 ice spikes pierced through its flesh, exiting from its body, pinning it in midair, and blood flowed endlessly. Large amounts of bright red blood flowed from the wounds, with steam rising from the blood, merging with the coldness of the ice spikes, forming drops. Most of its body was stained red with blood, and the injury was severe.
But even like this, the Black Soul Beast's cold, indifferent black eyes still radiated wild and fierce light, along with terrifying madness.
It showed no signs of weakness, instead appearing even more ferocious and horrifying.
Crack! Crack crack!
With a slight movement, its bone wings flapped, and 8 arms grabbed the ice spikes, forcibly pulling its body free from the piercing spikes.
Splash!
Blood gushed out, large amounts of blood pouring from the 3 wounds that pierced its body, soaking the ground. The Black Soul Beast seemed unaware, as if it felt no pain, letting the blood spray from its wounds.
Ah!
This extremely bloody and brutal scene instantly shocked some young girls, their faces turning pale, and they screamed. Not just them, many people on the sidelines and in the stands turned slightly pale, scared out of their wits. The Black Soul Beast's power might not be the strongest among all the beasts they had seen, but it was definitely the most insane and terrifying. Its brutality could even be compared to some monsters that made people tremble at the mere mention of them.
Everyone was terrified, not daring to make a sound.
The most bizarre thing was that, after breaking free from the ice spikes, the Black Soul Beast let out a rhythmic, deep growl, as if reciting some ancient incantation. And with its low growl, the blood spilled on the ground began to twitch slightly. Swish swish. It seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, gathering around the Black Soul Beast. The bloodlight erupted, and in the blink of an eye, the Black Soul Beast was wrapped in a ball of blood-red light. Boom! Soon, the bloodlight exploded, and the Black Soul Beast landed steadily, completely unharmed.
My God!
Such severe injuries, and it recovered in the blink of an eye.
Everyone was horrified. Even Jiang Chen cast another glance at the Black Soul Beast. Is it this ability again?
He knew clearly that whether it was the Black Soul Beast's previous limb regeneration or now, the instant recovery from near-death wounds, all of it was related to the Blood Healing Light, the Black Soul Beast's ultimate skill. Blood Healing Light, like the Wolf Dragon Blood Fury that Little Wolf had comprehended, was a unique ultimate skill of both beasts. However, Blood Healing Light was more focused on an abnormal healing ability, while Little Wolf's Wolf Dragon Blood Fury was a combat ability that doubled its fighting power.
As long as I'm here, the Black Demon will never die.
Seeing that the Black Soul Beast had fully recovered, Lu Ruyan laughed out loud. Jiang Chen,
how can you defeat me?
It could be said that as long as the Blood Healing Light existed, the Black Soul Beast would be immortal.
Even though Little Wolf's combat power was higher than the Black Soul Beast's, both being Lord-level bloodlines, the Black Soul Beast was already in an invincible position. Even if it dragged on, it could grind Little Wolf to death. Immortal?
Jiang Chen sneered, aren't you afraid your tongue will slip? Even the 9 great demon gods wouldn't dare to boast like that in front of him, but Lu Ruyan dared to make such a claim about the Black Soul Beast, an elite beast. He laughed. Indeed, with the Blood Healing Light as an ultimate skill, it would be very difficult for Little Wolf to completely defeat the Black Soul Beast. However, it was not without a way to break it.
If you help it recover once, I will kill it once.
If you help it recover 10 times, I will kill it 10 times.
Lu Ruyan, let's see who kills faster, me or you helping it recover.
Jiang Chen's face was cold, unafraid. To be honest, the healing power of Blood Healing Light was indeed quite monstrous. But it also had a fatal weakness. That was, it had to rely on Lu Ruyan consuming her soul power to be used. This was a common trait of all beast masters after comprehending ultimate skills. Once Lu Ruyan's soul power was exhausted, the Black Soul Beast's abnormal healing ability would disappear. At that time, it would be easy for Little Wolf to deal with the Black Soul Beast. Understanding this key point, Jiang Chen showed no mercy. Little Wolf, smash it. Roar. Little Wolf rushed out quickly, aiming at the Black Soul Beast's bone wing, and struck with a claw.
Black Demon. Don't let it escape. Lu Ruoyan decisively ordered, making the Black Soul Beast completely abandon any futile defense.
At the moment of Little Wolf's attack, the Black Soul Beast wildly swung its fist towards Little Wolf. Rip! Blood splattered as the bone wing, along with flesh, was violently torn off by Little Wolf's strike. Boom! The Black Soul Beast's fist also hit Little Wolf. Little Wolf reacted quickly, using Wolf Strike to dodge the vital parts, but still took a punch from the Black Soul Beast, knocking it back several dozen meters. Roar! For the first time, Little Wolf suffered a setback from the Black Soul Beast, furious beyond belief. It was filled with rage and lunged at the beast again. The Black Soul Beast seemed to have gradually found its battle rhythm. Even though each of Little Wolf's attacks made it lose a part of its body, it continued to fight back, exchanging injuries for injuries. The two beasts clashed back and forth. It was incredibly exciting. For a moment, it seemed like they were at an impasse, with no clear winner. The battle instantly escalated to a white-hot stage. The Black Soul Beast relied on its monstrous healing ability to wear down Little Wolf's fighting power. The Little Wolf didn't want the Black Soul Beast to keep recovering. Even if it had to take a few punches, it was determined to speed up the battle. At this point, both the Little Wolf and the Black Soul Beast had nearly exhausted all their means. What was left to contest was the willpower and decision-making of the Beastmasters on both sides. Boom! 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 Ice spikes flew, and snow swirled in the air. Bang! 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 Heavy fists smashed down, and bone wings slashed. The Little Wolf and the Black Soul Beast clashed for over 100 rounds, and only then did the pace of the battle slowly start to slow down. Hoo! The Little Wolf tore off a bone wing from the Black Soul Beast, one of its arms trailing behind, retreating to Jiang Chen's side, panting heavily, its stamina severely depleted. It had wounds on its body as well, blood flowing freely. In such high-intensity battles, even the Little Wolf couldn't avoid injury. The Little Wolf was in pain, but the Black Soul Beast was even worse off. The ferocity in its eyes had disappeared, replaced by utter exhaustion. Although it had a monstrous recovery ability, the repeated tearing of flesh and freezing of bones, that excruciating pain, nearly drove it to madness every time, an endless torment that left it physically and mentally exhausted. Both beasts were in this state, and Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan were no better. Their soul power had rapidly depleted, and both of their faces were pale. Lu Ruyan was the worst, her face as white as paper, staggering as though she could barely stand. Not only did she have to maintain the Black Soul Beast's battle form, but she also had to use her soul power to fuel its blood healing light, her soul power almost completely drained. In the end, has Jiang Chen won this battle? Chapter 79, Lu Ruyan's Last Frenzy. At this moment, a few people around started to speak up in sparse voices. The clash between the Little Wolf and the Black Soul Beast had been so magnificent that they were all entranced. However, whether it was the Little Wolf and the Black Soul Beast, or Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan, after such an intense battle, many could tell that Lu Ruyan and the Black Soul Beast had clearly reached a dead end. Although both Jiang Chen and the Little Wolf had consumed a lot of energy, they still had some strength left, gradually gaining the upper hand. As time passed, this advantage was enough to turn the tide in their favor. In fact, when Lu Ruyan's soul power was exhausted, and the Black Soul Beast could no longer use blood healing light, it was likely that the Little Wolf would kill it with a single strike. After all, in such a battle, no one would hold back, there was no room for mercy. Damn! Lu Ruyan clearly anticipated this outcome. For the first time since the selection began, a look of panic appeared on her face. She could feel that with the little soul power she had left, at most, she could support the Black Soul Beast to use blood healing light once more, and after that, she would be exhausted. At that point. That kind of ending. She dared not think about it. No. The thought of this result made her head feel like it was going to explode. She had come this far, nearly losing everything. Even her parents, who once took pride in her, had severed ties with her. She was alone now. Fighting to this point, she had bet everything. Such an ending, she would never accept it. Ruyan! Stay strong. You can't lose. At this moment, Zhang Yuntao shouted from the sidelines, his voice full of urgency. He was so anxious, it seemed like he wanted to jump into the arena himself. In Lu Ruyan's eyes, this urgency turned into care and encouragement. Yes. Even if I lose the whole world, Brother Yuntao will stay by my side, always with me. Even if it's for Brother Yuntao, I absolutely cannot lose. She immediately pulled herself together, staring at Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with desperate madness. Jiang Chen, don't you want to know how I, with no resources, could make the Black Soul Beast this strong? Under her veil, she stuck out her tongue, licking her crimson lips, and said something incoherent. Hearing Lu Ruyan's words, everyone present was confused and couldn't understand what she meant. At this point, they really couldn't figure out why Lu Ruyan was still putting up a pointless struggle. Only Jiang Chen heard the meaning behind Lu Ruyan's words. He sneered coldly, the autobiography of a weakling?
I'm not interested. Weakling? Lu Ruyan muttered to herself in self-mockery.
Then, no longer suppressing herself, she released the deepest demon from her heart and went completely insane.
Then, I will tell you who the real weakling is.
She soared into a rage, her black hair flying wildly. Oh, demon god in the endless abyss, I am your most devout dark follower, willing to offer up my hottest soul. Please, descend upon this world, let darkness cover all, bring forth the terror from the depths of hell. Lu Ruyan clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, with the utmost reverence. She muttered in an incomprehensible language, chanting the demon's incantation, as if the devil himself whispered, opening the gates of hell, revealing her final madness. Jiang Chen had already forced her to a dead end. She had no choice but to do this. Sacrificing her soul. Boom! In an instant, dark clouds gathered above the training ground, covering the entire area like an ominous black curtain. Around Lu Ruyan, the demonic energy surged, and countless demonic shadows appeared. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, and all that remained was the blood-red madness in her gaze. Bingling! A crisp sound rang out as the black rose brooch on Lu Ruyan's chest shattered, unable to hide the demonic aura surrounding her. A violent wind swept through, and the black veil on Lu Ruyan's face was blown away, revealing demonic patterns like maggots crawling on her delicate face, interweaving, seeping, spreading. Flesh decayed, souls withered. The horror was terrifying. Oh my god! What has she done? Looking at how Lu Ruyan had instantly changed into a grotesque monster, all the students at Yunjiang No. 1 High School covered their mouths in disbelief, shouting in horror. The school beauty, once renowned, in this moment, how could anyone see any trace of her beautiful, delicate features? She was clearly an ugly, monstrous creature. Fear, shock, disgust all appeared in their eyes. Is this really Lu Ruyan? Is this really the school beauty we all knew? She's so ugly, I won't be able to eat for 3 days. No way, is this the goddess I secretly admired for 3 years? Wow, from now on, anyone who says I admired this ugly monster, I'll fight them. They hadn't yet realized the seriousness of the situation and were full of contempt. None of them wanted to admit that the person standing before them was the once unattainable, cherished school beauty and goddess. No. It's not like this. It's not true. Feeling the countless looks of disdain, disgust, and contempt around her, Lu Ruyan could no longer maintain her calm expression. She hurriedly covered her face, the face she was most proud of, her fear and panic evident, her mind in chaos. It was like a rat, which had lived in the sewer for years, suddenly exposed to the sunlight, desperate to flee. Dark Beast Master. How could there be a Dark Beast Master in the selection? Dulan, Huli, and Chen Junfeng immediately saw through Lu Ruyan's secret. Their pupils trembled violently, shocked to the point of jumping up from their seats. The Dark Beast Master was a forbidden existence everywhere, hunted by both gods and humans. No one expected that the Lu Ruyan, who had dazzled them and left them in awe, had already fallen into the embrace of demons and become their most devout follower. They had always wondered how Lu Ruyan was able to raise the Black Soul Beast to such a level. Now, all the answers had been revealed. Quick, capture her. The 3 of them hurriedly summoned their beasts and were about to capture Lu Ruyan directly. Stop. At that moment, Jiang Chen's voice rang out from within the thick demonic energy. This is my battle with her, no one is allowed to interfere. His voice rumbled like a dragon, filled with unwavering determination. This. For a moment, the 3 of them stood still. Jiang Chen's potential was extraordinary, and at this critical moment, Hu Li and Chen Junfeng both wanted to leave a good impression on him, so they stopped. Dulan gave Jiang Chen a deep glance, slightly hesitant. But at this moment, Ji Xia grabbed Dulan's wrist. She spoke calmly, "Teacher, please sit down." Her voice was calm, and her gaze never left Jiang Chen. On her beautiful face, which was starting to show a nation's beauty, trust was written all over it. This is his battle. I believe in him. He absolutely can. The demonic energy was overwhelming. As Jiang Chen's words fell, the entire training hall held its breath, and no one dared to move easily. In the arena, only Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan were present. It's you. Everything is because of you. Jiang Chen. Lu Ruyan was anxious and panicked. She couldn't accept that her ugliest side was now completely exposed to the sunlight without any cover. She was the undeniable campus goddess, the top student in Yunjiang. How could she tolerate being slandered? How could she let others despise her? Black demon. Tear them apart. Tear them all apart for me. She was enraged and humiliated, losing her rationality. She was venting her fear like a madwoman. She just wanted to tear apart anyone who saw her exposed side. Boom. The demonic energy rolled, and in an instant, it all gathered into the Black Soul Beast's body. It let out a demonic growl, bloodthirsty, violent, and cruel. It revealed the most genuine side of the demon. In the heavy demonic energy's embrace, the black soul beast slowly floated into the air. With a flap of its wings, the violent momentum almost tore the entire training hall apart.
A king-class bloodline demon. Chapter 80, Winter, the Fury.
The intense demonic aura rushed toward them, chilling and horrifying beyond measure.
Looking at the blood-red light bursting forth and the intimidating black soul beast, all the students instinctively shrank back, their bodies trembling uncontrollably.
In the face of such a demon, despair and fear, madness and slaughter, spread rapidly in their deepest hearts, eroding them, as if they were about to be completely swallowed. Such a level of demonic energy was already capable of causing serious negative effects on these novice beastmasters. With time, their minds would completely lose themselves in the endless abyss, becoming beasts that only knew how to kill.
Holy light, shine! Shoo shoo shoo!
Xiao Qingyue acted just in time. The holy light unicorn leapt into the sky above the training hall, its horn shining with holy light, dispelling the darkness and covering the heads of the students. That oppressive, terrifying, and frenzied aura instantly dissipated, vanishing from the students' hearts.
They still felt a lingering fear. So this is a king-class bloodline demon. So terrifying. Many students' lips turned pale, trembling.
In that brief moment, they almost felt as if their souls were about to be swallowed by that fierce demon's aura.
Xiao Qingyue's expression was serious, her brows furrowed into a shape.
Pain, reluctance, and anger, complex emotions flashed in her eyes.
She hated that she couldn't change it.
She couldn't accept that Lu Ruyan had become a dark beast master, embraced by the demon, and had become a follower of the evil demon god. What made her even angrier was that there was a human traitor in her own class. She clenched her fists a few times, then loosened them, clenched again, then loosened once more.
In the end, she gave up on personally dealing with Lu Ruyan. It's up to you. After leaving those words to Jiang Chen, Xiao Qingyue let the unicorn retreat to the side.
Jiang Chen nodded, looking at the black soul beast, whose demonic energy soared into the sky, then looked at Lu Ruyan.
TSK, this is your final struggle, isn't it?
Lu Ruyan's gaze was chilling, as if she were truly a fierce demon crawling out of hell. Her anger burned within her. Especially when she had wagered everything, yet Jiang Chen still acted with such indifference, his actions light and carefree, which only made her rage boil even more.
Jiang Chen, take a good look. My black soul beast is now a king-class bloodline demon. She said in a harsh voice, in an instant, it can crush you and that damnable worthless wolf of yours. Is that so?
Jiang Chen shrugged, not caring. His eyes shot out two sharp, cold lights, as if they could see through people's hearts.
Lu Ruyan, do you still want to deceive yourself? Jiang Chen's voice was plain, yet it was very clear, and it resonated in everyone's ears. What does this mean, Jiang Chen? Everyone was confused in their hearts.
Even the people from the three highest academies, as well as all the teachers from Yunjian High School, did not understand. In their eyes, the Black Soul Beast had obviously already advanced to the king-level bloodline. Its combat power was terrifying, bloodthirsty and brutal. There was no doubt that, at this moment, the Black Soul Beast was invincible at the elite level. Even though the little wolf's combat power was remarkable, they still had no confidence in being able to deal with the Black Soul Beast now.
So they couldn't understand Jiang Chen's words. Instead, Lu Ruyan suddenly seemed to have stepped on its tail and became anxious.
A flash of panic passed in her eyes, and her voice became sharp. Jiang Chen.
What exactly are you trying to say? Jiang Chen's face remained calm, with no excessive expression.
Only the slight curve of his mouth, forming a cold smile, made everyone shiver with fear, filled with a dangerous aura.
King level? You'd better be.
Jiang Chen sneered disdainfully, his face full of contempt.
What do you mean?
As soon as Jiang Chen said this, Lu Ruyan became even more anxious, her heart uncontrollably racing, full of unease.
An unprecedented chill instantly enveloped her, icy cold to the bone.
The others were even more confused, like monks who couldn't figure it out. Among the crowd, only Jixia's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, her heart and eyes filled entirely with Jiang Chen's figure.
Could it be?
She thought of that shocking possibility, her body trembling uncontrollably, her palms sweating, unable to stop the growing nervousness. In the confused gazes of countless people, Jiang Chen finally moved. His expression became solemn as he stood in the center, slowly raising his right hand, palm facing down. Then, with a strong grip, he slammed his hand down into the air.
Winter's fury. Roar. In an instant, the storm swept through, snowflakes fluttered, time seemed to freeze, and space seemed to stagnate.
The entire training ground seemed eerily frozen in that moment. Between heaven and earth, only a thunderous wolf's howl remained, echoing through the sky, shaking the heavens. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the little wolf slowly stepped forward, its body swelling against the wind. A giant beast, its feet on frost, carrying wind and snow, suddenly opened its eyes in the blizzard, looking down upon everything. Its wolf head held high, like a king of ice and snow, looking down on the world, ruling the land. That kingly pressure turned into a chilling cold current, sweeping across the land.
Crack! Crack crack! With each step it took, the air instantly froze, spreading rapidly to the surroundings.
Immaculate ice formed, as if the battlefield belonged only to the king.
In the blink of an eye, within a 100-meter radius of the little wolf, it turned into an icy world, the cold wind cutting, the snow dazzling.
Even the frenzied demonic energy was frozen.
Even the black soul beast's feet instantly formed layers of thick ice. It roared endlessly, feeling the deadly threat. Flapping its bone wings, it tried to escape from the ice.
However, even using all its strength and all its tricks, the power of ice was more tyrannical.
In just a few seconds, the black soul beast could no longer move a single inch, instantly becoming an ice sculpture. In its eyes, only endless fear and despair remained. King. King level. A true king level bloodline. Lu Ruyan was struck like by lightning, spitting a mouthful of blood from her heart, collapsing in disbelief onto the ground.
Her eyes became hollow, as if she had lost all strength. Her eyes were bloodshot, filled with hysterical madness, unwillingness, and despair. Looking at the little wolf's mighty, ice and snow roaring form, her heart turned to ashes, her face pale.
Yes. Even if she took a desperate gamble, risking everything, the black soul beast's bloodline had only just stepped into the king level.
But the little wolf, in such a short time, Jiang Chen had truly made it reach the king level bloodline. Even more tyrannical than the evolutionary path she had chosen for the little wolf in her past life.
Scoff.
A single thought bloomed, and the ruler stood over all, frost-chilled the winding paths, 1,000 miles frozen.
This is the true king. This is the supreme royal knight.
Confusion, disbelief, astonishment, despair, all kinds of emotions instantly spread in Lu Ruyan's heart. She did not understand, how could she, with the memories of her past life, lose to Jiang Chen?
It's even harder to accept that the little wolf she cast away like garbage was able to completely defeat the black soul beast.
She felt bitter to the core, and in her heart, a trace of regret suddenly emerged. If everything had not started over, back then, if I hadn't pushed him into a deadly situation, would everything be different? A single crystal teardrop slid down from her eye corner. Lu Ruyan blankly looked at Jiang Chen, those memories, infinitely beautiful.
But Jiang Chen did not give Lu Ruyan a single chance again. His gaze was firm and resolute. Bingling.
As the little wolf struck down with a claw, the entire black soul beast turned to powder, swirling and drifting throughout the entire training venue. Along with it, the last trace of hope in Lu Ruyan's heart was shattered completely. Chapter 81, Lu Ruyan, fulfill the bet.
Wow! We won! He defeated a demon. King level. This is the true king level.
Jiang Chen, as a bronze beast master, has written an unprecedented history for Yunjian number 1. In 1 month, to raise a beast to this level, unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Golden scales are not just ordinary things. When encountering a storm, they turn into a dragon. This child's future achievements are immeasurable.
Immeasurable. After a brief silence, the entire training venue shook, as if experiencing a great earthquake, shaking everyone's emotions.
Until now, both Jiang Chen and the little wolf had given them so many surprises.
I knew you would win.
Ji Xia smiled brightly, her smile captivating. Watching the arena, she felt like they were two different people. The spirited youth she deeply remembered, buried deep in her heart, seemed to stir with a hint of emotion. Duran, Huli, Chen Junfeng, and even Xiao Qingyue, among all the teachers and students of Yunjian number 1, all had trembling eyes, extremely excited. It can be said that the terrifying strength and potential Jiang Chen exhibited had conquered them all. It can be foreseen that in Hanxia's future, an extraordinary beast master will surely emerge.
Cheers rose wave upon wave, and praises became louder and more resonant.
The arena was completely submerged in flowers and applause, filled with infinite glory. These flowers and applause, without exception, all belonged to Jiang Chen. And Lu Ruyan. Since the moment the black soul beast was defeated, 5 or 6 examiners surrounded her with vigilant expressions. She sat alone in the arena, resembling a rat everyone wanted to kill. Jiang Chen, however, was about to step onto a higher stage, ready to soar into a wider world amidst countless flowers and applause. Comparing the two, the disparity was as vast as heaven and hell. Lu Ruyan bit her lip, her nose sour.
Bastard! I hate you.
Her voice was hoarse, tightly holding the black soul beast, which had exhausted the last trace of soul power, struggling to cast blood healing light, restoring its juvenile form once again. It seemed that only in this way could she get a touch of comfort in her endlessly bitter heart. Lu Ruyan, you are reckless, disregarding the law. Now we will revoke all your rights, waiting for the inspection team to come and arrest you. The examiners ignored all this, without saying a word, preparing to put special shackles on Lu Ruyan, waiting for the judgment and punishment of the inspection team. But Lu Ruyan seemed not to see the examiners' hostile gazes, her eyes fixed on Jiang Chen.
I should not have such an ending.
Her eyes were hollow, losing all their brightness.
Jiang Chen.
Suddenly, a different flicker of emotion flashed in her eyes. In her sight, Jiang Chen walked over steadfastly, his heart unwavering.
Just like back then.
That repeated, reckless protection and those days of meticulous care were the same.
Jiang Chen. You still love me, right?
Lu Ruyan seemed to grasp the last life-saving straw, excitedly struggling to stand up from the ground, her eyes full of expectation as she looked at Jiang Chen. At this moment, how she wished Jiang Chen would stand in front of her again, blocking all the wind and frost.
Love? Jiang Chen sneered, his eyes cold and indifferent.
Inside, he couldn't help but feel amused.
People are often like this.
When they are in love, they keep doubting, testing, trying to find 1,000 reasons not to love. When he truly no longer loved, they deceived themselves, trying to find that trace of love in countless heartbreaking memories. But unfortunately, his love had already been worn out, erased in Lu Ruyan's repeated indifference. He didn't pay much attention to Lu Ruyan, but greeted the examiners who were on guard nearby, saying, "Everyone, I still have some grievances with her that need to be resolved.
Please give me a few minutes."
The examiners looked at each other. Lu Ruyan's identity as a dark beast master had been exposed. According to the rules, she was not allowed to have contact with anyone.
But in the end, they still made a concession.
They noticed Jiang Chen's slightly pale face and his unsteady steps, his exhaustion evident, and kindly reminded him, "Be careful."
Jiang Chen nodded.
Then, he walked towards Lu Ruyan.
"Stop with the nonsense, Lu Ruyan, fulfill the bet."
"What?"
Lu Ruyan almost doubted her ears.
Jiang Chen came over, and instead of saving her, he was going to destroy her beast master career completely. Even though, with her identity as a dark beast master exposed, she would eventually come to this point. But, the person who pushed her into the abyss, she could never accept it was Jiang Chen.
You can't do this to me. You love me. You love me.
You promised to protect me for a lifetime, those vows, that sincerity, have you forgotten all of it?" Lu Ruyan screamed tragically, her hair messy, her image completely gone.
Only now did she finally come to her senses. She couldn't accept losing to Jiang Chen.
But even more, she couldn't accept losing Jiang Chen's love.
Unfortunately, it was all too late.
No matter how much Lu Ruyan tried to awaken the love in Jiang Chen's heart, he remained unmoved. He looked down on her from above, his expression cold. "Lu Ruyan, if you still have a bit of pride, do it yourself.
Don't make me look down on you. No, you never used to be like this."
Lu Ruyan still refused to give up, her eyes full of sorrow, almost crying. The current Jiang Chen made her feel unfamiliar, sad, and hard to understand. Clearly, Jiang Chen had always stood by her side firmly. Even if it was out of anger, she regretted it. Jiang Chen should have forgiven her.
Lu Ruyan's mind was blank, a mess.
On the other hand, Jiang Chen, at some point, had an impenetrable layer of frost on his cold face, as if molten fire could not melt it. He leaned close to Lu Ruyan's ear, his voice low, slightly hoarse, filled with endless rage, and a hidden hatred deep in his heart that no one knew. "Before. Lu Ruyan, you still dare to mention the past." Jiang Chen's voice was harsh, like a ghost struggling in hell, every word. "When you stood by coldly and watched me die in the abyss, there was no more before between us.
Now, do you feel my helplessness and despair from back then, Lu Ruyan? You. Lu Ruyan's eyes instantly widened, filled with utter horror. She suddenly realized, Jiang Chen, he had also been reborn. No.
Her face was filled with terror, unable to accept it, as if 5 thunderbolts had struck her, her mind shaken.
So it was. So everything was planned by you.
Lu Ruyan panicked, her scalp tingling. She suddenly woke up, realizing that from the moment she chose the Black Soul Beast, everything had been Jiang Chen's plot. A plot that led her step by step towards the abyss. A plot that pushed her to madness again and again. She plotted for her to be despised by everyone, to fall into a bottomless abyss without any light of day. She cried, wandered, and felt helpless, her entire being seemed to be enveloped by endless darkness.
Falling into the abyss. Plummeting. Falling rapidly. Sinking. Endless sinking. Yun Tao, brother.
Her vision blurred, like a drowning person, desperately searching among the crowd, trying to find the last trace of warmth. Among the sea of people, she placed her last hope, firmly believing that no matter when or where, she would always find that figure standing firmly before her, retreating.
Retreating rapidly. Turning away resolutely.
Lu Ruyan, you are rebellious, you've become a dark beast tamer, it really disgusts me.
From now on, don't ever come to me again, we have no connection.
Zhang Yuntao's words, which impatiently sought to sever their relationship, felt more like 1,000 cuts, 1,000 swords piercing his heart. Isolated, abandoned, betrayed and cold-hearted by the one she loved. Now, she could also feel that soul-crushing, heart-wrenching pain. Zhang Yuntao's actions undoubtedly became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Lu Ruyan was utterly disheartened.
Bang! Without any warning, she fainted right there. Chapter 82, Repay kindness with kindness, repay hatred with hatred. She fainted like this? Jiang Chen looked at Lu Ruoyan lying on the ground, doubtful. Hey, wake up. He tentatively kicked Lu Ruoyan's waist twice. Her delicate body swayed but still showed no response. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. According to their bet, Lu Ruoyan must take the initiative to sever her contract with the Black Soul Beast. Only then could the bet be considered over. On this matter, Jiang Chen was especially serious, without a hint of negligence. Since it's like this, I'll have to help you. Jiang Chen rested his chin in his hand and thought for a moment before turning his head toward the examiners. Do you have a soul-shattering club on you? Soul-shattering club? The examiners exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with a hint of surprise, and all shook their heads. The soul-shattering club was a very special soul tool, used only when punishing severely evil beast tamers. Once struck by it, it would directly hit the soul, shattering the contract between the beast tamer and the beast, and could even harm the soul. At best, it would reduce a beast tamer to an ordinary person. At worst, it would severely damage their soul, leading to unimaginable consequences, such as becoming a fool or in a vegetative state. They didn't understand why Jiang Chen wanted such an item. At this moment, it was Du Lan who took out a narrow-bottomed, white-top, pitch-black, oddly shaped soul tool from her spatial ring. Here, take it. She then tossed it into the air, and it landed directly in Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen nodded his thanks, and just as he turned around, from the corner of his eye, he saw Lu Ruoyan's mouth twitch. She's really pretending to be unconscious, trying to escape? Jiang Chen's mouth curled into a slight smile, and he slowly walked toward Lu Ruoyan, crouching down slowly. Lu Ruoyan kept her eyes tightly shut, her whole body instinctively tense. After all, she had lived 2 lives, and her intelligence was not something an ordinary person could compare with. After fainting from anger for a moment, she quickly woke up. Originally, she wanted to take the chance while the examiners were relaxed to find an escape route. But as soon as she heard Jiang Chen loudly talking about using the soul-shattering club, she immediately lost her composure. Especially when she could clearly feel that Jiang Chen had already walked to her side. In the illusionary shadow, she saw him raising his hand. Jiang Chen, you! Lu Ruoyan panicked and hurried to get up. But at that moment, everything went black before her eyes. Bang! A heavy blow landed right on her forehead. Goodbye. The soul-shattering club fell down fiercely, producing a buzzing sound. In her dazed state, she vaguely saw a faint, transparent soul, exuding a chilling and eerie aura, being forced out of Lu Ruoyan's body. In the depths of the soul, a blood-red contract shattered with a sound, completely severing Lu Ruoyan's connection with the Black Soul Beast. The Black Soul Beast immediately reacted violently, letting out a piercing screech. Then, it weakly lowered its head and collapsed into Lu Ruoyan's arms. There was no vitality left. And this time, Lu Ruoyan was also lying flat on the ground, lying exceptionally straight, her breath weakened to the extreme. Looking at her, it seemed like she had already gone far. This is how it should be. Jiang Chen's lips curved slightly, feeling satisfied. His force was extremely heavy, delivering a fatal blow. Lu Ruoyan, already in an extremely weak state, had her Beast Master contract with the Black Soul Beast forcibly shattered, and her soul suffered unprecedented damage. And that injury, in no time, would only grow worse. Until, it took Lu Ruoyan's life. Of course, he did this in a very covert way, so even the patrol team would find it hard to detect anything. At most, they would just think Lu Ruoyan's soul had been damaged, leaving her in a vegetative state, slowly dying. By then, even if someone tried to investigate, it would be hard to pin the blame on him. After all, who would speak up for a dying Dark Beast Master? Even if Lu Ruoyan fell into their hands, it would inevitably end in such a way. However, having Jiang Chen personally deliver the fatal blow to Lu Ruoyan made him feel even more satisfied. For Jiang Chen, he didn't feel any cruelty in this action, nor any sympathy. Everything was Lu Ruoyan's just deserts, she owed him. Repay kindness with kindness, repay hatred with hatred. He was just settling the score. With this final blow, his heart felt clear and bright, light and refreshing. Exhaling a breath of stale air, his entire body felt relaxed and at ease, incredibly comfortable. Boom! At that moment, a faint explosion rang in Jiang Chen's mind, his soul power rapidly surged, and his level quickly increased. Bronze 9 stars. Breakthrough. Silver 1 star. In the blink of an eye, he had stepped into the silver level, becoming a silver 1-star Beast Master. I leveled up? Feeling the abundant soul power in his mind, Jiang Chen was quite surprised. He hadn't expected that by personally resolving his grudge with Lu Ruoyan, his mind would clear, and even his level would skyrocket. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with joy. He happily accepted this unexpected joy. Having done all this, Jiang Chen did not put down the soul-crushing rod in his hand. He still remembered there was another person waiting for him to deal with. Jiang Chen stood up, his target clear, heading straight for Zhang Yuntao. Where do you think you're running? Seeing Zhang Yuntao bent over, trying to sneak away while everyone's attention was on this side. Jiang Chen gestured with his eyes, and immediately, Little Wolf pounced. With a casual swipe of its paw, it sent Zhang Yuntao flying into the air like swatting a fly. Bang! Zhang Yuntao heavily slammed into the ground, accurately landing in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, what do you want to do? Zhang Yuntao's heart nearly exploded with fear as he kept kicking his legs backward, his face full of terror. What do I want to do? Don't you know? If I've made it this far, isn't it all thanks to you, Zhang Yuntao? Jiang Chen's lips curled with mockery, slowly advancing towards Zhang Yuntao. His words were heavy, filled with boundless anger. One could say that if it weren't for Zhang Yuntao's instigation, he and Lu Ruyan might not have reached this point. Most of the pain he had experienced was caused by Zhang Yuntao. Jiang Chen would never let him off easily. Seeing Jiang Chen's cold gaze, Zhang Yuntao trembled in fear. Things had escalated to a point far beyond his understanding. Zhang Yuntao's face turned pale with desperation. Instinctively, he begged for help from Xiao Qingyue. Teacher Xiao, help me, Jiang Chen is going to kill me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyue's brows slightly furrowed. But before she could step forward, Jiang Chen spoke coldly with his back turned. You've been hanging around with Dark Beast Masters all the time. Teacher Xiao, have you never wondered why his strength has been growing so fast? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyue's brows furrowed even deeper. This selection process, she had observed everyone's performance closely. If Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan had displayed extraordinary power, then Zhang Yuntao's performance was the most outstanding among the others. Not only had he become a bronze-level beast master, but he also trained the palm bear to an elite level. The speed of progress was frightening. The speed of growth and strength was indeed strange. Could it be? Her face darkened, disbelief filling her, that there were actually 2 Dark Beast Masters in her class. Seeing that Xiao Qingyue remained unmoved, Zhang Yuntao was scared out of his wits. He shouted loudly, constantly begging for mercy. No, I'm not. Teacher Xiao, don't listen to him. How could I be a Dark Beast Master? Indeed, his relationship with Lu Ruoyan was quite close, but all along, the improvement in the palm bear's strength had been due to Lu Ruoyan spending a huge amount of money to buy materials for him. She also used some methods that he didn't understand, and that's how he gained such strength. As for becoming a Dark Beast Master like Lu Ruoyan, becoming a believer of the demon god, he had never done anything like that. However, Jiang Chen ignored his excuses. Holding the soul-shattering staff, he struck fiercely. Bang! A sharp pain pierced his head. Zhang Yuntao felt as though his soul was about to shatter. That kind of pain was comparable to the 10 most brutal tortures. In an instant, Zhang Yuntao was drenched in cold sweat, as though he had just been pulled out of water. His eyes rolled back, and he was about to faint. Just as he kept the last bit of consciousness, he only heard Jiang Chen's cold voice ring in his ears. It must feel unjust, right? Being falsely accused is unpleasant, isn't it? But now, who will believe you? Just like back then, when you slandered me again and again. Chapter 83, A son should be like Jiang Xiaocheng. Jiang Chen coldly looked at Zhang Yuntao, lying on the ground, and the palm bear, writhing and howling in pain. A wave of relief washed over his heart. However, just as he stood up, he saw Xiao Qingyue walking over with a serious face. Is he really a Dark Beast Master? Xiao Qingyue still had some doubts. From Zhang Yuntao, she had never sensed any hint of evil demonic energy. Hearing this, Jiang Chen shrugged indifferently. Teacher Xiao, does the truth really matter that much? Saying this, Jiang Chen revealed a deep smile, raising his eyebrows as he glanced at the examiners and all the people in the training ground. As long as you know, at least for now, no one will doubt what I say. Isn't that enough? Jiang Chen, you. Xiao Qingyue's pupils shrank suddenly, and she instantly understood what Jiang Chen meant. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Jiang Chen's dark, bottomless eyes, her hair standing on end. A chill even crept up her body. At that moment, Jiang Chen seemed to have completely changed into a different person, making her feel incredibly unfamiliar. She even felt fear. Fortunately, Jiang Chen quickly returned to normal, his gaze once again clear and pure. Teacher Xiao, as for the truth, the inspection team will naturally investigate it clearly. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. You don't need to think I'm exaggerating. Lu Ruoyan is ruthless, and Zhang Yuntao is definitely not a good person. Xiao Qingyue still stood there, stunned. She didn't react much, simply giving a brief before retreating to the front of the high school class 1 line, and no one knew what she was thinking. Jiang Chen followed behind her, returning to the high school class 1 line. Soon, Lu Ruoyan and Zhang Yuntao were bound tightly and taken away by the inspection team. This higher education selection also officially came to an end. The examiners recorded every student's performance truthfully and reported it. Before leaving, they all took one last deep look at Jiang Chen, secretly amazed. After the examiners left,
the atmosphere in the training ground did not cool down but instead became even livelier.
Students gathered in groups of 3 to 5, sharing their joy.
A small number of students, knowing their performance was poor, drooped their heads, hoping to enter an ordinary school for further study, which would already be a great achievement. If you had to say which place was the most bustling, it was definitely where Jiang Chen was. The place was filled with voices, inside and outside, surrounding him with no way to escape.
Master Jiang, Jixia, the teachers from Yinjiang, and the students of Class 1 and Grade 3 all gathered here, congratulating each other. The old master was grinning from ear to ear, his mouth almost reaching behind his ears, constantly waving to those around him, "Grandson, this is my grandson."
Jixia's face also turned red, her cheeks flushed, and for some reason, she felt a bit excited. "My little brother is amazing." Besides them, Dulan, Huli, and Chen Junfeng, leading figures from the 3 top universities, also gathered around Jiang Chen.
Like stars surrounding the moon.
The constant chatter, praises flying from every direction, made Jiang Chen feel flustered, spinning left and right, trying to respond to everyone, unable to handle it all.
This was even more tiring than the battle with Lu Ruoyan just now.
Fortunately, he had advanced to the silver level, his soul power had recovered most of the way, otherwise, his head would have split open. Among them, Huli and Chen Junfeng were the most attentive.
"Chen, this kind of outstanding student definitely belongs to our Xuanwu Academy. What is your White Tiger Academy? Go away. Vixen, don't think just because you've gained a bit more chest that you can talk more than others. I'm telling you, this student Jiang Chen is ours, White Tiger Academy has already decided. You can't take him."
The two spat and argued fiercely, fighting for Jiang Chen's future, their faces flushed red. In the heat of the moment, they even shouted their own nicknames loudly in front of the students. The heads of 2 top universities arguing so fiercely for a student left everyone around them dumbfounded, staring in shock. Wow, Jiang Chen is really going to defy the heavens. A son should be like Jiang Shaochen. Damn, why don't I have such luck, getting snatched up by 2 top universities? The students of Yunjiang High School, including the chubby Zhozhou, watched Huli and Chen Junfeng argue for Jiang Chen, cursing like street thugs, their eyes wide open. Especially Du Lan, leading the students from Vermilion Bird Academy, standing aside, their jealousy was unmistakable. The 3 top universities gathered here, all for Jiang Chen alone. This kind of honor, besides Jiang Chen, no one else in all of Hanxia could claim it. It was something to be envied. Meanwhile, the students of Class 1 and Grade 3, including the chubby Zhozhou, wore proud expressions, feeling special.
Their looks and actions seemed to say, "See, this is someone from our class." Surrounding Jiang Chen, they too enjoyed the spotlight, basking in the attention. After a long time of excitement, Dulan finally stopped watching the show, straightened her back, and walked past Huli and Chen Junfeng to stand in front of Jiang Chen. "Well done, 1 month from now, I'll be waiting for you at Vermilion Bird Academy." She didn't argue, nor did she say anything more.
She simply greeted Jiang Chen and, along with the students from Vermilion Bird Academy, left gracefully.
What does this mean?
Huli and Chen Junfeng were instantly stunned. As the 2 of them froze, they suddenly heard Jiang Chen's voice loud and clear, "Teacher Du, I will definitely arrive on time." With that, Jiang Chen and Jixia both left. Even though his level had increased and his soul power had recovered greatly, the weakness in his body still lingered. This battle, both physically and mentally, had left Jiang Chen feeling drained. He just wanted to forget everything and sleep peacefully for a while. Watching Jiang Chen's departing back, Huli and Chen Junfeng felt a deep sense of loss, their hearts suddenly cold.
Teachers? Students? When did this happen? How come we didn't know about it?
Such a talented student, and Vermilion Bird Academy got to him first.
Saying they weren't disappointed would be a lie.
Without thinking, the 2 of them formed an alliance again. The Vermilion Bird Academy people are so despicable, playing the first come, first serve trick. Exactly, so despicable. When the Academy Exchange competition comes, we'll make them pay.
Yes, absolutely.
That being said, but I am still very jealous.
Ah.
The training hall was bustling. But no one noticed, in a dark corner outside the training hall, several figures in black robes had been observing everything. They were both shocked and excited for no reason.
Half-step monarch level bloodline demon.
This piece on the chessboard actually has such terrifying dark power. Quick! Hurry back to report to the Pope at the church. Such a dark beast master must not fall into the hands of those from Hanxia.
Chapter 84, Zhang Yuntao, I will never let you go even as a ghost. 20 days later.
The selection was over, and both inside and outside Yunjiang were celebrating, continuing for a long time.
But to the north of the base city, in a desolate graveyard, the atmosphere was completely opposite to this festive mood.
Zhang Yuntao's face was twisted with rage as he coldly dragged Lu Ruoyan, whose life force had almost completely faded, heading forward.
20 days.
He had spent a full 20 days in the dark, sunless interrogation room. In the end, although he successfully distanced himself from Lu Ruoyan and was released. He also carried a huge debt, with nothing left, his body and mind tortured.
And all of this was thanks to Lu Ruoyan. Damn, how dare you harm me like this? I will bury you in the wilderness, just like these wandering souls, never to be reincarnated.
In his fury, he threw Lu Ruoyan into the graveyard, nearly tearing off her dried-up arm.
But Zhang Yuntao felt not a single shred of pity. His eyes were filled only with disgust and hatred, as he walked away without looking back. What he didn't notice was that, at the moment he turned around, a tear slid from the corner of Lu Ruoyan's eye. She was at the brink of death, a vegetable, but still retained a trace of consciousness. Unfortunately, she couldn't speak, couldn't move, and could only desperately feel everything Zhang Yuntao did. Feeling Zhang Yuntao dragging her all the way here. Feeling Zhang Yuntao heartlessly throwing her body into the wilderness.
And more so, feeling Zhang Yuntao's full hatred and disgust. Unable to struggle, powerless to escape. Even her repeated pleas and cries, no one could hear or see.
Why do you treat me like this too?
She silently screamed, roared. Isolated and helpless, the betrayal of the closest person. She finally felt this helpless pain, the fear of being drowned by endless despair. She could only desperately wait for death's arrival, with no one caring.
Wu. Jiang. Shen.
Back then, were you also in such pain?
Wu.
She silently cried, tears falling like rain. The past flashed in her mind, and deep self-blame and regret surged from her heart, growing uncontrollably. In her heart, she even began to miss the good times with Jiang Chen. Missing that determined young man who would resolutely protect her behind him, never letting her suffer any injustice.
Jiang Chen. If I could love you properly, would the outcome be different? Wu. But alas, it was all too late. Jiang Chen would never love her again. She would never get this chance again.
Lu Ruoyan regretted deeply, her heart torn apart. Feeling the last bit of life draining from her, she was filled with fear, and endless rage surged up.
Cold winds howled, and vengeful thoughts like ghostly wails lingered over the graveyard. Zhang Yuntao. I will never forgive you, even as a ghost. Time passed slowly.
In the blink of an eye, the day for Jiang Chen to report to the Vermilion Bird Academy was approaching.
Since the selection ended, news of a true dragon from Yunjiang No. 1 High spread like wildfire across Yunjiang City. Jiang Chen's name instantly became a household word, constantly on people's lips.
A son should be like Jiang Shaoqing became a saying passed down by the elders, a motto for encouraging the younger generation. The chain reaction caused by this was that stock prices soared, and the old man's fortune doubled. The old man was so happy that it could almost be said he was overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, he directly transferred 2 million into Jiang Chen's card. Take it and squander it. He was quite extravagant. As for the news about Lu Ruoyan and Zhang Yuntao, it was completely sealed off, gradually fading out of the public's view. That's basically how it is. In the back garden of the manor, Ji Xia was dry-mouthed and thirsty, took a sip of water, and clicked his tongue in amazement. He told Jiang Chen the news he had gathered in recent days about Lu Ruoyan and Zhang Yuntao. At the same time, he teasingly joked about Jiang Chen. I say, your old lover was thrown into the wilderness, and you don't even want to go take a look? Jiang Chen took a sip of tea and almost choked. What's there to see? By now, Lu Ruoyan and even Zhang Yuntao could no longer stir even the slightest ripple in his heart. As for Ji Xia, he would visit the patrol team almost every few days. Jiang Chen didn't even know why Ji Xia was so invested in these matters. Of course, Jiang Chen wasn't surprised by the fact that Zhang Yuntao threw Lu Ruoyan's body away. With Zhang Yuntao's selfish nature, Lu Ruoyan's life was already short, and having turned into something neither human nor ghost, Zhang Yuntao wouldn't care for her. He probably thinks that she caused this terrible end for herself, Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. While Jiang Chen smiled, he couldn't help but feel sorrow for the twisted human nature. Lu Ruoyan had thrown herself into Zhang Yuntao's arms without hesitation, and even in her final moments, she had hoped that Zhang Yuntao could be her support. Who would have thought that in the end, the person she loved most would throw her away like trash in a mass grave, leaving her to die alone without even someone to collect her body? Her end could not be described as anything other than tragic. Compared to his previous life's unwavering companionship and meticulous care, it was an unimaginable difference. After talking about the two of them, Ji Xia habitually sat next to Jiang Chen and didn't continue to tease him. Instead, he raised an eyebrow and said, I noticed something seems off between Can and your buddy recently? After the selection, Dulan and the others had left, and since she had nothing to do during the holiday, Ji Xia decided to take Li Can around Yunjiang for fun, naturally staying at Zhang's manor. To her surprise, Li Can and Wang Fugue were often together, and the seed of love was almost sprouting. Those two? Jiang Chen smiled. During the academy selection, Wang Fugue had an average performance, but thanks to Jiang Chen's efforts and after some discussion with Ji Xia and Dulan, they managed to get Wang Fugue an opportunity to enter the Zhuke Academy as a preparatory student. Unknowingly, it had changed his original life path. But since that day, Li Cancan had been finding Wang Fuguei increasingly unbearable. Every time she thought about how Wang Fuguei would become her junior in the same school, her anger would flare up, and she would chase Wang Fuguei around, beating him up every few days. She justified it by saying, "It's special service from a senior to a junior." Whether or not the service was effective, Jiang Chen didn't know, but it certainly was special. Wang Fuguei was beaten so badly that he came to Jiang Chen's house every day, covered in bruises, to complain, making Jiang Chen smile helplessly. ***. You're my father. Save me, my life. And sure enough, just as they were talking about it, Wang Fuguei came running, screaming like a pig. "Don't run, Junior. Senior still has plenty of skills to show you." Li Cancan, with her pigtails flying, angrily clenched her fists and chased after him. "I warn you. If you hit me again, I'll..." Wang Fuguei's legs trembled. What will you do?" Li Cancan gave him a cold glance, and Wang Fuguei immediately softened, not daring to say anything. With a pitiful look in his eyes, he whimpered, "I'll surrender." Seeing this, Li Cancan, finally satisfied, loosened her fists and casually sat across from Jiang Chen, handing him a letter. "Here, your letter. I saw the mailbox was open at the door, so I took it and brought it back for you." "A letter?" Jiang Chen's eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at the letter on the table. Even in this day and age, there were still people who wrote letters, which was quite a surprise to Jiang Chen. The envelope didn't have a name on it. There was no signature, only a line of messy handwriting. "Little thing, receive." Chapter 85, The Letter from Xiao Tian's. What is that old man doing? At a glance, Jiang Chen knew it was sent by Xiao Tian's. He was puzzled and just wanted to ask Li Cancan how she knew this letter was for him. But the words got stuck in his throat, he swallowed them back instead. This dual ponytail little girl was quite fierce. If she said something like, "You're the youngest," would he still have any face left? After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen opened the envelope. Inside the envelope, there was a special jade piece, with a texture like ancient jade, and a piece of paper. On the paper was a line of large, powerful characters, the killing intent striking at him. "Must stay away from the Chen family in southern Sichuan." Southern Sichuan? Isn't that where our Zhuke Academy is? Li Cancan looked over, surprised. The Chen family? Is it the 100-year Beastmaster family, the one that produced a great hero who entered the demon abyss and defeated an emperor-level monster more than 10 years ago? 100-year Beastmaster family? Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback, lost in thought. He knew Xiao Tian's character, although a bit eccentric, he would never make such a meaningless threat. Could it be related to my parents' death? Jiang Chen's gaze suddenly turned cold, a flash of chilling light. The only other possibility that could make Xiao Tian's issue this kind of vague warning was related to his parents' death. Xiao Tian's deliberate reminder surely meant he had found out something. Perhaps he knows I'm about to go to southern Sichuan, and I can't avoid interacting with various people, worried for my safety, so he wanted to prepare me mentally? That old man still has a bit of conscience. After a little thought, Jiang Chen understood Xiao Tian's intention. In his previous life, his performance at the academy selection was incredibly poor, and he had no qualifications to go to southern Sichuan and study at Zhuke Academy. Now, Xiao Tian's must have learned about his news of becoming a Zhuke Academy student, so he sent this letter to warn him. If that's the case, then I definitely need to go to southern Sichuan. Jiang Chen's expression became serious, his gaze firm. In his previous life, he died without uncovering the truth behind his parents' death, which had always been the biggest regret in his heart. Now that he had the chance to touch upon those hidden truths, he certainly would not back down. Oh. There's even a soul jade. Let's see if it records soul techniques or soul arts. Li Cancan, however, didn't notice the change in Jiang Chen's expression. She picked up the ancient jade and examined it closely. As soon as she spoke, she instantly sparked the curiosity of Wang Fuguei and Ji Xia. Soul techniques are unique methods of beast masters that, through a special type of soul power operation, enable them to unleash various extraordinary abilities. Just like the healing soul techniques Xiao Qingyue once demonstrated. As for soul arts, they are a special cultivation method independent from the beasts. They can enhance soul power and the level of the practitioner. Different from the increases brought by the beast's growing strength, soul arts are unpredictable. Different soul arts can cause various transformations in a beastmaster's soul. Light, darkness, wind, fire, thunder, electricity, metal, wood, water, earth, and other elements can all be enhanced through the practice of soul arts, allowing the beastmaster to increase their affinity and gain special soul attributes. When choosing such soul arts, beastmasters often reference their own beast's attributes. This allowed their beasts to grow faster, and when unleashing the same attribute-type soul techniques, they could achieve even stronger effects. Whether soul arts or soul techniques, they are stored in soul seals by powerful beastmasters in a special manner. Ancient jade like that in the envelope is one type of soul seal. Moreover, its grade is not low, and it is extremely rare. That old man, playing with these tricks, now owes him a favor again. Jiang Chen came back to his senses, took the ancient jade that Li Can handed over, and couldn't help but feel a bit moved. Counting the advanced evolution source crystal, the news about his parents, and this ancient jade, unknowingly, he owed Xiao Tian's quite a few favors. Of course, Jiang Chen was not a sentimental person. These favors could be repaid slowly in the future. At this stage, everything was focused on improving his strength. Let's see what's inside. Jiang Chen concentrated his mind, and his soul power slowly seeped into the ancient jade. Soul skill, speed 80 miles, earth rank, low level consumes soul power and can greatly increase a beast master's speed for a short period. The higher the level, the faster the speed. If you, little thing, ever reach my level, you could run while humming a song, leaving your pursuers in the dust. Speed 80 miles, feeling free and easy. What the hell? Jiang Chen's vision went black, and then black again. Alright, I admit I overestimated you, old man. How bored did one have to be to give a soul skill a name like this? Why not just call it run fast? Are you really that afraid I'll get beaten to death? He was utterly speechless. That being said, the words earth rank, low level were still very eye-catching. Generally speaking, soul skills and soul techniques were divided into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, according to their quality. An earth rank soul skill was already something only a grandmaster could access, worth more than gold. After gradually calming down, Jiang Chen recalled something. Xiao Tian's, as a grandmaster, had a unique soul skill, swift as the wind, traveling 1,000 miles a day. Among grandmasters, his speed was unmatched, and no one could catch up with him. It seemed that this soul skill was Xiao Tian's trump card. For the sake of an earth rank soul skill, I'll curse you a little less. Jiang Chen, feeling delighted, stored the ancient jade into his Beastmaster bracelet. How is it? How is it? What is it? Seeing this, Li Can and Wang Fugue couldn't wait to ask. Jiang Chen touched his nose and said indifferently, nothing much, just an earth rank soul skill. After spending so much time together, whether it was Jixia, Li Can, or Wang Fugue, he had already considered them as close friends. As for Wang Fugue, he was a brother Jiang Chen had fully acknowledged, so he spoke without reservation. If someone still kept secrets even from their friends, they would never have truly close relationships in life, and that would be far too dull. Earth rank. Just? Damn it. You should be struck down. Hearing Jiang Chen's calm tone, the two of them simply couldn't stay calm. In an instant, their screams pierced through the air, but luckily, Jiang Chen had covered his ears in advance and avoided getting injured. Li Can and Wang Fugue were beyond excited. Especially Wang Fugue, who both feared his brother would suffer and feared his brother would show off. He almost wanted to snatch it away himself. The term earth rank was something they had only ever seen in reports about grandmasters. That was something out of dreams. Jixia also couldn't stay calm, her eyes curving into a smile as she looked at Jiang Chen. It's good that you're already a silver tier beastmaster. Since the soul skills rank is so high, you can take your time learning it. Jiang Chen nodded. After becoming a silver tier beastmaster, one could finally train in soul skills and soul techniques, gaining some real combat ability. Now, with speed 80 miles as a soul skill, in addition to his innate tyrant devour, he had another ace up his sleeve. Barely, but at least he had some ability to protect himself. At this moment, Jixia seemed to think of something and chuckled. Great, now you have a soul skill, you just need a soul technique. Once we're back at school, I'll pick an ice-type one for you, and you'll be traveling 1,000 miles a day. Which day? Wang Fugue had just snapped out of his shock and casually chimed in, his gaze shifting ambiguously between Jixia and Jiang Chen. Jixia's face instantly turned red all the way to her ears. Li Can, unable to contain her prehistoric strength, shouted, "You filthy, rotten pig! Eat my fist!" The two fought as they moved farther away. I. Jixia lowered her head, her face red, fingers awkwardly fiddling together, wanting to say something but too shy to get the words out. It was Jiang Chen who first broke the awkward atmosphere. Ahem, don't mind him, he's just like that. Jiang Chen cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness, then, with a brilliant smile, said, I've been practicing soul techniques this month. In Jixia's disbelieving gaze, Jiang Chen spoke slowly, word by word, the technique I've been practicing is called 9 Nirvana Divine Throne. Chapter 86, a soul technique that can evolve? 9 Nirvana Divine Throne? Jixia's eyes narrowed slightly, extremely surprised. Compared to soul skills, soul techniques are much rarer, and she never expected Jiang Chen to already be practicing soul techniques. She didn't think too much about it. She just thought it was because the Jiang family was wealthy, and old Master Jiang had specially found it for Jiang Chen. However, soul techniques are closely related to a beast master's future development, and even in some top-tier powers, they are extremely precious and rarely passed on. Even at major auctions, they rarely appear. Even if they do, the rank isn't usually very high. Just hearing the name of this soul technique, Jixia thought it sounded pretty powerful. Out of concern for Jiang Chen, she asked, what rank is the soul technique you're practicing? When it came to this, Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, not knowing how to answer.
Ji Xia keenly caught the subtle change in Jiang Chen's expression and couldn't help but feel that something was wrong. Be honest.
Her tone deepened.
Yeah, Jiang Chen, what rank is your soul technique?
Li Can and Wang Fugue also looked curious.
Gulp.
Jiang Chen struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva, unsure of how to begin. Under Ji Xia's disapproving gaze, he hesitated, feeling a little awkward, and said, mid-level yellow rank.
Oh, it's still Earth rank, that's not.
Ji Xia didn't react immediately, and she started to praise him. However, before she finished her words, her eyes suddenly widened, and she jumped up.
The next moment, a lion-like roar echoed across the entire back garden, deafening and unceasing. Jiang Chen! Are you crazy?
From the near-broken scream, it was easy to tell that Ji Xia was shocked to the extreme and also extremely angry. She never expected that the 9 Nirvana Divine Throne Jiang Chen mentioned was such a low rank. Even if she closed her eyes and randomly picked a book from the Vermilion Bird Academy library, it wouldn't be of such a low rank.
Ji Xia instantly blew her top. You better give me a reasonable explanation.
She put her hands on her hips, looking as if she wanted to tear Jiang Chen apart. It wasn't hard to see why she was so upset. The choice of an initial beast taming technique is crucial to a beast master's growth speed. Jiang Chen contracted a lord-level little wolf, and within a month, it grew to silver rank, which is the best example.
After reaching silver rank, the improvement depends largely on soul techniques.
Higher-ranked soul techniques not only allow the beast master to grow faster but also enhance the power of soul skills.
But a mid-level yellow rank soul technique, not only does she look down on it, but it's practically street-level garbage.
Jiang Chen is a student of Vermilion Bird Academy. Practicing such a lowly soul technique, she'd be too embarrassed to say it out loud. Jiang Chen knew what Ji Xia was thinking, but he was also very helpless about it. The 9 Nirvana Divine Throne Soul technique was obtained together with the hidden evolution path of the little wolf.
That ruin was no ordinary place, and the items inside were extraordinary. The little wolf evolving into the king-level bloodline of the Winter Howl proved this well.
Otherwise, there were dozens of soul techniques he remembered in his mind, many of which were above Earth rank.
He could have easily chosen any of them.
But the reason he chose 9 Nirvana Divine Throne was also based on his own considerations.
Jiang Chen became more serious and said, what if I told you this soul technique can evolve? Soul technique evolution?
Ji Xia, Li Can, and Wang Fugue were all confused. From ancient times until now, they had only ever heard of beast evolution, never the evolution of soul techniques. It was truly the first time in history anyone had heard such a thing.
Are you sure you're not running a fever? Is the pressure too much for you recently? Should I call a doctor for you?
If you're this sick, a doctor wouldn't make it in time.
How about we just cremate you?
I'll definitely make your inheritance grow. Inheriting the old man's 100 billion assets isn't impossible. They all thought Jiang Chen might have lost his mind. Especially Wang Fugue, who was thinking of going straight to the crematorium.
Get lost, you bastard.
Jiang Chen kicked Wang Fugue with irritation, laughing and crying at the same time. Of course, he knew that saying something like soul technique evolution sounded like a dream, who would believe it? But the fact was, it was exactly like that. The soul technique cultivation method recorded in the 9 Nirvana Throne was extremely mystical. It was divided into 9 levels, and after perfecting each level, while the soul technique's rank would increase, he could also contract a beast companion. In other words, when he completely comprehended the 9 Nirvana Throne, the number of beast companions he could contract would reach a staggering 9.
Including the little wolf, that would make 10.
This number was even more than the 9 great demons. This was the real reason Jiang Chen chose the 9 Nirvana Throne. As the saying goes, human strength has limits. A normal beast master, due to the restriction of their soul's strength, could contract only 1 beast companion, which was already the limit. There are occasionally talented individuals who can contract 2 beasts, and they're considered the best of the best. And beast masters who can contract 3 beasts, throughout history, there have been very few. But when Jiang Chen cultivated the 9 Nirvana Throne to its advanced state, he could contract up to 10 beast companions. It was simply shocking. This wasn't just Jiang Chen talking nonsense, he had already tested it in the past month. He had completed the simplest and most straightforward first level of the 9 Nirvana Throne, and his soul power was split into 2, forming 2 soul pools in his mind. One pool was filled with cold, the blood was boiling, that was the little wolf's, assimilated by its attributes. The other pool was chaotic, the soul power floating around. After Jiang Chen contracted his second beast companion, the chaotic soul power would merge with the second beast's attributes, adding its unique traits. This was another incredible effect of the 9 Nirvana Throne, the soul power assimilates and integrates with the beast's attributes. The second soul pool had already taken shape. Originally, the 9 Nirvana Throne was at the low yellow rank, but after the enhancement, it had reached the intermediate yellow rank. That was why Jiang Chen dared to mention it in front of Ji Xia. Otherwise, even now, the 9 Nirvana throne would still be at the low yellow rank. If he hadn't personally tested it, even he wouldn't have believed such an exquisite soul technique existed in the world. Also, because of the obsession with cultivating the first level of the 9 Nirvana throne, he had let the little wolf's level slip a little. A few days ago, the little wolf had just barely advanced to the battle general level, and the speed had slowed down considerably. As for himself, he was only at silver rank 2 stars. It could be said that he had made no progress. Although this was also related to the fact that leveling up after the silver rank was much harder. But the main reason was that Jiang Chen had spent too much time on cultivating the 9 Nirvana throne. Of course, after such great effort, the results were satisfying. Now, the second soul pool had already been formed, and the 9 Nirvana throne had indeed been upgraded. He was just waiting to find a suitable beast companion to contract. But the records in the 9 Nirvana throne were so bizarre, he knew it would be hard to explain it to the 3 of them right away. Jiang Chen could only helplessly say, "In any case, I won't harm myself, and I'm not sick." "You better not be." Ji Xia had a face full of doubt, her delicate face filled with disbelief. However, she didn't dwell on the issue further. Cultivating soul techniques isn't something that can be done overnight. Anyway, in a few days, Jiang Chen would be reporting to the Vermilion Bird Academy. At that time, if it really wasn't suitable, we'll see. She would just have Jiang Chen recultivate it. Anyway, Jiang Chen had only been exposed to soul techniques for a short time. Even if he made a mistake, it could be corrected in time. Thinking this, Ji Xia's tense nerves relaxed quite a bit, and she couldn't be bothered to argue with Jiang Chen. She glared at Jiang Chen before reminding him, "Tomorrow, Grandpa Jiang is preparing a graduation banquet for you. Don't stay up late tonight. I heard many of your relatives are coming, so you need to get up early." The graduation banquet was something old Master Jiang had been planning for a long time, but Jiang Chen had been busy, delaying it repeatedly. Now, with Jiang Chen's registration day for the Zhuke Academy fast approaching, she discussed it with old Master Jiang and decided on a date. She had specifically come to remind Jiang Chen. She had always been afraid that Jiang Chen's methods were too extreme, and he would be severely punished. She had been busy gathering information from the patrol team. Jiang Chen had steered the conversation away, and she almost forgot about the graduation banquet. Jiang Chen nodded, not taking the matter to heart, absent-mindedly thinking to himself. What should I choose for the second beast? Night fell. The lights of Wanjia City were bright, and the noise was deafening. But in the midst of this bustling scene, to the north of the base city, far from the city, in the abandoned and forgotten mass grave, there was a dead silence and dimness. Wow, wow, wow. On the withered branches, black crows jumped up and down, cawing endlessly. From time to time, scavengers, taking advantage of the cover of night, would emerge from the earth, making sounds like shichichi, chewing on rotten flesh and white bones. It sent chills down one's spine. Suddenly, several figures in black robes appeared in the mass grave, their terrifying aura startling the birds and beasts to flee in all directions. They didn't speak, standing on a heap of corpses made up of demonic beasts, magical beasts, and some humans. Finally, one of them seemed to have discovered something and called to his companions. The group quickly gathered around. It was a dried-up corpse, no longer recognizable, but faintly visible was a school uniform and a black cloth in its hand. The corpse was relatively well preserved, not yet devoured by the wild beasts. The faint demonic aura rising from it seemed to scare the wild beasts, preventing them from approaching. This pawn seems to be finished. One person sighed. The others also shook their heads. They hurried, but still arrived too late. Lu Royan was as dead as could be, completely devoid of any sign of life. One of the black-robed figures stood at the front. He was different from the others. The bones sewn onto his black robe were all blood-red, exuding a cold, bloody aura. It was clear that the others were especially afraid of him, not daring to approach. He was shrouded in the black robe, gazing at the savage corpse in the pile of bodies, his voice hoarse and ancient. "Is this the so-called dark beast master genius you mentioned?" He answered his own question, as if laughing, the sound resembling that of a beast. "No life aura, but the soul still lingers and doesn't dissipate, Hedot. No wonder he is the most devout follower of the demon god. His obsession is so deep, even his body has fully completed the transformation into a demon, making my white robe trip worthwhile. In this way, a rare vessel that can give birth to supreme terrifying demons has been silently formed." Upon hearing this, the others couldn't help but shiver, feeling a deep, inexplicable terror. Even they felt a chill run down their spine at the words vessel. The black-robed man with the blood-red claws didn't care about what the others were thinking. He pressed his hands together, and a sinister, obscure incantation, like the sounds of hell, danced from his mouth. Immediately, a bloated and slimy beast master, identical to the black soul beast, appeared out of nowhere in his hands. Its pitch-black eyes gleamed with a disturbing light, causing one's heart to race. Boom! Boom boom! Soon, with his movement, large amounts of demonic energy broke through the Earth's core and surged upwards. Severed limbs and broken arms flew in all directions, a sea of blood steaming, with countless demonic shadows, resembling a scene from a hellish battlefield. The demonic energy filled the air, and the black soul beast let out a sharp, piercing screech, its flesh and blood slowly melting, turning into the purest blood energy and demonic energy, merging into Lu Ruoyan's corpse.
The dry body, at this moment, seemed to be infused with new vitality, soaring into the air, receiving the cleansing of boundless demonic flames. It was like a grand sacrificial ceremony. Bang! Bang, bang! The strong, powerful heartbeat gradually echoed through the mass grave, like the rebirth of a bloodthirsty demon. Jiang Yuntao. I want you dead.
It suddenly opened its eyes, which were completely blood-red, bursting with a bloodthirsty and violent light. Before anyone could react, it turned into a streak of bloodlight, swiftly flying into the city cluster. The blood-clawed man in a black robe was very calm, watching the bloodlight disappear in the distance, and slightly waved his hand. You go back and tell the Pope, the vessel has been completed.
Yes, High Priest. In Yunjiang City, Hongyang residential area.
Jiang Yuntao lay on the bed with a satisfied burp, feeling extremely content. He had finally earned his parents' forgiveness, had a good meal, and could happily sleep soundly. Although from now on, he might never have any connection with the Beastmaster Circle again, no matter what, at least his life was saved.
That dead woman.
I should never have trusted your lies, you almost got me killed. Throwing you into the mass grave to be fed to the beasts was already too lenient for you. It's a pity, I was too angry at that time. That dead woman had a lot to offer. I should have just taken advantage of her right away. Jiang Yuntao was still angry, his hand slowly reaching down, planning to reward himself with some venting. Whoosh! But at that moment, a cold wind suddenly blew. Then, a pair of blood-red pupils appeared in the darkness, cold and chilling, filled with endless hatred. Jiang Yuntao, in this world, I owe something to everyone, but the only person I owe nothing to is you. Why did you treat me like that? Ah! After a scream, a faint smell of blood spread in the air. Then, in the darkness, the only sound that remained was the crack 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 of bones being crushed by beasts. The next day. The sky was clear, with blue skies and white clouds. The warm sunlight just shone into the bed, and Jiang Chen was dragged out of bed by Ji Xia. Didn't I tell you yesterday to get up early? Ji Xia complained as she dragged Jiang Chen out of the blanket. The guests are almost here, and you still dare to sleep. Be gentle, it hurts. Jiang Chen rubbed his eyes sleepily, sitting on the edge of the bed, his mind completely blank, zoning out. Then, he met Ji Xia's sharp, almost biting gaze, and he instantly woke up. Give me 5 minutes. He dashed into the bathroom, peeing, brushing his teeth, washing his face. Throughout, Ji Xia stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the bathroom door, watching Jiang Chen's every move, making sure he didn't dawdle. It made Jiang Chen shiver twice, almost peeing on his hand. Ji Xia, look. I'm changing clothes, you don't need to watch anymore. After getting cleaned up, Jiang Chen awkwardly spoke. To get Ji Xia off his back, he purposely tried to please her, calling her sister, which she loved to hear. Otherwise, having a big man like him change clothes while being watched like this made him feel uncomfortable. However, Ji Xia didn't even blink, still leaning by the door. Look at you, your hair is a mess, you should at least tidy it up. This is your graduation banquet, how can you not dress properly? Seeing Jiang Chen's hair looking like a bird's nest, Ji Xia was especially disgusted, unable to bear it, and directly stepped forward to help. Come on, let me wash it for you. No, not there. Don't move. Be gentle. Wear these pants. No, big sister, are you even controlling what color underwear I wear? After a lot of fussing, Jiang Chen finally wore a stylish suit, and his hair was combed into a more grown-up style by Ji Xia. He looked very energetic. Looking at how handsome Jiang Chen looked, Ji Xia was very satisfied. Jiang Chen, however, felt close to depression. He didn't know when it started, but Ji Xia's obsessive control, without holding back, had completely shifted onto him. Even controlling what color underwear he wore. He never considered himself an outsider. It made Jiang Chen unable to bear it anymore. Fortunately, the pants were taken off by himself. The bottom line was kept. And his integrity remained intact. Ji Xia then stopped. Let's go, little handsome guy, Grandpa Jiang and the others are all waiting for you. Ji Xia smiled brightly at Jiang Chen, her eyes almost unable to look away. She naturally took Jiang Chen's hand, not giving him much time to think, and pulled him forward towards the main hall. Probably because the main character hadn't arrived yet, the banquet hall in the main hall was a bit quiet. Only some intermittent laughter and talking could be heard. Ji Xia held Jiang Chen's hand and walked all the way to the door of the banquet hall. She purposely wore a white dress, outlining a perfect curve. Her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled like stars, making it hard for anyone to look away. Without a trace of makeup, yet she still captivated everyone's hearts.
Whether it was intentional or not, her outfit matched Jiang Chen's suit perfectly.
She took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes shining, a little nervous, her cheeks slightly flushed, as if waiting for something. Then, she pushed the door open, linking her arm with Jiang Chen's as they walked in. Standing together, the handsome man and beautiful woman radiated brilliance, instantly attracting everyone's attention.
No matter how you looked at them, they appeared like a newlywed couple entering.
At first glance, you might have thought it was not a graduation banquet, but their wedding banquet. What a perfect couple, truly a match made in heaven.
Chapter 88, The Graveyard Explosion.
The moment the two appeared, they instantly became the focus of the entire scene, attracting a wave of praise and cheers. The golden wind and jade do meet, surpassing countless in the world.
Many people were mesmerized.
Li Can almost dropped the chicken leg from her mouth, her face flushed with excitement, clapping non-stop, welcome the newlyweds. With her antics, Ji Xiao's face turned even redder, like a ripe red apple, so delicate and inviting, it made people want to take a bite. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on Jiang Chen's arm, her nails digging into his skin, causing him to wince in pain. Even though he had been through many storms, Jiang Chen still couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Even that heart, long frozen, seemed to be thawed and nourished by a warm current, beating with a mix of excitement and a hint of intimacy. Old Master Jiang stood at the front, with Zhou Dechuan and other prominent figures of Yanji City by his side, looking radiant.
When he saw Jiang Chen and Ji Xiao walking in arm, he couldn't help but grin ear to ear, his smile never fading. Everyone, this is my good grandson, Jiang Chen.
Old Master Jiang's hearty laughter echoed throughout the banquet hall, his face full of pride as he spoke about Jiang Chen.
As for the one next to him. When introducing Ji Xia, Old Master Jiang paused, gave a mysterious smile, and said, she is from the Ji family. And also the future granddaughter-in-law of the Jiang family. Old Master Jiang raised his voice, deliberately adding that line. When people are happy, their spirits are lifted.
He looked vibrant, seeming to have become at least 10 years younger. Compared to Jiang Chen's excellent performance in the selection, he was even more delighted by the rapidly growing affection between Jiang Chen and Ji Xia. In his view, Jiang Chen had found his way back, and Ji Xia would eventually marry into the Jiang family, so there was no need to hide it. He could introduce them openly and proudly. Ji Xia's face turned even redder, maintaining a graceful demeanor as she held Jiang Chen's arm and walked forward, shy yet sweet.
Perhaps because she heard the teasing voices around, even Jiang Chen, hearing Old Master Jiang's straightforward introduction, couldn't help but blush.
He secretly turned his head and stole a glance at Ji Xia, admiring her stunning beauty, and his heart raced a little faster. As for the others, they cheered and clapped enthusiastically. In their excitement, they couldn't help but begin to speculate about Ji Xia's identity. Everyone knew clearly, to become the Jiang family's granddaughter-in-law. The fact that the old master introduced him so grandly meant that his background must be extraordinary.
Ji family? It seems there's no such family force in Yunjiang. You're an idiot.
I heard that Miss Ji Xia is an outstanding beast master from the Vermilion Bird Academy. She must be from the southern part of Sichuan.
Southern Sichuan?
But there's no Ji family there either. A Ji family with such a reputation and power, it could be from the imperial capital. It seemed like someone thought of something, and many who knew about southern Sichuan suddenly shrank their pupils. They didn't dare to guess any further and immediately stopped the conversation, filled with fear. Their gazes towards Ji Xia, Jiang Chen, and even the old master became more and more eager. The Jiang family is really about to soar. Everyone's hearts shook, their smiles grew even broader, even showing a bit of flattery, as they watched Jiang Chen and Ji Xia walk towards the old master. As they walked through the banquet hall, Jiang Chen could only feel Ji Xia's grip on his wrist tightening more and more, almost to the point of cutting off his blood flow. He turned to look at Ji Xia, who was nervous to the point of almost being unable to bear it.
Did you know about this already?
Upon hearing this, Ji Xia's grip tightened even more, and her whole body stiffened.
Did he mean she had deliberately prepared this way to enter? Or did he know that the old master had already accepted her as his granddaughter-in-law?
Ji Xia wasn't sure what Jiang Chen meant. Her panic was visible, but on the surface, she still tried to act calm.
Even though her cheeks turned even redder, she blinked her eyes innocently and looked at Jiang Chen. What do you mean?
Jiang Chen was helpless. He knew this had to have been arranged between Ji Xia and the old master. The graduation party was just a cover, this was really an engagement banquet. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly and shook his head with a bitter smile. At this point, with the old master announcing it so loudly, he couldn't say anything more.
Xiaochen, Xia, come over here. All the people here are my good friends. Let me introduce you to them.
As soon as Jiang Chen and Ji Xia approached, the old master eagerly brought them over and began introducing them to the distinguished guests at the banquet. I've heard of the famous Jiang Chen, and today I see he's truly a dragon among men.
The younger generation surpasses the older one, heroes emerge young.
Us old folks will have to rely on young Jiang Chen in the future. Jiang Chen is so outstanding, and with Miss Jixia, who is talented and beautiful, he is a winner in life, truly a winner in life.
After a round of polite conversation, there were more compliments for Jiang Chen.
Jiang Chen greeted everyone with a smiling face, and Jixia also frequently raised her glass, not shy at all, showing the demeanor of a lady, with graceful manners.
This inevitably made everyone envious.
Under the old master's introductions, Jiang Chen got to know everyone at the banquet. The old master was very invested in this banquet. You could say that everyone in Yunjiang with some status and influence who was on good terms with him had gathered here. This included the vice president of the Beast Master Guild, Zhou Dichuan, and even Zhao Shua, the commander of the Yunjiang base city's military district, who never attended any banquets, was present. As for the wealthy businessmen, politicians, and military figures, there were too many to count. Thanks to Jiang Chen's outstanding performance, the old master could truly hold his head high this time. Apart from these people, there were, of course, the aunts and uncles. As soon as Jiang Chen and Ji Xiao walked over, they were enthusiastically greeted with handshakes and a flood of caring words. Some even started urging them to have children. Ji Xiao suddenly felt overwhelmed, her face staying red from the moment on, without fading. Jiang Chen stood aside, seeing nothing but smiling faces, completely unlike when Yunjiang city had fallen and the Jiang family had fallen from grace, surrounded by coldness and distance.
He couldn't help but secretly sigh. When you're doing well, everyone around you is good. This saying really isn't wrong.
He remembered the time when he could hardly find enough to eat, and these so-called relatives had shut their doors on him, almost chasing him away with brooms. Naturally, Jiang Chen was also rather dismissive of these people and wouldn't really care about them. Even so, after following the old man around, he was still quite tired. After dealing with the old man, he took Ji Xia and found Li Kankan, Wang Fugui, and sat down on the sofa by the window.
You're hungry, right? Let's eat something first.
Jiang Chen casually handed a piece of pastry to Ji Xia. As expected, it once again drew strange laughter and teasing from Li Kankan and Wang Fugui.
Yo, still not married, and already knows how to spoil his wife.
Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, eating so much and you still can't shut up. Then, he laughed. Honestly, he did enjoy this peaceful and calm atmosphere.
If it weren't for the demons lurking, this would be just fine.
Thinking this, Jiang Chen's smile unconsciously grew wider.
Young master. Something big has happened.
At this moment, Gu Zhang rushed in anxiously, jogging to Jiang Chen's side. He was extremely anxious, not beating around the bush, and whispered urgently into Jiang Chen's ear.
The wasteland grave exploded. The wasteland grave exploded?
Gu Zhang's voice wasn't small, and Ji Xia, Li Kankan, and Wang Fugui all heard it.
Isn't that?
Ji Xia furrowed her brows, a bad premonition rising in her heart. A few days ago, she had just learned that Lu Ruyan's body was thrown in the wasteland grave, and now, just a few days later, something like this happened. Her brows twitched, and she was sure this matter was not simple. However, before Ji Xia could speak, she heard Gu Zhang panic and say again. That Jiang Yuntao also died violently in his home yesterday, leaving nothing but a room full of bloodstains, no bones, nothing.
Jiang Yuntao died violently?
At these words, not only Ji Xia but Jiang Chen's heart also skipped a beat, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. Two events, one after the other, happening just like this. If this were a coincidence, he wouldn't believe it. With this happening, he had no intention of staying any longer. At this moment, two more people rushed in from outside the banquet hall.
One was wearing the Beast Tamer Guild uniform, the other was a military personnel.
Both had serious expressions and whispered a few words to Zhou Dichuan and Zhao Shua. Without saying a word, Zhou Dichuan and Zhao Shua's faces immediately darkened, they exchanged a glance, hastily said goodbye to the old man, and then left in a hurry. Seeing this, Jiang Chen decisively stood up. Let's go, we should go take a look.
Chapter 89, Necromancy Beast Tamer, a Born King.
Jiang Chen's face darkened, and he left with Gu Zhang at the fastest speed. Ji Xia hesitated for a moment, then waved to Wang Fugui and Li Kankan, you guys stay here and wait for me. Then, with a heart full of worry, she followed Jiang Chen out of the banquet hall.
What's going on?
Seeing the two main characters and important figures leaving, most of the people were bewildered. The old man's eyes were deep. Zhou Dichuan had already explained everything to him, so he didn't stop Jiang Chen. He still smiled widely, greeting everyone, the old man is happy today, please drink this cup with me, we won't leave until we're drunk, ha.
In the Manor's parking lot.
Jiang Chen, wait, I'm coming with you. As soon as Gu Zhang started the engine, Ji Xia grabbed the car door and followed in. She felt that this matter had an eerie feel to it and couldn't feel at ease leaving Jiang Chen to go alone. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, then nodded, all right. Ji Xia quickly got into the car. Fortunately, this time, Gu Zhang wasn't driving a sports car, but a mountain off-road vehicle, or else, the driver would have to sit in the trunk.
Vroom. The car started, and in an instant, it disappeared into the manor.
On the way to the wasteland grave, Gu Zhang drove while also explaining the details of the incident to Jiang Chen. Since returning from the special training, Jiang Chen had asked him to keep an eye on any unusual activity around the base city. But unexpectedly, the defense works outside were calm, and yet the wasteland grave exploded first. If it had been a normal explosion, of course, he wouldn't have been so panicked. From afar, he could see the chaotic burial ground, where the demonic energy was raging, and the thick scent of death was rising, enveloping the surrounding kilometer. In a panic, he quickly informed Jiang Chen. According to Gu Zhang's description, Jiang Chen also learned that Zhang Yuntao's death was very bizarre. The whole person disappeared, just like that, died in his own house. Except for some male hormones scattered sparsely on the bed, the entire room was filled with blood. Strangely, there wasn't much of a bloody smell. If Zhang Yuntao's parents hadn't gone into the room after he didn't wake up for a long time, they might not have realized that Zhang Yuntao was already dead. Jiang Chen's expression was more serious than ever, his mind was chaotic, and he organized the connection between the two events. But the incident happened so suddenly that he couldn't find any clue for a moment. An hour later, the SUV steadily stopped a kilometer outside the chaotic burial ground. The military personnel and Beastmaster Guild had already deployed their forces early, sealing off the area to prevent the demonic energy and lingering death energy from spreading and harming others. Jiang Chen showed his black gold badge and received permission to pass from the Beastmaster Guild's guards, leading Gu Zhang and Ji Xia into the area. As they walked forward, the sky was dark gray, filled with a dead atmosphere that gave an extremely oppressive feeling. The space here seemed to be influenced by the demonic and death energy, twisted in some way. Staying here for a long time, one would inevitably be affected by the demonic energy and eroded by the death energy. Jiang Chen did not dare to delay and quickened his pace. After walking a kilometer, they finally saw a deep pit about 100 meters in radius. In the dark red scorched earth, the demonic and death energies intertwined, covering the surface of the ground like bizarre, dark poisonous snakes, swaying and moving. Jiang Chen? Seeing Jiang Chen arrive, Zhou Dechuan and Zhao Shua were both very surprised. Have you found anything? Jiang Chen asked directly. Given the status of Zhou Dechuan and Zhao Shua, if anyone else had this attitude, they would definitely ignore them. Not only would they ignore them, but they might even kick them out. But in front of Jiang Chen, the two had no airs. With Jiang Chen's potential, he might one day become a backbone force in protecting Hanxia and defending Yunjiang. In fact, he could even surpass them both by a long shot. They knew this well, so they treated Jiang Chen as an equal. Zhao Shua said in a low voice, preliminary estimates point to the Dark Church. It seems like a dark ritual, but the exact purpose is still unclear, Zhou Dechuan added. Then, angrily, he clenched his fists. These rats from the sewers, they actually dared to cause trouble in the base city. Truly despicable. He felt genuine anger and disgust. At the same time, he was deeply alarmed. To be able to cross the defense lines unnoticed, enter the outer edge of the base city, and even blow up the chaotic burial ground, the ones behind this must be formidable. They must be high-ranking members of the Dark Church. Jiang Chen silently nodded. Their guess was not far from his own suspicion. Judging from the surrounding situation, it resembled the methods of the Dark Church, eerie, strange, and bloodthirsty. But exactly what? After thoroughly investigating the mass grave inside and out, apart from the lingering demonic aura and the heavy scent of death, there was nothing particularly unusual to be found. Zhao Shua felt a headache coming on. When I return, I must strengthen the defenses around the base city. No matter what their goal is, I will not allow even a single rat to sneak in again. His voice was low, filled with intense killing intent. Finding nothing from the search, he prepared to leave, leaving the follow-up matters to the Beastmaster Guild. Zhou Dechuan also gave a few instructions to his subordinates, then prepared to leave as well. The sudden appearance of the Dark Church hinted at an unknown conspiracy. Strengthening the defenses there was necessary, and relying solely on the military would not be enough. He had to summon the power of the Beastmaster Guild to assist. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind Jiang Chen and the other two, the demonic death energy lingers here and may affect your minds. We will handle the rest. You should leave as soon as possible. After speaking, the two of them left one after the other. Only a few members of the Beastmaster Guild remained, working to dispel the demonic aura in the surroundings. Young master, let's go too. Seeing Jiang Chen staring at the deep pit, Gu Zhang spoke up. This place was eerie. Every extra second here sent chills down his spine. What exactly are they trying to do? Jiang Chen frowned deeply, his gaze dark. He recalled everything he knew about the Dark Church, but he couldn't figure anything out. The scene before him was completely different from the previous encounters he had with the Dark Church. Darker, stranger. Forget it. Let the military and the Beastmaster Guild investigate first. Helpless, Jiang Chen prepared to leave as well. Crack, crack. Just then, an eerie sound came from deep within the pit. What is that? Jiang Chen, Ji Xia, and Gu Zhang were all startled. They focused their gazes and looked toward the source of the sound.
Crack. A chunk of dark red scorched earth tumbled down into the pit. Then, a tiny piece of white bone, the size of a thumb, emerged. And then, another. A third. Soon, a small pile appeared. Upon closer inspection, there were skull fragments, foot bones, finger bones, rib bones, everything was complete. Crack, crack, crack. Under the astonished gazes of Jiang Chen and the others, the tiny bones twitched and quickly assembled into a miniature skeleton, about the size of a fist, radiating a crystal-clear white glow. It was completely out of place amidst the scorched earth. Little Wolf. Jiang Chen became alert and immediately summoned Little Wolf. Roar. Little Wolf stood beside Jiang Chen, towering over him by two heads, its body nearly 3 meters long, exuding the presence of a wolf king. It leaped into the deep pit. Compared to it, the tiny skeleton wasn't even as big as one of its claws. Little Wolf was utterly disdainful. It lifted a paw and struck down. Crack. The tiny skeleton, which had just formed, was instantly shattered into pieces, scattering all over the ground. Strangely, before long, the scattered bones twitched again and quickly reassembled into the same miniature skeleton. And its crystalline glow seemed even purer than before. The little skeleton seemed angry. Without hesitation, it clung to Little Wolf's leg and started gnawing furiously. Its mouth let out eerie waka waka sounds, sending chills down their spines. Yet, its actions oddly carried a hint of comedy. Something's not right. Jiang Chen and Ji Xia exchanged glances and immediately sensed the abnormality of the tiny skeleton. With Little Wolf's current strength, crushing a tiny skeleton should have been effortless. Yet this skeleton took a direct hit from Little Wolf and not only remained intact but even reassembled itself with ease. Even Jiang Chen was stunned. He quickly activated his Beastmaster bracelet, and at once, the attributes of the tiny skeleton appeared before him. Beast, Undead Skeleton, Infant Stage. Bloodline, King Tier. Attribute, Undead. Level, None. Innate Skill. Immortal Body, Beginner born a king, undying after 100 deaths. Every time it is destroyed and reformed, its kingly body strengthens further. Common Skill. Play Dead, a universal skill of undead-type beasts. Born King. 90 Chapter, Contract. Second Beast Master. Not knowing at first, but once he saw it, even Jiang Chen was shocked. He never expected that this small thing, which seemed unremarkable and even inconspicuous, would be a Beast Master with a naturally born king-level bloodline. This time, I really found a treasure. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. Previously, he was still planning what kind of Beast Master he should contract after completing the first level of the 9 Nirvana Divine Seat. Now, the answer was right in front of him, and he didn't even need to choose anymore. It is well known that in Hanxia, there are many king-level and even emperor-level Beast Masters. But most of them were cultivated with countless resources and effort. However, when it comes to Beast Masters with naturally born king-level bloodlines, they are rare and hard to find. Their potential is even higher than that of the Little Wolf. Back then, just to find the Little Wolf, for Jiang Chen to contract as his Beast Master, not only was a huge cost involved, but even the old man had searched through all the major base cities around Yunjiang City. It was a difficult process to find the Little Wolf, a Beast Master with a Lord-level bloodline. If a Lord-level bloodline Beast Master is so hard to find, imagine how rare a Beast Master with a naturally born King-level bloodline would be. With such a potential Beast Master in his hands, he certainly could not let it slip away. At this moment, Ji Xia had also figured out the little skull's attribute information and let out a gasp of surprise. I see that the surroundings are filled with bones, and the death energy is everywhere. After mixing with the demonic energy, it can give birth to such a high bloodline Beast Master. The wonders of life are truly amazing. It was also the first time she had seen such a miraculous scene, broadening her horizons. While astonished, Ji Xia couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. It's a pity, we already have contracted Beast Masters, and this one is of the Death Spirit system. Although it's not as fierce as a demon beast, prolonged contact with this kind of undead creature will still have some impact from the death energy. Ji Xia said regretfully, even though it has a naturally born king-level bloodline, it's not perfect. Just as she finished speaking, she saw Jiang Chen jump down into the deep pit and walk straight toward the little skull. Dangerous, Jiang Chen. Ji Xia reminded Jiang Chen with worry. It's fine. Jiang Chen smiled at Ji Xia, not concerned in the slightest. He already had the strength of a silver-level Beast Master. With the enhancement of the Little Wolf's bloodline, the positive feedback from the bloodline upgrade had increased Jiang Chen's physical strength to an astonishing 200 pounds, and his speed was also 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary person. Not to mention the Little Wolf, even this little skull, he could easily handle on his own. Of course, what he needed to do now was not to fight the little skull but to tame and contract it. Waka-ka! Jiang Chen jumped down, seemingly triggering the little skull's sensitive nerves. It swung its fists with both hands, instinctively sensing that this bipedal creature would be easier to deal with compared to the giant nearby.
Without thinking, it leaped and pounced directly toward Jiang Chen.
Then, boom. The little wolf swiped its claw again, slamming the little skull into the mud.
Then, it reassembled and jumped around, making a wakaka sound, showing its sharp teeth in anger. Looking at it, the meaning seemed to be quite foul-mouthed.
Jiang Chen didn't expect this one to have such a bad temper.
However, at this moment, the little skull's attribute panel changed again.
Death Spirit Skeleton, Infancy. Level, Battle Servant 1 star. Normal skill.
Undead Summon, can summon low-level undead to assist in battle. Indeed, after several reconfigurations, the little skull's level had oddly increased.
And it had learned a skill. Getting stronger by killing? Jiang Chen sighed in admiration, laughing even more happily. This is the true immortal body. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel at this.
Compared to the Black Soul Beast's talent skill, Blood Healing Light, the little skull's talent skill completely crushed it. They haven't even made the contract yet, and such effects are already showing.
Once Jiang Chen receives the boost of the little skeleton's soul power, wouldn't that directly go against the heavens?
Jiang Chen smiled so wide that his mouth couldn't close. Without any hesitation, he squatted down in front of the little skeleton, holding it in his hands, carefully observing.
No little thing.
But before Jiang Chen could establish a contract, the little skeleton suddenly kicked its legs and froze completely.
No matter how Jiang Chen moved it back and forth, there was no reaction at all.
Jiang Chen felt puzzled in his heart. After a careful observation, he suddenly noticed that the little skeleton's head slightly turned. The green flame inside its skull flickered too, as if a normal person squinted their eyes and mischievously peeped. Very strange.
Playing dead, huh?
Jiang Chen instantly understood in his heart, still young, can't keep calm. He simply held the little skeleton in his palm, not rushing to act, wanting to see what kind of trick the little skeleton was trying to play. After half a minute, just as expected, the green light inside the little skeleton's skull flickered again.
Ha.
Thinking Jiang Chen had let his guard down, the little skeleton proudly jumped up, then screamed a few times, its fingers moving quickly. It seemed like it was casting a spell.
Boom.
Suddenly, the ground behind Jiang Chen cracked open, and a half-meter-tall beast-like undead creature emerged from the earth. Looking at it, it resembled a small wolf, but with a few more similarities.
It crashed into Jiang Chen's leg. Crack.
And just like that, without any defense, it shattered into pieces.
Fake. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened as he realized this was the little skeleton's ability, Necromantic Summon.
He wasn't disappointed at all by the undead creature's fragility. In fact, he was quite pleased. Jiang Chen knew in his heart that a powerful necromantic beast wasn't just strong by itself, but often able to command legions of undead in battle. Though the little skeleton had just been born, this ability was already showing signs. One could imagine, once its power level increased, what would appear wouldn't just be a single undead creature, but millions of them. This little thing is really bringing me so many surprises. Undying body, goes without saying, ridiculously strong. With necromantic summon added, it could be said that once the contract is established, as the little skeleton grows, it would be like having an entire army by his side. Jiang Chen's heart burned with excitement, and he couldn't let go of the little skeleton. Little thing, from now on, follow me. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, his expression solemn, his soul power pouring out like a tide. In the blink of an eye, the Beastmaster contract, emitting a faint soul glow, appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. Compared to when he formed the contract with the little wolf before, this one was more solid, and more domineering.
Jiang Chen, young master, you.
Seeing this, Ji Xia's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Both of them naturally knew what Jiang Chen was doing, and were even more shocked. It was commonly known that one could only form a contract with one beast, creating one contract in a lifetime in the Beastmaster world. To accompany one beast for life, sharing life and death together, was the most romantic encounter between a beast and a Beastmaster. But now, Jiang Chen, right in front of them, could form a second beast contract. A Beastmaster contract. This time, Ji Xia could hardly stay calm.
Could it be that you are that unique God's contract master? Chapter 91, Soul Techniques, Advancing. Ji Xia's mouth dropped open, shouting in shock.
The contract between Jiang Chen and the little skeleton was still continuing. He shook his head with a smile, denying Ji Xia's guess. No. A god's contract master referred to those who could form contracts with 2, or even 3 beasts, blessed by the gods. He, of course, was not in that category. Being able to form a second beast contract was all thanks to the mysteriousness of the 9 Nether's divine throne. The contract had reached a critical stage, and Jiang Chen didn't have time to explain more to Ji Xia. His mind was highly focused, urging the contract, completely enveloping the little skeleton within it, diving into its skull.
Ha ha. Ha ha.
The little skeleton immediately began to stir uneasily. At the same time, Jiang Chen also felt from the contract's link. He felt the little skeleton's strong resistance.
Still want to resist?
Jiang Chen grinned, his soul force surging out like a tide. Accept your fate, little guy. Normally, the beasts cultivated in the Beastmaster training base are gentle in nature, already domesticated, obedient, and harmonious with humans.
There is no resistance during the contract.
But these wild beasts are different. They have had little contact with humans, and any stranger is seen as a threat, causing them to instinctively resist.
An overreaction could even cause the contract to fail and harm the Beastmaster's soul.
However, with the poor little skeleton's weak soul strength, it posed no pressure to Jiang Chen. His soul force continued to press down, and the little skeleton slowly stopped resisting, gradually becoming submissive. This was a soul-level conquest.
Until, the little skeleton completely gave up resistance. The contract was successfully completed.
Buzz. Jiang Chen's soul trembled slightly, a wave of extreme pleasure and comfort spread throughout his body. Unknowingly, the rank of 9 Nirvana Divine Seat increased and advanced to a higher yellow rank.
Along with it, Jiang Chen's soul force also grew.
The soul technique leveled up again.
Feeling the full soul force, Jiang Chen was completely satisfied.
This was the second advancement of his soul technique after completing the first level of 9 Nirvana Divine Seat.
If the soul technique could continue to level up infinitely. Jiang Chen's heart burned with passion.
The 2 experiments so far were enough to prove that there was no exaggeration in the description of 9 Nirvana Divine Seat. With this trend, the mysterious rank, the earth rank, the sky rank, and even surpassing the sky rank are possible.
Jiang Chen increasingly felt the wonder of that ancient sight. Once my strength is enough, I must go back and have another look.
He made a decision in his heart. When the time is right, he would return to that place and search carefully to see if there were any more extraordinary things there.
Waha ovo. The little skeleton lay in Jiang Chen's palm, looking very tired but completely relaxed. There was no longer any trace of hostility or rejection. However, due to the exhaustion from the resistance during the contract, it just lay there in a big shape, too lazy to move.
Jiang Chen, what's going on here? At this moment, Ji Xia also came over with a curious look. Jiang Chen shrugged and smiled. As you can see, this is the result of my soul technique training.
With your broken yellow rank intermediate technique.
Ji Xia looked doubtful, furrowing her brows. Are you taking advantage of the fact that I don't know much?
Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, glanced at Ji Xia, and gave a weird smile. I'm afraid you're too clueless.
You're asking for it. Ji Xia glared at Jiang Chen and pretended to pinch his ear. Jiang Chen quickly begged for mercy, stopped talking back, and seriously said, really? Also, it's no longer a broken yellow rank intermediate technique, it's now a high yellow rank.
Really?
Ji Xia was even more skeptical.
Stand still and don't move.
She looked much more serious now. Her delicate, tender fingertips reached out and lightly tapped Jiang Chen's forehead. The rank of soul technique has a very direct reflection. It is the strength of a beast master's soul force. The higher the rank of the soul technique, the stronger the soul force when cultivated at the same level. With Ji Xia's strength, it was not difficult to sense Jiang Chen's soul force. She focused slightly and slowly released her soul force. Then, her brows gradually furrowed. Twice the soul force. He actually has double the soul force of an ordinary person. Ji Xia was incredibly surprised. In her perception, Jiang Chen's soul force was actually double that of an ordinary person. It should be known that when cultivating a normal yellow rank, soul technique, increasing soul force by 1.3 to 1.5 times is already quite rare. But now, Jiang Chen's soul force was even comparable to some beast masters cultivating mysterious rank soul techniques. And when Ji Xia had previously investigated Jiang Chen's soul force during the cultivation of 9 Nirvana Divine Seat, it was only 1.4 times at most.
Jiang Chen's level didn't increase, but his soul power grew stronger.
In other words, the rank of the 9 Nirvana Divine Throne, really, truly improved again. What kind of soul technique is this? Even Ji Xia couldn't help but feel her scalp tingle, stunned for a long time, unable to speak. After the shock, Ji Xia's expression immediately became extremely serious. She looked at Jiang Chen seriously, deliberately lowering her voice so that even Gu Zheng couldn't hear. This soul technique, you must not speak of it to anyone in the future. Such a soul technique, capable of constantly advancing, once spread, undoubtedly, it would bring Jiang Chen to a deathly danger. The saying, a common man has no fault, but holding a gem is a crime is exactly this kind of principle. Seeing Ji Xia's nervous expression, Jiang Chen's gaze softened, the sharpness hidden, leaving only a gentle warmth.
All right. Jiang Chen nodded seriously. But in reality, the things Ji Xia could think of, how could he not think of them?
It was because he trusted Ji Xia immensely that he let her examine him without any defense.
If it were anyone else, how could Jiang Chen trust them unconditionally like this?
As for Wang Fuguei and Li Cancan, they still didn't believe it up to this point. Both of them were quite thick-skinned, so they probably forgot about it by now. Since he promised Ji Xia, he wouldn't mention this matter to anyone in the future. After receiving Jiang Chen's affirmative response, Jixia finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was a major matter, she couldn't help but be nervous. She secretly decided that when they returned, she would find something for Wang Fugue and Li Cancan to do, so they would forget about this matter quickly. After relaxing, Jixia finally had the time to take a good look at the little skeleton. This little guy is sleeping quite soundly. Jixia lightly poked the little skeleton, seeing that it was so tired that it had fallen asleep, she couldn't help but smile. She examined it seriously for a while and casually asked, "This little guy doesn't have a name yet, right? Have you thought of one?" As she spoke, Jixia couldn't help but glance at the little wolf. Since meeting Jiang Chen, he had always called the little wolf without a proper name, and she was quite annoyed by it. Jiang Chen chuckled softly. To be honest, when it came to naming his beasts, he had never really cared. As long as it was something that sounded nice, that was fine. When he contracted the little wolf, that's exactly what he thought. "How about you name this little guy?" Jiang Chen suggested. When it came to naming, he was really not good at it. You can't even name something." Jixia gave Jiang Chen a playful glance and then poked the little skeleton again. "What name should we give him?" She thought hard, taking it very seriously. "Wakaka." At this moment, the little skeleton seemed to have had a pleasant dream, smacking its lips and flipping over. Jixia suddenly had an idea. "How about we call him Xiaohua?" Chapter 92, Your grandson is my grandson. Xiaohua? Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback, muttering to himself, "Xiaohua, fine, as long as it's not Xiaowangba." Seeing that Jiang Chen misunderstood her, Jixia put her hands on her hips and corrected him, "It's Xiaohua. Not Xiaohua Ba." All right. Jiang Chen touched his nose, somewhat frustrated. He thought Jixia would give the little skeleton a more grand name, like Skeleton General, Necromancer King, or Eternal Will, something grand and impressive. But he never expected that Jixia would choose such a down-to-earth, casual name. Jiang Chen didn't have much of a reaction to the little skeleton's new name. Jixia, however, seemed to really like it, smiling and looking at the little skeleton with great interest. Xiaohua, this is your new name." Of course, she had also thought about giving the little skeleton other names, even considering something like Icehull for the little wolf, which sounded more imposing. But considering Jiang Chen's habit and the fact that the little skeleton's voice was so charming, calling him Xiaohua seemed just right. "Alright, since we can't find anything here, let's head back."